Fanzan's identity and status among the dwarves was not low, and he also befriended the elves. In addition, among the dwarves, Fanzan was also the first to go to the cow store. The harvest in this store is naturally much greater than that of other dwarves. It can be said that the current Fanzan can be regarded as one of the strong contenders for the next leader of the dwarves. It's just that Fanzan became a little more transparent after Lanchi, Saratel, and Tiana came to the store. This is also impossible. A cultivator in the realm of the hero level really has nothing to say in front of the powerhouse level. So at this moment, Fanzan appeared in Iron Hammer City, which is naturally an exciting thing. Fortunately, we arrived in time, and the battle is not over yet. Fanzan stood on the city wall, looking at the whole battle situation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The trump card of the human race is definitely more than that. Even if it is not revealed, Fanzan can guess, or else he will not run over in a hurry. If you come a step late, the battle is over. If the dwarves won, it would indeed be a happy event. But if the human race wins, it will really be powerless. It's just that before that, Fanzan, through speculation, judged that the next target of the Terran might be Iron Hammer City. But everything is in case, must be armed in advance. So this time, the city-states among the dwarves are not only the Iron Hammer City. Fanzan also stayed behind, waiting to see which city-state was attacked before rushing to support the commander. Now it seems that this decision is not wrong. It's always a good idea to win while still, at least it's better than going all out. Huh? That person is Fanzan. Before attacking the dwarves, the generals of the human race will also make all kinds of preparations and collect all the information of important people. Fanzan, as one of the strong contenders for the next dwarf clan chief, is naturally among the important figures. I really didn't expect that a mere city of iron hammers would send Fanzan to command. A cold snort came out from the neck of the Terran general. But the arrival of Fanzan also showed the determination of the dwarves. This battle cannot be defeated. Because among the dwarves, there is no powerhouse-level power. Therefore, such a life-and-death event must not be missed. But in this case, if the Iron Hammer City was lost in the hands of Fanzan, the blow to the dwarves would probably be even greater. It seems that the dwarves really took a bad move this time. The expression on the face of the human race general became gloomy, and the gaze that looked at Fanzan also became hot. That look is like looking at a precious trophy. Come here, go and ask for assistance from the messenger of the god of war. This battle must be won. Yes, my lord. The messenger who was waiting on the side immediately bowed his head to lead the order, then turned and ran to the rear. Although Xuanhuan wanted to let the people of the race raise their morale, the fighting power of the human race was there. In many cases, the gap in the level of strength cannot be filled by morale. So Xuanhuan naturally left behind. The 300 warriors brought under the command of the god of war, except for the 3 captains who were powerhouses, were all practitioners in the heroic realm. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to divide apart and go to the people's team. Although among the human race, there are also heroic powerhouses. But compared with the warriors under the command of the god of war, the combat power is much worse. And it's not just the gap in combat skills and combat awareness, but even the physical quality is weaker by a level. After all, you can understand just by looking at the body shape of Fanzan and others. The body is nearly 3 meters high, and the muscles are knotted, like steel poured, with a fierce momentum, brave and good at fighting. In terms of physical fitness, Xuanhuan and the others can definitely surpass most races. Even when the giant dragon is transformed into a human form, it is difficult for the physical strength to surpass Xuanhuan and others. As warriors under the god of war, they were born to fight. Where is the enemy? The dull voice sounded, and the soldiers that Xuanhuan specially dispatched came over quickly. There are a total of 20 people, and each of them is tall and strong with a strong sense of oppression, which makes people dread at first sight. The warrior who spoke first was called Dashan. Although the name doesn't sound very good, for them, the name is just a code name. It doesn't matter what it's called. The enemy is the dwarves who are fighting with the warriors of my human race in front. I also ask you to take action and help my human race to capture the city-state. The human general said very politely. Although Dashan is not one of the 3 captains under Xuanhuan's command, he is also considered an invincible player in the heroic realm. After all, this level. The battle is not enough for the strong level power to come to the front. Xuanhuan also knew in his heart that an opponent of a powerhouse level would only be an enemy of the same realm. Those 3 captains should be watching Lanchi, Tiana, and Saratel, not this kind of petty trouble. But even so, the mountain is enough to make the generals of the tribe respectful. I see. Dashan nodded and asked no more questions. Because the order given by Xuanhuan is to let them come over to fight for the human race, and take action when necessary. As for the reason, there is no need to know, and no need to ask. Just help the Terran clansmen to destroy the enemy. The participation of 20 heroic powerhouses can definitely turn the tide of the battle and capture the city-state of the dwarves. Then please. The human race general nodded and said no more. Because even if Dashan and the others are willing to come to assist the human race team to fight, it is based on Xuanhuan's order. So this does not mean that Dashan will obey the orders of the human race, and the generals of the human race will naturally not make fun of themselves. On the battlefield ahead, the dwarves already have the absolute upper hand. In such a large-scale battle, there is a saying that it's called 1 hit, another weak, 3 times exhausted. It's about morale. Morale, if everything is going well, then naturally, it will climb steadily until it becomes unstoppable. However, once it is blocked once, it will be difficult to condense it again. This is also the case with the current human race. When they attacked the city-state of the dwarves, they were blocked by the warriors of the dwarves outside the city walls, and they were suppressed and defeated. At this moment, the morale of the human race has actually been broken. Just like on the chessboard, the 2 pieces pawn and pawn cannot retreat. Because on the battlefield, once the battle begins and retreats, it symbolizes defeat and escape. Unless both sides call gold to withdraw their troops. Otherwise, if one side retreats and the other advances, then the side that retreats will definitely lose. Boom. But at this time, the soldiers led by Dashan joined the battlefield. As the most devout believer of the god of war, a natural warrior, the power he possesses is absolutely beyond doubt. 20 people, like 20 sharp knives, instantly tore apart the defense line off the dwarves. The earth was shattered, and there was an unstoppable trembling. 20 hero-level powerhouses, after such a large-scale battle, are extremely powerful. Oops, the enemy has reinforcements to join. All of them are hero-level powerhouses, and they can't be stopped at all. The number of hero-level powerhouses on our side is completely insufficient. Can we last until reinforcements arrive? Yes. No matter what, you must resist. The clansmen of the dwarves suffered heavy losses in an instant. Because the defense line to defend against the human race was separated, the power did not all gather on the Hammer City side. Therefore, there are not many hero-level powerhouses in Iron Hammer City at this moment. Full count, not even 10. In the face of the 20 hero-level powerhouses who suddenly joined the battle, it is really not enough. And what is even more terrifying is that these new hero-level powerhouses who have joined the battle are tall and sturdy, and they are even stronger than the dwarves in terms of physique. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was reversed, and the human race seized the opportunity and immediately suppressed the dwarf race. And it was directly suppressed to the point of being breathless. The casualties of the dwarves expanded rapidly, and every second, a new tribe fell to the ground and fell in a pool of blood. How could this be? Where did the reinforcements of the human race come from? Fanzan stood on the city wall, his eyes were splitting. Every time the dwarves lost a clan, Fanzan's heart throbbed violently. These people are the real elites among the dwarves. However, in the face of those natural warriors, the strength is still too weak. Powerful weapons and armor may make practitioners invincible in the same realm, but it is difficult to fight across borders. What's more, the gap between the Grandmaster level and the hero level is a natural moat. Even if you send elites over, what can you do? Vulnerable, still vulnerable, even if you have been prepared, it is nothing more than that. The human race general had a panoramic view of the situation ahead, and also saw the anger on Fanzan's face, and couldn't help but sneer. Since the dwarves can dispatch elites, don't the human race have no cards? This is the benefit of believing in the god of war, and these are the rewards of the god of war. These powerful warriors are the believers of the god of war. At this moment, the people of the human race became more and more pious in their belief in the god of war. Because the god of conquest gave them victory, gave them strength, and helped their race gain a chance to rise. This is the rise of the human race. The northern mountain range should be the possession of the human race. At this moment, the general of the human race was full of blood, and his heart was even more arrogant. But the dwarf clansmen in Iron Hammer City felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. The human race is going to win again. Why is this happening? No, it's impossible. Why does the human race have such a powerful force? We're going to lose again, and we still can't resist. Is the rise of the human race really destined? Why can't you stop it even after trying so hard? Despair and panic spread throughout Iron Hammer City. In the face of the powerful human warriors, they could hardly bear the will to resist. In particular, the hero-level powerhouses who have newly joined the battle have shattered the hopes of the dwarves. And outside Iron Hammer City, the dwarf warriors who were struggling to resist were also suppressed and retreated. The territory under his feet is gradually shrinking. Along the way, there were all the corpses of the clansmen, paving the way for the enemy to advance. Damn! Can't go back. Fanzan let out a roar. Delicate command can indeed make up for the lack of combat effectiveness. But command is irrelevant when there is an irreparable gap in overall strength. So Fanzan is very clear that if he can't deal with those heroic powerhouses, no matter how subtle his command is, it will not help. I can't go back anymore. Fanzan took a deep breath, then raised the giant hammer in his hand and swung it vigorously. Clansmen! Go forward. Swear to live and die with Iron Hammer City. After speaking, Fanzan stood on the guardrail of the city wall, then jumped down and entered the battlefield. Leading the way is always the best way to boost morale. Otherwise, there would not be a chariot and a personal expedition. If you really just go to the front line to supervise, wouldn't it be enough to send the supervising army there? Lord Fanzan. Why are you here? Brothers, follow me and rush forward. Even if you die, you must die on the way forward, not on the way backward. Guard the Hammer City, kill. The appearance of Fanzan really boosted the morale of the remaining dwarves. In an instant, an angry roar rose into the sky, and the morale was soaring that at once suppressed the momentum of the human race. Are you desperate? It's ridiculous. The human race general sneered, then raised his hand and waved it down. Leave no room, the whole army strikes. Woe dash. Following this order, the flag of the human race waved violently and fluttered in the wind. The flag was waved in the hands of the messenger, so that all the human race people on the battlefield understood the order this time. In one go, attack the Iron Hammer City. The might of the human race. Kill. The battle has reached this stage, and the human race can be described as imposing. The roar of the sky, the scream of killing, almost washed away the clouds in the sky. No one would doubt that the morale of the human race was so high at the moment, it was simply unstoppable. On the basis of the 20 warriors under the god of war as sharp knives, the people of the human race just follow behind and tear the defense line of Fed dwarves even more broken. Even if Xuanhuan joined the front of the dwarves, it was only a drop in the bucket. It's just that there is one more hero-level powerhouse, which has little impact on the overall battle situation. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow flashing with black light burst out from the Iron Hammer City and nailed it towards the center of Dashan's eyebrows. Dashan frowned slightly, and his body flashed to the side almost like a conditioned reflex. She'd dash. The sharp arrow flew past and hit the human race behind the mountain. After piercing through several people one after another, the strength out of Chetto the sharp arrow was exhausted. One shot, what happened? Dashan glanced back and found that all the people who were hit by the arrow fell to the ground and didn't breathe. This is true even if the part where the arrow hit is not fatal. This scene is terrifying and bizarre. Also, I didn't even sense who was attacking me, which is really interesting. However, what makes Dashan most curious is that he did not perceive who shot the arrow. For natural warriors like them, determining the location of the enemy should be a basic skill. Only this time, Dashan missed. This is definitely an extremely rare thing, and it can even be said that it is so rare that Dashan is a little surprised. And judging from this arrow, the rank of the person who shot should be an archer. An archer can avoid his perception so perfectly, which makes Dashan think Ofto's top assassins. Because in terms of class characteristics, archers are only agile attack types, good at fighting and dragging. When it comes to hiding and lurking, the first class that comes to mind is definitely an assassin. And this kind of guy who likes to hide in the dark and look for opportunities is exactly what the warrior class and knight class hate. After all, this sneaky style is completely contrary to Dashan's style of frontal combat. It's really a disgusting guy. He only hides in the dark and makes a sneak attack, and doesn't dare to fight openly. If I catch you, I will crush you with my own hands. Dashan secretly muttered to himself. However, having said that, but in the mountains, people who can achieve such a level of concealment ability should at least be cultivators of the same level as themselves. A heroic archer. This is really too big a hindrance for the human race to attack. Because in such a large-scale battle, an assassin who specializes in assassination may not be able to play. But for the archers, this kind of large-scale battle is only because the number of targets has increased. And such a dense number of enemies can ensure that every attack can hit the enemy. Especially an archer in the heroic realm, the arrows shot out are also threatening to the heroic powerhouse. In this way, the heroic powerhouses of the human race are bound to have their hands tied. Just to give some attention, to always be alert to the attack of this heroic archer. Under such circumstances, even those warriors led by Dashan could not fully exert their own strength. And this scene was naturally discovered by the Terran generals who were always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. So a stunned expression immediately appeared on his face. Archers? Could it be that the elves also participated in the war? The human race general took a deep breath, only to feel a layer of cold sweat instantly appearing behind him. In the North Mountains, the archer class is mentioned. The first thing that comes to mind must be the people of the elves. Although among the human race, there are also practitioners of the archer class. However, among the human race, there are really no archers who have been promoted to the heroic realm. This is the difference between the human race and the elves. Even though the archer is a standard agile attack class, but after really starting to attack, the power is definitely not weak. And the stronger the archer, the higher the frequency of attacks and the faster the shot. The continuous attack, combined with the powerful destructive power, can completely suppress the enemy's breathless. However, these are not the most important. In the eyes of the generals of the human race, the most important thing is whether the elves are ready to intervene in the battle between the dwarves and the human race. If the elves choose to help the dwarves, then the humans should be ready to counter the combined attack of the two of the three major races in the northern mountains. This is definitely bad news for the human race. Because judging from the current situation, even if the human race is alone against the dwarf race, it seems a bit difficult. If you add an elves, then there is absolutely no possibility for the humans to win. This is definitely not the human race generals underestimate themselves, an indisputable fact. Above the northern mountains, the Terran has been marginalized for too long. Even with the help of the messenger of the god of war, it suddenly rose up, but compared with those races with deep roots, it was still too far behind. Shu. In the Iron Hammer City, A. The sharp arrows that flickered with black rays of light were constantly flying out in an orderly manner. Although each time only one sharp arrow was involved in the attack. But the target of each of these sharp arrows is a certain heroic powerhouse on the side of the human race on this battlefield. The black on the sharp arrow is an extremely dangerous color. Although Dashan was attacked, he avoided the past with a high degree of vigilance. But on this battlefield, not every heroic powerhouse can, like Dashan, have enough vigilance against such a sudden attack. There are not a few people who are hit by the arrow. And every hero-level powerhouse who was hit by the arrow was stagnant in action, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, the expression became a little tired. As if the spirit of the whole person had been cut off, even the breath became a little scattered. Such a terrifying attack, in the city-state, is indeed a heroic archer. After Dashan noticed the reaction of those heroic powerhouses, his expression suddenly became cold. I also confirmed my guess. If it is only a master-level archer, then the destructive power of these arrows, whether it can penetrate the body protection and fighting spirit offer level powerhouses, is still a problem. However, it now appears that the sharp arrow shot from the Iron Hammer City. Not only can it break the defense of the hero-level powerhouse, but it can even directly hurt the spiritual power of the hero-level powerhouse. That's pretty scary. Once the mental power is weakened, not only the perception will be weakened, but also the degree of control over one's own power will also be weakened. If the situation is too serious, it may even go into a coma. Then, in a coma, sleep forever. In this way, I really underestimate the powerhouses in this world, and they still have this kind of ability. Martial arts and magic that can directly damage spiritual power are quite rare. And each of them can be called top martial arts or magic. Anyone who can learn one of them, in the same realm, is absolutely disdainful of the heroes. Even cross-border challenges are not impossible. After all, body protection, fighting chi and magic shields, can only defend against the body, and the defense methods applied to mental power are really lacking. This peculiar scene, even Fan Zhan, who was in the middle of the battle, began to notice. The sharp arrow that flickered with black light caused Fan Zhan's pupils to contract slightly involuntarily. This attack is Lillian. That iconic black arrow is the exclusive skill of the ancient shadow hunters, the hunting moment. After emerging from the darkness, the first attack launched will cause 3 times the physical damage, and this attack will be accompanied by the same strength of mental damage. The destructive power is not appreciated. But from the performance of those hero-level powerhouses who were hit by arrows, 1 or 2 can be seen. The power of lethality is absolutely undeniable. It's just a pity that Lillian's current cultivation realm is not the hero level as Dashan guessed, but only the master level. Otherwise, those hero-level powerhouses who were hit by arrows would definitely lose their combat effectiveness on the spot, although they would not be killed instantly under the attack of the hunting moment. It seems that the secondary support of Iron Hammer City has finally come. It's great, it finally holds up. Fan Zhan secretly relieved in his heart. The arrival of Lilian means the participation of the elves in the war. Without the approval of the Elf Queen, Lilian would never have come to Hammer City. Because there are so many things involved in the race war, and the impact is so great, it can definitely redivide the sphere of influence of the northern mountain range. Therefore, it is impossible to intervene in these things indiscriminately without perfect preparation. But even so, Fan Zhan did not take it lightly, but raised the warhammer in his hand and roared loudly. "People, our reinforcements have arrived. All cheer me up. We must be able to defend the Iron Hammer City. Rush for me. Kill." Hope is a good medicine, but also a stimulant. Although most of the dwarf clansmen are still unclear about the news of reinforcements. But they know that the person who shouted this sentence is Fan Zhan. At Eisnaf, hope is in front of you, there is no reason not to work hard. At this moment, the clansmen of the dwarves roared even stronger. Even if they are facing heroic powerhouses, they are not afraid. That can also use his own life to win more vitality for Iron Hammer City. This ferocious momentum actually forcibly blocked the footsteps of the human race attack. Resistance in the corner. Do you really think that one more heroic archer can save you all? A look of anger appeared on Dashan's face. The heroic archer in Iron Hammer City really caused them a lot of trouble. But based on this alone, there is no way to stop the progress of the Terran troops. Because after the 20 heroic powerhouses led by Dashan joined the human race offensive army, they had completely opened the gap with the dwarves in terms of hard power. In terms of the number of hero-level powerhouses, there is a completely crushing trend. Therefore, just relying on a heroic archer, it is impossible to let Thetribe's attack go slower. But wanting to stop it completely is not enough. It is precisely because of this that Dashan looks extremely angry. If it is a head-to-head battle, no matter what the outcome is, win or lose, Dashan will not have any complaints. But the enemy just doesn't fight him directly, but hides in the dark and shoots cold arrows. The more critical point is that Dashan still can't find the position of the archer, which is quite hateful. Constantly being harassed, but there is no one who can't find the target. In his case, anyone who comes will have a burst of anger in their hearts. However, the hunter instinct skills possessed by the Shadow Hunter class are not so easy to find. The hunter's instinct helps the Shadow Hunter with the perfect stealth. You must know that this skill is definitely a skill that can make all assassins cry with envy. To say it is the perfect hidden breath, that is the perfect hidden breath. As long as Lilian doesn't show up, or is directly seen by Dashan, then it is impossible to find Lilian's position with perception alone. In itself, the ancient class of Shadow Hunter should be an assassin class. However, the previous Shadow Hunter chose Lilian as the inheritor. I have to say, good luck makes people. However, as far as the two exclusive skills possessed by Shadow Hunters are concerned. Sorry. For the assassin class, it seems more appropriate to put it on the archer. Especially in this situation, hiding in the shadow of the city-state, silently letting go of cold arrows, is simply not too comfortable. The only regret is that Lilian has not had time to be promoted to the hero level. Otherwise, today's battle would be much easier to fight. An archer in the heroic realm also possesses an ancient rank, and the combined power will definitely increase exponentially. Charge me with all your strength. Kill it. After the city is broken, I will crush the bones of that damned archer one by own. Dashan let out a roar, and then rushed forward. While anger reduces sanity, it does increase a certain amount of power. It's just that the way of attacking will start to become unstructured, thus ignoring the use of combat skills, and becoming very dependent on brute force. However, when there is a gap in the power level, even just using brute force can have the effect of reducing 10 times with one force. After all, fighting skills and fighting consciousness are things that are strong, and important to important. But there is never an effect that crosses the power level. Simply put, it is combat skills, which must be able to break defenses in order to be effective. If you can't even break through the enemy's defenses, then what's the use of your fighting skills and fighting consciousness? No matter how you fight, the enemy is not injured, so how to play? Qi Lu is a perfect example. You must know that Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting consciousness have reached a state of ecstasy. It can be said that so far, no one has ever surpassed Qi Lu in terms of combat skills and combat awareness. But for so long, Qi Lei never said that he would not improve his cultivation realm. On the contrary, every time the system releases an upgrade task, no matter how uncomfortable it is to stay in the test room, and then it crashes, they never give up half a word. If the trial task is difficult to pass, then use time to grind it. Whether it is a few years, a dozen years, or a few decades, the flow of time in the trial room is locked anyway. As long as you are willing to work hard and improve step by step, one day, you will be able to pass the trial task. So even if Qi Lu collapsed in the trial room and was reborn to the point of nausea, he would still choose to restrain his impulse and continue to hone himself. There is no free lunch. Every strength comes from our own efforts. Qi Lu understands this truth, so since he has such a good resource, why not make use of it? Because only enough cultivation realm, coupled with combat skills, can be said to be invincible, unparalleled in the world. Just having the realm of cultivation can also be called a reckless man. But if you only have combat skills, it's really just bells and whistles. Dashan's anger suddenly aroused the morale of the Terran people, and immediately rushed forward with a scream. With this kind of sharp knife, cutting the way ahead, what else do they have to fear? Since he believed in the god of war, in battle, he should only advance and never retreat. Dashan and the heroic powerhouses under his command are the best role models. Even if his spirits languish after being hit by the arrow, he never stopped fighting. The might of the human race. Kill me. A thunderous roar resounded on the battlefield. This unison shouted loudly, and the chilling air suddenly rose to the sky, dispelling the smoke and dust, and shattering the clouds. All arrows fired at once. But at this moment, a light drink came from the Iron Hammer City. The next moment, the rain of arrows in the sky poured down like a tide, and fell on the head of the attacking army of the human race. Shoo! Countless feather arrows shot straight down with the sound of breaking the air. The muffled sound of breaking the body and bringing out the blood was incessant. The people of the human race were brought up by the mountain, and they were immediately stagnant, and the footsteps of the attack were also blocked by this arrow rain. Reinforcement. This is our reinforcement. Come on, reinforcements are here. Brothers, cheer me up, we're going to win. The might of the dwarves. The might of the Hammer City. The dwarves will win. The Hammer City will win. In battles, morale has always been up and down. The morale of the human race is low, so the morale of the dwarf race naturally rises. Fanzon looked back at this moment with an even more astonished expression, wanting to see who was behind such a powerful attack. Then in the next moment, Fanzon saw the figure standing still on the city wall. Lord Shauna. From astonishment to astonishment, the expressions on Fanzon's face were particularly rich. Unlike the current elf queen Tiana, Shauna, the former saint of the elf clan, is an archer. And is an extremely powerful archer. It's just that after she got together with Lan Qi, Shauna rarely shot. After all, it is really hard to find someone who has the courage to provoke Lan Qi. Having said that, Shauna came to Hammer City. Could it be that His Majesty Lan Qi also came? Fanzon couldn't help but look forward to it. If there is Lan Qi to come to the formation, that is the real shorty. Fanzon, it's not a good thing to be distracted during the battle. Lan didn't come this time, so put away your expectations. After Shauna entered the fighting state, her demeanor became extremely calm. Even his tone became very indifferent. A strong archer should be like a sniper. In battle, he should not be distracted by other things. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, Your Excellency Shana can come to support in person. Fanzan is very grateful. Fanzan was interrupted by Shana's words, and he also remembered the situation in front of him, and immediately thanked him. Needless to say, this is what should be done, to help allies. Shana nodded slightly, then looked at the battlefield outside Hammer City, and then said, Clansmen of the elves, take action, help the dwarves, and protect the city-state. Since it was here to support, it was natural that Shana would not be the only one. A large number of elf tribesmen stepped onto the wall of Iron Hammer City, and then raised their staff. This is an elf magician. I really didn't expect that the elves actually participated in the war. This is incredible, and the news must be reported. There was a stunned look on the face of the human race general, and his heart was even more shocked. It was just speculation before. But now, it's proof. Refined. If the spirit race and the dwarves join forces, then there is absolutely no way that a human race alone can resist. Unless, the messengers of the gods of war can be made to help the human race. Otherwise, the human race would never be able to survive this difficulty. Elves. We haven't gone to your troubles yet, but you have come here by yourself. Dashan, of course, knew the elves. If you want to promote the brilliance of the god of war above the North Mountain Range, and you don't know the races above the North Mountain Range, your mind is simply caught in the door. However, compared to the dwarves and bestiars, the elves who are rich in archers really can't make Dashan feel the slightest favor. Even Songzhan didn't like the elves very much. After all, the fighting styles are almost completely opposite. One is frontal combat, and the other is to contain them from a distance. The fighting concepts are different, so how can we talk about it together? In the minds of these warriors under the command of the god of war, there are not too many other ideas. It's really hard to get along with different beliefs. So at this moment, the clansmen of the elves suddenly appeared here, and they came to help the dwarves, which made Dashan even more angry. However, just when the army of the dwarves and the army of the human race stalemate. On the wall of Iron Hammer City, the staff suspended in front of the elf suddenly released a dazzling light. The continuous light seems to have become a river of light. Resurrection of the undead. The magic chanting time was very short, and the final unanimous voice made people even more puzzled. What undead resurrection? Could this be magic? The human race general's brows were tightly locked, and he looked at the wall of Iron Hammer City with some doubts. The river of light that suddenly appeared was indeed dazzling. Shining on the battlefield outside the city wall, it is like a dazzling little sun, making people dare not look directly. But what's the use of this? Then, at the next moment, the doubts of the generals of the human race turned into panic. Roar. A low roar sounded suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the people of the human race who should have fallen to the ground, and the people of the dwarf race, actually climbed up from the ground under the rays of light. Blood all over, terrible wounds. These soldiers who should have died, at this moment, stood on this battlefield in a new way. The weapon in his hand was mottled with the dark red blood, but it was still sharp. However, compared to these, the fear of the dead suddenly rising from the ground is definitely far superior to other things. Compared with powerful combat power, fear has always been the best way to destroy morale. Especially in this situation now, obviously a comrade in arms who has already sacrificed, but suddenly stood up and faced himself with swords. This kind of strange scene has absolutely huge impact on the mind. It can be said that the human race had already attacked extremely difficultly, but stopped on the spot at this moment. What's the situation? What the hell happened? Why did they stand up? Am I dreaming now? How could such a thing happen? It's impossible. Go away. Get out of here. The morale of the human race collapsed faster than expected. Frightened, appalled, shocked, stunned, terrified. All kinds of negative emotions spread among the people of the human race, which was definitely a huge shock to the belief in the god of war, which was not so profound. Because of this situation, for the warriors of the human race, it is simply a nightmare. And to be honest, even the dwarfs who knew the effect of the magic of resurrecting the undead were quite shocked when they actually saw the effect. There is no such thing as undead magic in the North Mountain Range. For these magicians, they can create death, but there is absolutely no way to oust death. Therefore, the magic of resurrection of the undead suddenly appears, and it is strange that it does not cause panic. Even the generals of the human race couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and took a step back involuntarily. And this step back proved his current mood. No one can see the magic of revival of the undead for the first time and maintain peace of mind without knowing the effect of revival of the undead. Even if it is Dashan, the movements in his hands are paused. When did the elves learn this dirty magic, damn it? Although it is not clear what the specific effect of the undead recovery magis is, it is still very simple to see the situation in front of you with Dashan's eyesight. All the people who stood up again were surrounded by a weak magic power, simulating their vitality. Suffice it to say that this is indeed the effect of magic, rather than any other strange phenomenon. However, even knowing the nature of the matter does not help. The elves who released the undead resurrection magic are now standing on the wall of the Iron Hammer City, with the dwarfs guarding them in front. And beside them, there is Shauna staring. As a former saint of the elf clan, and a hero-level peak powerhouse, Shauna is not at all lost to Dashan in terms of combat power. And because Shauna is an archer class, in this case, the role she can play is far better than that of Dashan. So at this moment, this battle has already been decided. The dwarves, with the help of the elves, will only get stronger and stronger. Because every time the human race loses a hero-level powerhouse, it will be transformed into the fighting power of the dwarves by the undead recovery magic. And the hero-level powerhouses of the dwarves, even if they are killed, can still continue to fight. Under the blessing of undead recovery magic, this battle has become an unequal battle. The morale of the human race is extremely low, and it is necessary to guard against the corpses that may stand up at any time. After the initial shock, the dwarf clansmen rushed forward with a roar. As long as they are dwarves who have stayed in Chi Li's shop, they all know the effect of the undead resurrection magic. Now that I see it with my own eyes, it's not surprising. Presumably those clansmen who have already sacrificed should also be willing to show their last remaining heat after being killed and before being buried. For a soldier, the greatest honor is to die on the way to the charge. The might of the dwarves. The might of the Hammer City. Repel the humans. Repel the human race. The dwarves are victorious. A huge roar sounded, gradually converging together, like a high-pitched charging horn. When the human race general heard the sound, his face turned ashen. Lost. Humanity is defeated. If he wanted to break through Iron Hammer City under such circumstances, unless Song Jian could send one of the 3 captains under his command to come over. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope. Moreover, even one of the 3 captains came over to press the line. Then you have to pay attention, don't let the strong level power of the elves come over, otherwise it will evolve into a strong level power battle. Then there is nothing to do with the human race. Because among the human race, there is no powerhouse level power at all. Therefore, if you want to participate in the battle at that level, you are simply dreaming. Although there are indeed 4 powerhouse level powers in the messenger of the god of war, but that is not the power of the human race. Human race generals still have self-awareness of this. Those fanatical believers may not be able to tell the difference, but the affiliation is really very important. Bring my weapon here. The human race general took a deep breath, then his eyes narrowed and shouted. To destroy the morale of the human race in this place is almost equivalent to destroying the hope of the rise of the human race here. That being the case, it would be better to die in a glorious battle on the battlefield. At least it won't hurt the family. Even his family will receive the kindness they deserve, because of his heroic sacrifice. The messenger standing beside the general of the human race didn't say a word, but silently took the weapon and put his hands up. At this point, all that is said is empty talk. It is better to go forward bravely to prove your courage, even if you know you are losing, you will never take a half step back. Deserters are always the object of scorn. Follow me. Kill them together. A roar sounded, accompanied by the tight sound of hoofs. The warriors of the human race also launched their final attack at this moment. Shauna stood on the wall of Hammer City, looking at everything on the battlefield with an indifferent face, then raised her hand and pulled the bowstring of the longbow in her hand. A feather arrow condensed from Dochi appeared on the bowstring. 1 arrows all in one shot. With Shauna's light drink, the Dochi feather arrow burst out, and then suddenly exploded in midair. In the next second, the fighting spirit floating in the air was instantly condensed into a rain of arrows that covered the people of the human race. Like a downpour of rain. The sharp sound of breaking the air, like a series of soul-stirring screams. Whizzing. Those who were hit by the arrows were splashed with blood, and they all fell to the ground. A round of arrows rained down, like a huge meat grinder hitting the battlefield, mercilessly harvesting life. Wails, screams, roars, mixed together. Damn. Master Tsongzhan will not let you go. The god of war will not let you go. Dashan gritted his teeth fiercely, and gave Shauna a fierce look. Although the expression is very fierce, but in fact it is helpless. Among the dwarves, it is not that there are no hero-level powerhouses. 20 hero-level powerhouses led by Dashan joined this battle, which really gave the human race an advantage before. However, now, it has become the last capital of the human race to survive. Under such circumstances, it is basically impossible to go over the obstacles of the heroic powerhouses of the dwarves and find trouble with Shauna. After all, no matter how strong the mountain is, it is still within the realm of hero level. He still can't achieve the tyrannical posture of turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands into rain like a powerhouse-level almighty. The situation was completely reversed at this moment. All the advantages of the human race are gone at this moment. In the face of the fierce charge of the dwarves and the support of the elves, none of the human tribes who came to attack Iron Hammer City could escape. Including Dashan and other hero-level powerhouses, they were all wiped out. This battle is a great victory for the dwarves, and it is also a key point to help the dwarves regain their morale. Are these people the messengers of the god of war? Shauna also came to this battlefield after the war and found Dashan's corpse. The sturdy body that is nearly 3 meters high is particularly conspicuous among the corpses of the human race that are extraordinarily thin in comparison with the surrounding. Each one is in a heroic state, and the number should not be too small. These 20 people should only follow temporarily to help the human race. Shauna walked in front of the corpses of these guys, and after observing one by one, she almost understood the situation. Under the command of the god of war, Shauna does not know how many envoys Kamito the northern mountain range. But what is certain is that there must be a powerhouse-level power among them. Fanzan, since Iron Hammer City is safe now, I'll leave first. After Shauna got the information she could obtain, she said goodbye and left. If the previous battle between the human race and the dwarf race was the beginning of this invasion battle, so now, the messenger of the god of war has died here. It was also announced that this war is about to enter a white-hot stage, and it is very likely that all other races will be involved. The gods are never too much for the number of believers. As for the attitude of those who dare to rebel against themselves, most of the gods are the same. Those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. It has always been so. And now, the messenger of the god of war was killed in this battle. So it is conceivable what the god of war will look like. If not outrageous, I'm afraid it's not far off. If there is no explanation for this matter, then where is the face of the god of war? After many believers know this, what will they think? This is definitely a huge blow to the prestige of the god of war. So the result is simple. The battle is coming. Then, Shauna will naturally not stay in Hammer City, but will go back and tell Lanchi and the others the news. In order to facilitate the elves and bestiared tribes to prepare faster to face foreign enemies. Boom! In the tent of the human race, a square marble table was smashed to pieces. The finely crushed stone powder was scattered all over the ground, staining the ground grayish-white. The angry Xuanhuan stood up abruptly, staring at the messenger in front of him with a gloomy face, and finally resisted the urge to kick him. It's just an attack on a small city-state of the dwarves, and it has damaged so many people. And nothing has been gained. You guys are really useless. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. The steps did not stop, but walked directly past the messenger. The tent was opened, and the three captains were already waiting outside. My lord, it has been investigated. Outside the Iron Hammer City, the elves have also participated in the war. The captain of the first team, Song Ming, stepped forward and said with his head bowed. The elves, they are really nosy. Xuanhuan sneered, with a fierce look on his face. Originally, I was thinking about Suzutuzi, but now it seems that it is unlikely. Although the human race is not a muddy and can't support the wall, it is still too weak in front of the elves. A race with no background, even if it suddenly rises, has a weak foundation. Competing against a dwarf clan is already enough, and now adding an elf's clan, even if all the power of the human clan is suppressed, I am afraid it will not help. It would be better to do it yourself and remove all these obstacles. Then let the people sit back and enjoy the success, as long as they dedicate their most devout beliefs. Although at first, this was the last resort. But at this time, looking at it again, it should be the best way. Because after this period of time, after successive victories against the dwarves, most of the human race began to believe in the god of war. So now we just need to find a way to expand the human race. Gather everyone and prepare to attack the elves, the dwarves, and the bestiar clan. Xuanhuan's voice was a little low, obviously suppressing his anger. At this time, since you have to do it, you can just solve it all in one breath. Don't look at the three major races in the North Mountain Range, they don't seem to communicate much on weekdays. But when it comes to confronting foreign enemies, it is definitely the same, and it is absolutely impossible to stand idly by. So instead of waiting for them to make the first move, it is better to strike first. My lord, all the warriors have been assembled long ago, and they are all waiting for your order. When Song Ming heard the words, he immediately said aloud. The captain of the second team and the third team, who were following Song Ming, also stepped forward, clasped their fists and saluted, calling for orders. Please give an order, my lord, I will go through fire and water, and I will die. Believers of the god of war are never afraid of fighting. When a compatriot died in battle, it was natural to seek revenge. Okay, then use this battle to tell the creatures in this world that the god of war is powerful. We want them to understand that it is the most correct choice to believe in the god of war. The glory of the god of war will surely shine on every corner of this land. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. The brilliance of the god of war will surely shine on this world. After hearing this sentence, everyone inside and outside the camp fell on one knee and drank reverently. For a time, the momentum was like a rainbow. The city of life, inside Qi Li's store. After the victory of the dwarves, Yaffer immediately came to report the victory. The dwarves won? The morale of the human race should be broken. Qi Li was not surprised by this situation. After all, no matter what the dwarves say, they are also one of the three major races in the northern mountain range, even if they are now on the decline, and they are caught off guard by the human race. But once he reacted and blocked the human race's attack, there was no problem. What's more, there are the elves and the beast ear tribe watching. Well, I heard that it was Sister Shauna who brought someone over there. Yafei explained. Sister. To be honest, Qilu has always been confused about these titles. I always feel that Yafei and the others are shouting their own way. Although they have always shouted like this, the sense of discord has never disappeared. By the way, Sister Shauna also said that the effect of the undead recovery magic is quite shocking, and it was thanks to the undead recovery magic that it was very easy to win that battle. Yafei didn't care about Qi Li's expression, and continued. The expected things, the unknown things, are always scary. However, if the elves also participate in the war. Qi Li squinted his eyes, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, it seems that those guys should launch a general attack. Conspiracy and tricks are not their style. The gods disdain to use intrigue against the weak. They prefer to use their unrivaled strength to crush the weak, to show their strength. Even the god of blacksmithing who smothered Qi Lu at the beginning did not use any conspiracy, but a conspiracy. Hey, Manager Qi, why do you say the same thing? Uncle Lanqi and the others also said the same. Yafei looked at Qi Lu with a look of surprise. The thinking of the strong will always coincide in some places. Really, then they should be ready, and the next thing is to wait for the believers under the god of war to take the initiative. After waiting for so long, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. Qi Lu smiled. In this battle, so far, Qi Lu is still an outsider. The so-called bystander is clear. So in terms of these things, Qi Lu can see clearly, now is the time to compete for the top combat power. Saratel and the others need to take care of their race, but the messenger of the god of war doesn't have so many scruples. Believers are things like that, when they have no choice but to give up, they give up. There won't be much loss. The big deal is to find a new world and develop new believers. But when a race is destroyed, there is nothing left. Even if the fire is left, it is extremely difficult to grow and develop again. Therefore, Sirader and the others must come out with 12 points of combat power to stop the attacks of those outsiders. Otherwise, it is one mistake and the whole game is lost. After Xuanhuan made a decision, the next action was quite fast. The three captains led the team respectively, and led the warriors of the human race to attack the three races. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, observed the battle situation from the rear, ready to support at any time. Although Xuanhuan is very confident in his own people, this kind of battle isolates, just in case and prepared. Blind arrogance will only capsize in the gutter. As for the people of the human race who went to the battlefield with Xuanhuan's people, it could be said that they were going to make a big name, or they were going to wait to take over the city-state. In short, in this battle, the aura of the god of war must be brought out. After all, Xuanhuan and the others will not stay in the northern mountain range all the time, they are only responsible for developing the believers. Then just wait for the god of war to collect the power of faith. As for the future, it can only be handled by the people themselves. Therefore, bringing the people of the human race can be regarded as a different kind of prestige, and it is intended to tell them that they must never betray the god of war. Otherwise, you cannot afford the consequences. The holy city of Elf is ahead, everyone, get ready for battle. The captain of the first team, Song Ming, stood still in the void, and used his fighting spirit to spread his voice. In this battle to decide the final success or failure, the first team's task is to break through the holy city of elves under the leadership of Song Ming and get rid of the elf's queen. Since there is going to be a war, it is natural to take the hinterland and attack Huanglong. So other city-states don't need to pay attention, as long as the elf queen is dissolved, the elf tribe will naturally be leaderless. At that time, it is very simple to deal with. Hearing Song Ming's voice, the soldiers who were still in the rush immediately took out their weapons and entered a state of combat readiness. This time, there was no roar, and no shouting. Since it was a sudden attack, of course, the smaller the movement, the better. Therefore, apart from the clanging sound of taking out the weapon, there were only the sound of running footsteps, the sound of heavy breathing, and the sound of dense horse hooves. During the raid, everyone looked serious and no one spoke. Everyone has only one idea in their hearts, that is, to break through the holy city of elves, and then destroy the elves. Although this goal is indeed a bit difficult, it sounds a bit impossible to achieve. However, under the belief of the god of war, only the fighting human race is airy in their eyes, which is not how they feel. The evil spirits in the army formation will be contagious to each other. This is why, on the battlefield, there are often cases of red eyes. Because of the tyrannical evil spirit, if there is no way to control it, it will affect people's emotions, and even make people's temperament change greatly. The magician is ready, start the siege. With the help of Do Qi, Song Ming's indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. But at this moment, from the direction the human race was preparing to attack, there was an ethereal voice, but the tone was unusually cold. The army of the human race, and the believers of the god of war, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling light descended from the sky. A figure bathed in this dazzling brilliance, walked slowly, stood still in the void, and looked at Song Ming with cold eyes. As expected, you really dare to attack the holy city of elves. It was Tiana who was confronting Song Ming. In fact, when Song Ming led the army to approach, Tiana had already sensed it. The breath of a powerhouse-level almighty is still too obvious in the eyes of an almighty of the same realm. Oh? Such a powerful aura. I must be the queen of the elf. Song Ming's perception is also not weak. Facing Tiana's undisguised aura, he immediately sensed Tiana's realm. It is also a powerhouse-level power. Although in the same realm, the strength gap can indeed be pulled to a great extent. But in the case of not fighting for life, unless it is between the powerhouse-level power and the powerhouse-level peak power, there will be a one-side crushing. Otherwise, even if the winner can be determined, it will take a long time. What's more, the realm gap between Tiana and Song Ming is not as big as imagined. And the biggest difference between the two is that Tiana's class is a light magician, not a class that is good at fighting at all. But Song Ming lived by fighting, and he undoubtedly possessed tyrannical fighting power. This is the difference. And Song Ming naturally noticed this, so after recognizing Tiana's identity, he couldn't help but sneer. Light mage? It's really a class that fits the character of Nosy. I originally thought that the elf queen would be an archer. It's a pity. You want to protect your race with a class that has no combat power at all. That's just wishful thinking. When Song Ming said the end, he snorted coldly. The expression on his face did not give Tiana any attention at all. In Song Ming's view, this purely auxiliary class was simply not worthy of fighting him. Even if they are both powerhouse-level experts, they are good at different directions. If it is only about combat power, Song Ming is simply bullying people. If it's just fighting, I'm really not as good as you. Tiana chuckled softly and admitted her shortcomings generously. Bright magicians have no combat power, that is a well-known thing, and there is nothing to hide at all. However, if you just need to restrain you, that's enough. Speaking of this, Tiana's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although speaking of bright magicians, the first thought of most practitioners is pure assistance. But the real situation is somewhat different. It's true that the light mage is an auxiliary class, but in addition to the auxiliary ability, the light mage involves limiting the power of the enemy, and it is also not weak. Humph. It's up to you to hold me back? It's a joke. Song Ming scoffed at Tiana's words. In a large-scale battle, even if it is just to contain the enemy, it must have enough combat power to do it. Otherwise, at most it will cause some trouble. Can't stop the enemies killing at all. Yes? Tiana narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. The binding of light, immobilize. In the next second, Tiana waved her hand. The magical elements suddenly gathered and disappeared, and in an instant, a prison composed of rays of light condensed around Song Ming. The speed was so fast that even Song Ming did not respond. Tricks of carving insects, break it for me. After Song Ming saw the light prison clearly in front of him, his face sank immediately, his fighting spirit condensed in the palm of his hand, and hepit the light prison. Bam! A bang came out. The violent fighting chi exploded in the sky, and terrifying power erupted. However, there was no damage to the prison of light. This? Song Ming, who noticed this, immediately frowned. The binding of light is a pure control magic without any damage ability. However, it can trap the target in the prison of light, unable to break free, and even the power of the trapped person cannot pass through the prison of light. If you want to break the prison of light, unless you can crush the releaser off magic in terms of strength, or let others attack from outside the prison of light. However, in this situation, Song Ming is the only person qualified to confront Tiana. Others want to attack the prison of light from the outside, that is a luxury. Because Tiana has no fighting ability, but her cultivation realm is there. Even if it is just to use the coercion of the strong level to enter. The impact of the line can make the practitioners in the hero level realm unable to approach. Unless it's another powerhouse level power, it's almost the same. However, the powerhouse level almighty assigned to the holy city of Elf Waisen lead Song Ming. So what Tiana said before is really not just empty words, but seeking truth from facts. Hit, can't really hit. But if it's just to contain it, there's no problem at all. Damn it. Left the door. But it doesn't matter, even if I don't participate in the war, as long as I can make you unable to participate in the war, the holy city of elves will also be destroyed. You can't win this battle. After Song Ming saw the situation clearly, he didn't make any unnecessary struggles. That's just wasting your power. But as Song Ming said, if Tiana can't participate in the war. The warriors that Song Ming led were under the command of the god of war, but they were 100 heroic powerhouses with full calculations. Now they are all included in the attacking army of the human race. So in terms of the number of hero-level powerhouses, the human race completely crushed the elves. Under such a huge gap, even if the elves have the undead recovery magic, I am afraid they don't even think about defending the holy city of elves. That's why Song Ming is so confident. Since the last time we attacked Iron Hammer City, 20 heroic powerhouses were not enough. Then this time it will be 5 times directly. Song Ming wanted to let these races who dared to be disrespectful to the god of war know that in the face of absolute power, those who are left and right are heretics. Since it is a heresy, it should disappear. At this moment, the army of the human race attacked, just as Song Ming said, launched a charge on the holy city of elves. Hundreds of hero-level powerhouses opened the way at the forefront, swept away all obstacles. The matter of our race, don't bother you, the elves are not so weak yet. After Tiana heard Song Ming's words, she couldn't help sneering. Then he stretched out his hand and waved, and the magical elements in the sky suddenly condensed into a rain-like light and scattered. Light magic, holy light, destroys evil. A gain-type magic that can add powerful magic attacks to the target's attack. Tiana is really not very good at fighting. But in the use of various auxiliary magics, in the entire northern mountain range, Tiana is definitely qualified to reach the top. With the scattering of holy light and evil magic, the walls of the holy city of elves, I don't know when it started, are already full of archers. All bathed in a rain of light. The elves are not a race that is good at confrontation, so when defending the city, they did not send their clansmen out of the city. Instead, they waited on the city wall and prepared a rain of arrows to entertain these guests from afar. Everyone listens, get ready. Open the bow. Volley. Along the city wall, the commander's flag waved. The archers stretched their bows and arrows one after another, and threw the feathered arrows blessed with the holy light and suppressing evil magic. The feather arrows in the sky, like a cloud of dark clouds covering the sky and covering the sun, cover the sky and cover the earth and move towards the army of the human race. Countless arrows keep falling. It's like an endless rainstorm, and people are frightened just by looking at it. Whizzing. The sharp sound of breaking the air, as if the sickle that collects the sulis waving. This scene is absolutely shocking. Magician. Open the shield. The human race's response is naturally not slow, even if it is shocked by the arrow rain. However, the magicians in the team still released magic, condensing a thick magic shield in midair. Countless feather arrows slammed into the magic shield, making a crackling sound. Cracks quickly appeared on these magic shields. Then spread rapidly. Crack. A slight crisp sound came out quickly. Then, under the continuous rain of arrows, the overwhelmed magic shield shattered. Shoo. Pft. The dull sound of the feather arrow piercing into the body suddenly rang out. The overwhelming rain of arrows caused a lot of casualties to the Terran army in an instant. The holy light smashing evil magic on the feather arrows endows these arrows with extremely tyrannical destructive power, as long as they hit the enemy, even if it is not a vital part. But under the continuous damage of the holy light smashing evil magic, it can easily make the enemy lose their combat effectiveness. Seriously, it was death on the spot. Raise your shield and protect the people behind you. A heroic powerhouse rushing in front suddenly said something. The elf holy city covers a huge area, and even if they are heroic powerhouses like them, even if they break the elven holy city, I am afraid they will not be able to occupy it. Therefore, it is still necessary to let the tribesmen of the tribe deal with the post-war matters. Learn. Following this order, the hero-level powerhouse rushing in front immediately scattered and retreated, and came to the army of the human race. Then he began to gather fighting chi or magic power, condensed into a shield, and stood above the human army. Ding 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 dong. Numerous crisp sounds like the symphony of gold and iron were uploaded from the top of the head. In terms of the concentration of fighting spirit and magic power, practitioners at the hero level are undoubtedly much stronger than those of master level. Therefore, the arrow rain that was able to break through the magical shield condensed by the human magician before, suddenly lost its effect in front of the shield condensed by these hero-level powerhouses. Even if it is blessed with holy light and evil magic. After all, the biggest advantage of this range-type buff is that it has a wide range and can cover a large number of allies. But the power allocated to each person is actually not much. Being able to easily kill an enemy at the master level is already the limit. In the face of hero-level powerhouses, it will naturally not have much effect. The human race's army got a chance to breathe, and the momentum of the attack suddenly became more ferocious. Because when attacking a city, before approaching the city wall of the target city state, it is true that the archers who are defending the city have an advantage. After all, the archer is also a long-range class. If you can't find an advantage when you open the distance, then it's better to catch it. However, it is the same as most remote classes. The archer class is also afraid of being approached. In the same realm, the melee ability of archers may be a little stronger than that of magicians. As for the warrior class, or the knight class, it's really far behind. After all, the class characteristics are different, and the archer is not a class in close combat at all. So the human race people who know this. Naturally, it is to use the fastest speed to get close to the city wall, and then start to face off with the archers of the elves. Otherwise, it has been consumed by the arrow rain, and sooner or later the entire army will be wiped out here. The side door is the side door and the left side. With only some weak archers, do you want to compete with the warriors under the crown of the great god of war? It's just a dream. Song Ming, who was locked in the prison of light, although he couldn't get out, he could still see what the battlefield was like below. At the beginning of the siege, a large number of archers gathered together, and the arrow rain formed was indeed a big obstacle. However, this obstacle will naturally disintegrate after the attacker approaches the city wall. In the army of the human race now, there are shields of hero-level powerhouses protecting them. It was only a matter of time before they rushed under the walls of the holy city of spirits. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, the warrior class faces the archers, which is a one-sided slaughter. That's why Song Ming mocked Tiana unceremoniously. As a powerhouse-level expert, he chose a purely auxiliary class, which, in Song Ming's view, was a sideshow. It's a goddamn heresy. I've said it a long time ago, my race doesn't need you to talk too much. Tiana glanced at Song Ming coldly, and then spread the magic power that had been condensed down with her open arms. The web of light, the forbidden realm. It is another limited magic that can only be released by light magicians. The forbidden air field, as the name suggests, is a magic that prohibits all flying means formed by the use of magic power or vindictiveness. Mainly to prevent heroic powerhouses from flying in the air. Because heroic powerhouses can walk in the air, their essence is to rely on their own powerful fighting spirit and magic power to control the surrounding space. Based on this kind of space control, the ability of Yukong is formed. It's just that this space control ability is quite weak. Unless it is a space magician, ordinary hero-level powerhouses can only boost to fly. The forbidden area is to restrict the flow of vindictive energy and magic power in the sky, thus blocking this ability to control the sky. Therefore, the magic of the forbidden field is actually ineffective for powerhouse-level powers. Because after the powerhouse-level master has the luck of heaven and earth, walking in the sky is no longer the level of fighting chi and magic, but at the level of the law. Just relying on the magic of the forbidden domain, of course, it cannot affect the law of heaven and earth, nor can it affect the power of the powerhouse. However, in this war, the forbidden area is completely enough. After all, on the side of the human race, the only powerhouse-level powerhouse was imprisoned by Tiana. Forbidden airfield? What's the use of blocking the sky when you are in close quarters? Although Song Ming was dismissive of the class of light mage, he was still clear about the effects of these magics. Therefore, Song Ming ridiculed Tiana's actions even more. What effect can the warrior class and the archer have in close quarters, blocking the sky? Pointless move. You'll see what's the use in a while. Tiana said indifferently. To be honest, the single forbidden space magic, among the many restricted magics, is actually quite a tasteless magic. Because the target of the forbidden airfield is not divided into enemy and foe. As long as it is within the scope of the forbidden area, it will be affected by the forbidden area. Therefore, in many cases, teammates will be accidentally injured. However, for Tiana, who is completely proficient in the magic of the forbidden area, finding loopholes is not a big problem at all. And this forbidden domain magic, the most significant loophole. That is, the circulation of magic and vindictiveness can only be prohibited. Laws or instincts cannot be prohibited. That is to say, those beasts or races that are born to fly, there is no way to restrict their flight in the forbidden area. Because the magic that can really restrict all flight modes is called the forbidden space, not the forbidden area. Of course, Tiana can also do the magic of forbidden air barrier. However, at this time, the use of forbidden space magic is naturally meaningful. Let's start, clansmen, block the enemy from the sky. Tiana ignored Song Ming's disdainful face, and turned her head to look down. A sharp eagle chirp suddenly sounded from within the holy city of elves. Then the eagle chirping sounded like a switch, triggering a large number of eagle chirping sounds, which kept ringing. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows flew out of the holy city of elves and suspended in the sky. Golden-winged griffin. Ever since Chi-Lu put the pet card swap machine in the store in the City of Life, the elves have been working on forming their own flying troops. Using the golden-winged griffin as a mount, let the large-scale archers attack from the sky. In this way, the disadvantage that the archer will be approached is completely eliminated. Especially in the forbidden area, even a hero-level powerhouse can't fly into the sky to stop the archer on the back of the golden-winged griffin from attacking. This is also the reason why Tiana released the Forbidden Air Domain magic, not the Forbidden Air Enchantment magic. The golden-winged griffin can fly by itself and does not need other powers to maintain it. So it is possible to fly into the sky in the forbidden area. But in the forbidden space, in the sky, no creatures are allowed to appear. Not to mention the golden-winged griffin, as long as the realm of the releaser off the forbidden air barrier is high enough and the strength is strong enough, even if it is a giant dragon, don't even think about flying in the forbidden air barrier. It was also at this moment that Song Ming understood Tiana's intention. Because of the appearance of the golden-winged griffin, it was really unexpected to Song Ming. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Song Ming gritted his teeth in anger, and his face became gloomy and severe. Such a tasteless magic in the Forbidden Realm can be used so well. It seems that he is also a powerhouse class, even if it is a purely auxiliary class, it cannot be taken lightly. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Tiana glanced at Song Ming, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Saying sarcastic words is always taking advantage of words. Only using tyrannical strength to slap the face ruthlessly is the real ridicule. Following the large-scale golden-winged griffins, the formed flying troop appeared over the holy city of elves. The faces of the warriors of the human race also showed a look of astonishment. What it is? Growing up like that, and flying, could it be a griffin? Griffin? Isn't that a monster that disappeared a long time ago? How did it appear here? And it was tamed by the elves, we simply can't touch those griffins. Among so many human warriors, there will naturally be a few knowledgeable tribesmen. Therefore, after the golden-winged griffin appeared in the sky above the holy city of elves, it was quickly recognized, so that the horrified voice became more and more. If there are one or two golden-winged griffins, in this kind of large-scale battle, it really can't make any waves. Even the golden-winged griffin is a rather ferocious beast. However, now that so many golden-winged griffins have even formed a formation, the meaning of that is completely different. Everyone has it, ready to attack. Take each group as a unit, find the strike position by yourself, and start the battle. After the golden-winged griffins in the flight formation were all lifted into the air, the sound of the order came out quickly. However, there are no detailed instructions. Because the flying formation of the elves, from the beginning to the present, is still the first time to fight. Therefore, the elves who have no experience in this area naturally do not have any commanders. They are all unified in groups, allowing them to find a suitable attack position and strike the enemy. This is not difficult for archers. After all, in battle, finding a suitable shot position is the basic skill of an archer. If you can't even do this, let alone contain the enemy. Don't run and run, even if you can't find the enemy anywhere, it's a good thing. I can't stop it. Leave half of them to help the human race defend against the attack of the enemy archers, and the others, kill me and destroy the walls of the holy city of elves. Warriors under the command of the god of war, even without Song Ming's command, will have other leaders to speak. As for who this leader is, of course, the specific combat power is the first criterion, and the ranking is pushed down. Yes. Taking combat power as the standard, and the inherited leader, naturally Noon, will refute. This has already formed the default rules under the command of the god of war. So soon, 50 hero-level powerhouses were separated from the army of the human race and increased the speed and rushed forward. The remaining hero-level powerhouses stayed in the army of the human race to condense their shields to resist the overwhelming rain of arrows. After all, say that again, still have to leave some people to deal with the aftermath. So it can't be completely ignored. It's just that the rain of arrows shot from the direction of the holy city of the elves, because the direction of the attack is constant, it is very good to defend. However, the attacks in the sky from the archers riding on the golden-winged griffins were difficult to defend against. Because there are no dead ends and gaps between the battle chi shield and the magic shield. The flight formation searched for positions in all directions in the sky and attacked those gaps, which could be said to be hard to guard against. Therefore, leaders with rich combat experience will say things like "I can't prevent it." As a devout follower of the god of war, a born warrior, if he can't even see such a thing, he is blind. So in this case, destroying the city wall is the best way to break the game. The rain of arrows thrown by the archers is really powerful. But the premise is that the scale must be formed. Because not every archer in the elf race can, like Shauna, have the martial skill of shooting all arrows at once, and can create a rain of arrows by one person. Therefore, when the city wall is broken, the formation of the archers is destroyed. If a rain of arrows cannot be formed on a large scale, there is nothing to be afraid of. Kill. Seeing the city wall getting closer and closer, the bloodthirsty light in the eyes of these warriors became stronger and stronger. No one wants to be beaten all the time. Especially these messengers of the god of war, after experiencing this kind of suppression, the anger in their hearts must be extremely turbulent. So once they get the chance, they will kill them. Until all the enemies are eliminated, the anger in the heart can be solved. Elf Queen, what if you have a flying formation? In the face of absolute power, these little tricks of yours are just jokes. Looking at the situation on the battlefield below, Song Ming couldn't help sneering again. As long as the walls of the holy city of elves are broken, the army formation formed by those archers will be scattered in an instant. The next development, needless to say. Even if the archers sitting on the backs of the golden-winged griffins were able to pick them up cheaply, that would not prevent the fact that the holy city of elves was destroyed. At that time, they will be living targets in the air. If you don't escape, you can only wait to die. You're still talking too much, just watch it quietly, don't you know? Tiana gave a rare sneer, and then glanced at Song Ming indifferently. A playful look appeared on her beautiful and holy face. It is true that in the past, the elves were really unable to withstand such a large-scale impact. Because the number of hero-level powerhouses among the enemies is simply too many. Moreover, there is also a powerhouse-level power that restrains Tiana, preventing her from fully engaging in the battle. A considerable part of her mental power must be allocated to control the enemy's powerhouse-level power. Otherwise, why did she enter the battle for so long? Tiana only released so many magics. Do you really think Tiana only has these few magics? How can that be? No matter what, Song Ming is also an almighty on the same level as Tiana. In order to control Song Ming, Tiana also needs to devote a considerable part of her mind to be able to do it. Therefore, being able to support the battlefield below is considered Tiana's greatness. But the elves now are not the same as before. Although among the elves, most of them are archers, and there is no class that can act as a meat shield. This was undoubtedly a huge hidden danger in the past. However, since Qi Li's store appeared, this hidden danger has been completely filled. The real battle starts now. As the enemy got closer and closer to the city wall, a stack of delicate cards appeared in the hands of all the elves who came out to fight. These cards also have beautiful patterns printed on them. That's right, these cards are the pet cards drawn from the pet card changing machine in the Qi Li store. Since he has no melee ability, let the summoned pet replace it. At this moment, countless pet cards were thrown out. the light flashed by. Countless pets suddenly appeared outside the holy city of elves. From the easiest B-level pet cards to grow, puppet doll, earth doll, golden doll, to those A-level pet cards that are quite suitable as meat shields, earth demon bear, flaming tooth dog, thunder tiger. And in the R-level pet card, the most famous war machines, bronze giant soldier, blast dragon. Everything is there. Among these pets, 3 B-level pet cards are naturally the best to cultivate, so the number of B-level pet cards that have been awakened 5 times is quite large. Although earth dolls, golden dolls, and puppet dolls are not very powerful. But it's okay to use it as a meat shield to block the enemy's advance, and simply use it to waste the enemy's time. What's more, B-rank pet cards are generally drawn when R-rank pet cards are drawn, or when SR-rank pet cards are drawn. Smoking, unknowingly collected enough for the number of 5 awakenings. So it doesn't hurt even if you lose it. Comes with a gift. As for the A-level pet card, if it reaches the level of 5 awakenings, it will be able to show its effect in this battle. Whether it is the earth demon bear, the flaming tooth dog, or the thunder tiger. As long as it has been awakened 5 times, and the randomly activated skills are not bad, then in terms of combat power, it is equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the master level. Although in the face of heroic powerhouses, he is still helpless. But when facing the warriors of the human race, it was different. Among the human race, there are indeed hero-level powerhouses, but there are not many who have invested in this battlefield. Therefore, the strength of the master-level peak can already make a sound in his battle. As for the bronze giants in the R-rank pet card, as well as the flying dragon, not to mention. Among these countless pets, there are scattered bronze giants, with 5 awakenings, as well as 5 awakened hurricanes. The combat power displayed is completely comparable to that of ordinary hero-level powerhouses. When facing most of the warriors of the human race, it was a one-sided slaughter in terms of the combat power of the bronze giant soldiers and the galloping dragon. Even hero-level powerhouses who face the human race head-on are not inferior at all. This is the power of the R-rank pet card of the 5 awakenings. Although the cost is relatively expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Especially in such a large-scale battle, the 5 awakened bronze giants are simply a walking meat grinder. Wherever you go, there is a sea of corpses and blood. Ordinary human clansmen could not resist the attack of the bronze giants at all. As for other pets, of course there are. It's just that the number is much less than these pet cards suitable for meat shields, or the famous killing machines. For example, the famous auxiliary pet cards, Shuiling White Fox, Moon Rabbit. Or in the R-rank pet card, the Death Knight is also relatively rare. Currently the only undead pet card. After 5 awakenings, just the terrifying coercion of the soul is enough to worth the cost. It can be said that after the 5 awakenings, the Death Knight who can stand up beside it must at least be a cultivator who has entered the heroic realm. As for the others, after feeling the pressure of this soul, I am afraid they will collapse to the ground. However, this kind of soul coercion also has its flaws. That is, the scope of the spread is not large, and it can only spread to a short distance around the Death Knight. But that's also quite enough. Throwing out the pet card and summoning these pets has a bigger effect, which is to keep the enemy out of the city wall. And the real responsible for the attack should be the archers in the holy city of elves. As for pet cards like the bronze giant soldier and the flying wind dragon, they can only be regarded as extra combat power. But the only pity is that the pets summoned by the pet card cannot be blessed with undead recovery magic. If killed, the pet card will be broken. Of course, if the pet is returned to the pet card in time, the pet death can be avoided. However, if you want to take back your pet, you must first get the pet out of combat. And in such a tense combat environment, there should be no one who can make such a strange operation. So at this moment, the pet card has also become a consumable. It was also at this time that Song Ming, who saw this scene, felt dumbfounded. When did these monsters appear? Why did they appear in this place? Where did you hide these monsters before? In Song Ming's heart, a feeling of being calculated suddenly appeared. However, if such a large number of magical beasts were all hidden in the holy city of spirits, it would be impossible for them to remain silent. In other words, there must be other means. I said it, my clan, you don't have to worry about it. You still have to worry about whether the person you brought here can survive. Tiana sneered, a sharp look flashed in her eyes. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of anger. What's more, Tiana is the elf queen of the elf clan. In the face of this kind of enemy who dares to directly attack the holy city of the elf, if they can all be wiped out, they must be wiped out. It took a lot of hard work to lead your people to this position where there is no way to retreat. It is absolutely impossible for you to leave. A cold voice came from Tiana's mouth. This overwhelming pet army is something that has been prepared for a long time. But if it is taken out from the beginning, it is very likely that the army of the human race will retreat directly, and it will also expose its trump card. So Tiana will always wait for the right time. Wait until the army of the human race has advanced to a position where there is no way to retreat. When the warriors under the command of the god of war will fall into a siege the first time and cannot escape. That's the best time to start. You. Song Ming's eyes widened when he heard this, staring at Tiana. Obviously, this is the scheming of the elves. Not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. Tiana knows the followers of the god of war, their conceit about their own strength, and their obsession with fighting. As long as there is the slightest hope of victory, they will never retreat. So at the beginning, Tiana only let the archers of the elves attack to stop the offensive of the human race. This gave the clansmen of the tribe and the warriors led by Song Ming an illusion. An illusion that as long as the city wall is broken, the holy city of elves will be at your fingertips. Clearly, they were fooled. Putting himself into a situation of being trapped in front and back, the left and right wings are still slowly surrounded by countless pets. The flying formations of the elves are still eyeing the sky. Charge the army of pets that enter the battlefield, and more. It is to let the warriors of the race have no time to take care of him. At this moment, the army that was still rushing forward by the Terran was directly scattered. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge cake has been cut into countless pieces. The great formation, even under the rain of arrows that covered the sky and the sun, did not spread out, but at this moment, it was impacted to pieces. Even the heroic powerhouses, brought by Song Ming, are now in deep siege and can only barely protect themselves. However, during this time and a half, it is not an easy thing to win these hero-level powerhouses with these pets alone. After all, the hard power is there. Even if you are surrounded by heavy siege, you can rely on your own fighting skills to deal with these pets. Although he can't escape completely, he may not be able to escape from this battlefield if he pays some price. It seems that we still have to add another fire. Tiana was in the sky and could clearly see the situation on the battlefield below. An R-rank pet card, even if it is awakened 5 times, is still not enough to Z in front of the top hero-level powerhouses. Unless it is an SR-level pet card with a high number of awakenings, it can be regarded as an invincible hand under the power of the powerhouse. It's a pity, at the rate of shipment of SR-level pet cards. It's really not an easy task to get an SR-rank pet card with a high awakening frequency. Therefore, on the battlefield outside the holy city of spirits, the spirit of fire and spirit of ice did not appear. Because if there really is a 5-time awakened spirit of flame pet card, then I am sorry, no matter how many enemies come, it won't be enough to burn before the powerhouse level master takes action. The spirit of flame pet card that has been cultivated to graduation possesses an absolutely invincible power under the powerhouse level. Even if it is Qi Lu, if there is only a heroic cultivation realm. When facing the spirit of fire, he can only say that he is undefeated. Absolutely dare not say win. Therefore, the shipment rate of SR-level pet cards is extremely low, and it isn't without reason. With such a terrifying power, it is naturally impossible to let it flood. However, it was also for this reason that the entire elf clan did not have a qualified SR rank pet card in their hands. So Tiana can only use other methods to make up for this. Holy Light Orb. From Chi Li's store, it is also one of Tiana's trump cards. Since there is no SR rank pet card available, let's use an R rank pet card. Tiana is very clear that the key point of this battle is not whether the people of the human race can be left behind. It is whether the heroic powerhouses, brought by Tsang Ming, can be left behind. Because the source of this matter lies in these warriors who belong to the god of war. If the messenger of the god of war is not eliminated, even if the entire human race is destroyed, it will not be of any use. Humans are just being used. Therefore, on this battlefield, all the hero-level powerhouses belonging to the human race must be eliminated. Holy Light Domain, open. Tiana threw the holy light ball into the air, and the holy light suddenly fell down. Like a dazzling little sun, it illuminates the earth. Holy Light Domain, the passive skill of Holy Light Orb. After entering the battle, you can expand the Holy Light field with the Holy Light Orb as the center. In the field of Holy Light, the basic attributes of allies will be greatly improved, and they can continue to heal the wounds of allies, and restore the fighting spirit and magic power of allies. And the number of friendly forces that this Holy Light Domain can cover has spread to the range, which is determined according to the holder's cultivation realm. With Tiana's realm, it is completely easy to bless tens of thousands of allies with the benefit of the Holy Light Domain. If necessary, 100,000 is no problem. The most important point is that these pets can be counted as allies and are blessed by the buffs of the Holy Light Domain. So, with the Holy Light sprinkled on the earth, the pet army outside the holy city of elves suddenly became more ferocious. The human race army was attacked and retreated, and it was impossible to resist. Moreover, there was an overwhelming rain of arrows on his head, smashing over his face, and the sound of breaking through the air sent chills down his spine. Holy Light Orb, that is a treasure at the divine level in a large-scale battle. No, to be precise, the Holy Light Orb itself is a fairy weapon. It's just that there was no opportunity to use it properly before, so Tiana didn't use it either. But now it seems that the fairy is worthy of being a fairy. Just one Holy Light Domain can increase the overall combat power of one's own side by 50%. The treasures in Manager Chi's store are much more powerful than I imagined. Tiana sighed involuntarily after seeing the effect of the Holy Light Domain. One thing to say, although the Holy Light Orb has fallen into Tiana's hands for a long time, but it is the first time to use it. So Tiana couldn't help but be amazed. Bam! No. It's impossible. What the hell is in your hand? After seeing this scene, Tsang Ming, who was trapped in the prison of light, with an extremely ugly face, finally couldn't sit still, and punched the prison of light. Tsang Ming could see that if things continued like this, the human race would definitely be defeated. Although Tsang Ming knew in his heart that Tiana really had nothing to do with him, but he kept trapping him here, and sooner or later something would happen. Because above the North Mountain Range, there is more than one powerhouse-level power. You seem to be in a hurry. Did you see the end of your fiasco? Tiana glanced at Tsang Ming with a sneer, with an indescribable joke on her face. To maintain the operation of the Holy Light Domain, it does not need to spend much of Tiana's magic power, more of which is derived from the power of the Holy Light Orb itself. Therefore, Tiana continued to maintain the prison of light from being destroyed, which was completely no problem. Although the light magician's attack ability is indeed low. Of course, Thesis relative to the enemy of the same level. But when it comes to limiting sieges, that comes out on top. So Tsang Ming's anger at the moment was completely within Tiana's expectations. But it's useless even if you are in a hurry, because your fiasco is a doomed result. Dare to invade this world, then prepare to be buried here. Speaking of this, Tiana's face sank, then she reached out her hand, swiped her fingers, and moved one after another. Grace. This is another ability of the Orb of Light. Can drop the power of grace to protect the target. Before the power of grace dissipates, the basic attributes of the target will be greatly reduced. The rate increases, and all damage dealt is increased by 50%. And also immune to death. The most important thing is that the power of grace can be superimposed with the field of holy light. Once the gain effects of the two are superimposed, there is no doubt that the effect of doubling the combat power will definitely be achieved. Not even more than that. It's just that grace is an active skill, which requires Tiana to take the initiative to release it, and it will consume extra magic power. So Tiana also only used the grace skill on those R-rank pets who had awakened 5 times. Especially those Death Knights. In terms of single combat ability, the Death Knight is definitely the first among R-rank pet cards. Even the Bronze Giant Soldier and the Wind Dragon are incomparable. After blessing the field of holy light and the power of grace, every Death Knight showed the fighting power of 1,000 horses. The enemy in front of him is suppressed without the power to fight back. Even against a hero-level powerhouse, the same is true, and there is no seeing-off weakness at all. Damn it. Damn it. Why is this happening? Why? He. Seeing this, Tsang Ming suddenly let out an angry low roar in his throat. But soon, it turned into a creepy sneer. Angry and laughing. In this battle outside the holy city of elves, the defeat of the human race is a foregone conclusion, and it is basically irreversible. So no matter how angry Tsang Ming was, it was of no use. Good, very good. Originally, we just wanted to take the holy city of elves, and then slowly integrate the entire elves, so that you can become followers of the great god of war. But now it seems that you should not have this chance. The defeat of the human race has nothing to do with it. With Lord Songzhan watching from behind, you can never win. The elves will be buried with the humans soon. Tsang Ming sneered and said in a stern tone. This tone does not seem to be harsh, but rather describes a fact. Indeed, what determines the trend of a battle may be played on the spot. But what determines the outcome of the overall battle situation is the top combat power of both sides of the battle. The battle between practitioners is not like the battle between ordinary people. You can close the gap by arranging troops and using soldiers like gods. Absolute power is insurmountable. The balance of the entire battle can only be maintained by confronting them with the same level of power. Of course, I know that you have a lot of powerhouse-level experts. But, do you really think you're going to win? Tiana no longer paid attention to the battle situation below, but looked up at Tsang Ming. The human race attacked the holy city of elves, and the elves won a great victory. This is a fact that has already been shown. So the last thing that needs to be dealt with is this guy in front of him. So Tiana responded to Tsang Ming's harsh words. If you really think you're going to win, then we'll wait and see. Tiana replied calmly. There is no need to reveal the trump cards of allies in order to compete for armament. Even in the face of an enemy who is trapped here and cannot leave, it is the same. Be careful and live long. After saying that, Tiana raised her hand, locked Tsang Ming's voice in the prison of light, and looked into the distance. At the same time as the elves were attacked, there were also the dwarves and the beastiers. It's just that Lan Qi, who guards the Dwarf King's city, and Saratel, who guards the beast-eared Beast Spirit city, are not as powerless as Tiana. In particular, the beast-ear race is itself a warlike race. When faced with such a sudden enemy attack, the tribesmen of the beast-ear tribe showed more emotions, not nervousness or panic. rather excited and excited. At this time, the outside of Beast Spirit City had long since turned into a chaotic battlefield. It can be said that the residents in the Beast Spirit City, except for the old and weak women and children who are not physically fit, almost every clan is a natural warrior. Since the human race dared to attack their Beast Spirit City, they naturally would not show weakness. The name of the Beastier clan, it was punched out with one punch and one kick. Even if there is no powerhouse-level power, the Beastier tribe is stronger than the human race, and they are more brave and good at fighting. This is the advantage brought by the race, and the talent is unique. In this regard, even the human race can't catch up. Even if the human race is added with the 100 heroic powerhouses sent by Xuanhuan, it can only be said that they are evenly matched with the Beastier race. It is impossible to achieve an absolute advantage in a short period of time. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan was reluctant to put his mind on the Beastier clan at the beginning. Because the fighting power of these guys is really too strong. Moreover, the number of hero-level powerhouses in the Beastiered race is much higher than that of other races. I really didn't expect that you guys would actually dare to attack the Beast Spirit City. You're very courageous. Saratel looked at the strong man in front of him with a sarcastic expression. To be honest, Saratel's physique is above the North Mountain Range, and Ida's already quite tall. But these guys, who are nearly 3 meters tall, can be called really burly. Lord Xuanhuan's order, in order to honor the great god of war, the Beastier clan must disappear. The captain of the second team, Xuanhuan, said with a blank expression. As Xuanhuan's personal soldier, Xuanhuan's surname comes from Xuanhuan's gift, and his tyrannical strength also has a great relationship with Xuanhuan. Therefore, Xuanhuan's respect for Xuanhuan was second only to the respect for the god of war. In the face of Saratel, Xuanhuan naturally had no fear. Let the Beastiers disappear? Don't be ashamed. Saratel tilted her head and looked at Xuanhuan, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. The person in front of him is also a powerhouse. But for Saratel, the same cultivation realm doesn't mean anything. Unless the opponent is a powerhouse-level peak power, otherwise, Saratel will not care too much, just go all out. Because no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, going all out is the greatest respect for the battle. Orcs are warlike, and Saratel is no exception. Therefore, fighting is sacred and worthy of respect for the orcs and for Saratel. Since you said that, let me see, what skills do you have to make the Beastier race disappear? Saratel hooked his finger towards Xuanhuan and said aloud. Negotiations and ridicules, Saratel is not very good at. Therefore, if there is a disagreement, it is Saratel's style. Even if the enemy is not convinced, it is enough to beat them until they are not convinced. Right on my mind. Xuanhuan is also not a person who is good at speaking, and it is just right when he encounters Saratel. Both sides are born warriors, so naturally they have to speak with their fists. Then fight. Outside the Beast Spirit City, the human race and the Beastier race are at war. And in the sky, Saratel and Xuanhuan are also fighting. The two fought fiercely, and the violent force escaped from the violent collision, shattering the surrounding space inch by inch. The deafening huge sound, like thunder, was incessant. However, these terrifying loud noises did not affect the battlefield below at all. Instead, they catalyzed the battle below like the sound of high and magnificent war drums. Become more intense. Terrible energy fluctuations burst out everywhere, and the sky that was originally clear is now like the end of the world, full of cracks. The battle of the powerhouse level is so terrifying. Fortunately, Saratel and Xuanhuan still have a tacit understanding, and they both try their best to control their own power, so that it will not affect the battlefield below. Otherwise, it would depend on the aftermath of the battle between Saratel and Xuanhuan. Outside the Beast Spirit City, I am afraid no one can hold it. So, in fact, this battle in the sky determines the final outcome of the battlefield below. Unless Saratel and Xuanhuan perished together, otherwise, a group of cultivators in the hero-level realm would really have no way to influence the decision of a strong-level powerhouse. This is a difference in the level of power. Powerhouse-level power, but a terrifying existence that can use the power of heaven and earth to fight. Boom! With a deafening loud noise, there was a violent shock in the void. Saratel's fist and Xuanhuan's fist collided fiercely. Then the two retreated at the same time and spread out in the sky, with a trace of blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. You, very good, very strong. Saratel took a breath, stared at Xuanhuan tightly, and said aloud. Saratel couldn't remember how long he hadn't experienced such a hearty battle. Except for the battle with Lanchi a long time ago, in Saratel's memory, it seems that he has never found a decent opponent. You are not bad, you are indeed a strong opponent. Xuanhuan also took a breath, and then replied to Saratel's words. Among the strong, even mortal enemies will sympathize with each other. For natural warriors like them, an evenly matched opponent, a hearty battle, can be regarded as the greatest enjoyment. However, after the mutual sympathy, the winner or loser was still scored. There is no reconciliation between mortal enemies. At most, the victorious side will help the losing side be buried in a glorious way. If that's the case, let's fight again. After Saratel sighed, he didn't say any more. As soon as he stepped on it, there was a crisp sound in the void, and along with the crack that appeared suddenly, Saratel's figure had already appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Boom! The sound of sonic boom is shocking. The physique of the powerhouse-level power is strong, even if it is just a punch and a kick, the power is strong enough to break the mountain and break the sea. Okay. Then try again. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and greeted him without showing weakness. Facing Saratel, who suddenly appeared in front of him, he also punched back. The melee type of class, fighting, is so simple, and it will not burst out all kinds of gorgeous magic elements like those magicians. But the level of danger in it is not less at all. Because the more close combat, the less time you can use to react. This is a huge test for combat skills, combat awareness, and reaction ability. Just like the battle between Saratel and Xuanhuan, in a few seconds, they may have fought thousands of times. And every time he makes a move, there are countless changes followed. As long as one break move fails, the next one may be a stormy attack. Make a simple analogy. If it is said that the battle between the magicians is two armored vehicles loaded with heavy weapons, they are bombarding each other. Then the battle between Saratel and Xuanhuan is like two eggs, smashing each other with stones. Between the two of them, every breaking move was like hitting a stone with a stone. But if you are not careful, you are hitting an egg with a stone. The general warrior class is not like the knight class, which is extremely powerful in defense. What's more, Saratel is not a warrior class, but a fighter who completely abandoned defense and came to attack with all his strength. So the level of danger will only be greater. And in the case of the same cultivation realm, it can only compare the combat skills of the two. As the most devout believer of the god of war, Xuanhuan believed in war, and he was a powerhouse-level almighty. Naturally, his fighting skills were impossible to be bad. Since the time of expanding the territory for the god of war, Xuanhuan has followed Songzhan and experienced countless battles, big and small. So there is no shortage of combat experience. Those seemingly simple moves were all forged in battles of life and death. If Saratar can be called the capital of a natural warrior, it is his strong fighting instinct as a bestiared tribe. So what Xuanhuan relied on was his fighting skills honed with blood. Shoo! Bam! Punching like the wind, breaking moves like electricity. In the face of a powerful enemy with the same cultivation realm as his own, Xuanhuan did not dare to be negligent. However, even Xuanhuan's fighting skills are extremely powerful. But it is not so easy to win Xiaoder. The reason for this is that Xiaoder's combat skills are completely out of reach of Xuanhuan. You know, fighting skills is something that has almost no upper limit. As long as the aptitude is good enough, the talent is high enough, plus the hard work and perseverance, it can be said that the combat skills can be improved all the time. It is because of this. If it was the former Xiaoder, just relying on the fighting instincts of the beast-eared tribe, maybe it really wasn't Xuanhuan's opponent. After all, to hone your own combat skills, it also requires the corresponding opponents to be effective. Otherwise, it's just a waste of energy. In the past, when Qi Li's shop had not yet opened in the Beishan Mountains, Xiaoder really couldn't find a few opponents to accompany him. At most, it is only occasionally to learn from Lan Qi. But this kind of battle is only limited to the level of learning. For Xiaoder's combat skills, it can be. There is no room for improvement. Compared with Xuanhuan, who is in a state of battle at all times, there is no way to compare it. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. Qi Li's shop opened in the City of Life, and also brought the training room for combat power improvement to the Beishan Mountains. Perhaps Xiaoder really couldn't find an opponent on the northern mountain range. But in the combat power improvement training room, there are not a few guys who can beat Xiaoder in combat skills. For example, in the single-player mode of the combat power improvement training room, the 8 people under the competitive arena. Or in the New World mode, some wild boss monsters. No matter how bad it is, Xiaoder can go to Qi Lu to fight one-on-one, and then improve his combat skills in the unilateral abuse. Therefore, the current Xiaoder is not what it used to be. It was almost impossible for Xuanhuan to surpass Xiaoder in combat skills. Because the talent and potential of the beast-ear race in the battle are higher than most races. Therefore, under the same conditions, Xiaoder's achievements in combat skills will only be greater than Xuanhuan's. This is racial advantage. Although this racial advantage may limit the development of a certain aspect of this race. But in the same way, in terms of advantages, the potential that this race can burst out will also be amazing. Therefore, Xuanhuan became more and more horrified in this battle. The situation was originally evenly matched, but in the constant battles, the constant demolition, the advantages were slowly controlled by Xiaoder and had the upper hand. And this change happened unknowingly. At the beginning, Xuanhuan didn't notice anything at all. Until now, Xiaoder's advantages have been fully highlighted, and it has steadily gained the upper hand. Xuanhuan wanted to pull back the situation again, but found that he couldn't do it anyway. What the hell is going on here? Why did you become like this? Your fighting skills can't be so strong. After Xuanhuan discovered this fact, his eyes widened in astonishment. In terms of combat skills, Xuanhuan has always been the most conceited, and believes that under the same realm, no one will be his opponent. But reality gave him a slap in the face. Even Xuanhuan didn't find out when Celadal started and took the dominant position. It's not that what you think is impossible is not impossible, it's just that you are short-sighted. At this time, Xiaoder replied aloud. Not sarcasm, but more than sarcasm. You must know that at the very beginning, after knowing that Qi Li's fighting power was extremely strong, Xiaoder often went to Qi Lu to learn from each other. Although every time, Xiaoder was unilaterally beaten by Qi Lu. But every time, Xiaoder can learn a lot from it to improve himself. It was a sad and happy day. And in that period of time, the most useful thing Xiaoder learned was that when facing opponents whose fighting skills were comparable to his own, the advantages were accumulated little by little. Don't care about temporary gains and losses, but to constantly accumulate your own advantages. Even if it is more than half of the move, or when breaking the move, it is good to leave more than half of the force. Until the advantage has accumulated to a certain extent, the scale of victory will begin to tilt towards itself. That's why Xuanhuan fell into a disadvantage before he knew it, and he couldn't detect it. Because of this tiny advantage, Xuanhuan didn't care at all. It's a pity, even if you understand this truth now, it's useless. Now that I have the upper hand, the outcome of this battle has already been decided, and you have no chance. After Xiridar got the advantage he wanted, the momentum of the attack became more and more fierce. In this dangerous close combat, it is impossible for the disadvantaged party to withdraw from the battle. Because it is at a disadvantage in itself, once the heart retreats, it will inevitably be full of flaws. Even a little distraction can be fatal. Only the side with the upper hand can choose when to end the battle. War, until the separation of life and death. Damn it. It's impossible. The glory of the god of war will surely shine in every corner of this world. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said with a stern look. Even if he was at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit did not waver in the slightest. As the most devout believer of the god of war, it would only be a supreme honor to die in battle to promote the faith of the god of war. Therefore, Xuanhuan could never retreat or surrender. It can only be, endlessly fighting to the death. Kill. Xuanhuan, who was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Saratel, let out an angry shout. I want to do my best to break free from this huge disadvantage. The gains, however, were extremely small. Your fighting spirit is indeed worthy of praise, but it is useless to fight stubbornly. The final result is the same. When you come here, you should be ready to die here. So don't have any scruples, because there is absolutely no way you can win. Saratel also increased his offensive, and through the advantages he had accumulated a little bit earlier, he suppressed Xuanhuan to the point where he could hardly breathe. When the cultivation realm is at the same level. If there isn't a considerable gap in combat skills, the underdog wants to come back. The odds are just too low, too low. Even Xuanhuan's combat power is indeed unparalleled. But in the face of Saratel, who had already achieved the upper hand, he also began to feel a little powerless. The overall situation was controlled by Saratel little by little. At this moment, as Saratel said, the game is over. It's just that it takes a little time to get the final result and get rid of Xuanhuan completely. And this little bit of time, Saratel can fully afford to wait. So at this time, what Saratel hopes most is that there will be no bad news from the other two races. Otherwise, no matter how strong Saratel is, there is no way to deal with two powerhouse-level powers at once. After both the elves and the bestiars stabilized the situation. The most worrying thing is the dwarves. In the final analysis, it is because the dwarves do not have their own strong level powers to sit in, so the racial adjustment. Physical morale is not going up at all. Because the powerhouse level powers belonging to their own race can actually be regarded as a kind of spiritual sustenance. As long as this heart is placed in it, the clansmen can be fearless. So even if Lan Chi and Shana are guarded in the dwarf royal city, it is not too safe. Of course, this does not mean that Lan Chi and Shana will be a little unsafe, but that the dwarf royal city is not so safe. After all, in terms of fighting methods, the dwarf clansmen also belong to the type of hand-to-hand combat. However, in terms of short armies, the fighting power of the dwarves is completely incomparable to that of the bestiar clan. Although it is said that the dwarves like to forge, so that almost every member of the dwarves has a big, round waist and a strong appearance. However, in battle, brute force alone is not enough. It's just a matter of fighting skills. If you really want to say it, the dwarves are not even as good as the elves. Therefore, the three major races of the North Mountain Range were caught into his battle at the same time, and the dwarf race was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. All kinds of disadvantages are concentrated on the dwarves. Even when they are close to each other, the dwarves can outperform the humans. But don't forget one thing. Under Xuanhuan's command, the captains of the three teams also brought 80 heroic powerhouses to help out. And these 80 hero-level powerhouses are the most critical place in this battle outside the Dwarf King City. Fortunately, you thought of this in advance, so you asked Tiana to borrow someone in advance. Lan Chi soared in the sky, stared at the battlefield below, and said to Shanae on her back. In the battle of the Dwarf King City, not only the human race and the dwarf race participated in the battle. Outside the Dwarf King City, the dwarves and the dwarves also participated in the war, as well as the wizards of the elves. Undead recovery magic is really a huge improvement for the combat effectiveness of the dwarves, so it is an indispensable part in this battle. It's just that the number of magicians among the dwarves is too rare. So I just went directly to the elves to borrow people. This is a battle involving this world, and we must not meet the enemy with other bad thoughts. Infighting has always been the fastest way to disintegrate one's own combat effectiveness. Shauna said it very seriously. In the face of this kind of invasion from outsiders, all races in the northern mountain range should be united to the outside world. Even if there is any conflict between them, they should wait until the matter is dealt with before making plans. What's more, the relationship between the elves and the dwarves is actually not bad. You know, the Beishan Mountains can be regarded as a peace for a long time. The status of the three major races has been stable for many years. When the situation is stable, it has always been those races that have been beaten to death. On the contrary, the relationship between the three major races is not bad. After all, the dwarves and elves are quite peace-loving races. If it is not necessary, they will generally not take the initiative to attack. That's true, otherwise we wouldn't have come all the way here. Lan Qi nodded and agreed. Outside the dwarf royal city, the fight has been going on for a long time now. After experiencing the consternation, fear, and shock of the undead recovery magic outside Ironhammer City, the reaction of the human race this time has become calmer. Even though he saw his dead companion standing beside him suddenly standing up, his heart would still be startled. But at least there will not be a large area of panic like the first time I saw the undead recovery magic. But there is one thing to say, the emergence of undead recovery magic has greatly stopped the pace of the human race's attack. With the help of a large number of pets, the dwarf clansmen can barely hold on. This is also thanks to the popularity of pet cards. Otherwise, the 80 heroic powerhouses under Xuanhuan really don't know what means to use to contain them. Howling, shouting, roaring, horns, wailing. Just outside the Dwarf King City, there is no end to it. Unlike the elves and the beast-eared tribe, the dwarves do not have the power of the powerful. Therefore, this battle can be regarded as a battle that determines the status of the human race and the dwarf race. Both sides are naturally going to start desperately. Huh? The opponent's powerhouse level power seems to be starting to move. Sana, when I go to meet that guy for a while, the dwarfs will temporarily leave it to you to take care of him. Lan Qi, who was watching the battle, raised his head suddenly and said aloud. Before that, Song Xing, the captain of the three teams under Xuanhuan's command, had been watching the battle from the back, but he didn't make a move. But just now, Song Xing seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. As one of Xuanhuan's personal soldiers, Song Xing undoubtedly inherited Xuanhuan's surname. In terms of real combat power, among the three captains, Song Xing was the strongest, second only to Xuanhuan. It's just that Song Xing, as the captain of the third team, has fewer opportunities to show his strength. So for Song Ming and Song Yuan, Song Xing's strength can only be said to be unknown. However, Xuanhuan was very clear in his heart. That's why Song Xing was dispatched to lead the team to attack the Dwarf Kingdom. Because among the three major races in the North Mountain Range, the overall strength of the dwarves is undoubtedly the weakest. It is precisely because of this that when the strongest Song Xing was dispatched to quickly conquer the Dwarf Kingdom, he would have extra energy to support Song Ming and Song Yuan. And Song Zhan, who is strategizing behind the scenes, has his own dignity. It's not going to be easy. Because for followers of the god of war, they enjoy the joy of war, decisions that destroy that joy are rarely made. What the believers of the god of war need is to defeat the opponent, not to crush the opponent. In that case, it's like bullying the weak. This kind of boring thing may be very enjoyable psychologically, but it is not helpful for the improvement of one's own combat effectiveness. Maybe some believers of evil gods will do this kind of thing. Because those guys are more drawn from killing power than self-improvement from battle. So whether it's a fair fight, those guys don't care at all. It's a pity that the god of war is not that kind of god. The concept of the god of war is to fight, so meaningless crushing, it is best not to appear when it is not necessary. A hearty duel is the most interesting thing. But the premise is that you have to win. The arrogant dragon will actually appear on the territory of the dwarves. Are you a dragon raised by the dwarves? Songqing noticed Lan Qi's existence from the very beginning. Now I can't help but want to shoot, so the target is naturally locked on Lan Qi. So Songqing was mocking when he opened his mouth, trying to attract Lan Qi's attention. "'Cause came out of my mouth, I don't know if you've heard it before. Little guy, many times, if you talk nonsense, you will lose your life, you know?" After Lan Qi and Shana greeted him, he fluttered his wings and appeared in front of Songqing. Then the figure gradually shrunk and turned into a humanoid appearance. "If you have the ability to make me lose my life, then I would like to see it, but I don't know. Would you like to?" Songqing twisted his neck and let out a crisp crackling sound. Creatures like giant dragons, no matter where they are quite rare species. Even Songqing, who has fought with Song Zhan for so long, has seen very few giant dragons. There are only a handful of powerful dragons like Lan Qi. Therefore, since we met today, Songqing is definitely not willing to miss such a good opponent. "Since you have this request, then I will naturally satisfy you." Lan Qi sneered, raised his head, and looked at Songqing with condescending eyes. Don't look at Lan Qi's appearance when he usually talks to Qi Lu. That's because Lan Qi knew in his heart that he couldn't beat Qi Lu, and the relationship between Lan Qi and Qi Lu was quite good. So it seems polite. But in fact, dragons have always been extremely proud races. When encountering a guy who dares to offend himself, he always uses Thedragon's breath to open the way, and he will fight first. It doesn't matter if you die or not. The key is to teach those offenders a lesson and let these guys know that Long Wei is inviolable. So in the face of Songqing's ridicule, Lan Qi's arrogant temperament immediately came up. Looking at Songqing's eyes, there is also a fierce light. "Then let's go." Songqing's muscles were tense, and his body was surging with vindictive energy. Already prepared for battle. "Of course, you can't wait so much, then I'll make you the first sacrifice." The Devil's Colosseum, open. Lan Qi unceremoniously took out a weird-looking cage from his arms and threw it forward. In the next second, there was a flash of light on the cage, and Lan Qi and Songqing disappeared from the space together at this moment. This is the most basic ability of the Devil's Colosseum. You can select a target, and together with the owner of the Colosseum, forcefully enter the Colosseum and conduct a one-on-one duel. The Colosseum space is a small space that is different from the outside world. The sturdiness of the space barrier is more tyrannical than the outside world, and it is impossible for a strong level power to break. Where is this place? Songqing didn't react at all, and found himself in a strange place. It is a circular venue, surrounded by towering stone walls. Above the stone wall, there is also a circle of huge stone pillars, which are constantly extending upwards, and cannot be seen as high as the top. On the stone pillars, there are also carved all kinds of monsters that look extremely ferocious, which is daunting. Under his feet, there is a piece of earth covered with fine sand. When the wind blows, the sand and dust are flying, showing a desolate and bleak picture. Welcome to the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi's proud voice suddenly rang in this space. Songxing took a closer look, and found that Lan Qi was standing not far in front of him, with his arms outstretched, his mouth wide open, and a fierce look on his face. Could it be, this is the space you created? Songxing's pupils shrank suddenly, and an unbelievable guess appeared in his head. The power that can create this kind of space is absolutely unfathomable. Because it is not difficult to just create a small space. The real difficulty is maintaining the stability of space. The more stable the space barrier, the more difficult it is to build, but at the same time, the more it shows the strength of the builder. With the power of Songxing, you can naturally feel how stable the space barrier of this Colosseum is. It can be said that it is comparable to the outside world. Even more than that. Then, if this space is really created by the giant dragon in front of him, Songxing asked himself, he could never be his opponent. In this regard, even Songxing, who is extremely conceited about his own strength, will not do such self-deception. The strength is not good, that is, the strength is not good. I'm sorry to disappoint you, this space was not created by me. Lan Qi answered Songxing's question without hesitation. In this kind of thing, as a proud dragon, Lan Qi also disdained to lie. Because it is true or false, it is easy to see. Besides, when you really fight, you can tell the difference in strength at once. If you lie, you will lose face, so why bother? However, although this space was not created by me, I can still be called the owner of this space now. So this place is still my home court. After Lan Qi answered Songxing's question, he quickly added another sentence. Since we want to fight the enemy verbally, we must fight to the end. If we give the opponent a glimmer of hope, then we must use despair to break this hope. Your home? A glimmer of light flashed in Songxing's eyes, and then he raised his eyes to look around. After a long while, he said, if I guessed correctly, the effect of this space should only be for us to have a one-on-one duel. Because so far, Songxing has not found any other strangeness. The only thing that is certain is that in this small space, the connection with the outside world is completely cut off. Songxing had already made several attempts in secret, and he could not sense any outside aura. That's why I turned my attention to Lan Qi. You guessed it right, it is. Lan Qi squinted his eyes, and said with a grin. Deathmatch is one of the skills possessed by the Devil's Colosseum. The battle in the Colosseum must be divided between life and death, before items. And before this battle is over, no outside forces can interfere with the battle in the Colosseum. Of course, before the battle in the Colosseum is over, it is naturally impossible to spread to the outside world. That's one of Lan Qi's goals. Because a powerhouse-level power, if he has no scruples to intervene in the battle outside the Dwarf King City, then the destructive power produced is definitely on the level of destroying the world. So just in case, Lan Qi simply locked Songxing and himself in the Colosseum. However, the function of this Colosseum is more than that simple. Lan Qi said slowly. Then, under Songxing's gaze, Lan Qi opened his arms and said slowly. When you come here, it means that you have accepted the invitation letter from the devil, so now, please give me the gift you brought to the devil. As soon as Lan Qi's voice fell, Songxing's expression changed suddenly. My power, how is it possible? Why did my power suddenly start to drain? And it's draining so fast. Could it be you? Songxing looked at Lan Qi with some doubts. Devil's Invitation, another skill possessed by Devil's Colosseum. Enemies who have accepted the demon's invitation and entered the Colosseum will be drawn 30% of their power and handed over to the owner of the demon's Colosseum. Also known as the gift to the devil. This skill can be controlled by the owner of the demon's Colosseum to decide whether to use the power of this invitation. So before that, Songxing didn't notice any abnormality. But now, after Lan Qi made a sound, the effect of the demon's invitation was activated, and the power in Songxing began to disappear. The fear and consternation brought about by this abnormal situation is naturally irresistible. Because any powerhouse-level power has the highest level of control over its own power. And now, in this situation, it is equivalent to something under his own eyes, which has disappeared inexplicably out of thin air. Such a strange phenomenon, I am afraid that no matter who it is, there will be incredible emotions in the heart. But how to control emotions is a profound knowledge. Some people can do it without changing their face, but some people just write their thoughts on their faces. Rough people have this problem even more. Therefore, the expression on Songxing's face and the thoughts in his heart did not hide from Lan Qi. If I guessed correctly, your heart seems to be shaking. Lan Qi stared at Songxing closely, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said slowly. As a dragon that has lived for thousands of years, he has seen so many characters, trivial matters, and deep experience that he can definitely be called a monster. With the ability to figure out people's hearts, Lan Qi is naturally top-notch. It's just that Lan Qi doesn't bother to use this kind of skill at all in normal times. Because under normal circumstances, no one is qualified to allow a powerhouse like Lan Qi to figure out his thoughts. In more cases, others carefully figured out Lan Qi's mind, so as not to accidentally offend Lan Qi and suffer a disaster. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Even if Lan Qi can't figure out people, although it is extremely rare, there are naturally. The most obvious example is Qi Lu. Although he always showed himself in an easygoing image, Lan Qi knew that there was still a kind of indifference in Qi Li's bones. And it's not the kind of indifference that rejects people thousands of miles away. It's the kind of indifference that the other party is standing in front of you and talking to you, but you can clearly feel that you can't get close to the other party at all. Fortunately, this indifference will gradually dissolve as the relationship gets closer. So Lan Qi gave up the idea of continuing to figure out Qi Lu after trying it a few times a long time ago. Because it simply can't be done. However, there are only a few people like Qi Lu who can express their emotions and anger to the extreme. Just like Songxing in front of him, he doesn't have the ability to Nurishki. Therefore, the fear that emerged from the bottom of Songxing's heart involuntarily was also noticed by Lan Qi. In battle, the most taboo emotion is nothing but fear. Although anger can dilute rationality, it can strengthen brute force. But fear of this kind of thing, in addition to the sharp drop in combat effectiveness, is not beneficial to combat. Damn it! As a giant dragon, you actually use this kind of sloppy stuff. Songxing naturally understood Lan Qi's words, so the expression of surprise in his face was immediately replaced by gloomy coldness. The eyes that looked at Lan Qi were also full of ruthlessness. On the left side of the door? I'm so sorry, my fairness is based on the opponents I approve of. You group-off invaders are not included. Lan Qi ignored the fierceness in Songxing's eyes, and said with a cold snort. A fair fight is relative. Although the dragon is arrogant, it will not be soft-hearted when facing the invaders of the world where it is located. In this regard, Lan Qi is actually very similar to Qi Lu. That is, as long as the enemy can be killed, what if the means are not so open and aboveboard? The reason why the Devil's Colosseum is given the prefix devil is from this. All the devil wants is victory. How the process is, the devil doesn't care at all. Intruder? The great god of war is willing to shine his brilliance on you, I'd assure honor. It's okay if you don't accept enlightenment, but you still slander the god of war so much. You will be punished. After Songxing heard Lan Qi's address to himself and others, an angry expression appeared on his face. For believers, it is okay to slander himself, but it is absolutely impossible to slander the gods they believe in. Am I wrong? Lan Qi raised his head, looked at Songxing, and sneered. The three major races of the North Mountain Range have worked so hard to maintain peace for so long, and under your hands, it instantly vanished. A great war involved all four races, with countless casualties. You are not only intruders, but also executioners. The god of war you mentioned is not worthy of belief at all. Word by word, loud and clear. The stronger the cultivation realm, the weaker the belief. Because of the true power, I would rather believe in myself and my own strength than believe in others. So Lan Qi, from the very beginning, scoffed at the feeling of the god of war. At this time, facing the gods, this attitude is even more resolute. The balance that has been maintained with great difficulty among the various races, the peace that has been painstakingly managed, has been destroyed in one day. This kind of crime is enough to be hated by all the creatures on the northern mountain range. In this case, there is no need to say more, let's fight. The warriors under the command of the god of war will never retreat. Songxing heard the sound, his face became even more angry, he suddenly let out an angry shout, and then his body flashed, attacking Lan Qi. Just reduced by %. 30 power. For Songxing, this level of obstruction did not make him want to retreat. That's right, it's useless to talk too much, it's better to tell the winner as soon as possible. Lan Qi seemed to have expected it long ago, and when Songxing made his move, he stepped forward and greeted him. Bam! In an instant, the two collided. The violent force rolled up a circle of sound waves and quickly spread around. The fine sand on the ground was raised by this sound wave, and it flew up in the Colosseum, and then a circle of storms centered on Lan Qi and Songxing. The sound of the wind is hunting, the fine sand is like a knife. After Lan Qi and Songxing collided, it seemed as if they were deadlocked. Majestic power continued to erupt from their bodies, but Lan Qi and Songxing remained motionless. It's just two terrifying forces that are so powerful that it makes people tremble, constantly colliding, engaging in a tug-of-war. Boom! As the power continued to intensify, bursts of roars continued to erupt in the space. However, the stability of the space barriers in the Colosseum is extremely terrifying. Even under such a terrifying confrontation, there was not the slightest crack. If it were placed in the outside world, a battle of this level would have been shattered long ago, and the situation would have changed. However, as a real magic weapon, the rank of the Devil's Colosseum is obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Otherwise, in the face of a powerhouse-level power like Songxing, he wouldn't say that if he took 30% of his power, he would have taken 30% of his power. And there was no stagnation in the middle. In this regard, it can be said that the Colosseum is a world of its own and has its own rules. Go back. Suddenly, the muscles of Lan Qi's whole body twitched, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out. A fierce bombardment hit Songxing. With Lan Qi's roar, Songxing's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out from Songxing's mouth, and his body flew out like a piece of rag. Then it hit the ground heavily, stirring up a layer of fine sand. Cough, cough, cough. Although there was severe pain on his body, Songxing quickly got up from the ground. With a coughing sound, Songxing spat out the blood in his throat, then slowly raised his head and looked at Lan Qi. His eyes were full of violence. Injuries and blood, for true warriors, will only stimulate their fighting spirit even more. I have to say, you do have some skills. Lan Qi also took a few breaths, before calming down his breathing. It can be known from the test just now. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lan Qi also knew in his heart that Songxing's strength was indeed very strong. It can even be said that if there is no invitation letter from the devil, Songxing's combat power should be better than Lan Qi's. Use the figure of the figure as an analogy. That is Songxing's combat power. If it is set at 100, then Lan Qi's combat power is probably only 95. It's not the same, but it's a real difference. This kind of gap, if it is in the usual sparring, may not be seen. But if it is put into the battle of life and death, it will be infinitely magnified. Until the winner is decided, life and death are decided. However, after the demon's invitation came into effect, the situation was reversed. 30% power. If it were expressed in specific numbers, Songqing's combat power would only be 70, while Lan Qi's combat power had soared to 125. Such a large gap has long established the final outcome. That's why Lan Qi was so leisurely to praise Songqing's strength at this moment. My strength, you are not worthy of making irresponsible remarks. Songqing spat out the last mouthful of blood, then turned into a black light and attacked Lan Qi. It's a pity that this sudden attack will not make Lan Qi mess up. When the power gap increases to a limit, things become quite simple. If you don't want me to make irresponsible remarks, then come and beat me. But I don't think you can do it. Lan Qi stared at Songqing like a black light, and the rising storm blew the cloak he was wearing. Boom. Bam. 2 consecutive punches, as fast as lightning, as violent as thunder. The corner of Songqing's mouth was grinning, and his eyes were filled with high fighting intent, wanting to make Lan Qi pay the price. But the reality is cruel. The devil's invitation letter is by no means just a joke. Too slow. Lan Qi reached out and grabbed Songqing's wrist firmly, resisting Songqing's strength in his fists. However, it cut off all of Songqing's subsequent changes. How is it possible? How could you possibly catch my move? Songqing couldn't believe his eyes. The battle between the powerhouse-level powers is indeed to break each other's moves, and then look for the opponent's flaws. But there is absolutely no such direct way to break the trick. Unless, the strength gap between the two sides is too large. You should remember what I said before. Everything you think is impossible is just your short-sightedness. Lan Qi's eyes looked at Songqing's eyes quietly, and then slowly opened his mouth. Dragon's breath. The jet-black dragon breath, with an aura of destruction, spit out from Lan Qi's mouth. This is one of the dragon's proudest attacks. Even Lan Qi, who is a powerhouse, is no exception. Raging. An extremely dangerous dragon breath enveloped Songqing. The destructive power contained in the dragon's breath erupted in Songqing in an instant. Even though Songqing's physique was extremely tyrannical, in front of Longxi, it was still not enough to see. One after another wounds constantly surfaced on the surface of Songqing's body. The blood that flowed out had not yet dripped onto the ground, but was completely burned by the blazing dragon breath. Boom! With a loud noise, a figure shot out. Under the blazing dragon's breath, even Songqing was unbearable, so even if took Lan Qi's attack forcibly, he had to escape from the dragon's breath. And Lan Qi, as Songqing wished, took the initiative to kick Songqing out before Songqing attacked. This time, Songqing, who fell to the ground, did not look as good-looking as before. Under the scorching of the dragon's breath, most of the armor that Songqing was wearing shattered. Revealed hidden beneath. Scarred skin, covered with horribly charred wounds. Yet no blood was flowing. Because they were all dried up by the dragon's breath. Cough cough. Giant dragon. Is this the dragon's breath? Songqing breathed slowly. The severity of the injury this time made Songqing feel that it was difficult to even breathe, and it should have burned his lungs. The terror of the dragon's breath was exactly as rumored. Dragon body, dragon breath, and dragon language magic are the 3 things that dragons are most proud of. Now it seems that at least it proves that the dragon body and dragon breath are indeed powerful. Just like Lan Qi directly grabbed Songqing's wrist before, if there is not a strong enough physique, even if there is a gap in strength, it is impossible to escape unscathed. After all, the power of Songqing's attack is no joke. But Lan Qi did just that. That is enough to show that the strength of the dragon's physique is definitely far beyond imagination. If that's all you can do, then the game is over, and I don't want to waste any more time. During the two trials, Lan Qi had thoroughly figured out Song Xing's strength. It can be said that if there is no Colosseum of Demons, Lan Qi wants to defeat Song Xing, it is definitely not an easy thing. Even if it has an advantage in physique. But in terms of combat power, Lan Qi was slightly inferior to Song Xing. So the final result can only be seen on the spot and adapt to the situation. However, in this Devil's Colosseum, Lan Qi occupies an absolute dominant position. This is a powerful magic weapon, the power it can bring. Although the price of invincible needs to be paid, the power obtained by Lan Qi is definitely not weak. For though the devil desires victory, but in the transaction, the devil will also follow a principle, that is, a fair transaction. What you give is proportional to what you get. Yeah, I also think the game should be over. Song Xing also said aloud. While speaking, a bright silver needle appeared in Song Xing's hand at some point. Huh? What do you want to do? Lan Qi keenly noticed Song Xing's movements, and instinctively wanted to stop it. But still a step behind. Because that silver needle was directly stabbed by Song Xing on his heart, and then pressed hard into his chest. Lan Qi recognized that position. After the silver needle pierced the chest, the place it entered was the heart. What? A terrifying roar erupted from Song Xing's mouth. A violent energy also burst out from Song Xing's body, stirring in this Colosseum. What is this? What did he do? The majestic momentum rose steadily, and Lan Qi's brows became deeper and deeper. Looking at Song Xing's eyes, there was also a touch of surprise and disbelief. Because that rising momentum has completely made up for the strength that Song Xing had lost before, and it is even improving. Explosive potential? Lan Qi suddenly looked at the place where the silver needle was pierced, and suddenly thought of this. Unleash all your potential, burn your life force, and die before you die. This kind of approach is completely ruined. It is even said that it is simply a lifeless approach. Burn your vitality, and improve your combat effectiveness. Even if you win in the end, you will be killed by backlash. This terrible play is used to perish together. Now, the battle begins again. Song Xing took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. Lan Qi noticed that Song Xing's face was already as pale as a dead man. And in the depths of those fierce eyes, there was still a trace of pain that could not be concealed. How could it not be painful to pierce the silver needle directly into the heart? It can be said that every movement of Song Xing will affect the heart and send out the pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. Not even breathing. And this kind of pain will accompany Song Xing until his heart stops beating. That's as you wish. At this moment, Lan Qi's eyes also became solemn. This kind of enemy with the idea of perishing together is the most terrifying enemy. But even so, Song Xing wanted to rely on this life-threatening method to make up for the gap in combat power between himself and Lan Qi, but it was still a little worse. Because even if it burns vitality and explodes all potential, there is still element. After Song Xing endured the negative effects of the demon's invitation letter, the gap between him and Lan Qi was simply too great. It is really difficult to make up for it completely. But when it explodes to the limit, it can be on par with Lan Qi. So Song Xing at the moment is completely enough for Lan Qi to pay attention. The real battle will only begin now. Lan Qi clenched his fist, and then set his eyes on Song Xing. No matter what the enemy's identity or position is, if you only look at it from the perspective of a warrior, then Song Xing is indeed a warrior worthy of respect. But it's one thing to be respected. However, the enemy is the enemy, standing on the opposite position, then no matter what, we must share life and death. Roar. Song Xing let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, the whole person struck Lan Qi like a bolt off lightning. Like thunder, fierce and unparalleled. The constant pain in his heart made Songqing's offensive become a little crazy, but the destructive power was also stronger. So this time, Lan Qi didn't care too much, and went to take Songqing's attack with his bare hands. Instead, he and Songqing began to constantly confront and break. The two of them were like two lightning bolts, constantly touching each other in this Colosseum, and the violent power swept outwards. A loud noise like thunder was heard incessantly. The fine sand on the ground flew up and shrouded the Colosseum, like a hazy mist. Songqing's offensive has indeed become crazy and violent. But Lan Qi, who was fighting against him, took all Songqing's attacks steadily, and he still had the strength to fight back. This situation made Songqing very angry. But the dragon's fighting talent and tyrannical physique are there. Since Songqing couldn't overpower Lan Qi in the cultivation realm, it was not something he could do in a short while if he wanted to defeat Lan Qi. It's a pity that the severe pain and anger have weakened Songqing's ability to think. And the more angry, the more crazy Songqing's offensive, like a storm. In the entire Colosseum, there were afterimages of Songqing and Lan Qi everywhere, but the real bodies of the two were nowhere to be seen. Only two black lights were constantly colliding. Every time the bombardment, there will be a violent energy wave. Move, and then arouse a circle of air waves that seem to be substantial, spreading around. Then it hit the stone wall of the Colosseum and turned into nothingness. Boom! The last collision, a huge roar resounded throughout the Colosseum. The two black lights also flew upside down with each other, and slammed into the stone wall of the Colosseum. Cough cough. Lan Qi, who fell to the ground, coughed hard twice, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. The body was also covered with scars of different shades, and blood gushed out continuously, and then fell to the ground. The fine sand under Lan Qi's feet became a little red after absorbing the blood. Songqing's insane offensive, fighting for his life, even if he blocked it, could not be said to be completely ineffective. Even if I take 2 punches myself, I still have to give you 1 punch, which is really heart-pounding. Injury for injury, life for life. How could a normal powerhouse-level power do this? Even if you don't hesitate to sacrifice your life, you won't be so generous to spend your life on it. Cough. Damn. The power of the giant dragon is really tyrannical. On the other side, Songqing's situation was much worse than Lan Qi's. The wounds all over his body are only a lot more than those on Lan Qi. And there are several large wounds, all serious enough to see the white bones. These are just visible injuries. And those wounds on the internal organs, invisible injuries, there are more. It can be said that with such a serious injury, the average practitioner may have died several times. However, although Songqing still had a breath at this time. But the current state has also reached the point of the end of the force. Because the more insane the offensive, the more it cannot stop rashly. Otherwise, if you cut off the rhythm and momentum of your own attack, the next battle will be difficult. If you want to get back the rhythm of the previous attack, it depends on the enemy who has already prepared. It is impossible not to understand this truth after fighting countless Songqing. But at this moment, Songqing took the initiative to shake Lan Qi back. That shows a problem. Songqing's physical condition at the moment no longer supports him to continue fighting. This is not only the severe pain from the heart, but also because the vitality is burning to the end. The vitality like a candle in the wind, no matter how high Songqing's fighting spirit is, it is still powerless, and he can't control his body's movements at all. Your strength is beyond my imagination, but the final winner is still me. However, as a soldier, you are worthy of respect, so I will not humiliate you. I hope you can die a little more happily. Lan Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and then said aloud. By the way, he glanced at the stone wall behind him. In the battle just now, not even a single crack appeared, and the degree of hardness can be imagined. It's a pity that these stone walls can't be moved out. Otherwise, it's scary. Think about these stone walls that can't even be broken by a powerhouse. The dragon, although the final winner, can no longer be me. But it may not be you. Songxing can clearly see his current situation, so he will not escape this fact. It was just the sly smile that suddenly appeared on Songxing's face, but it made Lan Qi suddenly feel a palpitating feeling. What do you want to do? No, you'd better leave your life here as soon as possible. Lan Qi's eyes narrowed, and he didn't analyze what Songxing said. He kicked his foot and rushed directly to Songxing. The speed is so fast that it seems like a teleportation. Even the sound of the sonic boom couldn't keep up with the apparent speed of Lan Qi's afterimage. You're thinking about doing it now, it's too late. I used my last strength to shake you back. Do you really think it's just Muho can't hold it? Songxing gasped and let out a loud laugh that sent chills down his spine. Although it sounds a little short of breath, the resentment contained in it can make people shudder. For the great god of war. It is my honor to die here. With a solemn roar, Songxing's aura exploded unexpectedly. The majestic momentum is like a sea, but it is like a tsunami, chaotic and terrifying. You want to blow yourself up. Lan Qi reacted instantly. Songxing, this guy, at the last moment of his life, chose to use this method to end himself. And listening to what Songxing said, he had already had such a plan. I can't stop it, damn it. Such things as self-destruction were originally used to perish together. At the last moment, no matter who it is impossible to stop it. Therefore, it is impossible for people to make such a decision if they are not determined to die, and their will is extremely tenacious. Because if they can survive, who wants to end themselves with self-destruction? Therefore, most of the things like self-destruction only exist in herd. It can be said that it is extremely rare to actually see it. However, at this moment, Lan Qi didn't know whether to call himself lucky or unfortunate. The self-destruction, which is almost impossible to see at ordinary times, happened in front of his eyes, and he could still watch it at such a close distance. It's just that the guy who did this kind of thing is a powerhouse-level power, even Lan Qi, there is a layer of cold sweat behind him. And the most critical problem is that if Songxing blew himself up in the Colosseum, then there's nowhere for Lan Qi to escape the explosion. That's the scariest thing. It was also what Lan Qi had just noticed, an extremely important thing. Next time I enter the Colosseum, I must fight quickly. Lan Qi's rushing towards Songxing stopped for a moment. Then the whole person was like a beam of light reflected back by a mirror, ignoring all inertia, and bounced directly to the place farthest from Songxing in the Colosseum. Boom! A white light lit up, and a terrifying aura also spread out around Kangxing with Songxing as the center. At this moment, the temperature in the entire Colosseum climbed to a terrifying level. The violent force spread rapidly outward, eroding every inch of the Colosseum. It's like swallowing everything that can be affected. And in a corner of the Colosseum, Lan Qi has done his best to condense a shield to resist the terrifying impact of Songxing's self-destruction. However, the final blow released by the powerhouse-level Almighty with his own life is obviously not so easy to resist. The shield that Lan Qi condensed was torn apart after just a few seconds. After that, the rest of the impact all hit Lan Qi. So Lan Qi had to make his body into a dragon to continue to resist this majestic, unparalleled, and violent power. However, Longhua is nothing more than turning the boat in the wind and waves into a sailboat. Compared with the vast and boundless ocean, it is still far behind. Hateful. Under the terrifying impact of the self-destruction, the dragon's scales were peeled off and blood splashed everywhere. Lan Qi's whole body is adding new wounds all the time. Fortunately, the energy of self-explosion is not endless. Lan Qi finally survived. It's just the final image, and it's a bit miserable. The bloody wounds all over his body and the dark visceral blood at the corners of his mouth also proved the seriousness of the internal injuries. Even every bone is emitting a burst of pain. If he didn't feel wrong, Lan Qi could be sure that his bones should be covered with cracks. It's just that the dragon's physique is extremely tyrannical, so it's not impossible to move. But if you want to return to the peak state, there is not a few months' time. I am afraid it will not be possible. Even if Lan Qi is willing to use the fate of heaven and earth at all costs to recover his injuries, it is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Cough cough. I finally made it through. Damn it, the first time I used the Colosseum, I encountered such a lunatic. I won't play like this next time. If I can kill you as soon as possible, don't dawdle. Lan Qi leaned against the stone wall of the Colosseum and stood up from the ground. After learning the lesson of this time, Lan Qi also deeply realized how terrible it is for a lunatic who doesn't care about his own life. If you have nothing to do, I will madly pull you to death. This is too scary. Fortunately, this battle is over, and Songxing has completely disappeared at this moment. Next, it should be Lanky's harvest moment. Devil's Colosseum, the last skill, eternal fall into darkness. After the battle, it can devour the soul of the loser in the Colosseum, and then convert it into a certain amount of power and feed it back to the owner of the Colosseum. Of course, if the owner of the Colosseum is defeated, then the skill of eternal falling into darkness will naturally not take effect, and the Colosseum of the devil will become ownerless again. So, demons are greedy. The devils trade, although adhering to the principle of fair trade. But the most fundamental condition is that this transaction can only be realized on the basis that the devil will not suffer. So after Lan Qi won, soon there was an obvious warm current that appeared in Lan Qi's body. But it didn't last long, and the warm current disappeared. There is a loss in the transformation of energy. What's more, Songxing didn't have much power left this time. His vitality burned to the point where the oil was exhausted, and his soul naturally cold to be stronger. Therefore, although Lan Qi felt the improvement of his own strength and cultivation realm, but the amount of improvement is really not much. Forget it, it's a good thing to be able to improve, so don't force it. Fortunately, Lan Qi thought about it, and just shrugged silently. In fact, the Devil's Colosseum, with only the first two skills, already has enough value. Especially the Devil's Invitation. To capture 30% of the enemy's power, that is definitely a terrifying figure. This time it was Lan Qi's bad luck. He met a lunatic like Songxing, and he also possessed a secret technique that could burn his own vitality to improve his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, in the case of the same cultivation realm, one side increases the strength by 30%, and the other side reduces the strength by 30%. The result was an absolute crushing victory. So the skill of eternal falling into darkness is more like a consolation prize. If there is one, of course it is very happy. If not, it wouldn't be a curse. Moreover, even if the improvement of 1 or 2 times is not large, what about the superposition of 10 times of improvement? That is an unimaginable improvement. Even if you can only increase your strength and cultivation realm by 1% at a time, you can double your strength and cultivation realm if you drop it 100 times. Okay, I don't want it anymore. I killed Songxing in the Colosseum, and the battle outside should be decided. Lan Qi took a deep breath and thought to himself. The Devil's Colosseum does not have the effect of treating injuries, so no matter how badly Lan Qi is injured in the Colosseum, he can only support him slowly. This is probably a limitation of the Devil's Colosseum. If it still has the effect of healing wounds, the skill of eternal falling into darkness should be deleted. After all, fish and bear's paw cannot have both. Above the dwarf royal city, a ray of light flashed. Lan Qi, who was covered in wounds, suddenly appeared in the sky. Why are you hurt so badly? Are you all right? Shauna noticed Lan Chi's breath immediately, and immediately leaned over. After seeing Lan Chi, her face suddenly filled with worry. Don't worry, I'm fine, that guy blew himself up at the last minute, otherwise I'd just have a few small wounds on my body. Lan Chi waved his hand, indicating that Shauna should not worry. With the dragon's self-healing ability, as long as it doesn't die on the spot, or suffer from extremely serious dismemberment injuries, it can basically recover. It's just a matter of time. It turned out to be like this. You don't know how to be careful. How did you let him blow himself up? Shauna complained, a little uneasy, and her frowning brows stretched a little. The purpose is still to care about Lan Chi. It's just some unexpected situations. It's okay. It won't happen again in the future. Lan Chi smiled, then assured Shauna. Then, he looked at the battlefield outside the Dwarf King City. The dwarves, with the help of the wizards of the elves, have slowly begun to gain the upper hand. However, the advantages are not obvious and need to make persistent efforts. However, in Lancey's view, as long as he can gain an advantage and occupy the upper hand, it is a great thing. Because under the blessing of undead recovery magic, the fighting power of Thedwarves will basically not be reduced. Although the warriors who have recovered may not be as powerful as before they were alive. But I can't stand the number of these guys, and I'm not afraid of death. The undead have no negative emotions such as fear or nervousness. For them, they just need to pick up the weapon in their hand and kill the enemy in front of them. As for whether it can be beaten or not, it is not within the scope of consideration. Therefore, the longer this battle drags on, the greater the advantage for Thedwarves. The situation is starting to turn towards the dwarves, and I think it's only a matter of time before we win. Shauna noticed Lanky's gaze and introduced. A sentence. I see it. Lan Chi nodded, and then said, and the powerhouse-level powers of the human race have disappeared. It is impossible for them to win. Knowing that you are amazing, don't do such a dangerous thing next time. Shauna warned again. Okay, I remember. Lan Chi responded with a smile on his face, and his mood also improved a lot. But at this moment, from the distant horizon, a vast coercion emerged overwhelmingly, shrouded in the direction of the dwarf royal city. Huh? This coercion. Could there be another powerhouse-level power? Lan Chi noticed this pressure, his eyes condensed, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly burst out with dragon power and greeted him. So that this coercion does not hurt Shauna. Boom. In the sky, a muffled thunder sounded suddenly. Puff. A mouthful of blood also spurted out of Lan Chi's mouth. Lan Chi, are you all right? Shauna naturally sensed this terrifying coercion. It was so vast that even a cultivator like her had difficulty breathing. I'm fine, huh? I just didn't expect that the human race actually hid a hand. Lan Chi waved his hand, then took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. In the direction where the pressure erupted, a looming figure was rapidly approaching. That seemingly distant distance was only crossed by this uninvited guest in the blink of an eye. Songqing's breath actually disappeared. I have to say that your strength really surprised me. You can actually defeat Songqing. It seems that I still underestimate you. Dragon. The visitor was Songzhan, who had been watching the battle from behind. Before the three captains did not have an accident, Songzhan had no intention of taking action. It's okay to be conceited. After all, in Songzhan's view, the powerhouse-level powers in this world have the same combat power, and they can't be compared with the three captains under his command. But looking at it now, Songzhan is about to change his outlook. Under Songzhan's command, Songqing, the leader of the three most powerful teams, was actually the first to die. This is incredible. Back off. Lan Chi, who was in front of Shauna, looking at the man in front of him with vigilance. There is no doubt that in terms of cultivation realm, it is stronger than Songxing, who fought before. And much stronger. Seeing this, Lan Qi also knew that with his current physical condition, he could never be this guy's opponent. But at this time, there is absolutely no option to go back. Lancy, I said, stand back. Leave everything to me. Lan Qi interrupted Shauna's words and spoke out beyond doubt. Okay, I see, you must be careful. Shauna is also concerned and confused, so after being awakened by Lan Qi's words, she immediately retreated. So as not to stay here and drag Lan Qi's hind legs. Because the gap between the hero level and the strong level is too huge. If I really die, I hope you can take care of yourself. Lan Qi said something silently in his heart, then took a deep breath, and said to Songzhan, if that Songxing in your mouth is the powerhouse level mighty who came with the human race before, then what you said is wrong. Wrong. He was indeed dealt with by me. This is attracting firepower and pulling Songzhan's hatred. Even if Lan Qi is not Songzhan's opponent now, it is not a problem to delay Songzhan with his life. As long as it can be delayed until Saratel and Tiana converge, now Lan Qi's mission is over. Good, very good. I'm still worried that you won't admit it. It seems that you are indeed courageous. Songzhan's face was hideous, and he laughed in anger. Songxing's death was something that Songzhan never thought of. Therefore, Songzhan appeared here at this moment, naturally to avenge Songxing. After beheading the culprit, he would wash the entire dwarf clan and come to bury Songxing with him. A true warrior should not die so horribly. What you have done, you have to be prepared to pay the price. If you block the progress of the great god of war, then your fate will be buried here. Songzhan walked slowly while talking. Step on the void, and every time you take a step, this space will vibrate violently. The cracks spread out from the sky, and the overwhelming pressure of the brilliance and oppression came from it, like a wave of the sky. Such a vast and stalwart power all explains one thing. Songzhan's cultivation realm is so high that it is enough to make people desperate. Maybe not as terrifying as the powerhouse level peak power, but compared to Lan Qi, it is definitely much stronger. How can there be such a terrifying coercion? Which Almighty appeared above the battlefield, how could it be so terrifying? What a powerful force this is, I can't even stand up. Is it the helper of the human race? Can't hold on, can't hold on. The violent power surged recklessly, oppressing the dwarves outside the Dwarven King City, as well as the human clansmen, all fell to their knees, unable to move. Everyone felt that their backs were as heavy as a mountain. And those hero-level powerhouses who were originally under Songzhan's command also fell on one knee at this moment, bowing their heads reverently. Welcome Lord Songzhan to fight. Under the pressure of this majestic sea, this shout added a bit of majesty and solemnity. The coercion of Songzhan, the target of the impact is not divided between the enemy and the enemy. But this situation, for this battle, will not have any impact at all. Because as long as Lan Qi is defeated, it is impossible for the remaining people to have a powerhouse-level power that can stop Songzhan. Therefore, the battle outside the Dwarven King City was forced to stop even under the pressure of Songzhan. For the human race, there is no harm at all. After all, according to the current situation, the human race itself is at a disadvantage. Now the battle has entered a state of suspension, just to give the warriors of the human race a chance to breathe. Damn. Although I was mentally prepared. But that's a little too strong. Under the impact of the pressure from Songzhan's outbreak, Lan Qi's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out. But it was quickly swallowed by Lan Qi. It's just that Lan Qi's face turned even paler. This is not due to fear or nervousness, but because Lan Qi's physical condition is really bad. After suffering Songxing's self-destruction, Lankabin seriously injured. In addition to Xuanhuan's cultivation realm, even Lan Qi in his peak state isn't as good. So at this moment, even if Lan Qi has done his best to burst out his own dragon power and wants to compete with Xuanhuan, he is still unable to do so in the end. Not only is the hard power suppressed, but even the physical condition is too different. Your physical condition doesn't seem to be very good. It stands to reason that I disdain to take advantage of people's dangers, but, for the sake of the great god of war, even if it violates my principles, it doesn't matter. But you can rest assured, because soon, the entire dwarfs will be buried in his place with you. Xuanhuan said slowly. The fighting spirit in his body also began to gather above his fists. The majestic vindictive aura suddenly caused the world to tremble violently. In an instant, the situation changed, and lightning flashed. Every time Xuanhuan took a step forward, the vindictive energy in his fist became even more majestic, and the surrounding space was also crushed inch by inch. Farewell, dragon. With both fists raised, Xuanhuan stood at his feet, then prepared his left fist and swung his right fist forward. This punch looks unpretentious. It seems so simple that any cultivator can dodge it effortlessly. However, only Lan Qi, who faced Xuanhuan's blow, could feel how terrifying the blow was. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The space was also firmly locked. The terrifying boxing style was like a tsunami that swept the sky, roaring wantonly, grinding every inch of space it passed into powder. At this moment, Lan Qi faced, as if it was not a simple punch, but the whole world. Depressed and vast, it makes people shudder. Even if I know that I will lose, it is absolutely impossible not to resist. If you want to beat me, you have to be prepared to break your hand. Lan Qi looked at the terrifying attack that was getting closer and closer, and had already taken out the Devil's Colosseum from his arms. But it's just a fight to the death. Compared to not resisting, Lan Qi is more willing to do his best, even if he's in battle, he will never regret it. Lan Qi, I advise you not to use that thing now, the devil's words, but it does what it says. But at this moment, a calm voice appeared in Lan Qi's ear. And along with this voice, there was also a dark red energy, which completely wrapped Lan Qi in an instant. Undead magic, blood sacrifice puppet. Boom. The fist wind passed by, and the fist strength was mighty. In an instant, Lan Qi's position was crushed to pieces. The space is broken, and countless spatial turbulence emerges, swallowing everything around it. However, who is it? How dare you intervene in the affairs of the great god of war? A roar sounded. Xuanhuan could clearly perceive that the attack just now did not hit Lan Qi at all. Don't be so irritable, it's just an attack that failed, and it's not a big deal, so what are you shouting about? What responded to Xuanhuan was a calm voice. Hearing the sound, Xuanhuan immediately turned to look. I immediately saw Lan Qi, and a handsome young man beside Lan Qi. Who are you? While asking questions, Xuanhuan also unceremoniously covered this young man with his perception. However, the results obtained made Xuanhuan's eyes show a touch of shock. Because of the strength of this young man in front of him, he can't find out at all. This is absolutely an incredible thing. There are only two possibilities to hide one's cultivation realm in front of the powerhouse level almighty. One is that he has a higher cultivation realm than the powerhouse level powers who detect their own strength. The other is a treasure that can hide its own breath. But no matter what kind of possibility it is, it shows one thing, that is, the young man in front of him is definitely not simple. But, thinking of this, Xuanhuan felt a bit of confusion in his heart. Because after coming to this world, Xuanhuan clearly sensed that there were only 3 strong auras. Then after gradually exploring, it was also determined who these 3 powerhouse-level experts were. The Elf Queen of the Elf Tribe. The Lord of the Beast Spirits of the Beast Ear Clan. And a giant dragon of the power-level realm. It stands to reason that between this world, it is impossible for a fourth powerhouse-level power to appear again. However, the current situation made Xuanhuan feel that something was wrong. I'm a peace-loving store manager. If you don't mind, you can call me Manager Qi. Qi answered Xuanhuan's question very calmly. Lan Qi, who was just standing beside Qi Lu, couldn't calm down. Qi. Manager Qi, why did you come here? His voice was full of disbelief. To be honest, Lan Qi clearly remembered that he should have never asked the store manager Qi for help. So how did store manager Qi find it? Why did I come here? Good question. Qi glanced at Lan Qi, raised his brows, and said aloud, you have to thank yourself for being in the Dwarf King's city, not somewhere else. If you were in the holy city of elves now, or the city of beast spirits, you may have died in vain. As he spoke, Qi also shrugged. Although Lan Qi didn't quite understand what these words meant, what Qi said was the truth. Because of the Dwarven King City, Qi came to collect the fragments of the ancient warhammer of the dwarves a long time ago. The broken boots also recorded the coordinates of the city-state. That's why Qi was able to come here in time. As for the holy city of elves, and the city of beast spirits, Qi has never been there. If something really happened, Qi really couldn't rush over there as soon as possible. So I have to say that Lanky's luck is pretty good. Although I don't know what you mean, Manager Qi, I'm still very grateful to you for saving me. Lan Qi looked puzzled, but did not continue to ask, but thanked him. You're welcome, the relationship between me and this group of gods is not good, and saving you is also your duty. Qi smiled very modestly. However, the phrase the relationship with the gods is not good is indeed a truth. Before, Qi went to the site of the god of forging to collect the power off faith, and then was plotted by the god of forging. Qi also recognized it. After all, he ran over first, and being overcast, can only say that he is not ready. So Qi can only wait for the next chance to meet Dai, the god of creation, and then teach him to be a human being. No, it is to be a god. However, the messenger of the god of war in front of him came to him by himself. This time, it was Qi Zhanli. The action of the god of war is undoubtedly challenging Qi Li's face. So how could Qi allow this kind of thing to rob believers, to develop quietly? However, Lan Qi did not know the grievances between Qi and those gods. Therefore, Qi Li's remarks, to Lan Qi's hearing, are profound and righteous. Manager Qi's ideological realm is really too high. Lan Qi said with a heartfelt convincing. What? Qi looked at Lan Qi with some doubts, not knowing which one he was playing. But Qi didn't care about this kind of thing anymore, because it didn't have any effect, so he went on to talk about it. When it comes to saving you, it's fortunate that you haven't fought back, or else you'll be dragged into a state of battle, and even I can't do anything about it. What I'm talking about here is actually a hidden contract owned by the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi is not allowed to lose. Whether it is in the Colosseum or in the outside world, it is the same. Once he is dragged into a state of battle, but fails to win, Lanky's soul will be devoured by demons. That's why Qi used undead magic to rescue Lan Qi. The effect of the blood sacrifice puppet magic is actually the same as Thestendin puppet, which can resist an attack. But the difference is that the blood sacrifice puppet will imitate the breath of the person it replaces, preventing that person from being suddenly pulled into a fighting state. This world is facing such a catastrophe, life and death, I have long put aside. If I can delay the time for Manager Qi, I will die without regrets. Lan Qi heard the words, but his face was very decisive. It's okay if you have the heart, and don't make trouble at this time. It's not that Qi looked down on Lan Qi, but Lan Qi's physical condition was no longer suitable for continuing this level of battle. It's better to change it and help the dwarfs fight. Since Manager Qi has said so, then here, I will trouble Manager Qi. Lan Qi nodded, without the slightest dawdling. This time is not the time to grind, it is more important to see how your situation is. Small thing, you're welcome, let's go. Qi Lu waved his hand and looked at Song Jian. The warriors under the god of war, the most devout believers, suddenly commito this world and started a war between races without saying a word. Your god of war has never taught you, what is politeness? Since there are prejudices in the first place, Qi Li's tone will naturally not be polite. In fact, there is nothing wrong with developing believers. But it is unbearable to spread it in such a rude way. What are you trying to say? You rude fellow. Under the crown of the great god of conquest, is it also possible for you to arbitrarily talk about it? Song Jian's brows immediately wrinkled, and anger surfaced on his face unconcealed. For the most devout believers, you can scold them for anything, but criticize their gods, that is a mortal hatred. So Qi Li's words naturally aroused Song Jian's anger. What did I say? Do I really need to repeat it? We'll burn the fire of war on every piece of pure land, and be complacent, without any guilt. How about your character? I don't judge, but your gods are definitely not good things. Qi Lu attacked rudely. This is Qi Li's heartfelt evaluation. For such a complacent guy who provoked a war, it would be light to say that it is a tumor. It is so easy to tear up the peace that has been maintained so hard. In the face of the extinction of the race, there is no guilt. No matter what, it is impossible for Qi Lu to have a good impression. Damn it. You managed to piss me off. Don't worry, after defeating you, I won't kill you directly, I will crush you into meat sauce little by little, making you struggle in pain. Let you slowly walk towards death in endless regrets. Song Jian's face was completely gloomy, and the chill in his voice made people chill. If you can do it, then I really want to see how many means you have. It's a pity, did you forget one thing? Qi Lu sneered, then stretched out a hand and said jokingly, this world is my home court. The most powerful part of the powerhouse level power lies in its own destiny. And the use of the power of heaven and earth. However, a new world is definitely the biggest limitation for ordinary powerhouses. Unless it is the natural circulation of the heaven and earth in the body, the endless powerhouse level peak power. Otherwise, once the power of heaven and earth in the body of the powerhouse level power is limited, the combat power that can be exerted will definitely greatly reduced. And the home field advantage that Qi Lu said lies in this. A powerhouse level power that is not recognized by the will of heaven and earth. If you want to use the power of heaven and earth at the same strength, the amount of heaven and earth luck that you need to spend will be more. And before returning to the heaven and earth where he is, the luck of heaven and earth cannot be restored. Because of the will of heaven and earth, the fate of heaven and earth will not be bestowed on those unrecognized powerhouses. This kind of thing actually happened once in Donghuang. That is to say, the spirit of demon abyss, who was summoned to the eastern desolation, had no way to use the power of heaven and earth because of the lack of luck in the world. Finally, after being beheaded by Qi Lu, the only bit of luck in heaven and earth was plundered by the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. However, the difference is that Song Jian's cultivation realm is much higher than the spirit of demon abyss. The heaven and earth luck that you have, naturally, there is too much more. Then, before Song Jian's heaven and earth luck is exhausted, he can still use the power of heaven and earth. After all, for the will of heaven and earth, this is like a transaction. The difference is that the price that outsiders need to pay when they trade is much higher. Your home? Song Jian sneered, then looked up at the sky. If you just kill you, you don't need to consume so much luck. The home court you said is meaningless. It is true that the will of heaven and earth remains neutral when it does not involve the life and death of the whole world. The restriction on outsiders is just a higher price when using the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, when there is a huge gap in the hard power of both sides of the battle, this restriction doesn't really make much sense. I think you may have misunderstood. What I said about home is not This means. Seeing the sneer on Song Jian's face, Qi Li's tone suddenly became interesting. If it really is this kind of home field advantage, then Qi Lu will not say it in purpose. After all, as far as the fate of the world is concerned, Lan Qi and the others know no less than Qi Lu. However, even so, Lan Qi is still impossible to beat Song Jian's opponent, because of the gap in hard power. Even if the cultivation realm can't keep up, what effect can it play just by having home field advantage? However, for Qi Lu, in the North Mountain Range, the system can connect with the will of heaven and earth, so the upper limit of power Qi Lu can borrow from the system will be higher. This is the real home field advantage. It's useless to talk too much, let's see the real chapter under your hand. Song Jian didn't care what Qi Lu meant. With a flick of his body, he appeared in front of Qi Lu as if teleporting. Deaf to me. Then he raised his fist forward and slammed it out. The shot was as fast as lightning, and it came with a bang. The momentum is majestic, like a roar of thunder, and the amount of violent violence contained in it is an unstoppable momentum. Strength, speed, fighting skills, although everything is excellent. But it's not enough. Qi Lu could naturally see that Song Jian's punch had already contained the power of heaven and earth. The power is so great that it is no exaggeration to say that if it hits the ground, I am afraid that the entire dwarf kingdom will turn into ashes in an instant and disappear from this world. However, such a terrifying punch, in Qi Li's eyes, is still a level that isn't enough to see. Although in terms of real strength, Qi Lu is not as good as Song Jian. However, how could Qi Lu not let the system help when faced with a powerhouse-level power like God's War? There is no doubt that the cultivation realm of the peak of the powerhouse level is directly loaded. This battle must be fought quickly. System. Host, the power you need is ready, the loading is successful, I wish you a good time. 2 minutes, with my current physical fitness, I can only take 2 minutes at most. Qi Lu took a deep breath and raised his hand slowly. There is no other fancy action, just a simple raising of the hand, but it seems to block the entire sky. Facing Song Jian's fist, Qi Lu didn't dodge. Boom! With a loud bang, Song Jian's fist was firmly caught by Qi Lu. A circle of air surged out, but before it spread, it was completely wiped out as the space shattered. The terrifying forces collided with each other, and there was no gorgeous scene. The only thing that exists is destruction. If this kind of power fell on the ground, at least within 1,000 miles, it will be razed to the ground. Everything will be crushed into powder by this violent force, leaving only a vast and boundless wasteland. Therefore, most of the battles of powerhouse level and power will choose to be in the vast and boundless sky. Because the earth really can't bear such a terrifying battle. Even Yu Wei can turn thousands of miles into ruins, and all living beings disappear. You actually caught it. How is this possible? Your power. Could it be? Song Jian's voice was full of disbelief, and his face was full of astonishment. That punch just now was a blow that contained the power of heaven and earth. Don't say it was caught with bare hands. Even if it is a general powerhouse-level power, condensing the shield torusist hard, I am afraid that it will be seriously injured and vomit blood. The best way to deal with it is to collide with an attack that also contains the power of heaven and earth to offset it. Or try to escape. This is also one of the fighting methods between the powerhouse-level powers, the pure collision of the power of heaven and earth. Dangerous, but definitely fast. If one is not careful, it is enough to be bombarded by the power of heaven and earth to the point of being seriously injured, and the outcome will be decided. However, the scene in front of him was completely unexpected by Song Jian. An attack that contained the power of heaven and earth with bare hands was simply unheard of. As I said, my home court is the world that is completely under my control. When you made the shot, you already lost, so next, it's my turn to attack. Knowing that his current strength can only last for 2 minutes at most, Qi did not dare to say nonsense. The absolute control of the powerhouse level peak power suddenly erupted. Turning over the hand is the cloud, and covering the hand is the rain. These are the best adjectives. In the space locked by the powerhouse level peak power, unless it is the power of the same cultivation realm, it can easily resist this power of control. Otherwise, they are all ants. Song Jian may be very strong, but in front of the powerhouse level peak power, he is just a stronger ant. You must know that the huge sky between the ordinary powerhouse level power and the powerhouse level peak power is not so easy to cross. Otherwise, why even in the ancient times, the number of powerhouse level peak powers was extremely rare. This is not without reason. When the cultivator's own destiny of heaven and earth tends to be consummated and begins to operate on its own to achieve a state of endless life, it is almost equivalent to breaking away from the control of the will of heaven and earth. This kind of situation is unwilling to see the will of heaven and earth with the instinct of self-preservation. Therefore, the closer to the peak of the powerhouse level, the stronger the repulsive force of the will of heaven and earth. It is more difficult to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. When you reach this realm, you will not be able to advance an inch for the rest of your life, and it is not impossible. To put it simply, this is like crossing a catastrophe with a somewhat different form. The will of heaven and earth will not directly attack the powerhouse level power, but it will restrain the fate of heaven and earth. If the calamity is successful, you will be able to achieve the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. From then on, you will be free from the control of the will of heaven and earth. However, if he fails to transcend the calamity, at most, he will fall into shackles and will not be able to advance. His own cultivation realm will not be lowered. It is still the top power in the powerhouse level realm, and there are only a few who can compete with it. However, once this mode is crossed, it will be a completely different new world. Song Jian felt this way at this moment. This power, the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. How is this possible? Why? Why in this world, there is a power of your realm appearing? This is simply impossible. The roar that was suppressed in his throat came out intermittently from Song Jian's mouth. Because of the power that Qi suddenly burst out, Song Jian was oppressed, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. Let alone. It's a good talk. There are people outside people, there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are days outside the sky. You didn't find it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, it just means that you chose the wrong place. As Qi spoke, he blocked Song Jian's fist and pushed it out. Song Jian, whose face was full of grimness, suddenly flew out without any resistance, and blood was spilled from his mouth and nose, scattered on the sky. This is the crushing, caused by the gap in the cultivation realm. When the strength level is not at the same level, the battle is no suspense. Cough. Damn it. Although Song Jian's face was still grim, his fighting spirit was still high. But his own combat power has completely failed to keep up. Faced with this hard-hitting fact, Song Jian's heart at this moment, except for anger, is helpless. It was obvious that he was the big boss who appeared in the finale, but the scene was not as complete as the previous 3 captains. This feeling was really uncomfortable. However, the peak of the powerhouse level is an insurmountable mountain. This is by no means something that willpower can make up for. Looks like it's time to end this farce. Qi wouldn't care about Song Jian's thoughts, and if he continued to delay, 2 minutes would soon pass. If you have this ability, please say hello to the god of battle for me. Just say this world is not a place he can set foot in. At least, don't send people like you here to die. While talking, Qi open palm also slowly tightened. Then, suddenly make a fist. At this moment, Song Jian only felt that his body was tightly grasped by an invisible palm. What? A strong sense of suffocation firmly enveloped Song Jian. At the same time, the terrifying power of control completely blocked the power in Song Jian's body, making him unable to move at all. Don't even think about self-destruction. In the space where the powerhouse-level peak power used its own heaven and earth fortune, it was completely locked. Even the will of heaven and earth cannot intervene. If necessary, even the flow of air must be approved by the powerhouse-level peak power. Not to mention the self-destruction with such a big movement. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally understood how big the gap between him and Qi Lu was. This kind of terrifying feeling from the heart, Xuanhuan only appeared when faced the god of war. Of course, this does not mean that Qi Li's strength is comparable to the god of war. But at least, in terms of suppressing Xuanhuan, Qi Lu and the god of war are on the same level. They are all objects that Xuanhuan absolutely cannot resist, and even the heart of resistance cannot be born. One last thing to tell you. Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan, whose face was ashen, but was still struggling, and said slowly, "I'm not disgusted with the matter of spreading belief. It is normal behavior to compete for the power of belief. However, for you, the law of survival should be the law of survival. So you must remember. Weakness is the original sin." At the same time as the last word was spoken, Qi Li's clenched fist suddenly loosened. Condensed around Xuanhuan, tightly suppressed his power, and exploded instantly with Qi Li's movements. Xuanhuan was also crushed into powder at this moment. Boom! A huge sound spread from the sky to all directions. Endless energy erupted, and the gorgeous picture rendered was like a dazzling fireworks blooming in the sky. A circle almost condensed into a substantial air wave, and with this explosion, it spread violently. If you don't care about it, the dwarf royal city below will probably turn into ruins in an instant. Lock. However, with a low voice from Qi Lu, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The terrifying air wave disappeared in an instant. It's finally resolved, so I shouldn't need to take action for the rest. After finishing the last thing, Qi Li's expression suddenly became weary. The power of the powerhouse-level peak state was also taken back by the system. There is no way, if he continues forcibly, something will happen to Qi Li's body, and he may even hurt the source. That would be worth the loss. Manager Qi, although I have long known that your cultivation realm is unfathomable, at least it is at the peak of the powerhouse level. But I didn't expect that you can be so tyrannical, to such a degree. I really admire it. Lan Qi, who was stunned, also leaned over at this time. In his eyes, Xuanhuan was almost invincible, but in front of Qi Lu, he had no power to fight back. This also made Lan Qi once again deeply understand how terrifying Qi Lu's fighting power was. There is no doubt that, at least in the North Mountain Range, it is absolutely invincible. There's nothing to admire about this, it's just some small talk, it's not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating that these are normal behaviors. After all, Qi Li's real cultivation realm was still at the hero level, which was far from the powerhouse level. If the system hadn't been upgraded not long ago, it would be more convenient to borrow power. Maybe this time it would have to be a tough fight to decide the winner. Moreover, Qi Lu estimated that if that was the case, he would probably end up with a tragic victory. How could it be like this? Everything is under control. Among the powerhouse-level powers, Xuanhuan, who can be called the top-ranked, can be killed in a flip of a hand. So what Qi Lu said was absolutely sincere. But, having said that, but Lan Qi didn't know Qi Li's condition. Hearing this, he could only hold his hands in admiration and said, "Manager Qi is still humble as always. Such a noble character is really rare." But at the same time, Lan Qi also sighed inwardly. If Manager Qi is so powerful, they are just playing around with each other, then what are they? Do kids fight? However, these words cannot be said in front of Qi Lu. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing, wouldn't it be directly demolishing Qi Lu's stage? Whatever you say. Qi Lu shrugged, without arguing. Because the main reason is that Qi Lu doesn't even know what kind of image haze in the eyes of Lan Qi and the others. So let's pretend to be cool. At least, Qi Lu himself thinks so. Cough, but let's not talk about it for now, you should be able to handle the next thing. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately interrupted Lan Qi's attempt to speak, and then asked a question. Because it borrowed a little power from the system before, it caused a great burden on the body. Therefore, Qi Li's current combat effectiveness is actually at a low point. At least in a short period of time, there is no way to borrow power from the system. In other words, the combat power that Qi Li can provide now is probably the level of a hero-level peak powerhouse. Perhaps, it can reach the half-stepper house level. But no matter how high it is, it can't be higher. That's why Qi Li asked this question. After all, among the three major races in the Beishan Mountains, the number of hero-level powerhouses is not small, one more is not much, and one less is not a lot. What's more, among the messengers of the god of war, 2 powerhouses have already fallen. On the side of the northern mountain range, it is still full of combat power. Although Lancy is indeed seriously injured. However, even a powerhouse-level expert who is seriously injured can exert a much stronger combat power than a cultivator in the hero-level realm. Besides, isn't Tiana still there? A bright magician of the power-level realm. When it comes to treatment, it isn't easy to catch. And there is also the blessing of the holy light orb, the problem of being seriously injured, sprinkle water. Don't worry, Manager Qi, in fact, there is still a connection between me, Saratel, and Tiana. In the messenger sent by the god of battle to the northern mountain range, there are only 4 powerhouse-level experts in total. Now 2 have been removed, and the remaining 2 are not a problem. Lan Qi said confidently. In any case, the North Mountain Range is the territory of Lan Qi and others. It is difficult to detect the strength of those invaders, but it is definitely not impossible. Since you said so, then I won't ask more. Qi Lu nodded, paused, and was slightly curious, and then said, however, what is the situation in general? Tell me about it. Since Qi Lu has already intervened in this matter, it is natural to understand the situation. Otherwise, it always feels like something is missing. Manager Qi wants to know the situation, of course it's fine. The specifics of the war are classified as classified information. But in Lan Qi's view, Qi Lu is a powerhouse-level peak power, and he is his own, so he is naturally qualified to know this information. I won't say much about the situation of the dwarves. I think the store manager Qi has also seen it. Then let me talk about the other 2 races. Lan Qi's speech was not slow, and he quickly said the information in a clear and organized manner. The 3 races, the 3 most important city-states, were all attacked by the human race. There is no need to say much about the situation of the Dwarf King City. If Qi Lu hadn't arrived in time, it would have been turned into ruins by now. It was even razed to the ground by the furious Xuanhuan. But now it seems that the defeat of the human race is set. The battle between the Holy City of Spirits and the City of Beast Spirits is still in a stalemate. However, the offensive of the human race army has gradually shown a decline. After all, whether it is the elves or the beast-eared tribe, when facing the attack of the human race, they are all waiting for it. As long as you survive the initial chaos of being caught off guard, then the next step is to slowly regain your advantage. What's more, the overall strength of the human race is not as good as that of the elves and beast-ear races. It was only with the help of Xuanhuan and others that he had the courage to declare war with the elves, the beast-eared, and the dwarves. But now, Xuanhuan and Songxing have already been executed. Songming was trapped, unable to move. The battle between Songyuan and Xiridor was also at a disadvantage. The general trend of the human race is gone, and the scale of victory is getting further and further away from them, and the belief in the god of war may also disappear. Because the belief in the god of war requires constant wars to maintain. In the current situation, it is probably unrealistic for the human race to continue to fight. Therefore, this strange belief is only left to disappear. And after this battle, although the entire race of the human race was destroyed, it was still not enough. After all, as far as the truth is concerned, the human race was also bewitched by Xuanhuan and others, and it gave birth to such ambitions. Now that the mastermind has been slaughtered, the human race is also half a victim. However, I can only say one sentence: the death penalty can be avoided, and a living crime cannot be escaped. The vitality is seriously damaged, that is a sure thing. Presumably after this war, the human race will have to recuperate for hundreds of years, before it can recover. Therefore, it can only be said that when one's own strength is not worthy of one's own ambition, then all you can bring to yourself is destruction. Also, eat a cut and grow a wisdom. Without going through some hardships, there is no way to continue to grow. Qi Lu patiently listened to the information, and then spread out his hands. Although Qi Lu is also a human race, Qi Lu will not deliberately cover up his own race. Because in Qi Li's eyes, there is no prejudice against race. Otherwise, how can I open a store? Okay, since you can handle the next thing, then I'll go back to the store first. Now that there is no problem, Qi Lu will of course not stay any longer. Might as well go back to the store earlier and go to sleep. Okay, store manager, Qi, walk slowly, I won't send it. Lan Qi shrugged. Then I saw Qi Lu turn around and immediately walked into the door of space, and then the breath disappeared. Manager Qi really comes and goes like the wind. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi couldn't help shaking his head a little funny. To be honest, in Lan Qi's view, Qi Lu is indeed a person worthy of admiration. The strength is unparalleled, and the cultivation realm is unfathomable. Both is very easygoing, and there is no arrogance that most strong people have. No matter who they are, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke Qi Lu, they can talk normally. Although most customers said that when facing Qi Lu, even if there was no coercion, the pressure in their hearts was very large. But in comparison, Qi Lu is already very good. And most importantly, Qi Lu seemed quite humble, no matter what he helped. Never ask for credit or ask for anything in return. Such a noble character, at least Lan Qi is ashamed. Has the manager Qi left? When Lan Qi was very emotional, Shauna flew up from below and looked around. Just left. Lan Qi nodded, and then continued, but manager Qi left the rest to us, so hurry up and end the battle here, and then rush to support Saratel and others. Well, of course. Shauna responded. After that, things are not complicated. The human army that did not have a strong level powerful force, the battle outside the dwarf king city was almost destroyed by the dwarves as quickly as it was destroyed. All hero-level powerhouses, none of them survived. This is also the unanimous decision of Lan Qi and Shauna, and the final bottom line. The people of the human race can live without sin. But the heroic powerhouse must be eliminated completely, otherwise, it is difficult to protect the wolf's ambition of the human race from dying. Then, Lan Qi and Shauna rushed to the aid of the Beast Spirit City. And the battle in the Dwarf King City, the finishing work, was handed over to Dwarf Clan Chief. However, the elves magicians who stayed in the Dwarf King City were handed over to Lillian, who was responsible for bringing them back to the elves after the matter was over. Speaking of which, Lillian was a very special member of the elves. In the Qi Lu shop, he obtained the inheritance of the Shadow Hunter, and was selected by Tiana and Shauna as one of the candidates for the next Elven Saint. And this time, Lillian's performance is naturally within the scope of investigation. Right now, it looks pretty good. However, the matter of determining the Elven Saint is very important, so it isn't easy to make a decision, and you have to look at it more. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it is basically a surefire way to go. Of course, these are all for later. Tiana is in her prime now, and there is no problem with her longevity. So I'm not in a hurry to decide who the elf saint is. Leave it alone here. On Lan Qi and Shauna's side, from the Dwarf King City, they rushed to the Beast Spirit City. Time passed slowly. The battle between Saratel and Xuanhuan is still not over. However, this situation was also expected by Lan Qi. For a powerhouse-level expert, if there is no absolute advantage or disadvantage, then even if the battle is fought for a few weeks, it is normal. So now it's just a whole day, it's a small problem at all. And the deadlock in this battle was broken when Lan Qi came to Beast Spirit City. When it comes to one-on-one, it may be evenly matched. Or one side has an advantage. But in a two-on-one match, the situation may be one-sided. Lan Qi soon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and cooperated with Saratel to solve Xuanhuan. However, the casualties caused during the period were indescribable pain. The Beast Spirit City was destroyed by most of the remaining power from the battle of these three powerhouse-level powers and turned into a broken wall. The clansmen of the Beast Ear tribe suffered heavy casualties. After all, neither Saratel nor Lan Qi had an overwhelming advantage over Xuanhuan. Therefore, there is simply no way to block the remaining power of the Batley as easily as Qi Lu. Xuanhuan's last madness made Saratel and Lan Qi do their best to protect the surviving Beast Ear clansmen. It was also at this moment that Lan Qi more clearly realized the power of Qi Lu. Complete control of the battlefield, what a terrifying might. The people of the human race who dare to come to attack the Beast Spirit City will not be left behind. Saratel looked at the devastated Beast Spirit City, took a deep breath, and gave an order. Beast Spirit City, the capital of the Beast Ear clan. At this moment, it has been damaged to such an extent that Saratel said that it is not distressed, it is all fake. Saratel, calm down, the human race can't be destroyed yet. Lan Qi comforted Saratel by the side. I know that I haven't been brutal to that level. There are always innocent people among the people of the human race. If the fourth race of the North Mountain Range is destroyed, it will be destroyed, then the entire North Mountain Range may not be peaceful. Saratel raised her head halfway, and said slowly. If a race as big as the human race is suddenly destroyed, then the other races will inevitably endanger themselves. By that time it will really be smoky everywhere. This kind of thing is not the result that Saratel wants to see. The peace of the North Mountain Range is the result of the three major races working hard to maintain, and it is not allowed to be destroyed because of this kind of thing. The fire that burns brings only destruction. Only in a peaceful and prosperous world can we prosper and develop. You can leave the rest of the aftermath to your fear. We must rush to the holy city of spirits as soon as possible. Lan Qi made a sound at the right time and reminded him. As the daughter of Saratel, Yaffer has no ambitions to become the next beast spirit master. But it's just a matter of directing the aftermath. Among the Beast Ear tribe, Yaffer still has this level of prestige. I know, you don't need to remind me, just go there. There was no doubt about Sarater's state of mind, and he quickly adjusted his state of mind. The anger and distress over the destruction of the Beast Spirit City quickly subsided. As long as the matter can be resolved, the Beast Spirit City will be rebuilt. A race will never decline because of the collapse of a city-state. As long as the backbone is still there, you can stand up again and again. Fortunately, you are sensible, so I don't need to talk too much. Lan Qi couldn't help but tease, trying to ease the anger in Saratel's heart. But Saratel waved his hand and left here first. Follow-up matters, of course, do not need to say much. When Saratel, Lan Qi, and Shauna came to the holy city of spirits together and joined Tiana, Song Ming's situation was much more miserable than Xuanhuan and others. With 1 against 3, Song Ming didn't even have the chance to fight back. Saratel and Lan Qi's fighting power was not weaker than Song Ming, and there was a Tiana behind them, who blessed them with auxiliary magic. The power of grace of the holy light orb is even more continuous. Under heavy precautions, Song Ming fell here without even touching the holy city of spirits. It can be regarded as the worst powerhouse-level power among the invaders. From the moment she appeared, she was trapped in the prison of light by Tiana, and she didn't do anything until she finally fell. I really don't know how the god of war will feel when he finds out about this. Thank you for helping the holy city of elves in this battle. After the battle, Tiana specially thanked Lan Qi and Saratel. And Shauna, although you chose to leave the elves will always be our home. This sentence is a sentence Tiana wanted to say a long time ago. Saying it now means that the two are truly reconciled as before. Tiana also changed Shauna from being a friend to being a relative. I always knew. Shauna smiled, then stepped forward, and Tia Na hugged. It's a beautiful scene, isn't it? Silater, who was standing beside him, immediately touched Lan Qi beside him with his shoulder and said aloud. Is that what you're talking about? Lan Qi couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Saratel. Shauna is Lan Qi's wife. If this is not good, then after returning home, I am afraid that she will be served by family law. After that, there is nothing to say. Humans without powerhouse-level powers can only be defeated again and keep retreating. After this battle, the elves, the beast-eared, and the dwarves all reported victory one after another. Only the defeat of the human race caused a great loss of vitality, so they could only retreat to the edge of the North Mountain Range, lingering on, looking forward to the day when the clan's strength was restored. The war was extinguished, and the final good news spread throughout the entire northern mountain range in a very short period of time. After watching the excitement, all races naturally sent representatives to congratulate them. Because once this battle is over, the status of the three major races in the North Mountain Range will be more stable. Other races are not fools. They watched the whole battle clearly. It is also known that the human race struggled with 4 powerhouse-level powers before they started this battle, but ended in a disastrous end. The overall strength of the clan is far inferior to that of the human race, so naturally they do not have the courage to be presumptuous. So in this way, the North Mountain Range is more peaceful. This is something that Zyrator and the others did not expect. What is this? Qila sat behind the counter and glanced at what Lan Qi handed over. It was a crystal with a very dazzling appearance, and even Qi Lu was a little surprised by the huge energy contained in it. So Qila quickly looked at Lan Qi again. In the aftermath of the 3 major races, there is no need for a strong level expert to sit in the seat. It's just that Tiana and Saratel are not too worried about the family's affairs, so they haven't appeared in the store. But Lancy has no such burden. After confirming that there was nothing else, without saying a word, he took Shauna to Qi Li's store. The powerhouse-level trial crystal, a little heart, thanked the manager, Qi, for his willingness to lend a helping hand. Lan Qi introduced it calmly. But the pain in the depths of his eyes was captured by Qi Lu keenly. Powerhouse level. Trial crystal? Where did you get it? Qi Li's eyebrows trembled, obviously a little surprised. You must know that even the trial room provided by the system will not produce a strong level trial crystals in the auxiliary functions, and at most hero level crystals. It is enough to see the preciousness of the power level trial crystal. Absolutely rare. After all, a powerhouse level trial crystal is equivalent to a powerhouse level alien beast. And how can a beast of such a realm be so easy to hunt? The difficulty is high, beyond imagination. And the most important thing is that you must first find the alien beast in the power level realm before you have the opportunity to hunt it. Unfortunately, at this point, it is not something that can be done by human intervention. Although the promotion of beasts, there is no obvious shackles. Talent, aptitude, potential, resources. As long as the conditions are met and the environment allows, then it is natural to be able to advance to the realm. However, beasts and alien beasts want to be promoted to the powerhouse level, and there is also a need for it on top of the fate of heaven and earth. So over the years, even though Lan Qi and Shauna have traveled the entire northern mountain range together, they have never seen a few alien beasts at power level. Not to mention hunting. This is also the reason why powerhouse level trial crystals are really rare. There is no way to produce it all, and it is naturally very few. What's more, the power level trial crystal must be used in conjunction with the heaven and earth to be able to play an effect. Therefore, those practitioners who are at the peak of the hero level, or even the practitioners of the half-step powerhouse level, must have the opportunity to use the powerhouse level trial crystals after they have obtained the luck of heaven and earth. However, how can the luck of heaven and earth be so easy to obtain? So these two conditions are superimposed together, which also creates a situation where the powerhouse level power is extremely rare. You must know that the initial luck of Tiana and Ceratal came from the racial luck of their own race. It's like the bowl of water that was used as a primer at the beginning of the shake well. As long as you achieve the power level realm, then you won't have to worry Samak about the fate of the next world. But for this reason, the problem quickly turned back. Now that there is luck in the world, what about the powerhouse level trial crystals? Still as rare as ever. So, to be honest, Qi Lu is still very curious about the origin of this sudden powerhouse level trial crystal. Because the rarity of this thing is really no less than the luck of heaven and earth. This. Manager Qi, you should also know that among the messengers sent by the god of war to the northern mountain range, there are a total of 4 powerhouse level powers, all of whom have fallen into this battle. Lan Qi thought about the words for a while, before saying it out loud. Well, I know, wait, could it be? When Qi Lu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately wanted to understand this matter. Manager Qi really understands at one point, that's true. Lan Qi noticed the change in Qi Li's expression, and immediately guessed what Qi Lu was thinking, so he affirmed it aloud. The fate of heaven and earth is not a particularly fortunate thing for a powerhouse level master. What's more, Qi Lu had seen this before. That is the powerhouse level power from outside. If they fall into this world, then the fate of the heaven and earth they have will be swallowed up by the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, this time, a total of 4 powerhouse level powers have fallen. Moreover, the strength of each strong level power is not weak, and the cultivation realm is not low. Then the will of heaven and earth of the North Mountains can be imagined how much luck of heaven and earth has been swallowed at one time. Based on this, the skyrocketing fortunes of heaven and earth will naturally accelerate the improvement of the overall strength of the northern mountain range, and will gradually increase the position of the powerhouse. Therefore, it is easy to explain where the powerhouse level trial crystals Lan Qi gave to Qi Lu came from. It is nothing more than that because of the sudden increase of so much luck in the world, several alien beasts of the power level realm were spawned, and Lan Qi happened to meet them. So unfortunately, Lan Qi was killed on the spot. In this regard, Qi Lu could only mourn for a second in his heart. That said, in the recent period of time, there should be several more powerhouse level powers in the Beishan Mountains. Qi Lu asked about the origin, and he felt at ease. It is reasonable to accept the powerhouse level trial crystal. Because logically speaking, Song Zhan died in the hands of Qi Lu. Then, even if the powerhouse level trial crystals that were spawned were divided, one should be distributed to Qi Lu. Yes, Manager Qi, you guessed right. Lan Qi nodded affirmatively, and then continued, and according to me, Ceratal, and Tiana's calculations, 3 power level trial crystals should be born. So in order to express our gratitude, we decided to give this first powerhouse level trial crystal to Manager Qi. You've got a heart. Qi Lu nodded. Although Qi Lu himself did not demand a return, he still had to get the reward that he deserved, not to mention that it was all in front of him. If you don't take it, wouldn't it be too hypocritical? Where is it? Store Manager Qi is very polite. Lan Qi smiled and waved his hands again and again to say you're welcome. However, the number of powerhouse-level trial crystals is only our guess. We can't guarantee how many there will be. Understandable. Hearing this, Qi Lu nodded immediately, expressing his empathy. After all, the will of heaven and earth likes to take rebates, not once or twice. Qi Lu has a deep understanding of this situation. It was as if in the eastern wilderness, the fate of the spirit of the demon abyss was swallowed up by the will of the heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness. But the things that are given back to Qi Lu seem to be nothing. Instead, he sent a lot of heaven and earth to Yu Shi'er. As for the extremely precious powerhouse-level trial crystals, it is even more invisible. But put these issues aside. This round of racial war has been completely fought, and the most advantageous is the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range. As for who loses the most, that's probably the god of war. Sending people from all over the world to give gifts is really the first person who can afford gifts are light and affectionate. At least so far, that's true. Okay, I brought the things, so I won't disturb Manager Qi. I haven't been to the store for so many days, and I don't know if there is any new map in the New World mode. Lan Qi then exchanged a few words with Qi Lu, and then dragged Shauna away. Only Qi Lu was left, still sitting behind the counter. What a surprise. At night, after closing the store, Qi Lu passed the store portal lightly and came to the store in Yunwu City. Yu Shi'er didn't know what was going on over the North Mountain Range. There is an abyss in the middle, and no matter how hard the northern mountain range is beaten to death, it will not be affected by the eastern wilderness. So it doesn't really matter if you know it or not. Shi'er. Brother Qi Lu, good evening. When Yu Shi'er saw Qi Lu, she just finished checking the entire store, and ran over immediately. Good evening, Shi'er, the recent situation in the store should be fine. Qi Lu rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, and then sensed Yu Shi'er's physical condition and cultivation realm. Still heroic, but soon to be at the pinnacle. Well, everything is fine in the store. Yu Shi'er replied obediently. There is one thing to say, customers who dare to make trouble in Qi Lu store, at least in Donghuang and Beishan, do not exist. That's good. But speaking of it, it's been so long since I forgot to pay you your salary, Shi'er, don't you blame me? Qi Lu went on to say, paving the way for his actions. Being able to help brother Qi Lu is the happiest thing for Shi'er. How could Shi'er blame brother Qi Lu? Yu Shi'er heard the words and said quickly. His tone was eager, as if he wanted to prove that what he said was the truth. Although I said that, I can't bear to let you do things for nothing, so today I especially brought your salary. Of course, Qi Lu could guess what kind of answer Yu Shi'er would give. But is Yu Shi'er's answer important? It's not important. So Qi Lu simply ignored Yu Shi'er's answer, and took out the powerhouse Laveltrial crystal on his own. I have compiled all your wages, I hope you don't think it's too small. Qi Lu put the crystal in his hand in Yu Shi'er's palm and said aloud. The dazzling powerhouse-level trial crystal is like a rare treasure, shining brilliantly and shining. Brother Qi Lu, what is this? It looks very precious, Shi'er can't want it. Yu Shi'er looked at the bright crystal in her palm and said hurriedly. Although Yu Shi'er didn't know what the crystal was. But just by looking at the appearance, you know that it must be extremely precious, not to mention that it also contains a majestic power that makes Yu Shi'er feel a little scared. No, you can have it, it's just a powerhouse-level trial crystal. As Qi Lu spoke, he stretched out his hand and buckled Yu Shi'er's fingers back one by one, clenching them into a fist. The powerhouse-level trial crystal was so firmly held in Yu Shi'er's palm. On the outside of Yu Shi'er's fist was Qi Li's palm. Brother Qi Lu, I. Feeling the warmth of Qi Li's palm, Yu Shi'er's cheeks suddenly flushed. Don't say more, Shi'er, you can take whatever I give you, you don't need to feel that you are not qualified. If you are not qualified, then no one is qualified. Qi Lu interrupted Yu Xier's faltering voice, and said seriously, with a smile in the corner of her mouth. Yes, but... Yu Xier still wanted to say something. After all, even if Yu Xier had never seen the preciousness of the powerhouse-level trial crystal, she had actually heard of it. The so-called no merit is not rewarded. It is impossible to say that Yu Xier is not uneasy to accept such a precious treasure in a hurry. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and looked into Yu Xier's eyes with a light smile. He didn't say anything, just a faint questioning sound came from his throat. The meaning is self-evident. Okay. Xier got it, thank you brother Qi Lu. Yu Xier clenched her fist tightly, feeling the warmth of the powerhouse-level trial crystal in the palm of her hand, and the temperature passed from Qi Li's palm outside the fist. After hesitating for a while, he mustered up his courage and hugged Qi Lu. Then he stood on tiptoe and pecked Qi Li's face like a dragonfly. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xier ran back into her bedroom like a gust of wind with her cheeks flushed as if about to drip blood. This girl. Qi Lu was caught off guard by Yu Xier's sudden attack, and was stunned for a while on the spot. Forget it, it's really old, and the reaction is slow. Qi Lu, who took a long time to come back to his senses, suddenly muttered to himself, dumbfounded. He raised his hand and put his fingers lightly on his face. He wanted to wipe the place where Yu Xier had just attacked. But after thinking about it, Qi Lu put his hand down again. So be it. I'm ashamed. Back in the bedroom, Yu Xier put her head tightly in the quilt, and then tossed and turned on the bed. A heart was even more in the chest cavity, and it was beating so fast that it was thumping and thumping, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Strange, why would I do such a thing? Yu Xier couldn't understand, when did she become so bold? I used to blush for a long time even holding a hand, why tonight, my brain suddenly became hot and I did such an unexpected thing. And in front of Qi Lu, he suddenly attacked. Thinking of this, Yu Xier's face flushed with shame, and her temperature soared. Brother Qi Lu won't blame me. Then Yu Xier started thinking wildly again. No, brother Qi Lu will definitely not blame me. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for being so nice to me. Well, that's it. Otherwise I wouldn't be so impulsive. Yu Xier thought about it, and then she thought of how to dump the blame. Can't admit it anyway. Xier. Who? While I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard someone call my name. Yu Xier jumped up from the quilt almost like a conditioned reflex, and then looked for who was talking. Xier, you seem a little nervous. Xuanhuan stood at the door of the bedroom, with a pair of watery eyes flashing with curiosity. Oh, there's no. Shao Shu, don't talk nonsense. Yu Xier said forcefully. It's just the crimson on Yu Xier's face that betrayed her mood at the moment. I'm talking nonsense? What's the matter with your expression now? Something interesting must have happened. Xuanhuan stared, jumped directly in front of Yu Xier, and looked at Xuanhuan with scrutiny eyes. Watch, expression. Yu Xier reached out her hand involuntarily, touched her cheek, and then stammered, It's hot, yes, it's too hot in the room tonight, so. So you went to find Qi Lu? Xuanhuan immediately followed with a sentence. Yes, so I'll go to brother Qi Lu. No. Shao Shu, you. Yu Xier knew that she had said something wrong, and was immediately embarrassed and anxious. In the end, he simply stopped talking, and stared at Xuanhuan so fiercely, trying to persuade her to retreat with his eyes. However, what is Xuanhuan? He's Shuya, with such a thick skin, how could he be able to persuade him to quit with just one look? Especially after she evolved into a white-haired cat-ear loli, Xuanhuan's face became even thicker. Xier, just talk about it. We agreed at the beginning that we should discuss together, make plans, and go to attack Qi Lu. Xuanhuan pestered Yu Xier, and kept persuading her for her own curiosity. But Yu Shier's face still couldn't be compared with Yu Xuanhui. In the end, he faltered and told Yu Xuanhui about it. What? Powerhouse level trial crystal? Qi Lu gave it to you. Why didn't I? However, after listening to Yu Shier's words, Yu Xuanhui used 4 questions and 4 exclamation marks to express her shock and anger. Eccentricity. This is the most obvious eccentricity. Although Yu Xuanhui's body is a cat, as a standard alien beast, it doesn't net a powerhouse-level trial crystal. However, the devouring cat's obsession with treasures is absolutely profound. And the powerhouse-level trial crystal, according to the standard of treasure, it is also an extremely precious treasure. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why Yu Xuanxu's emotions came. Xiaoxue, you, what do you want to do now? Although Yu Xier was shy at the moment, she was still keenly aware of Yu Xuanxu's movements. Something was wrong. What to do? Of course, I went to Qi Lu to ask clearly. Yu Xuanxu said righteously. In the face of such a significant difference in treatment, as a greedy civet cat, how could it be swallowed up? So you have to run over to protect your own legitimate interests. It's not good to do this, Xiaoxue, it's too hard for you to be the manager. When Yu Xier heard the words, she naturally tried her best to discourage her, so as not to cause trouble to Qi Lu. However, as soon as Yu Xuanxue got excited, she could persuade him in a few words. Before Yu Xier could finish her words, she ran out like a gust of wind. Only a white afterimage was left in the bedroom, which gradually dissipated. Qila. When Yu Xuanxu jumped to the first floor, she happened to find Qi Lu in the hall, and immediately called out to express their dissatisfaction and anger. Xiaoxue? Why do you need to shout so loudly in the middle of the night, Soyuri not afraid of disturbing the people? Qi Lu looked up and found a cat-eared loli with bulging cheeks, trying her best to express her anger. Suddenly I couldn't help but make a joke. When she looks cute, even her angry expression is quite eye-catching. Disturbing the people? I want to bite you now, but I'm afraid of disturbing the people. Yu Xuanxu said in a bad tone. Why are you biting me again? What's the situation? Qi Lu said with a smile. He didn't care about Yu Xuanxu's little emotions. Anyway, this kind of small emotion, Yu Xuanxu is always there, but the severity is different. Isn't it normal for the devouring cat to be moody? What's so strange? You still ask me what's going on. I ask you, Qi Lu, Shier's powerhouse Laveltrial crystal, did you give it to me? Yu Xuanxu glared at Qi Lu fiercely with the appearance of asking for guilt. When you ask about this kind of thing, you have to be tough. If this tone softened, it would have no effect. Yes, I did. Qi Lu nodded and admitted. There's nothing to hide about this, just ask. Since you admit it, that's fine. What about mine? Moon Frost Snow. He raised his head, stretched out Bainin's little hand to Qi Lu, and asked aloud. Hearing this, Qi Li's eyebrows suddenly rose. It turned out that this little cat ran down in the middle of the night to ask for guilt, just for this. In that case, Yu Xuanxu ran out of Yu Xier's bedroom. Yours? Yours what? Qi Lu began to act stupid. Of course it's a powerhouse-level trial crystal. Why does Xier have it? Booty don't have it. You are biased. Yu Xuanxu stared at Qi Lu fiercely, trying to make her tone more fierce. It's just a pity that when facing Qi Lu, Yu Xuanxu couldn't really be fierce. For fear of being beaten. So that's what you said. Qi Lu pretended to be suddenly enlightened. It's really not good to favor one over the other, but for Yu Xuanxu, such concerns do not exist. After all, this is a guy who remembers what to eat and not to fight. I'm asking you, what's the use of using the powerhouse-level trial crystals? Qi Lu asked slowly. It's useless, but I just want it. Yu Xuanxu hesitated for a moment, and then continued to speak unreasonably. Even if it is useless, it can be used as a collection. A creature like the devouring cat has a habit of collecting treasures, not worse than that of a giant dragon, and even stronger. Because the dragon collects treasures, it is really simply collecting. However, the devouring cat collects treasures, and more often, it collects and reserves food, so that it will not be hungry when the treasures of heaven and earth are not found. What's more, the energy contained in the powerhouse-level trial crystals is still so huge. If you want, it's not impossible. Qi Lu tapped his fingers on the tabletop of the counter, pretended to think, and said aloud. Real? Yu Shuangshu's eyes lit up, and she immediately became excited. If this can really get the powerhouse-level trial crystal from Qi Li's hands, it will be a huge victory for the kiddies' struggle. Definitely a precious moment to remember. Of course, if you can stay safe behind the counter and guard the store like Shi'er, I'll give it to you. Qi Li said slowly with a smile on his face. But if you don't do it, then pay me double. How? The tone was light, but Yu Xuanhua knew that what Qi Li said would never be a joke. It must be said and done. This? Forget it, I have a lot of kittens and big cats. I don't care about this kind of thing with you. Yu Shuangshu, who was still very excited before, was tired on the spot when she heard this. Immediately afterwards, he snorted angrily, then stuck his tongue out at Qi Li and made a face. Bah! Cheapskate! Fuck off! Qi Li laughed and cursed. Only when he is with Yu Xuanhua can Qi Li release his personality so generously. Don't worry about other people's opinions. Because it was really hard for Qi Lu to be serious when facing this kitten. Bah! 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 Walking all the way to the second floor, when I came to the door of the bedroom, Yu Xuanhua was still indignant. Knowing that she couldn't be safe, Qi Lu deliberately used this condition to make things difficult for her, which really made Mao angry. Shao Shu, you didn't embarrass the store manager, did you? Yu Shi'er seemed to have been waiting for Yu Xuanhua to come back, so as soon as she heard this voice, she immediately asked aloud. No, how could I embarrass Qi Lu? You think too much. Yu Xuanhua scratched the back of her head and said with a pout. However, she was a little embarrassed to ask Yu Xuanhua to tell her experience on the first floor. After all, it is not a glorious thing to be unable to settle down. That's good. When Yu Shi'er heard the words, she breathed a sigh of relief, but did not ask any further questions. Because for Yu Shi'er, as long as Qi Lu doesn't say anything, everything is fine. As for the other issues, that's not a problem. By the way, Shi'er, you said before that you attacked Qi Lu, so why not? When Yu Xuanhua said this, she suddenly stretched out her finger, tapped her lips, and then began to hint at Yu Shi'er with her eyes. The unspoken words are self-evident. This is also the question that Yu Xuanhua suddenly thought of. If Yu Shi'er and Qi Lu can cook the raw rice to mature, then with the relationship between her and Yu Shi'er, do you still need to look at Qi Lu's face in the future? That's really, the future is promising. However, Yu Xuanhua never thought that if that kind of thing really happened, her status might be lower. Because of Yu Shi'er, she was determined to stand on Qi Li's side. However, even if Yu Shi'er wanted to think about this kind of thing, she would only dare to think about it in her dreams. Now that Yu Xuanhua brought it up, Yu Shi'er's face was like a boiled crab, so red that it was almost smoking. You. Shao Shu. What happened again? The angry voice naturally alarmed Qi Lu on the first floor. So the expression of doubt naturally appeared on Qi Li's face. It won't be Shao Shu provoking Shi'er again. Forget it, let them make trouble, it's okay. Qi Lu smiled and shook his head, not intending to investigate this matter. Many times, it is noisy, and there is a home atmosphere. It is very likely that what is brewing with respect to each other is a volcano waiting to erupt. The next day. Yu Sheer came to the lobby on the first floor with a pair of faint dark circles under her eyes. Brother Qi Lu, good morning. Good morning, Sheer. When Qi Lu looked back, she always felt that Yu Sheer's eyes were dodging a little, and her face was always flushed. What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Qi Lu couldn't help but care. No, nothing, Sheer is fine, Brother Qi Lu, don't worry. When Yu Sheer heard the sound, she quickly waved her hand to indicate that everything was fine. I just remembered the scene I dreamed in my dream last night after I had a fight with Yu Shuangshu. Yu Sheer's cheeks were flushed. How could I have such a shameless dream? But, I really want to dream again. No. What are you thinking about? Brother Qi Lu, Sheer will go to work first, so I won't talk more. Yu Sheer, who was flushed with shame, fled in a panic. For fear that one more look at Qi Lu will detect her dream last night. It always feels a little weird. Qi Lu looked at Yu Sheer's back and shrugged. However, some things are better not to get into. Qi Lu knows this very well, so he doesn't ask any more questions. When Yu Sheer wants to say something, she will say. So, let's just pretend it didn't happen and didn't see it. As for the powerhouse level trial crystal, it will probably be stored in Yu Sheer's hands for a long time before it can be used. After all, if you want to be promoted to the realm of the powerhouse level, it is not enough to have the powerhouse level trial crystal and the luck off heaven and earth. One's own cultivation realm and state of mind are also indispensable. However, for other cultivators, there has always been a lack of heaven and earth luck, or a lack of power level trial crystals. Because his own cultivation realm is not at the peak of the heroic realm. Or if the state of mind is not enough, no one will think about the problem of being promoted to the powerhouse level. However, when they arrived at Yu Sheer's place, it was the other way around. The powerhouse level trial crystal, Qi Lu prepared it for her early in the morning. The luck of heaven and earth is bestowed by the will of heaven and earth because of the relationship of Qi Lu. The only problem now is that Yu Sheer's cultivation realm, and her state of mind, can't keep up. It's just this aspect of the problem Qi Lu can't help. It can only rely on Yu Sheer to slowly hone herself. It's just that the problem of cultivation realm is relatively easy to solve, and you can experience it in the New World mode. But in terms of mood, I really can't be in a hurry. Because this is the precipitation in time, a precipitation condensed bythousands of experiences. So to sum up, just one sentence, take it slow. Time flies, like a white horse passing by. In a blink of an eye, many days passed. The impact of the previous racial war on the northern mountain range was slowly dissipated with the joint efforts of the elves, dwarves, and beast-eared tribes. The human race completely fell from the position of the fourth race. It has become one of the thousands of small races in the North Mountain Range. But there is still a difference, that is, the potential of the human race is much stronger than those of those races. With great potential, the possibility of prosperity will naturally be greater. And Saratel, who had stayed in the clan before, and Tiana, also slowly began to run into Qi Li's store. Everything is getting better. Lan Qi has been to the store several times and mentioned something to Qi Lu. That is where the second powerhouse level trial crystal is located on the northern mountain range. It was Shauna. It sounds like fate. On the second day, the alien beast in the power level realm appeared just within the territory of the elves. So it's not easy for Sierra to meddle in this matter. Then the second powerhouse level trial crystal naturally belongs to the elves. Among the elves, to say who is most qualified to use this powerhouse level trial crystal, it must be Shauna. This decision, even the virtuous elders in the elves, is not easy to stop. Because first of all, Shauna is the former saint of the elves. Although he left the elves for Lan Qi's sake, it wasn't a betrayal, it was just an elopement. Coupled with the race war this time, Shauna and Tiana also released their past suspicions and got back together. Therefore, the owner of this power-level trial crystal is naturally undisputed. Anyway, it is to increase the overall strength of the elves, and it doesn't matter who uses it. And the expected third powerhouse-level trial crystal has not yet seen Ashidao. So it's not easy to talk about ownership. Days, in this calm and peaceful, passed day by day. Until one day, a customer came to the City of Life and walked into Chi Lu's store. "Is this the shop that the two said?" The shocking sound did not attract the attention of many customers in the store. Because every customer who comes to the store for the first time has this tone, those old customers are considered commonplace. Instead, Chi Lu, who was sitting behind the counter, looked up. Then he raised his eyebrows suddenly as if he had discovered something surprising. "This is a human race? How did you come to the City of Life?" The surprise on Chi Li's face was really not fake. After all, having opened a store in the City of Life for so long, it was the first time I saw a Terran customer. Especially at this time. The human race had just started a war with the elves, and it was still at a disastrous defeat. And then at this time, to come to the City of Life, is it to seek death? Human? Lan Chi, who was sitting by the side eating the braised beef rice bowl, also raised his head in surprise. For the hatred of the human race, Lan Chi did not have much in his heart. Because it was not the dragons who fought against the human race. What's more, with the strength of the human race, it is not qualified to challenge the dragon race. So Lan Chi can't be guilty of hating the human race. However, there is one thing to say, except for Lan Chi, the customers in the store are all from the three major races. Dwarves, elves, beastiers. These customers all know about the human race and the three major races, so they are absolutely hostile to the people of the human race. It should be the messenger sent by the human race, I heard Tiana talk about it. Shauna, who was drinking orange juice, explained aloud. Really? What did the human race send messengers to do? After Lan Chi swallowed the beef mixed with rice in his mouth, he asked suspiciously. Apologize, compensate, and then, show goodwill. Shauna recalled it for a while, and then answered warmly. It was an unexpected routine. Chi Lu scratched his head, and there was no unexpected look on his face at all. Isn't it normal for the defeated side to apologize? It's an old routine, first apologize, then compensate, and then show goodwill, in order to gain some time to recuperate and hope to return to prosperity. Keep a low profile, and try your hardest. It turned out to be like this, no wonder. Lan Chi glanced at the famous clan at the door and smacked his mouth. No wonder this guy can walk into the store intact from the gate of the City of Life. It turns out that he has such an identity. For the sake of peace, the elves always have to show a little generosity. Besides, the elves are not a tyrannical race. They have always been peace-loving, and they rarely do anything to kill them. Okay, stop joking, everyone here is a guest. Chi Lu spread his hands. Before the customer made trouble, Chi Lu was still quite polite. This is also something that the old customers who come to the store are well aware of. So no matter how urgent or dangerous the situation is, as long as you don't want to die, you have to be honest when you are in the store. Hello, do you need anything? Chi Lu casually straightened his clothes, and then shouted to the human race at the door of the store. At this time, Xuanhuan went to play in the New World mode. I have gone, so Chi Lu can only receive new customers by himself. Hello, my name is Cod, the messenger of the human race. When visiting the elves, I accidentally heard that there is a magical shop in the City of Life, so I came here to visit. I don't know who you are. After the human clansman heard the shout, he immediately said it humbly. The messenger of the defeated side, who came to the city-state of the victorious side, really had nothing to be arrogant about. At this point, the more humble, the better. I'm the manager of this store. My surname is Chi. You are just like them. Just call me Manager Chi. Chila said casually. It turns out that you are the manager, Chi, in their mouths. Cod heard the sound and quickly looked up at Chi Lu, surprised and happy in his tone. You should be a human too. After hesitating for a moment, Cod spoke again. You know, when visiting the elves before, Cod saw with his own eyes how respectful the elves were when they mentioned the store manager Chi. It can be seen that the manager Chi in their mouths is definitely an extremely respected existence among the elves. As for why it is so respected, there are many explanations. So under Cod's conscious inquiry, he also got the answer he wanted. That is the strength of this store manager, Chi, unfathomable. According to sources, even the elf queen of the elf clan and the beast spirit master of the bestier clan are inferior to this store manager, Chi. Even above the North Mountain range, the only giant dragon at the power level realm was crushed. This kind of power is terrifying. You know, the three they mentioned are all powerhouses. And in this racial war, it shines brightly, cutting off the hope of victory for the human race. Therefore, it is absolutely obvious to all the people of the human race that the cultivation realm of these three powerhouse-level powers is high, the combat power is strong, and the people of the human race. It can even be said that I have experienced it myself. However, even these three, in front of the store manager Chi in their mouths, it is far inferior. If you compare it like this, you can imagine how tyrannical the legendary store manager Chi is. But now, Cod found the store and saw the legendary store manager Chi. But the most surprising thing happened. That is the store manager Chi, who is also a member of the human race. In Cod's view, this is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the human race. If there is such a powerful person who can protect the human race, then the rise of the human race is definitely just around the corner. That's why Cod's previous question was asked. I am indeed human. Chila nodded indifferently, but did not deny the fact. This is really great, Manager Chi. Do you know the current situation of the human race? After Cod got an affirmative answer, his face immediately became very happy, and he said it quickly. It stands to reason that if there is a chance, ordinary powerhouse-level powers will not refuse to take care of their own race. Just like Saratel and Tiana. When he achieved the realm of the powerhouse, he became the guardian of the race. Therefore, the store manager Chi in front of him must be no exception. And when Cod said these words, Lan Chi and Shauna realized Cod's purpose before he even finished speaking. So the two looked at each other, and after their eyes turned around on Chi leaned Cod, a teasing smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Just kidding, Chi Lu, if he is willing to help the human race. Then he wouldn't do it himself, and the result was Song Zhan. Sure enough, Cord was interrupted by Chi Lu before he finished speaking. Stop. Chi Lu half squinted his eyes, waved his hand, and motioned to Cod to shut up. This? Manager Chi, you. Cod didn't know what Chi Lu meant. After the words were interrupted, a little panic appeared on his face immediately. I know what you said, and I can guess what you want to say. Chi Lu crossed his fingers, put it on the table of the counter, looked directly at Cod, and said word by word. However, I would like to ask you to understand first that the human race was indeed bewitched in this war, but the war that was triggered is an indisputable fact. In any case, as long as you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. The development of things to this point is inseparable from your ambitions, so in the final analysis, it's your own fault. Having said this, Chi Lu spread his hands apart, propped them up on the counter, and asked in a deep voice. But now, is it too naive that you want me to bear the consequences? Chi Li's sharp eyes, like a knife, stabbed Cod in the body. Every word was like a dazzling blade, stabbed into Cod's heart fiercely, causing him to take a step back involuntarily. No, Manager Chi, you must have misunderstood. I never had this plan, and I definitely never thought about letting you bear the consequences of the human race. Cod was so nervous that he waved his hands one after another, and beads of sweat suddenly came out of his forehead, and he started to stutter even when spoke. In just 2 sentences, I almost didn't tie my tongue. However, even so, Cod is desperately defending himself and the human race. If the words just now are confirmed, it will offend the unfathomable Manager Chi to death. The situation of the human race was not very good. At this time, if you offend such an almighty, it is estimated that Cod will kill himself on the spot in this city of life and apologize to death. You know what you think, you don't need to tell me, because I don't care. Chi Lu shook his head expressionlessly and continued. And whether what I said is true or not, you and I know it in our hearts, including Lan Chi and the others, you can't justify it with a word or two. Hearing this, Cod was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lan Chi, who was sitting beside him, and Shauna with a look of horror. The appearance of these 2 people has been published among the messengers sent by the human race. The purpose is to prevent them from accidentally provoking these powerhouse-level powers that are enough to alarm the entire northern mountain range, and bring disaster to the human race. It's just that when he entered the store, the first thing Cod heard was Chila's voice. Then, when he learned that the person in front of him was the legendary store manager Chi, all his attention was drawn to the past, thus ignoring other customers in the store. But now, when Sheila mentioned it, Cod immediately discovered that there were these 2 great powers among the customers sitting in the store. Nagong. The words that were close to provoking dissension were also heard by them. It's over now. Thinking of this, Cod only felt dizzy in his head, and his eyes were blackened. Originally, Cod just wanted to seek the protection of a strong level power for the human race. In this case, he would definitely be able to surpass the dwarf race in a very short period of time. One of the 3 major races in the North Mountain Range. After all, among the dwarves, there is no powerhouse-level power for the time being. However, the facts have also proved one thing, that is, no powerhouse-level power is a fool. Cod's thoughts were clearly seen by Chi Lu, so Chi Lu explained all the words directly. Because in the final analysis, it is only a choice, not a responsibility, for a strong-level almighty to protect his own race. Saratel and Tiana are willing to protect the Beast Ear clan and the Elves clan. That's because the 2 of them used the racial luck of their race when they were promoted to the powerhouse level. So the task of protecting the race becomes a responsibility when it comes to him. But it is clear that the legendary store manager, Chi, only bears the identity of a human race. As for the thing about racial luck, the current human race really can't spawn a powerhouse-level power. So it is understandable for Chi Lu to pick out the words clearly. The reason is very simple, we don't owe you anything, it is love to help you, and it is duty not to help. What's more, in this world of grudge and magic, the law of the weak can be considered a hidden rule. The power of Chi Li's level, life and death, is in his hands. If nothing else, it depends on Cod's previous intention to sow discord. Even if Cod was directly evaporated in the city of life, the human race would not dare to say anything. What kind of tough words can a race that needs to be human with its tail between its tails? So Cod, who was dizzy for a while, still gritted his teeth, held on to it, and pleaded with a bitter face, Manager Chi, the human race is really now, just want a chance to survive. I just want to be able to linger, and I definitely don't dare to think about other things. This is true. Cod will be sent by the Terran to the elf to apologize, that is, for this matter. It's just that after Cod heard about Chi Lu and found out that Chi Lu was a human race, he had other thoughts in his heart. You don't have to tell me about this kind of thing, I don't care. What the human race needs to do most now is to put aside their own ambitions, that's all. Qile put his hands on the counter and said slowly, "Peace and prosperity, Xuanhuan. No one wants to see the North Mountain Range full of flames." "Yes, we got it, thank you Manager Qi, thank you Manager Qi." When Cod heard the words, he quickly bowed his head and thanked him. Although the words were not spoken clearly, the implication of Qi Li's words was still obvious. Since the need to maintain peace. So as long as the Terran does not take the initiative to pick things up, Moon will go to the Terran to trouble the Terran. At least, among the three races of elves, beastiers, and dwarves, it can be guaranteed. As for other races, to be honest, even in the face of the decaying human race, it is not enough to see. Otherwise, during the previous race war, how could they not have the Corrigetto come out and make a profit? Not because it's too weak. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. Qile shook his head, not wanting to have anything to do with Cod. Qile didn't want to take over the mess that the Terran had created by himself, and made trouble for himself out of thin air. That was the behavior of a fool. However, Cod did not answer, just thanked him with a smile on his face. When the cultivation realm reaches a certain level, even if nothing is done, the deterrent force will always be there. Even if others want to ignore it, it is impossible. It's just that Qile didn't have this self-consciousness, and he didn't respond to Cod's thanks, so he looked at him so calmly. There was no mood swing on Gujing Wubua's face. Anyway, Qile made up his mind not to take this stubble, which is both troublesome and without the slightest benefit. Qile could never do thankless things. Probably also noticed this, so Cod didn't dare to take an inch, and could only ask carefully, "I don't know if I have the honor to see it in Manager Qi's store." The attitude is even more humble, and dare not make any mistakes. Whatever, as long as you don't have any more careful thoughts. Otherwise, I don't mind killing another troublemaker myself. Qile responded casually. Since it is to open the door to do business, Qi Li's rules are very simple. All the people who enter the store are customers, but those who dare to make trouble should be mentally prepared. The lighter ones will be included in the store's blacklist. In severe cases, they may disappear into this world on the spot. Cod did have some careful thoughts before, but it was only for the entire human race, and a temporary decision to take a risk was not a deliberate calculation. Just to survive. This is the most primitive survival instinct, so Qi Lu will not particularly blame it. Because it's not necessary. However, if Cod dares to hold such careful thoughts later, then Qi Lu will not be so polite anymore. In order to survive, it is indeed understandable. But if you still don't listen to the warning, you don't need to be polite. Manager Qi is still the one I am familiar with, and he won't change his position just because of a few words. Lan Qi watched the whole process, and only laughed out loud after Cod carefully left. As Qi Lu said, Cod's little thought, in the eyes of Lan Qi and Shauna, is just like the one on the bright side. You don't even need to guess, you can tell at a glance. So they didn't plan to take care of it. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks are false. On the contrary, it was Cod's panicked reaction that made Lan Qi very interesting. What? You want me to intervene? Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi and said warmly. Of course I don't want it. Manager Qi is a reasonable person, and we are not ignorant. We can just look at these things. If we intervene rashly, the relationship between the various races will be frozen. Lan Qi shrugged and said with a smile. Most of the time, the powerhouse-level power is only fulfilling the task of protecting the race. Before the critical moment, they basically watched the changes of the race from the outside, watching the clansmen grow old, sick and die, and the vicissitudes of life. Instead of taking action at every turn, eliminating all enemies that threaten the race. Exterminate. In that way, you are caring for babies, not protecting the race. Alright, then you can help look at the customers in the store. I estimate that there will be no less customers of the Terran in the near future. Qilu glanced around in the store, and Cod, who was full of excitement, said slowly. As long as there is no trouble, no matter what race customers are, they are not all customers. Does it have to be divided into 3, 6, 9, etc.? You must know that in this racial war, Qilu has only targeted the messenger Soph, the god of war, from beginning to end. Qilu did not like those gods. It has a hammer relationship with the human race. That's right. The products in Manager Qi's store are indeed quite attractive. Lon Qi nodded in agreement. Although the shop's elves, dwarves, and beast-eared customers don't seem to like the human clansmen very much. But the most fundamental problem has been solved. One thing to say, if there is no bewitchment by Xuanhuan and others, even if the human race has 10 more courage, they would not dare to declare war with the 3 major races of the northern mountain range so boldly. Therefore, since the problem has been solved, there is no need to be stubbornly stuck in this place. Because it's just making yourself uncomfortable. When the human race eliminated its ambitions, it was actually just a creature of another race, and it was nothing more than a different appearance. Getting along isn't like that. You know, a long time ago, the elves, the dwarves, and the beast-ears actually fought. Moreover, it is not a matter of a year or 2 to be beaten to death. To be honest, it has a long history. It's just that they stopped, and finally they found that under the continuous fire, the casualties were the ordinary clansmen. That's why we made an agreement to maintain this hard-won peace together. But now, the human race is just repeating the mistakes of the 3 major races. And the final result was much more miserable than the original 3 races. So the next development is also expected by Qilu. A race with a huge system, whether at war or not. Innocent ordinary people always occupy the vast majority. Therefore, even if the elves are out of the generosity of the victors, the City of Life cannot refuse to accept the people of the human race. Then, with the passage of time, there is always a way to find peaceful coexistence among the various races. This may take a long time to operate. However, Qilu did not pay special attention to matters between these races. After all, Qilu is just a store manager. He just wants to stay in the store quietly and live his day peacefully. Anyone who dares to make trouble in the store will be dealt with. If everyone is safe and sound, then Qilu will not bother to take care of those bad things. It's just that as the days go by, the system that has been silent for a long time will always find something for Qilu. System, host, I need to tell you something, do you want to hear it? What's the news? Let's hear it first. On this day, Qilu had just closed the door when he heard the voice in his head and said with interest. Honestly, if the system is noisy every day, then Qilu will definitely feel very annoying. But if the system was silent for half a month, Qilu would also feel bored. Therefore, the timing of the emergence of the system this time is just right. System, I don't know if the host still remembers it. In 7 days, it will be New Year's Eve. Lunar New Year's Eve. When Qilu was reminded by the system, he suddenly remembered. Dragon Boat Festival, Qixi Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival. I didn't expect that after this, I jumped directly to New Year's Eve. No wonder it feels that this time the traditional festival activities are reminded that it has been so long. However, since I came to this world, I have been living off and on, and so many big and small things have happened. Finally, is it about to usher in the first New Year's Eve? System, this time you really have the heart to remind me 7 days in advance. Thinking of New Year's Eve, Qilu's tone softened a lot. System, the host's words are heavy. The reason why this system will notify you 7 days in advance is just to say that this event has a total of 7 days. This? Qilu was blocked for a while by the words of the system. Really, can't you let me be moved for a while? You have to say it so clearly. Forget it, I don't care about your Irby system, let me tell you what the event this time is. Although Qilu was complaining, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. New Year's Eve and Spring Festival have always reserved a special place in Qilu's heart. It was a feeling from the previous life. A day to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. A day of family reunion. System, New Year's Eve Special Event 1, let's have a New Year's Eve dinner together. System, the duration of this event is 7 days. During the event, in the New World mode, in any dungeon or map, there is a chance to encounter Nyan beasts attacking small animals. System, players can get food from Nyan beasts by defeating Nyan beasts and saving these small animals. System, there are 8 types of ingredients, namely, pork, mutton, fish, chicken, duck, beef, vegetables, and 3 fresh foods. System, when the player collects enough ingredients, they can go to the Storito exchange for a New Year's Eve template. For 10 New Year's Eve templates, they can find the store manager to exchange for a New Year's Eve meal. Really? Hearing this, Qilu was already expressionless. Therefore, in traditional festival activities, as long as there is a new food, the final exchange channel is the store manager. Are store managers born to be used as labor? System, host, you are right. Faced with the question in Qilu's heart, the system gave the answer without hesitation. Roll. Qilu also unceremoniously replied a polite word. But. System, you just said that 10 New Year's Eve templates can be exchanged for a New Year's Eve dish, that is to say, there are many dishes for New Year's Eve? After the polite greeting to the system, Qilu thought of another question. Because it stands to reason that the number of ingredients that need to be collected for this event is as many as 8. And the types included are quite rich. So if there is only one dish for the New Year's Eve dinner, it would be too cheap. System, the host's guess is correct. In this event, there are 8 kinds of New Year's Eve meals that can be exchanged. System, respectively, roast suckling pig, steamed lamb, braised fish, roasted whole duck, Bagger chicken, braised beef, vegetable platter, 3 fresh soup. 8 dishes correspond to 8 ingredients. As expected of the system, this approach is really hard to pick out. This time, the customers in the store are really lucky. 8 new delicacies are served in one go, which will definitely make them have an unforgettable New Year's Eve and an unforgettable New Year's Eve dinner. Qilu couldn't help sighing with emotion. There is absolutely no doubt about the taste of the food produced by the system. However, according to the usual style of these festivals, these 8 New Year's Eve dishes must only be exchanged during the special events on New Year's Eve. Out of date. So for those foodies, it's really a huge test. Because whether you can eat these New Year's Eve dishes, or you can't eat these New Year's Eve dishes. Anyway, once the special event on New Year's Eve is over, there is no need tote. The torment was profound. I almost forgot to ask, how many ingredients do I need to exchange for a New Year's Eve template? After sighing, Qilu suddenly remembered this question. If the number of ingredients required to exchange the New Year's Eve template is too large, the number of New Year's Eve dishes that can be exchanged will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for New Year's Eve. You know, an incomplete New Year's Eve dinner is a very regrettable thing. System, to exchange a template for the New Year's Eve, a total of 10 servings of 8 ingredients, including pork, mutton, fish, chicken, duck, beef, vegetables, and local fresh food, are required. 10 of each. When Qilu heard this number, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because according to the system, a New Year's Eve template requires 10 servings of 8 ingredients. So if you want to exchange for a New Year's Eve meal, you need 100 copies of each of these 8 ingredients. And if you want to make a complete New Year's Eve dinner, you need 800 of these 8 ingredients each. A total of 6,400 ingredients can be exchanged for a whole table of New Year's Eve dinner. This cost is extremely expensive. It is indeed a New Year's Eve dinner, and it is really difficult to arrange it with one person's strength alone. It takes the joint efforts of the whole family to bring the New Year's Eve dinner to the table. But then again, the ingredients in the special event on New Year's Eve can be traded in the trading system. So as long as there are enough spirit crystals, it is not impossible to buy 8 of New Year's Eve dinner. It's just that the price may be a little bit expensive. But for some big businessmen, or some powerful people, it's actually nothing. After all, every holiday event is the time when game merchants are most active, and it is also when those poor customers make big profits. You know, to promote the flow of funds for customers in the store, festival activities can be said to be the first. Every festival event can create more customers who get rich on the spot. It's good, it's barely reasonable. After thinking for a while, Qilu also accepted the system settings. Although Qilu also wanted every customer to have a bite of New Year's Eve dinner. But in fact, a large part of the customers who came to Qi Li's store came for the purpose of earning spiritual crystals and making themselves stronger. As for the New Year's Eve meal, you can eat it if you can, and forget it if you can't. After all, as far as Qilu knew, whether it was in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountains, there was no New Year's Eve festival. New Year's Eve, as well as the Spring Festival, are just festivals in Qilu's memory. By the way, the system, I just paid special attention to it. The special event you mentioned on New Year's Eve, having a New Year's Eve dinner together, seems to be only one of them. After calming down, Qilu returned to the mode of picking words. System, indeed, host. System, New Year's Eve special event 2, let's collect red envelopes together. System, the event lasts for 7 days. During the event, the top 100 players who enter the New World mode every day will receive a New Year's red envelope. System, open the New Year's red envelope, there will be a small probability to get a New Year's limited gift. Oh? This activity. You are really generous in the system. I can see that you have started the free activity one day. On Qi Li's face, a contrite disbelief suddenly appeared. Not kidding, with the system's stingy personality, it is simply incredible to be able to give out free red envelopes during the special event on New Year's Eve. And during the entire event, a total of 700 red envelopes will be distributed. That's the point. You must know that in the past festival activities, it really required an iron liver, and not bad luck, in order to completely collect the event materials. Otherwise, you can only pay a lot of spirit crystals and slowly look for them in the trading system. So the shock that Qilu showed, although there was a contrived element in it. But the emotions expressed are absolutely genuine. System, host, this system has repeatedly emphasized that generosity is the motto of this system. Why do you have to slander this system, host? It's okay for you to lie to others with this sentence, but the little foxhound be sloppy with the old hunter. Qilu spread his hands and expressed deep distrust of the system's words. After all, for so long, the system has never even lowered the price of half-aspirate crystal for the products in the store, and discounting is even more non-existent. Now suddenly there is a free activity, which is really profound. However, Qilu couldn't guess what was going on. So it is temporarily attributed to the activities to celebrate the new year. The content is indeed very rich. Anyway, Qilu will not suffer. But the only thing worthy of criticism is the New Year's red envelope, which can only be received by the top 100 players who enter the New World mode every day. In this way, the trend of grabbing positions, which has not been seen for a long time, is about to become popular again. Maybe during the special event on New Year's Eve, there will be customers fighting for the top 100 places. Of course, as long as he doesn't play in the store, Qilu also likes to watch the fun. After all, they are all old customers, and it is common to see each other with their heads up and down. It's just that in the past, they played on the arena in the online mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, and the number of real people fighting was relatively small. Well, let's not discuss whether you are generous now. Since you are willing to start these activities to celebrate the new year, then I am already very happy. So what I'm more curious about now is, what exactly is the New Year's gift in the New Year's red envelope? After Chila finished speaking, he directly entered the activity page from the backstage of the store manager. Then I went to check the types of items that may be opened in the New Year's red envelope. There is a high probability that an indeterminate number of spirit crystals can be issued. The minimum is 10. The maximum is 10,000, and after it is opened, it will be directly recharged in the membership card. Of course, you can also take it out. It's just that customers who come to Chi Li's store can't come only once. So don't do this kind of superfluous thing. Then, there are items that can be opened with a small probability, a set of New Year's fireworks. A set of 20 can be used separately. New Year's fireworks, consumables, thrown out. After touching the target, it will explode, causing a small amount of damage and causing fear to the creatures within the explosion range. The duration of fear depends on the mental strength of the target. Spiritual attack weapons, good things. After watching the effect of the New Year's fireworks, Chi Li's eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In fact, when it comes to the means of attack against mental power, the most conventional and common one is probably the coercion formed by the momentum. The powerful coercion can achieve the effect of grabbing the first move and making the enemy timid before fighting. Especially for those opponents whose cultivation realm is not as good as their own, it can be said to be particularly effective, and it can be regarded as the only means of cleaning up trash. Because of fear, it is a taboo in battle. However, if you want to burst out a powerful coercion, the requirements for your own cultivation realm are not low. Therefore, the effect of this New Year's fireworks will be particularly outstanding. The effect of fear, and those tyrannical coercion, are actually the same. All are to make the enemy cowardly before fighting, in order to achieve the purpose of reducing the enemy's combat effectiveness. It's just that the duration of this fear is not certain. Those with strong mental strength may be able to recover from fear in an instant. And those with weak mental strength may completely lose their fighting spirit directly because of fear, and that may be the case. So the New Year's fireworks must be a good thing. But in terms of quantity, not necessarily. There are a total of 700 New Year's red envelopes. According to the probability, 1 or 200 sets of New Year's fireworks can be opened. A group of 20, that's only 2 or 3,000. At most, there are more than 4,000 New Year's fireworks. This number is nothing at all. However, the number of items produced in the event, especially the active items that can be extracted from the outside world, has always been small. After all, the system needs to consume energy to manufacture these limited items. It's good to be able to give it for nothing, but do you still want a lot? Dreaming. So after the admiration, Chila didn't care about the number, but continued to look down. Because in the New Year's red envelope, there are the last items that can be opened. That should be what the system said, a limited gift for the new year. Very low probability to open. Congratulations on the New Year's belt. New Year's congratulation belt. New Year's limited armor moderately increases the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance, with the additional skill, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, passive skill. After entering the battle, the wearer will be blessed with the New Year state. Under this state, the wearer's wound healing speed, vindictive energy, and magic power recovery speed are increased tenfold. 10 times the resilience. Amazing. After reading the introduction of the congratulatory belt for the new year, Chilu once again expressed his admiration. The effect of the New Year's state is simple and easy to understand, and the effect that can be exerted is naturally very powerful. A full 10 times the recovery speed. What is the concept? Basically, it can be said that as long as you wear a congratulatory belt for the new year, you are almost invincible in terms of protracted warfare. Based on this alone, congratulations on the New Year's belt is a good thing. As for the basic attributes, the physical defense that symbolically increases, and the magic resistance, even if it is ignored, it doesn't matter. Because compared with 10 times the recovery speed, it is not worth mentioning at all. And the most important point is that the Happy New Year skill attached to this New Year congratulation belt increases the recovery speed by 10 times on the basis of the wearer itself. That is to say, the stronger the wearer's recovery ability, the better the effect will be after wearing the congratulatory belt. Although good things are indeed good things, I just don't know how many people can open them. Congratulations on the effect of the New Year's belt, that's really nothing Tosei. However, Qilu also knew in his heart that only 700 New Year's red envelopes would be distributed in this New Year's Eve special event. Judging from the probability announced by the system itself, it would be a blessing to be able to open 30 belts to congratulate the new year. Therefore, the effect of this Happy New Year skill is stronger, and it seems to be a normal situation. After all, it is a New Year limited armor. It can't really be just to satisfy the vanity of customers, so get out a garbage with a limited sign. System, since there is a second event, do you have a third event there? Qilu smacked his mouth, and then asked a question in his mind. System, there are indeed. Really? Qilu just asked casually, but he didn't expect to get a positive answer. This time, the special event on New Year's Eve, the system is really bleeding. System, New Year's Eve Special Event 3, New Year's Pet Delivery. System, the event lasts for 7 days. During the event, every day at 12:00 noon and 6 p.m., 200 lucky players will be randomly selected among the online players in the New World mode, and a New Year's limited pet card will be presented. System, the New Year's limited pet card is R-level pet card, Little Spark. It's a free event again. It seems that you have really become more generous in the system. Qilu has been incredible once before, so this time, he has to appear calmer. Anyway, there is a free event, and another one will not be very abrupt. With the arrival of the new year, it is not surprising that the benefits are adequate. But what surprised Qilu was that what was given away this time was actually a New Year's limited pet card. Back then, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were also limited pet cards in the event. Moreover, it is still a rare R-rank pet card with Holy Light attribute, the Rabbit in the Moon. The assistance is top-notch. I just don't know what the strength of this New Year's limited pet card is. Compared with the Rabbit pet card in the Moon, it is stronger or weaker. To be honest, Qilu was looking forward to it. So the store manager directly opens the background and clicks to view. Small Spark, Quality R, Fire Pet, Main Attribute, Spirit, Magic Power. At first glance, these basic information are unremarkable. Fire pets are in the card pool of the current pet card swap machine, and not much. The Flaming Sharp-Toothed Dog, the Red Flame Spirit Bird, and the Flame Spirit are all fire pets. And it's evenly distributed. There is one A-level pet card, R-level pet card, and SR-level pet card each, which is a very comprehensive attribute. Now add a small spark, and it doesn't seem to have much impact. For the fire pet card system, it did not constitute a big impact. No wonder the system is more generous this time, sending out in one breath, a total of 7 days, twice a day, 200 at a time. Qilu did a little mental calculation, and then came to an answer. A total of 2,800 Little Spark pet cards. Based on the 5 complete awakenings, the number of pet cards in Chapter 381 is required to calculate. In this event, the system directly sent out 7 graduated Little Spark pet cards, as well as a lot of collectible whiteboard cards. Compared with the Rabbit pet card in the previous Mid-Autumn Festival special event. At least in terms of numbers, the Little Spark pet card wins. I just don't know what the attributes are and how the combat power is. While talking, Qilu clicked on the details of the pet card of Little Spark. The picture displayed on the Little Spark pet card is a small flame, but it looks like a child. It just looks a little childish. A young fire? Pet card, our Little Spark, New Year only. Main attributes, spirit, magical power. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, fire element, fire magic enhancement, can be evolved. Huh? Evolvable? Seeing this, Chila suddenly became puzzled. Chila can still understand the first two positioning tags, but the last evolvable is a bit intriguing. The flame element, as well as the enhancement of fire magic, are nothing more than the battle positioning of Little Spark. Fire pets don't have a low affinity for the fire element. In the case of the Little Spark pet card, it is probably specializing in the output of fire magic. After training, the combat ability is definitely not low. Because fire magic, like thunder magic, is known for its destructive power. So in this regard, there is no doubt about it. However, the evolvable positioning tag is a brand new positioning tag, although it seems to be well understood in the literal sense. But what the real situation is, we still have to confirm it. Although I have some guesses in my heart, this kind of problem is still, the system, come out and explain. Chila shouted in his mind. Guessing is guessing, but some things are better to confirm. After all, this is also a rare New Year's limited pet card, so I can't just give it away in such a confused way. System, evolvable, refers to the pet card of Little Spark, which can automatically perform the 6th awakening on the basis of the 5 awakenings without consuming additional pet cards. System, this effect will be triggered automatically after the pet card ice awakened 5 times. 6 awakenings. After listening to the system's explanation, Chi Li's eyes widened suddenly, and a feeling of surprise appeared in his heart. You must know that each awakening of a pet card will greatly improve the basic attributes of the pet card, and can also activate a skill randomly. And 5 awakenings is the ultimate pet card. But Chi Li didn't expect to see a pet card that can be awakened 6 times today. The positioning label evolvable turned out to be such an effect. One thing to say, judging from the attributes of this Little Spark pet card, it actually overlaps with the SR level pet card, Spirit of Fire. They are all fire magic output, and they are the main output points. And there is another disadvantage of the Little Spark pet card, that is, it is impossible to learn fire magic by itself, and a skill book must be loaded. So how you look at it, the Little Spark pet card is like a weakened version of the Spirit of Flame pet card. But now, a Little Spark pet card with 6 awakenings will definitely not be weaker than a 3-time awakening Spirit of Fire pet card in terms of combat power. And the 3 awakened Flame Spirit pet card, it is no exaggeration to say. In Chi Li's store, there is currently no customer who can get an SR level pet card with 3 awakenings. Because the shipment rate is too low, and there are too many rich people grabbing the goods. In addition, after many customers have drawn SR level pet cards, their first reaction is to cultivate them, rather than sell them. After all, an SR level pet card, even if it's just a blank card, has combat effectiveness. For the vast majority of customers, it is completely sufficient. Therefore, even in the trading system, 1 or 2 SR rank pet cards occasionally appeared, but they were instantly eliminated. This caused, among the customers in the Chi Li store, there may be some who own the pet card of the Spirit of Flame. But there is not a single one with a high number of awakenings. Because it really can't be drawn, and it can't be grabbed, there is absolutely no way. Then, this time, the New Year's limited pet card, Little Spark, can make up for this gap. An R-rank pet card capable of 6 awakenings is definitely the best among all R-rank pet cards. And the most important point, that is, the Little Spark pet card, is free. 400 cards are distributed every day, and lucky players are completely random. And in order to prevent the situation where one person has multiple callers, the extraction time set by the system is also very interesting. 12 noon, 6 p.m. 6 hours in between. However, the daily time limit of New World Mode is only 4 hours. Perfect, it really matches your usual style. Qi Lu shrugged, and then asked in his mind, is there any other activities? System, there are only these 3 special events on New Year's Eve, but for the host, there is one more task to be released. Really, I still have a mission? Qi Lu heard the words and asked, with great interest. What tasks can be released during the Chinese New Year? The threat of the god of war was lifted not long ago. If a mission is realized or be released, no matter what, it should be released during the period of the previous war. System, yes, host, this is a new round of trial tasks. System, please enter the trial room as soon as possible, complete the trial task, and be promoted to the powerhouse level, before starting the New Year's Eve special event. Hearing the voice that suddenly came out of his mind, Qi Li's body trembled and he took 2 steps back abruptly. Trial mission. How could it be such a task? I'm going to have a nightmare again. Qi Lu covered his head, his face rather ugly. Every trial mission is a new round of nightmare for Qi Lu. In the beginning, it took countless time and experienced countless hardships. After a lot of hard work to complete the trial task, after getting the promotion, there will be a nightmare experience for 10 days and a half month. Qi Lu really didn't want to recall that feeling. But, listen to what the system means. You just said that if I didn't complete the trial mission, the New Year's Eve special event wouldn't start? Qi Lu suddenly noticed a key point. System, that's right. I see. Qi Lu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. No wonder this time, when the system introduced the New Year's Eve special event, it didn't say when it started, but just how long it lasted. The pit is here. If you do not complete the trial task, the New Year's Eve special event will not start. New Year's Eve, such a big day, how can it be missed? Qi Lu scratched his head, his expression rather melancholy. To be honest, Qi Lu really didn't care about the following 2 free Thanksgiving activities. After all, the benefits were not given to him. But for the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu cared very much. This very ritualistic thing is an indispensable part of New Year's Eve. In this foreign land, if even one of the most meaningful memories is omitted, then Qi Lu really doesn't know what is left in his memories. For New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then shouted to cheer himself up. Then, just as he was about to walk into the trial room, his feet that were lifted in midair stopped again. Wait, the system, it stands to reason that the trial task and the upgrade task should appear together. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. It should be right if it's the norm. It's just that the system doesn't seem like a guy who likes to come by convention. System, host, you haven't triggered the conditions to start the upgrade task yet. As for the trial task, it's just that the system sees you as too weak, so it was specially added for you. Too weak. Qi Lu was silent. I really did not expect that after working so hard for so long, in the eyes of the system, it turned out to be such an evaluation. But if you think about it, it doesn't seem right. Because Qi Lu also knew that from the system's point of view, his combat power was really not that great, and his cultivation realm was even more unbearable. Just like the power of the powerhouse level peak state, the system borrows and borrows it. However, on Qi Lu, if he really faced the powerhouse level peak power, he will definitely have no ability to fight back. Okay, you're right, I'm really too weak. Qi Lu sighed silently without refuting, and then walked silently to the trial room. Even the dishes of the 8 New Year's Eve dinners were not in the mood to check. Because of these remarks, the system really came to the point. If you don't get promoted to the powerhouse level, you can't really be called a powerhouse. So let's take a look at the effects of those New Year's Eve meals after the trial task is completed. 1 step, into the trial room. The familiar white space suddenly appeared in front of Qi Lu. The powerhouse level trial is starting, please prepare for the trial. 3, 2, 1. The trial begins. A white light flashed, and the familiar darkness appeared in front of him, and then slowly turned back to light. Soon, the content of this trial was displayed in front of Qi Lu. It was a runway that was neither long nor short, unpretentious, and without any frills. At a glance, you can see the location of the end point, which is a square table with a trophy on it. And Qi Lu was standing on the starting line at the moment. There was no one else around, only Qi Lu. Likewise, there was no sound to prompt the start, just an empty track and atrophy at the finish. The tester reaches the end, and this trial will end. Just when Qi Lu was full of doubts and didn't know what to do, a prompt sounded abruptly. Is it enough to resist the finish line? Is this trial so simple? Qi Lu said to himself in disbelief. Compared with the previous trials, it was so difficult that Qi Li's mentality collapsed several times. Why does this trial feel like a free gift? This is not a dream. No, it's not right, it's definitely not that simple. Recalling the previous trial tasks again, Qi Lu made a serious conclusion in his heart. This shows that the calm and peaceful situation is only used to fool people. Hidden below, it must be a violent storm. It's just that there is no way to guess what is in these violent storms. So, as soon as it comes, let it go. Anyway, they all entered this trial space, and if they did not complete the trial task, they would definitely not be able to get out. Then stop wasting time and get started. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then took the first step forward from the starting line. Suddenly, dizzy. Consciousness was plunged into darkness. When the light appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes again, the simple runway had disappeared. Instead, there is a long table. On this table, there is also a large stack of rice paper of poor quality. Next to the rice paper, there is a somewhat worn inkstone with some ink in it. Qi Lu was sitting behind this long table, holding a paintbrush in his hand. The tip of the pen was full of ink, and was about to start painting. What's the situation? The sudden scene, even Qi Lu, who was used to seeing big scenes, was a little stunned. Painting is a craft. Although Qi Lu is very good at fighting, when it comes to these crafts, it is really not good. So at this moment, Qi Lu didn't know what to do. Hey, painting seller, how much do you want for a painting? At this moment, a tall Qingpi came over and said arrogantly to Qi Lu. Selling paintings? Are you talking about me? Qi Lu looked at the paintbrush in his hand and had a little understanding of his current identity. However, knowing what identity he is currently playing does not mean that Qi Lu can be competent for this identity. There is no such thing as pen and ink dancing. Without a few years, or even more than 10 years of hard training, it will not produce any results at all. So Qi Lu was very curious. If this is also part of the trial, what is the purpose of this trial? Trial reminder, the identity of the tester this time is a painting seller, and he is required to sell 1,000 paintings with his own skills. But at this moment, the sound of no joy and no sorrow suddenly sounded in Qi Lu's mind. It confirmed Qi Li's conjecture. As expected, is it another role-playing trial? Qi Lu is no stranger to this type of trial, because the content of the last trial was to play a traveling doctor. This time it's just a change of identity. And it made it a little more difficult. That is to rely on one's own craftsmanship to play the role of a good painter. Instead of directly instilling all the knowledge related to the role played like last time. Alright, at least after I go out, I won't have nightmares anymore. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Qingpi in front of him, and said, I don't know what kind of painting you want to paint. What kind of painting? Just draw my portrait. Remember to draw it better. My uncle is going to take this painting to the matchmaker. Qingpi raised his head and said enthusiastically. Obviously, it is quite difficult to find a wife like this idle green skin, also known as the street gangster. So when necessary, you still have to rely on portraits to fool people. It looks better. Hearing the sound, Qi couldn't help but look up at the green skin in front of him seriously. Big shoulders, round waist, unshaven beard, fierce. This kind of appearance needs to be drawn better, not to mention Qi, a novice, who is too new to be new. However, the words say so. But what should be painted, it must be painted. After all, for this task, 1,000 paintings need to be sold, and I don't know when they will be painted. Please wait a moment, the portrait will be ready soon. Thinking of this, Qi immediately restrained his mind, and then put his eyes on the rice paper in front of him. Painting, especially ink painting. What is important is a combination of reality and reality. The combination of realism and freehand brushwork reflects a sense of hierarchy, so as to achieve a profound and lifelike artistic conception. But theory is theory, reality is reality. No matter how well Qi understands the theory, he must be blind when it comes to practical operation. Because the artistic conception is really something that can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words. If you don't have enough mood, you don't have enough insight, and you want to draw a mood, it's just a dream. But, leave aside the mood. As far as Qi's control over his own power is concerned, there is no problem in simply drawing a picture according to his appearance. It's just the effect of the painting, it looks a little rigid. There is no charm at all. Okay, let's see if you're satisfied. Qi quickly finished painting, then put down the brush and said to Qingpi. Hey, I didn't expect me to look so mighty. Yes, the matchmaker should have nothing to say this time. Qingpi looked at the portrait on the rice paper, touched the beard on his chin, and nodded with satisfaction. No way, the level of appreciation of street gangsters is just that. The artistic conception of ink painting, although Qi cannot draw it. But in fact, even if it is drawn, the green skin in front of you cannot actually be seen. It's good to be satisfied, a painting is 10 pennies. Qi glanced at the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on the table, and then added up the information given in this trial before speaking. 10 pennies for a painting, in fact, only a fee for the production cost. After all, a good pen, ink, paper and inkstone are not cheap. Although Qi is not using some high-end pen, ink, paper and inkstone. But 10 cents is not a big price. Because in this role play, all the consumables for painting need to be purchased by Qi himself. So it is impossible for Qi to not charge. Otherwise, when the rice paper in front of him is used up, Qi may be going to beg. Okay, for the sake of how powerful you have drawn Uncle Ben, this time Uncle Ben takes care of your business. Qingpi picked up the portrait and shook it. After seeing that it was air-dried, he rolled it up. Then he took out 10 coins from his pocket and threw it on the table. The first order of business, completed. Qi was in his heart, silently counting for himself. The completion rate of the trial task, 1,000th. Thinking about it this way, the trial task this time doesn't seem to be difficult. Although it is time-consuming, it is much better than the previous trial tasks. Looking at the back of Qingpi leaving, Qi thought to himself. What's more, it's not a problem for Qi to waste time. Patience is Qi's forte. Then go on. After gaining confidence, Qi is more motivated. The earlier the trial task is completed, the earlier the New Year's Eve special event can be started, and the earlier the New Year's Eve dinner can be eaten. However, it turned out that Qi thought the problem was too simple. Selling 1,000 paintings means there will be 1,000 buyers. And among these 1,000 buyers, it is impossible for all of them to be people who have no appreciation level like Qingpi. So as his painting selling career continued, Qi gradually began to realize that his current painting skills were becoming less and less able to meet the needs of those buyers. The painting skills are not enough, and the artistic conception is not obvious. The painting is dull, without charm. More and more problems were manifested one after another, making Qilu feel a little overwhelmed. At this time, Qilu realized that it was his own mood that was disturbed. The pen and ink are bright, which is the most to kill temperament, and it is also very capable of tempering the state of mind. If the mind is not still, the pen is not still. If the mood is unstable, the mood will not work. On the surface, it seems that it is simply selling paintings. Who knows that it is actually using these brushes and inks to temper the mood? After Qilu realized this, his heart suddenly calmed down. A variety of perceptions came one after another. The most important thing to improve your strength and improve your cultivation realm is your state of mind. You must keep up with it. In this matter, even if you don't talk about the problem of inner demons, even if it is normal cultivation, if the state of mind cannot catch up with the realm of cultivation, then there will be a big problem. The situation is lighter, but it is the backlash of strength and the serious injury. If the situation is more serious, and you go straight to the devil, you will lose your mind. Once you go crazy, let alone the question of whether you can save yourself or not. Even if it is rescued, most of the hard work, the strength that has been cultivated in a lifetime is probably also abolished. Therefore, Qilu did not dare to ignore the issue of mood. But to be honest, after realizing the joy of painting, Qilu suddenly found that 1,000 paintings had been painted before he knew it. It was a wonderful feeling. When I realize the artistic conception in each painting, I feel like I am the creator. The world in the painting is presented under the brush, and the agglomeration of artistic conception changes with the change of mood. Until the sound of no joy and no sorrow sounded. 1,000 paintings have been sold, and this painting seller experience is complete. Is it finished? Time flies so fast. When Qilu heard this prompt sound, it really felt like a world away. Fortunately, the task was completed, so Qilu was only confused for a while and then woke up. Now that it's done, send me out. As soon as the voice fell, Qilu saw the scene in front of him begin to blur. Soon, that simple runway appeared in front of Qilu's eyes again, without any change. The only difference is Qilu's position, taking a step forward. Doesn't it appear directly at the finish line? Why am I still on the track? Seeing this scene, Qilu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and then his eyes looked from under his feet all the way to the end. The distance is not too far. But if you simply measure it by the number of steps, it is definitely not close. No way. If I guess right, then this time I really intend to kill me. Qilu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, then tentatively took a step forward. Sure enough, in the next second, Qilu's consciousness began to blur, and everything in front of him began to spin. When the light appears again, Qilu was already in a temple full of incense. This temple is located on a high mountain. It is not dilapidated, but it is definitely not rich in incense. Only occasionally some tourists come to pray, and then donate some incense money. There are not many golden statues in the temple, but each of them seems to be kind, with a certain charm, which makes people feel calm at first glance. Could it be that this time I'm playing? Seeing this scene, Qilu quickly raised his hands, and immediately saw wide-mouthed sleeves in a cassock. Monk. Trial reminder, the identity of the tester this time is a monk, and the tester is required to stay in the temple and cultivate for 10 years. The prompt sound, which had no emotional fluctuations, rang immediately. The mission requirements are very simple. But there is no doubt that it is a huge exercise of shinshing. 10 years. You're going to waste another 10 years of my time. Did you mock a mistake? What kind of trial is this? Qilu stared and questioned in his mind. Although patience is indeed one of Qilu's strengths. But an inch of time and an inch of gold, wasting 10 years of time in vain is definitely not what Qilu wants to see. Although the time flow in the trial room is locked, it will not be synchronized with the outside world. When Qi came in, what time was the outside world, then what time would it be after he went out? However, one thing to say, the time spent in the trial room has literally passed away from Qi's life. Even if it doesn't consume Qi's Xuanhuan. But for 10 years, I still cultivate myself in a temple. How can I get through this? This trial mission is really poisonous. Qi raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. But in the end, there is no choice but to accept this fact. And now, Qi has also figured out the true meaning of that runway. That is the experience. With each step on that runway, one begins to take on a new role and acquire a new identity. Then go to complete a new task. In this process, I used countless identities and countless experiences to continuously temper Qi's state of mind and hone it to the point of perfection. This is the whole content of the power level trial quest. Because in terms of combat skills and combat awareness, Qi is almost perfect. And in the realm of cultivation, the system has ways to help Qi improve. So now, the only thing Qi lacks is his own state of mind. 10 years of experience as a monk, self-cultivation in the temple, is to eliminate the impatience in Qi's heart and consolidate Qi's improved state of mind when he plays the role of a painting seller. And in the future, every step you take will also have a new identity. Sages, hermits, literati, writers, artisans, merchants, farmers, doctors, eunuchs, teachers. Dan Qing, scholar, trader, pawn, qin and chess, monk, servant, Shuyao, Li Shou, master. 3 teachings and 9 streams, 5 elements and 8 works. Every identity, every occupation, every profession, Qi has personally experienced it. From princes and generals, down to merchants and pawns. Noble or low, light or dark. Every role is a brand new perception, and all kinds of things in the world are all different experiences. Until the end, Qi stepped on the end of the runway and came to the trophy. His eyes were still full of turbidity and ignorance. Then, little by little, it becomes clear. In the end, it turned into a bottomless pool, so deep that it was scary. So that's the case. This is the whole content of this trial. The deep eyes slowly converged. Qi's consciousness quickly recovered, and the expression on his face changed back to the original appearance. It's just that the current Qi, with a strong state of mind, has long been indestructible. Congratulations, tester, you have completed this trial task. Please pick up the trophy in front of you, it is your gift. The sound of no joy and no sorrow sounded again. It should also be in this trial mission, the last time it sounded. Of course, the rewards that belong to me cannot be missed. Qi said with a smile. Although in this trial mission, Qi has gone through an inexplicable amount of time, seeing all kinds of things in the world, and tasting the ups and downs. But in the end, Qi was still Qi. Regardless of those experiences. Because a truly tenacious state of mind will never change itself for these things. System. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the Powerhouse level trial. The Powerhouse's seal has been issued, and the Powerhouse level skill, Powerhouse's heart has been loaded. When Qi's hand touched the trophy, the sound of the system immediately came out. The heart of the strong, the real strong should have perseverance. An indomitable will, and a heart that will never be shaken. Be clear about the path you should take, see clearly what you should do. Be clear about your true heart, be clear about your heart, be fearless, and never back down. Passive effect 1. Strengthen the host's aptitude, talent, and potential, ignoring any spiritual attacks. Passive effect 2. Any debuff magic or martial skill released on the host will be nullified. The heart of the strong, so it is. This time, Qi seemed very calm, and the expression on his face was quite a feeling of neither joy nor sorrow. Maybe it was influenced by the tone of the prompt sound. However, the skills obtained this time are really not very powerful. Although there is no active effect. But as we all know, passive skills are usually stronger than active skills. Just like those skills that Qi Lu had acquired before, if you pick them out, they are basically all passive skills. For example, martial arts proficiency, magic proficiency, and God's perspective. Without exception, all of them are passive skills, one that allows Qi Lu to fully master the display of various martial skills and the use of various weapons. One can make Qi Lu proficient in all magic. Well, the premise is that it is recorded in the system. And the last one, God's perspective, is to allow Qi Lu to completely control the battlefield situation. There is no doubt that in terms of the effects that can be exerted in battle, it is absolutely powerful. As for the skills Qi Lu has acquired so far, the only one with an active effect is Mind Shock. But in fact, there are not many situations where the active effect of Mind Shock can be used. And now this newly acquired skill, the Heart of the Strong. Both passive effects can be considered tyrannical. Strength and talent, aptitude, potential, how powerful this effect is, simple and clear, it should not be said. Then there is the ignoring of any psychic attacks. This effect directly eliminates the possibility of the enemy being able to attack Qi Lu. Then, all debuff magics and debuff martial arts will be nullified when Qi loses them. Simply put, Qi Li's combat power will not be affected under any circumstances. And the most representative one is one of the skills possessed by the Devil's Colosseum. The Devil's Invitation. Taking 30% of the power can be regarded as a top-level debuff skill. However, for Qi Lu, who has obtained the Heart of the Strong skill, the invitation letter from the devil will become invalid. This is the tyranny of the Heart of the Strong. Absolutely guaranteed combat effectiveness. Finally, the trial mission is completed. Qi Lu couldn't help shouting loudly before he left the trial room. Used to vent the suffocation in the heart. Because of this trial mission, in terms of the body, it is really not tired. After all, there is nothing to do in terms of combat, more of which is self-cultivation, or experiencing the various states of the world. So, mentally, it was extremely exhausting. If you don't vent at this time, you might have something wrong. Then, the moment he walked out of the trial room, Qi Lu immediately felt that there was something different in this world. The realm of the powerhouse is a realm that can initially perceive the will of heaven and earth. With the continuous accumulation of the fate of heaven and earth, the perception of the will of heaven and earth will become more and more clear. So at this moment, Qi Lu will feel that the whole world is different. It was a rather mysterious feeling that could only be understood, not described in words. Moreover, the feeling when Qi Lu borrowed the power of the system and obtained the power of the powerhouse level power was completely different from before. Because at that time, Qi Lu had indeed improved in terms of cultivation realm and combat power. But the mood is not up to the mark. Therefore, even with such tyrannical power, there must be systematic assistance. But now, Qi Lu dared to say that if the system lent him the power of the powerhouse level peak power level again, then even without the help of the system, Qi Lu can fully control it. This is the change in mood. As for why I didn't have this feeling before, it was because the space inside the trial room was cut off from the outside world, although Qi Li's realm had improved. But if you leave the test room, you will not be able to perceive the will of heaven and earth. The power of the powerhouse level power, compared to the hero level, is really too much stronger. It's not the same level of power at all. This is Qi Li's heartfelt emotion. Borrowed power is not something that belongs to you after all. Light has empty power without understanding its essence, and in the end, it will only leave nothingness. Since the trial task has now been completed, let's start preparing for the New Year's Eve special event. When the store opens tomorrow morning, it will officially start. Also, system, remember to send a notice to remind you. Qi Lu said a word in his mind and started wandering around the store. 7 days later, it is New Year's Eve. Then, tomorrow, when the special event on New Year's Eve begins, should be Asmal year. It's just that in the eyes of the system, the New Year, New Year's Eve, and the Spring Festival, because these three festivals are too close to each other. So the system simply merged all into one activity. Otherwise, this New Year's Eve special event would not have so many good things for free. Of course, this is actually what Qilu guessed. But guessing right or wrong doesn't really matter, because it doesn't matter at all. The more important place now is how to arrange the store so that it will have a Chinese New Year atmosphere. After all, this is also the first New Year's Eve and Spring Festival that Qilu has spent since he came to this world, which is still very memorable. So naturally you can't be sloppy. By the way, I almost forgot. I haven't checked the dishes for the New Year's Eve. While walking, Qilu thought about how to arrange the decoration in the store, but suddenly remembered this incident. It really took such a long time in the trial space, and my brain was burnt out. According to the food produced in the festival activities, the style has always come. There must be some kind of magical effect. Otherwise, based on the taste of these delicacies, even if it is really delicious, it is impossible to attract so many players. After all, the collection process of these event ingredients is really difficult. And if the luck is a little bit worse, it will definitely cause the spirit crystal to bleed a lot. Otherwise, those who do not have the number of active meals material, it can only be smashed in the hand. Therefore, the dishes of these New Year's Eve dinners must not only be delicious in taste, but also unique in terms of efficacy. However, because the New Year's Eve special event has not officially started yet. So even Qilu couldn't eat the dishes in these New Year's Eve dinners. I can only look at the pictures in the backstage of the store manager, and I am addicted to the eyes, and by the way, I will study the effects of these dishes. Roast suckling pig, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages. After eating it, it slightly strengthens the physical attributes of the eater, and increases the eater's qi and blood. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Steamed lamb, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages. After eating it, the agility attribute of the eater is slightly enhanced, and the attack speed of the eater is slightly increased. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Braised beef, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages. After eating, it slightly strengthens the strength and physical attributes of the eater. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. The effects of the first three meat dishes are almost the same. Almost all of them improve the basic attributes of eaters, and the increase is not large. However, in food, the taste is the most important part. As for the accompanying effects, most of the time, it is just a supplement. It's an attractive means. Therefore, the effect may be very powerful, but the intensity is definitely not high. The key is to accumulate over time and persevere. You must know that the food and beverages in the snack vending machines and beverage vending machines are basically stated clearly, and they need to be eaten for a long time to be effective. And the food produced by these activities can take effect as long as you eat it once, which is already very good. Of course, this should also be related to the food produced by the event, which cannot be eaten for a long time. After all, the regular products in the store, including those snacks and drinks, as long as there are no special instructions, the effects can be superimposed. The rate of growth, though, is really impressive. But it can't stand up to the accumulated consumption, and it can continue to improve without limit. You know, like those pills that can permanently improve their attributes, each one has a limited number of uses. So the kind of good things that take effect immediately cannot be eaten for a long time. Because eating too much has no effect. It is hard to say which of these two improvement methods is better or worse, but one thing is certain. That is, both have no side effects, which is the most critical point. Otherwise, it will not attract so many customers, and they will rush for these products. It's a pity, I can't eat it yet. Qilo looked at the pictures displayed in the backstage of the store manager and couldn't help licking his lips. Because it looks so delicious. The roast suckling pig is golden and crispy, the steamed lamb is tender and plump, and the marinated beef has a pleasant color. It can arouse people's appetite at a glance, and make people salivate and move their index fingers. But now I can only see it, I can't eat it, it's really boiled. Then look down. Braised fish, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages after eating. It slightly strengthens the eater's mental power and slightly enhances theater's comprehension, from eating fish to nourish the brain. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Roasted whole duck, one of the New Year's Eve set meals after eating it, it slightly strengthens the stamina of the eater, and will help the eater totem for vindictiveness and magic power. Note, the strengthening effect will be gradually reduced until it becomes invalid if you eat it multiple times, but the effect of tempering doqi and magic power can take effect multiple times. Beggar chicken, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages after eating it, it slightly strengthens the eater's fighting talent and understanding of fighting. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Another series of 3 dishes. However, the effect of this time's dishes is not the same as the previous 3 hard dishes, and they are no longer entangled in basic attributes. Instead, start with other, more rare attributes. Comprehension, fighting talent, tempered fighting spirit and magic power. These attributes, although unlike basic attributes such as strength, constitution, and agility, can be directly reflected. But for the improvement of combat effectiveness, the role played cannot be ignored. The two are complementary and indispensable. Simply put, it is the basic attribute, which determines the upper limit of a cultivator's combat power. Attributes such as combat talent determine how much combat power the practitioner can exert. To have brute force without skill is an absolute waste. Therefore, the effect of these 3 dishes can be regarded as a supplement to the first 3 dishes. Or a kind of sublimation. And the most interesting thing is that Qilo also discovered something. That is, among the dishes given by the system, most of the ingredients used are whole. For example, roast suckling pig is a whole pig. Steamed lamb is the whole lamb. And the braised fish, roasted whole duck, and beggar chicken in the back, not a mention. As for why the braised beef is not the whole cow, Qilo guessed that the whole cow may be too big to be served on the table. After all, a table is only that big, and putting a whole cow on it would take up too much space. So just feel sorry for it. Not being able to come to the table neatly is definitely not because of discrimination, but mainly because of the overall situation. Reunion and harmony, talent and harmony. Although I don't know if the system means this, but I think it means this. Qilo pondered the meaning of these hard dishes in his heart. Then looked down again. The remaining 2 dishes are vegetables and soup. If it's all hard vegetables, it's too greasy, so it's time for vegetables. Vegetable platter, one of the New Year's Eve meal packages after eating. It will slightly increase the total magic element resistance of the eater. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Sanxian soup, one of the New Year's Eve set meals after eating, the storage capacity of the eater's vindictive energy and magic power is slightly increased. Note, after multiple consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. The effect of the last 2 dishes is also simple and easy to understand. However, the effect of the vegetable platter still surprised Qilo. All magic element resistance, this is definitely an extremely powerful attribute, and has extremely good compatibility for classes with defensive properties. The only downside is that it's not very friendly to element magicians. But harmless. Because except for those injured by all magic elemental resistances, The magicians who are harmed will be devastated. Who else cares? Besides, the confrontation between magicians does not require defense as well. So for the resistance of all magic elements, it is a little bit to add a little bit. Pretty good. System, remember to send out the effects of these New Year's Eve meals when making the world announcement. After Chila finished reading, he warned again. Even if the taste is not very good, it will attract those customers, like Ashark, smelling blood. What's more, do you still need to doubt the taste of the food produced by the system? No doubt, it was another round of activity that drove customers crazy. It is very helpful for the dissemination of festival culture. So, the night passed. The next day, when Yusier came down from the second floor, her eyes widened in the spot, looking at this shop that had become garish overnight. The lanterns were festive and the atmosphere was festive. People who don't know walk in, maybe they will think that they are walking into the wedding scene. Wait, the wedding venue? Brother Chi Lu, is there a happy event? Thinking of this, Yushir looked at Chi Lu at the door of the store with a look of astonishment, and asked aloud. To be honest, when thinking of the word wedding scene, Yushir can't control herself and will think in some strange directions. For example, your own wedding. As soon as the picture in her mind emerged, Yushir's face suddenly became extremely red. The look in Chi Li's eyes immediately became dodged. Oh. Shir, good morning. If there is a happy event, there is none, but today is a festive holiday. Chila turned around, looked at Yushir, and said with a smile. I didn't notice anything unusual about Yushir. A festive holiday? Yushir looked a little confused. Because in the eastern wilderness, there are not many festivals worth celebrating. And Yushir, as a clan member of the Yueling Cat clan, is the only clan member left in the entire clan, so there are fewer festivals that she will take the initiative to go to. Yes, a festive festival, the festival in my hometown. Chila nodded, glanced at the red lantern hanging on the eaves, and walked back to the back of the counter. This festival also comes from a story. Sitting back on the chair behind the counter, Chilu also began to tell Yushir a story. A magically modified version of the Nyan Beast story. Legend has it that a long time ago, at the end of the year, a tyrannical beast called the Nyan Beast would come out to make trouble and attack various races. Because the Nyan Beast is powerful, every time it will cause a huge disaster. The clansmen of all races are miserable, but they are afraid of the tyrannical fighting power of Nyan Beast, and they dare not speak out. Later, when a few strong men learned about this, they resolutely took action and decided to help these victimized races and eradicate this hateful Nyan Beast to keep one side safe. However, there is not only one Nyan Beast. Apart from these Nyan Beasts, there are other Nyan Beasts that will come out and make waves. Therefore, these powerhouses made an agreement that at the end of the year, they would gather at a fixed place to discuss the matter of crusade against the Nyan Beast. Later, this agreement also passed down and became a custom. Gathering to discuss matters has also become a family dinner. Also known as the New Year's Eve dinner. Because on this night, the Nyan Beast will be destroyed by those strong men, and the various races protected by these strong men will also come up with their own special dishes to entertain them. Over time, the New Year's Eve dinner has been preserved even after the Nyan Beast has ceased to appear. Today, New Year's Eve has become a symbol of celebration and reunion. It turns out that this is the case. Those strong men who come forward must be very powerful. Listening to Chi Li's vivid narration, Yushir was immersed in the story and couldn't help but sigh. Of course. Chila replied with a smile. It turns out that the dishes of these New Year's Eve dinners should be delicious. Also listening to the story, Yufei's reaction was completely different from Yushir's. TSK, how do you know to eat? The reaction of the snack food, listening to Yu Shuangxue on the side, was a little stunned. As for the story of the demon-revamped Nyan Beast, Chi Lu, who told it again, naturally laughed without saying a word, hiding his merit and fame. After explaining Xuanhuan, New Year's Eve, and the Spring Festival, to Yuxier. Of course, Qilu wanted to take a look at the store in the City of Life and inspect how the decorations were arranged here. Since the special event on New Year's Eve is opened at the two stores together, then, the festive decoration must be arranged by the two stores together. So the same story has to be told twice. Yaffer, why are you still here? In this event, the top 100 players who enter the New World mode every day will have New Year's red envelopes to receive. At this moment, Lillian, who was offline from the New World mode, came over. New Year's red envelope? Is there anything delicious in it? Yafei, who was not sure about this matter, asked back. Because after entering the store, after seeing such a festive decoration, Yafei has been listening to Qi Li's storytelling, so he hasn't had time to check it out in the New World mode. No, there is nothing delicious in the New Year's red envelope, but in this event, there seem to be 8 dishes that can be exchanged. Lillian answered seriously. 8 dishes. Hearing this, Yaffer stood up immediately. A pair of eyes stared straight at Lillian, and after a moment of stunned, he immediately ran towards the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Fortunately, this is the first day of the New Year's Eve special event. Many players don't know about this yet, so they haven't started grabbing the deck yet. However, Qilu saw that the form of the membership card exchange system had gradually become lively. Customers who rushed to the store first and read the details of the event. Screenshots have been posted to the forum. It includes activities where the first 100 customers can receive New Year shred envelopes every day, as well as activities where 400 lucky players are drawn for free every day and a Little Spark pet card is issued. It also comes with the details of the New Year's Congratulations belt, as well as the detailed attributes of the Little Spark pet card. Under the post, it didn't take long for a large number of replies. This day, there are too many customers who have nothing to do and keep visiting the forum. Donghuan plus Beishan Mountain, there are hundreds of thousands of customers with membership cards in the two stores. Guests, all crowded into the same forum, it's strange that it's not lively. Shocked. Manager Qi actually started a free gift. The extremely stingy, crossed out, and generous store manager, Qi has grandly launched the free giveaway event. Everyone who lives in the City of Life, please sign up to participate. The Little Spark looks so cute, I want one. It's a coincidence, I want one too. You said that the Little Spark is cute? Open your eyes and talk nonsense, isn't the spirit of flame fragrant? Can you draw the spirit of flame? Isn't the Little Spark fragrant? It's fried. Have you overlooked the point? Isn't the focus of this New Year's Eve special event gathering New Year's Eve dinner? Yes, I heard that this is still a festival in Manager Qi's hometown. Reply one by one, keep appearing. And the story of the magic-modified Nian beast mentioned by Qilu began to appear in the form of the communication system along with Yuxier and Yufeier's retelling. So that these customers who visit the forum all day long finally found the point. Nian beast is rampant, we should get rid of Nian beast. You can pull it down. You just want to collect the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner and get rid of the Nian beast. According to the story told by the store manager Qi, it seems that this New Year's Eve dinner is to be eaten with the family. It seems to represent the reunion and happiness. As soon as these words came out, there was a heated discussion in the forum. The word family obviously carries a heavy weight. The customers in the Qila store, even if they have no family members due to various misfortunes, more or less, there will be a few very important people in their lives. So the meaning of the New Year's Eve dinner suddenly made them think about it. Maybe it's time to go home and get together with the family. Or, go for a walk and have a meal with those who are very important to you. This is an idea that most of the customers in the store have in their hearts. There are really 8 kinds of dishes. But the number of New Year's Eve ingredients needed for the exchange, 10, 100, 800, how come there are so many? Yafei hurriedly came to the New World mode and clicked to take a look at the event details page. Then the delicate eyebrows were deeply frowned. Foodies have no resistance to food. Therefore, in Yafei's opinion, these 8 New Year's Eve dishes must be eaten all over again. If possible, it is better to eat more than once. However, it seems that it is unlikely. Because the quantity of ingredients for the New Year's Eve is too much to exchange for these New Year's Eve dishes. No, you can't just give up. I have to find someone. Thinking of this, Yafei took out his membership card without hesitation, and then called someone's communication window. Yaffer? I didn't expect you to contact me. It's really strange. Tell me, what's the matter? The person who connected to the communication window was Saratel. I want to have New Year's Eve dinner. Yafei expressed his needs in the simplest language. No matter what, Saratel is Yafei's father, and he is in the category of invitations to the New Year's Eve. Are you talking about the New Year's Eve dinner that is being discussed in the forum? I see. After so many years, our father and daughter should really get together. Sirader was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. What is the meaning of the New Year's Eve dinner? Saratel, who also visits the forum from time to time, is of course clear. So when he heard this sentence from Yafei, Saratel's heart was also softened. However, the quantity of those ingredients does require more. Well, okay, then I'll hang up first. After Yafei finished speaking, he immediately hung up the communication window, and then called the second person without stopping. Uncle Lon Qi, Sister Shauna, have you watched that New Year's Eve dinner? As soon as the communication window was connected, the avatars of Lon Qi and Shauna appeared together in the small window of the membership card. Yafei naturally greeted both of them. Little girl, are you thinking of those new delicacies? As soon as Lon Qi heard it, he understood Yafei's intention to contact him this time. Hee, Uncle Lon Qi is so smart. Yafei stuck out his tongue, but admitted it without hesitation. After all, with such a large amount of ingredients, it is definitely impossible for one person to collect them. So Yaffer had to pull in more helpers. Besides, in terms of the entire New Year's Eve dinner table, in terms of the weight of 8 dishes, it is not enough for one person to eat. Okay, I see, and it just so happens that I also want to try the new dishes developed by Manager Qi. Lon Qi did not refuse, but readily agreed. Because in essence, Lon Qi and Yafei can become one of the common languages of friendship, which is all kinds of food. So at this time, it's not surprising that Yaffer will ask Lon Qi for help. Does it represent the New Year's Eve dinner for the reunion? Also, I haven't been back to the elves for so long. This time there is such a good opportunity, why don't you call Tiana over as well? After Shauna browsed the posts in the forum, she suddenly said aloud. Strictly speaking, among the elves, there are only a few clansmen that Shauna can remember. So when it comes to reunion, the first thing Shauna thinks of is Tiana. In any case, the two were once sisters in love. To this day, the relationship between the two has not faded since the past suspicions were resolved. Even because there is less conflict of direct interests, the relationship between the two has become better. Based on this, if Shauna and Lon Qi had a New Year's Eve dinner together, Tiana shall have a place at the table. Of course you can. According to what Manager Qi said, the more people there are, the more lively the New Year's Eve dinner will be. But now Yaffer called us, I guess, Saratel will come over when the time comes. Lon Qi smiled and nodded, agreeing with Shauna's idea. Since it's all going to get together, it doesn't matter if there are a few more people. After all, there are not many people in the entire northern mountain range who are qualified to sit and eat with Lon Qi and the others. If the time comes, when others eat New Year's Eve dinner, it will be lively and lively. When they were eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the whole room was deserted. To be honest, even Lan Qi, who was used to being alone, would feel a little uncomfortable. Great, with so many helpers, there should be no shortage of 8 dishes for New Year's Eve. Yefei put down the membership card excitedly, then entered the New World mode, and began the first day of food collection. In the event of let's have a New Year's Eve dinner together, the place where the Nian beast appears is random. In addition to the safe area where fighting is prohibited, Nian beasts may appear anywhere else. Then there will be a group of small animals. Then, the first-year beast will begin to direct and act by itself, pretending to attack those small animals fiercely, to attract the attention of passing players, so as to accept sanctions. After all, it is an activity to celebrate the new year, and celebration is the main purpose. The sense of ritual is the most important experience. As for the difficulty of the event, I have to say that many players have experienced enough suffering and torture in the New World mode dungeon. In the past, those festival activities were all rushing to the difficulty. So this time it's better to be more casual. Because during the new year, it is a good day to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new, adjust yourself, and relax your body and mind. Should be on vacation. But, having said that, the liver still has to be liver. The only difference is that it has changed from the difficult and hardworking gameplay in the past to the casual gameplay that only takes some time now. And this was discovered when many players went online to the New World mode and began to punish Nian beasts. The fighting power of the beasts these years seems to be quite weak. This is a post that suddenly appeared in the forum of the membership card exchange system. It was originally just a subconscious joke, but the player who posted it probably didn't expect it to become so inexplicably popular. The following is also a large number of players' crazy reply. Lord, what are you talking about? Are those Nian beasts weak? I thought I was getting stronger. I thought it was because I became stronger, but you actually told me that this is the group of Nian beasts and weak chickens. It's not that I became stronger. Then it seems that the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner are more convenient to collect. Isn't this very good? Everyone can eat New Year's Eve dinner. So in the New World mode, there are players looking for Nian beasts everywhere. For a time, the Nian beast, which should be seen everywhere, soon became in short supply. Anyway, Nian beasts are so weak, so there is no need to consider the issue off to your own combat power. So much so that during the special event on New Year's Eve, there was a trend off looking for Nian beasts in each big map. In the safe areas of each large map, those players are basically invisible. All are nested in each copy, or in those wild areas. Anyway, the first priority is to find the Nian beast, and other things will wait until this New Year's Eve special event has passed. After all, the 8 dishes of the New Year's Eve dinner are very powerful. Some customers know that they can't fit 8 dishes together, so they simply choose a few dishes that suit them best. It's a holiday, there's really no way, just join in the fun and have a New Year's taste. Each has its own way. You don't have to stare at the whole New Year's Eve set meal, because judging from the weight of those dishes, it's really not enough to eat it if the number of people is small. In this way, this event is still very successful. When Qi Lu is free, he will also go for a walk in the New World mode. Seeing the players rushing around, looking for Nian beasts everywhere, struggling tenaciously, and wishing to stay up all night, I was quite relieved. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the time limit of the combat power improvement training room, there must be a lot of players who can play from the opening of the store to the closing of the store, without taking a break in between. Moreover, if Qi Lu is willing to open the store 24 hours a day, then they can definitely not rest 24 hours a day. This is not difficult for practitioners. Because as far as the cultivator's physique is concerned, there is absolutely no problem with staying up late. It's just mentally exhausting. However, it is actually very difficult to use the method of staying up late to cause substantial damage to the spiritual power of practitioners. It's just because after the mental exhaustion, if you don't rest, it will be very uncomfortable. Therefore, it is rare for cultivators to force themselves not to rest when it is not necessary. Unless it's those guys who like to abuse themselves. I don't know if this New Year's Eve special event will be successful or not. I only know that few people have done a good job of dungeons in the past few days. After Xuanhuan heard Qi Li's words, she couldn't help complaining. Those players in the New World mode have known to run after the group of 9 beasts all day long. The copy is only brushed to solve the battle with the fastest speed. The purpose is to enter the dungeon a few more times, to see if there is a greater chance of encountering the Nian beast. So that these days, Xuanhuan's dungeon is a single brush. Although in most cases, Xuanhuan's dungeon is also a cat. But the most crucial question is: the group of players who were guarding outside the dungeon, layered on top of each other, rubbed shoulders, almost blocking the way to the dungeon. In this case, it has nothing to do with just brushing. Because you can't get into the copy at all. In order to find the Nian beast, choose the dungeon with the fastest clearance speed, and then run into the dungeon again and again. It has almost become the consensus of this group of players. So the problem that arises is that players with slightly slower speeds don't even have a way to get close to the dungeon. This was quite annoying. As for the wild areas outside the safe zone, don't even look at them. It was so crowded that it was impossible to squeeze in. So those boss monsters that are regularly refreshed in the wild, don't even think about fighting them. Because as soon as it appears, it will be instantly cleaned up by nearby players. You punch me, a fireball in the east, and a thunder in the west. Crazy players are so terrifying. I see that the core content of your complaint is not that no one brushes the dungeon, but this event, you didn't make a business, right? Qi Li glanced at Xuanhuan lightly, and directly said what Xuanhuan said. Because the special event on New Year's Eve came so suddenly, Xuanhuan called prepare in advance. So this time, when it comes to the business of New Year's Eve ingredients, Idas announced that Xuanhuan has no chance. After all, even the dungeon can't be brushed, and the wild area is full of players. Everyone is looking for the Nian beast, so naturally, there is no such thing as Xuanhuan. In addition to the other 2 activities, they are all good activities for giving free gifts, so there is nothing to do with Xuanhuan. Maybe this kitty's only advantage is that the top 100 players every day must have a spot. 7 days are 7 New Year's red envelopes. Unfortunately, the month Xuanhuan's luck, 7 red envelopes, can open a total of 300 spirit crystals, which is a good thing. After that, 200 lucky players were drawn every day at 12 o'clock noon and 6:00 p.m. That is even more insulated from the moonfrost snow. So how is it possible to make this greedy kitten not wailing? Yes, that's what I was about to say. Qi Li, if you can give me the news in advance, then I will definitely make a lot of money this time. Xuanhuan sighed even more when she heard Qi Li's words. As for the 8 dishes of the New Year's Eve dinner, it's not that Xuanhuan doesn't want to eat it. It's just that Xuanhuan thought very clearly in her heart that as long as Qi Li wanted to eat this kind of thing, she would definitely be able to eat it with her. Therefore, it is of course better to sell the ingredients for the New Year's Eve that are kept in hand. However, this time, if the opportunity is not seized, then there will be no chance. After all, it is the total mobilization of all players. No matter how powerful Xuanhuan was, he couldn't grab these guys. Okay, for the New Year's Eve, if you make less money, it doesn't matter. Qi Li tried to comfort him. Anyway, you earn enough money. For this special event on New Year's Eve, you should take a rest and relax. However, from here, you can also see the grand occasion of this event. Even Xuanhuan couldn't grab the wild monsters and dungeons. You can see how the enthusiasm of many players is soaring. Unconsciously. The New Year's Eve special event also came to the last day. On this day, those players who were frantically looking for Nian beasts in the New World mode also calmed down. After the customers in the store calmed down, they began to count the number of New Year's Eve ingredients in their hands. Because according to the story told by Qi Lu, the customers in the store also know that the last day of the special event on New Year's Eve is the legendary New Year's Eve. That is, the day for New Year's Eve dinner. So on this day, if you have enough ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner, you should start exchanging the New Year's Eve meal you want and prepare for the reunion. And if the amount of ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner is not enough, go to the trading system to see. Because on this day, it is also the day when the quantity of ingredients is counted. Most players will choose to put the extra New Year's Eve ingredients in their hands and put them on the trading system, which can also be regarded as helping themselves back some blood. After all, not every customer is wealthy. There are still a lot of civilian customers who rely on the New World model torn spirit crystals. So if you can get back a little blood, then let's get back a little. You must know that a considerable number of wealthy customers are staring at transaction system on the last day of this special event on New Year's Eve. Just waiting for the New Year's Eve ingredients to be refreshed. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. Anyway, I have a lot of spirit crystals, so I don't care about the price. But it is also because of this that the prices of the ingredients for the New Year's Eve have soared a lot within half a day. But overall, it's a good thing for everyone to get what they want. In this regard, Qi Lu is also happy to see it. However, after the first 6 days of rest, Qi Lu on this day was really busy after a long time. It is because of this New Year's Eve argument that the customers in the store have a tacit choice to reunite on this day and prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner. Therefore, the customers who come to Qi Lu to exchange for the New Year's Eve meal are really long queues, and there is an endless stream. She was so frightened that Yu Shuangshi didn't dare to stay in the New World mode, and ran behind the counter to help. Otherwise, it will be settled by Qi Liqiu again. Manager Qi, exchange me for a New Year's Eve meal package. Yafei ran to Qi Lu with a face full of excitement, and opened his mouth to get a New Year's Eve set meal. Then backhanded out the New Year's Eve ingredients that need to be paid. To be honest, Qi Lu never expected that Yafei would actually be able to redeem the New Year's Eve package completely. After all, among them, there are a total of 8 dishes. Converted down, it is a full 6,400 ingredients, and it is not easy to collect. However, sighing and sighing, Qi Lu will still have plenty of things to give. After handing the packaged New Year's Eve dinner to Yafei, Qi Lu pointed to the fast food area where the small round table was originally placed, and said, "There is a big table over there." This is also something Qi Lu specially prepared for the system. The large table specially used for dinner parties will not be crowded even if there are 12 people. However, it only appears on New Year's Eve. After tonight, it will disappear automatically, and then it will be replaced by the original small round table. Because the frequency of use of large tables is really not high. Really, it seems like there was none yesterday. Yafei looked up, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he made a decision in his heart. One thing to say, when it comes to the atmosphere of the Chinese New Year and festivals, it must be the best atmosphere in the Qila store. Anyway, it was specially decorated. So being mentioned by Qi Lu, Yafei decided to eat this New Year's Eve dinner in the store. Anyway, the environment and atmosphere are there, as long as the reunion is full of people. So Yafei even took out his membership card and started to contact the person who was called to help this time. Saratel was the first to come to the store. At any rate, it was also called by the daughter herself, so naturally, it should not be sloppy, but as fast as possible. You came much faster than I guessed. Qi Lu couldn't help but sneered when he saw Saratel hurried into the store. In the case of Manager Qi, in these days, you still insist on opening a store. Manager Qi is the hardest person. Sarater smiled and said hello to Qi Lu, not forgetting to sigh. Reunion with family on New Year's Eve is what Qi Lu said. On New Year's Eve, the person who insisted on opening a store to provide convenience for customers is still Qi Lu. This kind of behavior must be awe-inspiring. So I have to close the door early tonight, you should have no problem. Qi Lu heard the words and immediately replied. It can be regarded as a greeting in advance, a reminder. Should be. Saratel nodded in agreement. Then, followed by Lan Qi and Shauna. The speed of the giant dragon is still not slow, even if it is far apart from the city of life. If it really wants to catch up, it will only take a while. What's more, Lan Qi and Shauna are also in the city of life these days. Because I have to help Yaffer to brush the year beast together. Uncle Lan Qi and Sister Shauna, hello, come here soon. Yaffer introduced Saratrey to take a seat. After that, ran over to meet Lan Qi and Shauna again. The location of the large table is still very conspicuous. Although there are not many customers who choose to eat New Year's Eve dinner in Qi Li's store. But like Yufei, there are really not many tables with all 8 dishes. Generally, it is 2 or 3 dishes. More than 5 or 6. And before that, just hearing the names of these New Year's Eve dishes may not feel anything. But once it's on the table, it's really spectacular. Roast suckling pig, although the ingredients used are only piglets of a few months, but the reason is more because the meat of the piglets is tender, not the size of the body. Therefore, the roast suckling pig provided by the system is almost 1 meter in length. In terms of weight, even if the internal organs are not counted, there are at least 30 kilograms. If ordinary people come to eat, 10 people at a table may not be able to finish the meal, and it is absolutely worth the money. Then there's the steamed lamb. In terms of size, it definitely competes with roast suckling pig. It's just that sheep are definitely a lot thinner than pigs, so in terms of weight, they are also a lot lighter, about 10 pounds. And these 2 dishes, this time among the New Year's Eve dishes provided by the system, the 2 most hardcore dishes. Even if the bones are removed, just calculating the weight of the meat, it is enough to have 30 or 40 pounds of meat. It can definitely make a table full of people, or even vomit. After all, even a cultivator has a much better appetite and a much larger appetite than ordinary people. But if you eat dozens of pounds of meat in one go, it will give you a headache. Then came the roast whole duck and beggar chicken. Fortunately, the weights of these 2 dishes are much more normal in comparison. Although it is still bigger than ordinary chickens and ducks. But this 5 or 6 caddies of beggar chicken and 6 or 7 caddies of roasted whole duck are much better than the previous roast suckling pig and steamed lamb. After that, the braised fish is also well behaved. It means that there is more than enough braised fish every year, and the weight is about 5 or 6 pounds. The embellishment of green onions and red peppers is even more mouth-watering. However, when it comes to the dish of braised beef, it starts to be a little abnormal again. It is probably because the resentment of roasting whole cows cannot be achieved, so the weight of this large pot of braised beef is definitely comparable to that of roast suckling pigs. There is also a pot of dipping sauce with the same weight next to it, which is even more shocking. Then there is the vegetable platter to relieve tiredness. It may be because of the 6 dishes in front, at least there must be nearly 100 caddies of pure meat. Therefore, the weight given by the vegetable platter is also quite solid. A full 20 pounds of vegetables is definitely enough for you to eat all you can. And the last 3 fresh soup, let's not mention the weight, just talk about the container that holds the soup. If Qi Lu is not mistaken, it should be a big wash basin. Fortunately, it was a carved ceramic wash basin, otherwise Qi Lu would not know how to explain it. Seeing this, Qi Lu also deeply understood one thing. That's why, in order to exchange the New Year's Eve dishes, the number of New Year's Eve ingredients required will be so much. It's because of this amount. It is no exaggeration to say that if the appetite of a table is smaller, might not even finish 1 serving of steamed lamb. System, when I eat later, can you help me get a small portion of these dishes? Qi Lu asked this question rationally. It's really shameful to waste. System, of course, if the host requests it. That's good. Qi Lu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no way to reduce the weight of each dish, to be honest, Qi Lu may not be able to finish even one dish. Even with Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue, it is no exception. Because there are just too many. Fortunately, the system will not refuse such a reasonable request. However, there may also be a reason why Qi Lu obtained the New Year's Eve dinner for free. Therefore, a system that has always been stingy can naturally give a little less. What's more, this was Qi Li's initiative. As for those customers who have worked hard to collect the ingredients for the New Year's Eve and come to exchange for the New Year's Eve meal, then of course they can't be stingy. Being stingy and greedy for money is one thing, but honest transactions are still the bottom line of the system. So at the end of the day, Qi Lu also saw a lot of astonishment on the faces of many customers. The most important of which is the surprise in the size of these dishes. Who would have imagined that this New Year's Eve meal would have so much weight? So that those customers who didn't have enough ingredients for the New Year's Eve to exchange for 8 dishes were relieved. It can even be said to be fortunate. Originally, they thought that if they could only exchange 2 or 3 dishes, they might not be able to eat enough for a family reunion. But now, they have to worry about whether they can finish eating. But even if you can't finish it, it doesn't really matter. Just pack and take away. Anyway, the items produced in these activities, no matter what they are, as long as they are exchanged by customers, it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. What they want to do with it is the freedom of these customers. Of course, when disposing of it, it's best not to get the store dirty, or you might be caught cleaning it up. It seems that I should be the last person to arrive. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Not long after Lan Qi and Shauna were seated, Tiana also walked into the store. Looking up, he saw that Yufei was waving at her. Sister Tiana, it's up to you now, come and sit down. Afer pulled Tiana diligently and took her to the big table, to sit down. A table is full of acquaintances, and the introduction of each other I submitted. To be honest, in such a short period of time, I am afraid that only Yufei is the only one who can gather all the 3 powerhouses above the North Mountain Range. It is also a very rare little girl who has a good relationship with the 3 powerhouses. With so many servings, can the few of us finish it? After Tiana came to the table and sat down, the first sentence was this. Because nearly 100 kilograms of meat, plus vegetables, and soup in 2 large ceramic wash basins, placed on the table together, the picture is really shocking. Don't worry, I'm here, don't worry, you can just eat. Lancy spoke in a timely manner. For others, there may be food restrictions. After all, the bodies of the elves and the Beast-eared clan are there, so much meat, even if they are forcibly stuffed, I am afraid they will not be able to stuff it. However, Lan Qi's body is a giant dragon. Such a little meat, in front of a giant dragon, still. Not really much. Yes, I almost forgot, and you are there. Saratel heard the sound and couldn't help but teased. The implication is that Lan Qi is a rice bucket, but it is not easy to say it clearly. Che, a rare New Year's Eve dinner, I won't quarrel with you. Lan Qi glanced at Saratel, and the words poured into his mouth, but hadn't say it in the end. Instead, he solemnly took out his membership card, and then placed it diagonally on the table to ensure that the membership card could capture all the people beside the large table. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Saratel looked at Lan Qi's actions, and the look on his face was puzzled at first, and then suddenly realized. Even if we are separated by thousands of miles, we can still have a happy New Year's Eve in my heart. The communication window of the membership card was dialed, and then turned to the option of image communication. Soon, the other side was connected to an exchange request. The appearance of Lan Zier and Lan Qinger immediately appeared in the communication window of the membership card. Immediately afterwards, the screen was zoomed out, and the Lan Yi team had a total of 7 people, all of which appeared in the screen of the communication window. Father, mother. Hello, uncle and aunt. The voice of greeting immediately came from the membership card. Except for Lan Zier and Lan Qing'er, when the other members of the Lan Yi team saw Lan Qi and Shana, they knew they were separated by a screen, but they were still a little cautious. No way, one is because of identity issues. Lan Qi and Shana are Lan Zier and Lan Qing'er's parents, so they are Lan Yi's elders. Therefore, when facing elders, it is normal to be unable to let go. The other, that is Lan Qi's cultivation realm. The powerhouse-level power of the dragon family. Such a giant dragon in the powerhouse realm appears in front of him like this, and it is definitely a lie to say that he is not nervous. And more importantly, the two who were sitting next to Lan Qi and Shana entered the mirror one after another. Saratel and Tiana. Since the last time Lan Zier and Lan Qing'er met inexplicably, Lan Yi and the others have also asked about Xuanhuan in the New World mode. So I found out who they were. A powerhouse-level power of the Beastier family, and a powerhouse-level power of the Elf family. No matter who they are not the ones they can provoke. Zier, Qing'er, long time no see. Although we can't sit together as a family and have a New Year's Eve dinner, but now we are all sitting in the store manager Qi's shop, it can be regarded as a New Year's Eve together. Lan Qi said with a gentle smile. This is the idea that came to Lan Qi after Yufei contacted Lan Qi, and Lenka checked the forum. Knowing the meaning of New Year's Eve, they directly contacted Lan Zier and the others. Although Lan Qi and Shana can't return to the East Wasteland for the time being, they can try to reunite through the communication system of the membership card. You don't have to be so restrained. Since we are having a New Year's Eve dinner together, it should be lively. Shana followed suit and comforted her. The new year should be a little more joyful. If you are so nervous, you can't have a good year. Well, we got it, so can I start eating now? Lan Zier nodded rather perfunctorily, and then asked aloud. As a standard meat-eating loli, Lan Zier's eyes had long been on the roast suckling pig, and she was waiting to eat. It's just that the membership card has not been connected before, so Lan Yi did not let Lan Zier do it out of etiquette. Yeah, it should be ready to eat. After hearing this sentence, Yufei said it with empathy. As a foodie, the feeling of seeing the food in front of you, but not being able to eat it, is really uncomfortable. So Lan Zier's words deeply resonated with Yaffer. It's a pity that in the New World mode, Yufei is still exploring the food Ofeach big map. Therefore, it has not yet entered the big map of the mechanical cow forest. So that Afier didn't know Lan Zier and the others. Otherwise, he would definitely have a lot of common language with Lan Zier tot friends. As soon as these words came out, Lan Qi and Saratel looked at each other, showing the same helpless look, which was quite rare. It's really hard to have a foodie daughter. At this moment, Lan Qi suddenly felt that he and Saratel also had a common language, at least, in terms of raising a daughter, there should be. And Saratel's eyes also betrayed his thoughts at the moment. That's right, and Lan Qi's idea is basically the same. Okay, I won't say anything extra, let's start eating, don't be too cautious, just relax as usual. Lan Qi said to the communication window of the membership card. Saratel also nodded to Yufei, indicating that she could start talking. This scene fell into Qi Li's eyes, and a soft smile emerged from the corner of Qi Li's mouth. The family reunion and enjoyment of family happiness is the most beautiful picture. It was also a last resort for Lan Qi and Shana to stay away from the eastern wilderness and come to the northern mountain range. If it was possible, who would want to put their daughter alone in another world? Fortunately, this New Year's Eve was a reunion in disguise. And there are many such warm pictures in Qi Li's store. Family is the most valuable asset. It's just that the dishes on the table are as rich as Yufei's table, but there are not many of them to be found. But that doesn't matter, because in terms of portion size, it's definitely enough. In addition to eating vegetables, most of the customers also went to buy drinks. Orange juice, Sprite, multi-flavor liquor, watermelon juice. You can always find a suitable drink to match the dishes in front of you. And in this staggering, customers are also very disciplined not to make too much noise, very polite not to disturb other people. Because at this moment, everyone sitting in the store is enjoying the warmth of family. Certainly do not want others to disturb. Comparing your heart with your heart, you will naturally pay attention toward straining your behavior. But another interesting thing is that it is in the shop in Donghuangyu City. The largest table was seated by Ling Ao and the others. The royal family of the Huangyuan Empire has a complicated relationship. It is quite spectacular to visit the Qi store with the whole family for New Year's Eve. The first is the royal family Ling family, headed by the Fire Emperor Ling Ao. All the people at the table were from the Ling family, the eldest prince Ling Chongkong, the second princess Ling Yuehua, the third prince Ling Shao, the fourth prince Ling Yun, and a little princess, Ling Diawu. Then there is the table next to them. Kuzhan of the Ku family headed, and Ku Minglang and his parents are sitting below. Speaking of which, Ku Minglang's mother. My dear, she is also Ling Ao's younger sister, but she is married to the Ku family, so naturally she will sit at the Ku family's table. Then there is Ku Sisi, who married into a hidden family. The current hidden family, based on the Nailan family's leadership, has long been arrogant in front of the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire. So Ku Sisi doesn't live in the small space of the hidden family anymore. This time, there is a special event on New Year's Eve in Qi Li's store, and she naturally wants to come over to support it. On the other side, sitting next to the table, is the person from Yingjia. Headed by Ying Kuang, Ying Shui and Ying Feng sat on the right-hand side, while their parents sat on the left-hand side. Having said that, it has to be mentioned again. In fact, Ying Shui and Ying Feng's mother is also Ling Ao's younger sister. This is also a common marriage among the royal family. So if I really want to talk about it, the Ling family, the Ku family, and the Ying family can all sit together, actually. It's just that the number of people is slightly larger, and I can't find such a large table in the store. Moreover, Ying Kuang and Ku Zhen, the two old boys, also like to bicker, so this proposal can only be abandoned in the end. But Rao is so, these three tables are placed together, which is also the most lively place in the store. Because the eastern wilderness is different from the northern mountain range. There are many races in the North Mountain Range, and naturally the three major races are the leader, and the other weak races dare not overstep. However, in the eastern wilderness, the most important race is the human race. Therefore, it is naturally dominated by imperial power. Moreover, after such a long period of development, the national strength of the Huangyuan Empire has long surpassed the neighboring Guyuo Empire and Qingyao Empire. Therefore, the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire can now be regarded as the most influential group of people in the eastern wasteland. Of course, the right to speak does not include Qi Li's store. And this New Year's Eve is also a rare opportunity to gather all these people in the store to spend this first and grandest festival together. This is a huge benefit for Qi Lu to promote the custom of New Year's Eve. After all, everyone has come to this world, so Qi Lu definitely doesn't want to entertain himself on New Year's Eve alone. Family reunion is always a good idea. Therefore, if possible, Qi Lu still really wants to promote the two festivals of New Year's Eve and Spring Festival in Donghuang and Beishan. The members of the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire reunited in the Storito spend New Year's Eve together. As well as the gathering of Saratel and the others, it is the most favorable tool for the implementation of New Year's Eve and Spring Festival. More useful than any publicity. In this way, even those people of various ethnic groups who can't come to the store, or those who may not know about Qi Li's store. Under this influence, the names of these festivals will also be known. Then in a few years, it will become completely popular, and slowly ingrained, it will become a custom. If it's really successful, it can be regarded as recovering some memories. Sheila sat behind the counter, thinking slowly. After the dinner time, the number of customers who came to exchange for the New Year's Eve meal has already dropped sharply. It is said that it is a New Year's Eve dinner, so it can't be regarded as a late-night snack. A large family of people came to the restaurant for a dinner, and ended up having a late-night snack, which always felt weird. So when the store was about to close, the customers in the store also left one after another. Perhaps it was influenced by the story Qi Lu told and the meaning of the propaganda. Most of the customers really just came to eat with their families on this New Year's Eve. As a result, there are many fewer people in the combat power improvement training room area. Most of the decks are empty. Manager Qi, today's New Year's Eve dinner is delicious and very good. Before leaving, Yafei went to the counter and talked to Qi Lu with a smile. Looking at the contented expression on that face, you can tell that Yafei was quite happy to eat these 8 dishes. Not to mention delicious, you can eat as much as you want, as much as you want. You can continue to eat until you can. Compared with the previous delicacies, there is no such thing as eating, viewed it is much better. You can eat what you like. Facing the smiling Yaffer, Qi Lu replied with a light smile. The more you laugh now, the more sad you will cry in a few days. Because according to the system's consistent practice, the New Year's Eve meal will only appear once a year. As for next year's New Year's Eve, what kind of event will it be, and what the dishes will be for the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu also doesn't know. So now I feel how delicious and delicious it is. Then in a few days, it will be very uncomfortable to recall this New Year's Eve dinner. After all, the food in my memory always tastes extraordinarily sweet. Manager Qi, thank you. Lan Qi followed behind and thanked Qi Lu. Although it feels a little strange. But Qi Lu knew that Lan Qi was thanking him for being able to reunite with Lanzier and the others. Although not sitting face to face. But being able to reunite in disguised form and have a New Year's Eve dinner together in this way, Lan Qi is already very satisfied. You know, before that, Lan Qi and Shauna had not seen Lan Zier and the others for 10 years. Otherwise, the intimacy of blood is thicker than water. I am afraid that when they met each other before, it would have seemed a little strange. Don't be so polite, this is what should be done. Qi Lu smiled and said modestly. To be honest, since they are friends, Qi Lu is also very happy to see Lanky and his family reunited. After all, the Lan Qi family, no matter who they are quite familiar with Qi Lu. Then let's say goodbye first. I've troubled Manager Qi for so long tonight, and we can't continue to disturb Manager Qi's reunion. Lan Qi said one last sentence, and then left the store with Shauna. Then, very quickly, the last few customers in the store also walked out of the store with a smile after clearing the table. Only empty shops remain. Fortunately, those leftovers, bowls, chopsticks, dishes, etc., do not need Qi Lu to clean up. Customers at each table will spontaneously take away their own garbage. There is no way, because they really don't have the courage to ask an unfathomable power to help them clean up the dishes. Even this shop was opened by this great man. But self-knowledge this thing, that is really a good thing. Others are willing to provide you with convenience, but it does not mean that you will be able to gain an inch. It is really important to see your own status. So Qi Lu is also happy to relax. System, remember to change all those big tables back to the original small round tables at night. Toward the store. After a while, Qi Lu, who confirmed that he didn't need to clean up, warned again in his mind. This kind of large table for dinner is not usually used. And it takes up too much space. So it must be put away, so as not to affect the layout of the store. After the exhortation, Qi Lu glanced around the store again and found that Xuanhuan seemed to have gone to another store before. She slipped so fast, are you afraid that I will let her clean up? In this regard, Qi Lu just silently spread his hands, expressing helplessness. This kitten can always master the skills of being lazy, even without a teacher. Hey! Why are you here, Qi Lu? I'm busy, I'm here to help. In the store lobby of Yunwu City, Xuanhuan, who had nothing to do, immediately began to busy after seeing Qi Lu coming down from the second floor. She followed closely behind Xie, saddled in front of her and behind her horse, for fear of being pulled out by Qi Lu. You, let it go. Are you busy or not, don't I know yet? Qi Lu only thought it was a little funny. Could it be that his usual image is so terrifying? In other words, his image on weekdays is that of a shop manager who likes to exploit shop assistants. I really came to help, Qi Lu, you must believe me. However, Xuanhuan simply ignored Qi Li's words and just looked at Qi Lu with a firm face, trying to gain trust with her own eyes. Brother Qi Lu, when did you come here? Xie, who was really busy, came over at this time. To be honest, the stores in Cloud Mist City, like those in the City of Life, have nothing to do with it. Because few customers dare to litter the store. That's not to mention the deliberate creation of garbage. So on the surface, it is said to be cleaning up, but in fact, Xie is just doing a routine inspection. Look for any neglected corners of the store that need cleaning. But unfortunately, in general, there is no such thing. This time is no exception. Just here, Xie, you probably haven't had dinner yet. Qi Lu nodded to Xie and asked with a smile. On New Year's Eve, in order to help many customers exchange for New Year's Eve dinner, the busyness is definitely several times as usual. Even if Xuanhuan was on the side, Qi Lu was too busy to eat dinner. What's more, there is only Xie in the shop in Yunwu City. Hence the question. Well, not yet. Xie nodded, then touched her stomach again. That's right. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. Let's have a New Year's Eve dinner together, and then stay in the store, to keep the year old. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately said softly. Keep your age? Xie tilted her head, expressing her confusion about the new words. Family reunion, on New Year's Eve, waiting for the arrival of the new year together, is called Shou Sui. When Qi Lu was talking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, rubbed Xie's head, and said slowly, in my heart, Xie is as precious as her family. Qi, brother. Hearing this, Xie suddenly widened her eyes, and looked at Qi Lu. He saw the gentle smile on Qi Li's face, as if a warm current poured into his heart. It feels very warm. Xie likes this feeling very much, and also likes Qi Lu. Thinking of this, Xie gritted her teeth sharply, took a step forward, looked directly into Qi Li's eyes, and said, Brother Qi Lu, Xie, what do you want to drink at the New Year's Eve dinner? However, before the words were half finished, Xuanhuan hurriedly ran to the drink vending machine and interrupted Xie. Little Snow. Xie's heart suddenly tightened, as if it was a beat slower. Immediately afterwards, she looked at the cat-eared lowly who was in the way, embarrassed and annoyed. Temporary courage is like a balloon. Being interrupted by Xuanhuan like this, Xie suddenly became shy because of her impulsiveness. Xie, what are you staring at me for? You can't. A hint of doubt flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and when she saw this posture, she immediately understood. Immediately, he took 2 steps back without a trace, so as not to suffer Xie's anger. Xie, did you want to say something just now? Qi Lu had a smile on his face, and his tone was still gentle. No, nothing, Brother Qi Lu, let's have dinner, Xie will go to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner now. The impulse subsided, and Xie also naturally chose to retreat. When he ran away in a hurry, he didn't forget to give Xuanhuan a fierce look, which meant that he would settle accounts after the autumn. What are you staring at me for? I don't know. Xuanhuan muttered a little aggrievedly. But I know I'm wrong, so I don't dare to argue. I can only try to reduce my sense of existence. Who would have thought that Yu Shi'er would go to Qi Lu to confess at such a strange time? Isn't this what she is doing? If I had known earlier, Xuanhuan would have disappeared automatically. How is it possible to make this bright big light bulb? What are you doing hiding here? Aren't you going to eat? Qi Lu walked over with his hands behind his back, looked at Xuanhuan, who was shivering in the corner, and asked interestingly. It's really rare to make this cat-eared, lowly shiver. After all, Xuanhuan is indeed a little timid. But the pride of being a devouring cat, well, being arrogant, she wouldn't allow her to react like this. To sum up, it is possible to retreat tactically, which is commonly known as escape, but it will never show its timid side. Sure can be killed but not humiliated. So do cats. Eat. Of course I have to eat. After Qi Lu said this, Xuanhuan immediately jumped up and said with a resolute expression. Even if you go to the execution ground, you will have a bowl of rice. What's more, Xuanhuan felt that her relationship with Yu Shi'er was so good that she shouldn't be beaten to death. At most, lie down for a few days. Then, this New Year's Eve dinner still has to be eaten, and it must be eaten, otherwise it will really be a big loss. Come here quickly if you want to eat, don't stand here forever. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Before leaving, he added, remember to bring a few bottles of drinks, don't empty your hands, I'll just drink pure milk. I see. Xuanhuan only felt the cold wind rustling. On the other side, Yu Shi'er had already put all the dishes for the 8 New Year's Eve dinners on the table. Of course, the weight of each dish is under Qi Li's request. Reduced to an appropriate level, so as not to overeat. After all, there are only 3 people at the Qi Lu table. No, maybe it shall be 2 people and a cat. Although it is said that after turning into a human form, it can be regarded as a human being. However, such things as food intake are calculated according to the size of the body. So, the act of wasting food is quite shameful. However, after the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu realized that he might have miscalculated something. That is the amount of food the cat eats, and it seems that it cannot be calculated by the size of the body. After she got to the table, Xuanhuan had a serious expression on her face, as if she was eating the last meal of her cat life, showing her amazing appetite. A table of dishes, eating that is called a storm, clean and neat. Surprised, Qi Lu kept thinking in his heart, did he abuse this cat-eared lowly? But after carefully recalling it for a while, Qi Lu answered this question with certainty, that is, no. And not only did it not, but the days that Xuanhuan usually lived were quite moisturizing. Even more comfortable than Qi Lu. Because since Qi Lu returned to the store, Xuanhuan started to live a life of idleness again, staying in the New World mode all day. In addition to getting up early every day to open the store, he is basically doing nothing. Eat and play, play and sleep, sleep and eat, and so on. Because this is the output of the event, no matter how many dishes are required for the New Year's Eve dinner, the system will provide it for free, and it will not be a loss to Qi Lu. Then just let Xuanhuan eat enough. Otherwise, there will be no such good dishes to eat tomorrow. On the other hand, Yu Shi'er, who was sitting beside her, ate quietly and looked quite elegant. I just don't know why, but my cheeks seem to be a little red. Qi Lu felt that he might have seen it wrong. The first New Year's Eve. Eating vegetables and drinking pure milk, Qi Lu suddenly looked at the scenery outside the store. The red lanterns under the eaves emit a soft and festive light, shining on the surrounding walls and ground. Even the windows were covered with a thick layer of red light. He turned around and looked at the dishes on the table. The roast suckling pig is golden and crispy, fat but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. The steamed lamb is tender, juicy, and delicious. The braised beef is spicy and pleasant, flexible and firm, and the meat is juicy and fresh. The roasted whole duck is red in color, tender in meat and mellow in taste. The beggar chicken is fragrant, the skin is crispy and the meat is tender, crispy and soft. The braised fish is rosy and attractive, tender and salty, and the soup is rich. The vegetable platter was crisp and refreshing with a pleasant aroma. Sanxian soup is refreshing and greasy, mellow and rich. No matter which one is, it is a rare delicacy, and it complements each other when placed on the table. It should be a lot more comfortable to eat such a New Year's Eve dinner. Sheer! Qi Lu suddenly shouted. What's the matter, brother Qi Lu? Yu Sheer, who was eating with her head down, immediately raised her head and looked at Qi Lu. Happy New Year! A smile appeared on Qi Li's face and said softly. Happy New Year! Yu Sheer was stunned for a moment, and then quickly responded, and quickly replied. Happy New Year! Yu Shuangshu, who had been gobbling up all the time, also shouted. Then a pair of big watery eyes looked at Yu Sheer. The meaning expressed is self-evident. It's a new year, so the unpleasant things that happened before will just pass. The big deal, in the future, this kitty promises that it will never make trouble again. Yu Shuangshu's meaning was very clear, so Yu Sheer saw it at a glance, and then glared back fiercely. But soon, it was replaced by a smiling face. New year, new look. Maybe confessing at the end of the year is not a good option. Although it was to keep the year old, Qi Lu did not let Yu Sheer stay up all night. So after the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu asked them to go upstairs to rest early. Qi Lu, on the other hand, was planning something else. That is, to go to another world. This time, the messenger of the god of war appeared in the Beishan Mountains, giving Qi Lu a sense of urgency. Because this happens, it means that the group of gods has discovered this world. So, such a world without faith. For those gods, this is tantamount to a piece of tender and delicious fat, placed in front of them. This is not a good thing. Moreover, through this incident, Qi Lu also thought of another point. That is, since the northern mountain range, which has been hidden for so long, can be discovered by those gods, what about the eastern wilderness? Will it be found someday? Then he was bewitched by the messengers of the gods, and then started a war that swept the entire eastern wasteland. Not without such a possibility. There may even be more serious cases. Because in terms of overall strength, the eastern wilderness is not as good as the northern mountain range. So Qi Lu felt that it would be better for him to go to another world earlier to collect the power of faith. In this way, it can be considered to weaken the power of a certain god in disguise. And the more the power of faith is collected, the more fairy and magic weapons Qi Lu can bring out in the battlefield of fairy and devil. That's all good stuff. Since there is no way to improve the cultivation realm in a short period of time, then you can only rely on powerful and unparalleled equipment to improve your combat effectiveness. However, in this way, the demand for these powerful equipment will increase. The power of faith in a world cannot be supplied. So Qi Lu will make this decision. Anyway, being idle all the time is not the same thing, it is better to find something for yourself to do. Besides, it had been a month since Qi Lu returned to the store. The cooling of the barrier gate has long since turned around. It's just that at that time, it was dealing with some aftermath after the race war, and then it was preparing for the special event on New Year's Eve. So Qi Lu put this matter on hold. And now things are almost dealt with, then this matter should be put on the agenda. Just in these few days, just talk to Sheer tomorrow. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and thought to himself. System, host, Happy New Year. Huh? You would say that too? Then, Happy New Year. Qi Lu was thinking about something when his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the system, and he almost didn't react. System, host, this system is a very user-friendly system, how could it not say Happy New Year? System, by the way, on the first day of this new year, this system has a gift for the host. Gift? Yo, that's really changing. What gift will you prepare for me? Take it out and let me see. Anyway, the problem has already reached the final stage, so Chila didn't pay too much attention to the sudden appearance of the system. Instead, he became interested in so-called gifts. System, no problem, please pay attention to the host. System, congratulations to the host for getting a new snack, glutinous rice balls. System, however, this system is a friendly reminder that this snack is a New Year's limited snack and is only available in the first month. Sweet dumpling? When Chilo heard the words, he didn't react for a while. There is a saying that the fire of 30 nights and the lamp of 15 nights. The 31st day of the new year is over, and it will soon be the Lantern Festival and the 15th day of the first lunar month. Tangyuan is naturally an indispensable food for the Lantern Festival. However, now is the first day of the first lunar month, why did you jump Toth Lantern Festival food all of a sudden? This is too far. System, yes, this is the New Year's gift from this system. Well, it's better than nothing. Chila smacked his mouth and said silently. However, one thing to say is that Chi Lu himself doesn't like eating glutinous rice balls very much, because it is too sweet, and it is easy to get tired of eating too much. However, the dumplings produced by the system should be different. Otherwise, half a bowl? Taste it? Thinking so, Chi Lu entered the backstage of the store manager and checked the detailed attributes of the dumplings. Tangyuan, New Year only the fire of 30 nights, the lights of 15 nights, the deliciousness of the dumplings is more beautiful than the lights. Long-term consumption can moderately improve the mental power of the eater. Price, 30 spirit crystals per bowl, 10 per bowl. Medium. As expected of a snack limited to the new year, the effect is powerful. After Chi Lu read it, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It is not a rare attribute to improve mental strength alone. However, the side effect of the snack, glutinous rice balls, is stronger than the word moderate. You must know that in the previous snacks, the descriptors in the effect were all small, or even very small, improvements. Compared with moderate amplitude, this is definitely not a level thing. So Chi Lu was surprised. It's just a pity that glutinous rice balls are a New Year's limited snack, which can only be bought in the first month. After this month, you have to wait for the first month of the next year. Very good. In terms of effect, it did not disappoint me, so let me taste it now. System, give me a bowl, 3 glutinous rice balls are enough, I'll just taste it, I can't eat too much. Chila thought for a while, before reporting a number. After all, I only had the New Year's Eve dinner before, and now I come to eat dumplings again, it must be to try the taste. If you really want to eat glutinous rice balls, you will not choose this time. System, yes. A short word sounded, and then, a small bowl appeared on the table in front of Chi Lu. The top of the small bowl is sealed with a transparent film, and inside it is a small half bowl of thick white soup and 3 round dumplings. It's okay to sell. Chila looked at the 3 dumplings, and suddenly felt quite cute. The round appearance always feels a little cute. Then let's eat again. Thinking of this, Chila reached out and tore the transparent film on the small bowl. In an instant, a strong fragrance wafted out from the small bowl, which made people move their index fingers. Wait, where's the spoon? As soon as the transparent film was torn off, Chi Lu suddenly thought of this question. If you don't have a spoon, give it a pair of chopsticks anyway, otherwise how can you eat dumplings? Are you good at grabbing it? System, the spoon is at the bottom of the bowl. Chi Lu, who got the prompt, picked up the small bowl and touched the bottom of the bowl. There really is a small folding spoon, which looks like it should be a disposable thing. You're so creative that you put the spoon in the bottom of the bowl. After taking out the spoon and opening it, Qi couldn't help but complain. You know, this small bowl is not transparent, only the film on it is transparent. So if it wasn't for a prompt from the system, Qi might never have imagined that the spoon would be placed at the bottom of the bowl. But forget about that. Qi shook his head, then scooped a dumpling with a spoon and put it into his mouth. In an instant, a sweet but not greasy taste burst out in Qi's mouth, sweeping his entire taste buds. The dumplings made from glutinous rice melt in your mouth. After chewing a little bit, and then swallowing it, it is even more memorable. Sweets, the most taboo, is boring. However, the sweetness of the glutinous rice balls, provided by the system, is just right, sweet but not greasy, but sweet and delicious. It's really delicious. At least I, who don't like glutinous rice balls very much, can't find anything wrong with it. Qi affirmed the taste of this bowl of dumplings. Then he ate all the remaining 2 dumplings in one go. But there is no need to ask for a few more dumplings. After all, Qi himself had just eaten the New Year's Eve dinner and was not very hungry. Just eat a taste, no need to eat it as a meal. If this is my New Year's gift, then I'll give it a review. The taste is not bad, I am very satisfied. After Qi put down the small bowl, he made his own comments. Delicious is delicious. Qi will not give some evaluations with personal bias because of his own preferences. That's disrespect for food. However, the dumplings will be eaten here first. System, I have another thing. Send me to the fairy demon battlefield. I have to keep as many things as possible in the store before I go to another world. In fact, this is Qi's original intention. Although frequently entering the fairy and demon battlefield, it will cause a great burden on Qi's body. But now it has been almost 2 months since Qi last entered the battlefield off the fairy and devil. The erosion of Qi's body by death energy was also eliminated. So now go in again, no problem. System, received, host. System. The fairy demon battlefield is opening, please prepare the host. As soon as the voice fell, a gate formed by light suddenly appeared in front of Qi. Don't worry, it's already ready. After all, this is also the 3rd time that Qi has opened the fairy and demon battlefield, and he has long been familiar with it. So as soon as the gate of light appeared, Qi walked in. The familiar scenery once again caught Qi's eyes. It is still so grand and magnificent, and the breath from the ancient prehistoric times is overwhelming, making people palpitate. And this time, Qi came to the battlefield of fairy and demon, because his own cultivation realm has been improved again, so his perception of death is also more sensitive. You can clearly perceive how terrifying the death energy in the fairy and demon battlefield is. This kind of power that devours life, even if it is a strong level power, must retreat. Speed up and pick a relatively complete weapon. Qi had already made clear his goal. Since I don't know any of the fairy and magic weapons here. Of course, it seems that the less damaged the item, the more profitable it is when you take it out. After all, a complete fairy or magic weapon is definitely more powerful than a broken one. Even if there are differences in quality. But who knows how badly this is broken. Therefore, Qi did not stop at all in the battlefield of fairy and demon this time, and kept running forward. His eyes swept over the corpses around him, focusing on those fairy and magic weapons. Soon, the boxy-looking shield was noticed by Qi. To be honest, square shields are actually quite rare. Because in general, even for the convenience of carrying, it should be a round shield. Either a rectangular or trapezoidal tower shield, or a triangular kite shield, or a pentagonal standard shield. However, the square shield really has no advantages. But it is precisely because of this shape that this shield will be noticed by Qi. It's interesting, a strangely shaped shield. And from the outside, there doesn't seem to be much damage. Qile couldn't help but stop and observe carefully. On this square shield, there are some patterns engraved. It doesn't look complicated, but Qile doesn't know it either. It feels like it was randomly engraved. However, the feeling is the feeling, although Qile thought so in his heart. But the mind is still very awake. The things that can appear in the fairy and demon battlefield, even some simple-looking patterns, are probably not simple in nature. Therefore, Qile did not take it lightly, but instead became more serious. After all, the road is the simplest. Who knows if these fairy weapons and magic weapons will also be of this virtue? If you miss something good this time, you may not be able to find it next time. In addition, as far as Qile's eyes are now, there is no other weapon that can catch the eye. If I go looking for it again, I am afraid I will pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. So just take this square shield and forget it. Okay, that's the decision. System, I have already selected the products for this time, now take me back to the store. Qile thought so, grabbed the square shield in front of him, and shouted in his mind. The so-called once born, twice cooked. This is the third time that Qile has come in this fairy and demon battlefield, and naturally, there is no need for the system to make a sound torment the time. After being promoted to the powerhouse level, Qile already had a very clear understanding of the death qi that permeated the battlefield of fairy and demon. Therefore, you can easily perceive your own limit, and leave the fairy and demon battlefield before reaching the limit, so as not to be eroded by death. This, in the heroic realm, cannot be done. System, received. Host, wait a moment. At the same time as the voice fell, Qile's figure also appeared in the store. The square shield, naturally, was taken directly by the system to repair it according to the usual practice. The ability of the powerhouse level realm to perceive the power of heaven and earth is really not comparable to that of the hero level realm. After returning, Qile didn't even care about the square shield for the first time. Instead, he sighed in his heart. The understanding of the powerhouse level realm is also more profound. The strength of the improvement of the cultivation realm is reflected in all aspects. It's definitely not just an improvement in combat effectiveness. However, how much benefit and how high the improvement has been obtained, Qile can't list them one by one now. Because for Qile, the most intuitive manifestation of the improvement of the cultivation realm is the enhancement of combat power. As for other aspects, Qile has not really studied it seriously. So it's almost a state of ignorance. But, Qile doesn't care about this. After all, if there is something he doesn't understand, it's good to ask the system temporarily. Anyway, there is such an encyclopedia in my mind, why bother to understand Samik by myself? System, host, the goods are repaired. It was probably because Qile was thinking about something, so this time, the system actually reminded him aloud. Qile, who was thinking, was awakened. It's been repaired so quickly, let me see what a good thing I brought out this time. Qile was not surprised. In the matter of repairing fairy and magic tools, after having several experiences, Qile discovered that the speed of the system is indeed fast. So after hearing the system prompt, Qile immediately opened the store manager's backstage. Compared with the things brought out from the fairy and demon battlefield 2 times before, the square shield this time is obviously more like regular armor. Unlike the previous glass beads or small cages, there was no use at all. Heavenly shield, epic armor, those who are not strong enough to lead not race on this shield. And with skills, protect the Lord, barriers, Yutian. Protecting the Lord, passive skill, when the owner of the shield of heaven is about to be attacked, the shield of heaven will automatically defend against the incoming attack. Barrier, passive skill, that greatly reduces any damage taken. Yutian, active skill. After opening, the Yutian barrier can be unfolded, and the covering range can be adjusted by itself. Until the power of the Yushan shield is exhausted and destroyed, the Yutian barrier will never be broken. Restrictions on use: drop blood to recognize the master, and bind the soul. Friendly reminder: anyone can try to identify the Lord with blood, but if they cannot withstand the power of the heavenly shield, they will not succeed. Definitely armor. And it's a very powerful armor. In the end, it is still extremely powerful armor with extremely low restrictions. Seeing this, Qi Lu was really moved to tears. Finally, a good thing came, and it was not in vain that Qi Lu took out this square shield without any thought. Although the heavenly shield and the holy light orb, as well as the devil's Colosseum, are not a type of fairy weapon. But in terms of the accompanying skills, the power of the heavenly shield should be on top of that fairy weapon and a magic weapon. After carefully reading the skill description for a long time, Qi Lu came to such a conclusion. Although the functions are different, it is really not easy to compare. However, in terms of power level, 1 or 2 can still be seen. There is no doubt that the Shield of Heaven is among the top armors, even epic armors. Although the basic attributes of the Shield of Heaven, unlike other armors, increase physical defense and magic resistance. However, just the sentence, "not enough to be in the powerhouse realm," can't leave a trace on this shield is far better than those fancy physical defenses or magic resistance. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you get the Shield of Heaven, you will be absolutely invincible under the powerhouse level. This is the crushing of power levels. The defensive power of the Imperial Shield has long surpassed the realm of the hero level. Moreover, judging from such a terrifying defensive power, I am afraid that in the powerhouse level realm, there are only a handful of powers that can break the defensive power of the Imperial Shield. However, if it's just a strong defense, it's not really that powerful. However, the most powerful part of the Royal Shield is not its amazing defensive power, but the 3 powerful skills it comes with. Of course, there is no need to say more about the master's skills. To be honest, this is the first time Qi Lu has seen such an intelligent skill. There is no need for the owner of the Royal Shield to pay attention or perceive it. As long as it may be attacked, it will automatically defend. Then combine with the great damage reduction provided by the barrier skills. Simply the perfect match, a match made in heaven. With the automatic protector and the incomparable defensive power, this is the most powerful combination in the armor. Because the mission of the armor is to protect the wearer from harm. In this regard, the Shield of the Heavenly Shield is the pinnacle. Moreover, the last Yutian skill is the most powerful part of the Yushan shield. Area-based defensive skills, Heavenly Enchantment. The shield of the Imperial Sky will not be destroyed, and the enchantment of the Imperial Sky will not be broken. On this one, it can be said without hesitation that there are very few practitioners who can break through the defense of the Imperial Shield. Then you can imagine the difficulty of destroying the Shield of the Sky. At least, you have to let the powerhouse level peak be able to make a shot, so it is possible to do it. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu was amazed and cried. The pinnacle of epic armor. Otherwise, the power of the Royal Shield should be stronger than the Holy Light Orb and the Devil's Colosseum. That's why. Auxiliary weapons and armors cannot be directly compared in terms of effect. But it can be compared indirectly through the grade and status of the same type of treasure. And there is another biggest advantage of the Royal Shield, that is, the use limit. Just drop blood and admit the Lord. If the blood dripper is recognized by the Shield of the Sky, it will be bound to the soul. If it is not recognized, then there will be no other problems. Very convenient. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Qi Lu rubbed his hands together and looked at the information in the backstage of the store manager. After a long time, he nodded suddenly. Then it's such a happy decision. Let Sheer come to try it tomorrow. If it is successful, the Shield of the Sky will be self-defense for Sheer. Making this decision is also the result of Qi Li's careful consideration. Because Qi Lu is also not short of the spiritual crystals sold by the shield off the sky, they are just some numbers anyway. After all, it is not Qi Lu who manages the accounts, but the system. Now that I have spent a lot of the power of faith, I naturally have to do something. Therefore, it is necessary to make the shield of the heavens play a greater role. It is undoubtedly a good idea to leave it to Yuxier for self-defense. Although it was said that Yuxier had been staying in the store, theoretically she would not be in danger. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Qi Lu was going to use the barrier gate to go to another world in a few days. He didn't take care of it in the store, so he was really worried. Who knew that during this period, a certain god would find the location of Donghuang? Then a bunch of messengers were sent over to turn Donghuang upside down. You must know that this time the Beishan Mountains are actually relatively lucky, and the concept of the god of war is only a god of peace. It's just a fire of war. If this encounters the god of slaughter or the god of death, the result will be difficult to say. Therefore, with the idea of being prepared, Qi Lu still felt that it was better to leave the shield of the sky to Yuxier. Anyway, other people don't lack such a piece of armor. Besides, if you really compare it, in Qi Li's heart, those other people are really not as important as Yuxier. Even if you are protecting others, you must protect your own people first. At this point, Qi Li's work today is over. The rest will have to wait for tomorrow. The night of New Year's Eve always seems short. Probably because of sleeping late. So Qi Lu didn't sleep for long, and on the first day of the new year, he sat up neatly. After taking a shower, I went downstairs. Brother Qi Lu, good morning. When I came down this morning, I found a new snack. It should have been on the shelves last night. Yuxier, who was holding a bowl of glutinous rice balls to eat, saw Qi Lu immediately put down her spoon and said hello. Good morning, Xier, do you like this dumpling? Qi Lu nodded and asked, casually. I like it. It's sweet and delicious. Yuxier nodded vigorously. Nice. You love it. By the way, I have something to give you, so let's take it as a New Year's gift. Qi Lu smiled, then walked over to Yuxier and said softly. In fact, to be precise, it may be more appropriate to regard it as lucky money. Because last night when the New Year's Eve, Qi Lu really forgot about the New Year's money. After all, in the last life, Qi Lu, as a junior who received lucky money, has never given lucky money. What about money? Thought did not turn around at once. So it's normal to forget. New Year's gift, what is it? Yuxier tilted her head and asked, curiously. Since the last time, she suddenly attacked Qi Lu, and Yuxier's mentality has changed a bit. Anyway, I have already decided that I want to follow Brother Qi Lu for the rest of my life. Then, if Brother Qi Lu gives him anything else, he will just take it all. After all, if you really break through that layer of relationship, then even you are Brother Qi Li's, so what's the point of each other? Therefore, Yuxier seemed quite calm this time. I won't say what it is, you need to understand it yourself. Qi Lu also noticed the change in Yuxier's mentality, and couldn't help showing a smile on her face. At some point, the attitude is twisted, and it will only make people feel that the relationship is not good enough, and this will happen. Therefore, when the relationship is close enough, calm is the best attitude. Xier, just drop a drop of blood on this shield. Remember, you must also wrap your soul in the blood. Qi Lu put the shield of the heavens that he got last night on the counter. The appearance, and what he saw in the fairy and demon battlefield, did not change much. At most, it seems to be cleaner, and the various traces left by the battle on it have also disappeared. It's just that the pattern engraved on the royal shield is as simple and weird as ever. Okay, Xier knows. Yuxier didn't think about it, she bit her finger and forced out a drop of bright red blood. Blood, including soul breath, is naturally the most precious blood essence. Yu Xier still has this little common sense. Laugh. When the blood fell on the shield of the sky, there was a sudden sound. The pattern engraved on the shield of the imperial sky also changed. A dazzling blood red, all the patterns instantly dyed red. And the blood dripping from Yu Xier was absorbed by the shield of Yutian at this moment. This is a success? Qi Li's face was a little strange. After all, the shield of heaven is also a fairy weapon, and it is the pinnacle of epic armor. Why is there such a lack of alignment when recognizing the Lord? This is too simple. Brother Qi Lu, have I succeeded? Yu Xier didn't look at the changes in the shield of the sky, but first noticed Qi Li's face, and asked with some uneasiness. Maybe. Qi Lu touched his chin, stared at the shield of the sky, paused for a while, and then asked, Xier, don't you feel any more information in your head? Logically speaking, if the recognition of the Lord is successful, all the information about the royal shield should be instilled in Yu Xier's mind. But now it seems. Yes. This shield is called the shield of heaven, right? Just as Qi Li's expression gradually became suspicious, Yu Xier let out a surprised shout. I'll just say. Qi Lu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a success. This kind of armor that can automatically protect the owner is really the least picky type for the owner. Because no matter who, no matter what rank, they can wear it. Anyway, it can automatically protect the master, and it will not occupy the position of attack. The shield of the sky, wait, the power of this shield is so powerful. Brother Qi Lu, would it be too wasteful to give such a precious shield to Xier? After reading the information about the royal shield, Yu Xier suddenly widened her eyes in shock and looked at Qi Lu. Because in Yu Xier's opinion, as long as she stays in the store, her safety can be guaranteed. So getting such a tyrannical shield is completely useless. Might as well give it back to Qi Lu. How could it be? You should be prepared for everything. As a person in Mychila's store, you must not miss the slightest. Qi Lu said solemnly. However, listening to Yu Xier's ears, she automatically ignored the word store. Brother Qi Lu, Xier understands. Yu Xier nodded seriously, making up her mind in her heart. We must find an opportunity to implement the identity of people of Qi Lu. Xier, what do you understand? Hey, that shield. Qila. You're partial again. What about mine? At this moment, Yu Xuanhuan suddenly jumped down from the upstairs, and saw the shield of Yutian at a glance. Although it is not clear how powerful the power of the royal shield is and how terrifying the skills are. However, as a devouring cat, the intuition of whether treasures are precious and how precious is still quite powerful. So even if you don't know anything about the shield of the sky, Yu Xuanhuan can detect it. This is definitely a rare treasure. It must be extremely precious. So Yu Xuanhuan broke out on the spot, and she was simply out of anger. You're this. When Qi Lu heard this angry shout, his scalp was numb. This cat-eared loli is good at everything, but when it comes to treasures, she will never admit defeat. Looking outside the store, it seems that it is not yet time to open the door. No wonder Yu Xuanhuan had time to come here. This should be noticed when Yu Xier eats breakfast. Because after the store opened, Yu Xier wouldn't eat breakfast. What about mine? Qi Lu, you were biased before, and you obviously like Xier a little more. Now you're doing this. I don't agree, I must be like Xier today. Yu Xuanhuan took 3 steps and took 2 steps, threw herself on Qi Lu, and said viciously. However, the fierce expression on his face, mixed with the strong smell of milk powder, really makes people afraid. Shao Shu, stop making trouble. Brother Qi Lu will be very embarrassed if you do this. Otherwise, I'll give you this shield. Yu Xier immediately persuaded her. No, what's yours is yours, I'm just looking for Qi Lu. Xuanhuan rejected Yu Shi'er's proposal in one bite. How can this kind of thing hurt the interests of good girlfriends? Today, this eccentric guy must pay the price. It's useless if you ask me, because this is Yes, this is the year-end award for the best employee. Only the employee with the best performance in the previous year can get it. Qi Lu was in a hurry and explained it aloud. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan's movements suddenly froze. Then he looked at Qi Li's eyes suspiciously, and said, "What you said is true?" "Of course, how can I? How could it be deceiving?" Qi Li said righteously, and his face was even more upright. "Of course, cheating cats is not necessarily." Qi Li silently added a sentence in his heart. "Shi'er, is what Qi Li said true?" Xuanhuan looked at Yu Shi'er again, her narrowed eyes flashing with suspicion. Yes, brother Qi Lu will not lie." Yu Shi'er quickly nodded to help. Then I added a sentence in my heart, even if it's a lie, Shi'er is willing to believe it. It turns out that the best employee. Forget it, I don't want it, just give it to Shi'er. Although Xuanhuan was still a little unconvinced. But now it's 2-on-1, and even the best girlfriends have said so I'm embarrassed to keep making trouble. And this best employee, Xuanhuan, also has self-knowledge. I definitely won't be able to get it, so I don't want to add trouble to myself. It was just that sighing appearance that proved that Xuanhuan was not at peace in her heart. Unfortunately, cats are hard. Finally fooled. Qi Lu let out a sigh of relief. If this was left in the past, Xuanhuan would not dare to escape like this and shouted in the store. However, the closer the relationship is, the harder it is for Qi Lu to start. Xuanhuan seems to have discovered this too, so she will always be so noisy to ask for benefits for herself. However, it is not uncommon for family members to quarrel with each other. "Brother Qi Lu, isn't it good that we lied to Shao Shu like this?" Yu Shi'er said something worried. Then he looked at Qi Lu and smiled involuntarily. "There's nothing wrong with Shao Shu, but it's actually because of her loneliness, as long as she doesn't make trouble." Qi Lu shook his head and didn't care too much about it. "However, I really have another thing here that I want to tell you. I'll be going out in a few days. I'll be out for about a month, so I'll have to ask you for things in the store." Although he was interrupted by Xuanhuan in the middle, Qi Lu still remembered what he wanted to say. Use the barrier gate to go to another world. Then this month, or more than a month, the big and small matters in the store will be handed over to Yu Shi'er again. As for Xuanhuan, that is to help see a shop. If I really want to say something big, I can't count on her. Are you going out again? When Yu Shi'er heard the words, she was stunned for a moment, and then her tone became lower. But soon, Yu Shi'er adjusted her mentality, raised her head, looked at Qi Lu, and said, "I see, brother Qi Lu, Shi'er will be optimistic about the store. Since I can't help brother Qi Lu, I should let brother Qi Lu have no worries when he is out. So we must not live up to this expectation." "Well, leave it to you, I'm very relieved." Qi Lu smiled and nodded, then reached out and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. If he was worried, Qi Lu would not go to another world so freely to collect the power of faith. As for how other people react, that's not what Qi Lu should be concerned about. Anyway, Qi Luan's disappearance is not a matter of a day or two, and the customers in the store are used to it, and they know that they should not ask about the things they should not care about. So in general, since the business in the store has been on the right track, it is almost the same with or without Qi Lu. As long as someone looks at the store. Because it is basically self-service, and no one dares to cheat and play tricks. After all, compared to spirit crystals, life is more important. Spirit crystals, and so on, are really something outside the body. So as long as there is no stunned youth to make trouble, it is quite easy to keep the store. After explaining this, Qi Lu also let go of his last concern. As for the departure time, Qilu originally wanted to put it after the Lantern Festival, but after thinking about it carefully, Qilu found that there was no Lantern Festival event anyway. Might as well leave early. Go early, go back early. So on the night of the third day of the new year, Qilu went to the bedroom alone after having dinner with Yu Xier. I'm going to another world again, and I don't know which god's world I believe in this time. The barrier door opened, and Qilu also took a deep breath. The last time I randomly went to was the world that believed in the god of blacksmithing, let's call it the blacksmithing world. From a conceptual standpoint, the god of blacksmithing can be regarded as a very peaceful god. At least not advocating the things of fighting and killing. Therefore, Qilu was given an initial period of development to ensure the collection of the power of belief. But this time, the road ahead is uncertain. It's just that Qilu's current mood is not nervous or afraid, because at present, there are really things that can make Qilu feel this kind of emotion. So to be precise, Qilu's current mood should be called sadness. Or call it nostalgia. No way, for an otaku, going out is far away. What's more, this is going to another world. Come on, go early, and come back early. Shaking his head and throwing away the excess emotions in his mind, Qilu took a step forward and walked into the door of the barrier. The scenery in front of him was instantly replaced by the black time and space turbulence. Flame City, Flame Academy. One of the most famous academies in the Yanlong Kingdom. According to legend, the origin of the name of this academy is because the first dean of the Flame Academy has a flaming beast as a familiar. The fighting strength is so strong that even the lord of the Yanlong Kingdom has to give 3 points of courtesy. That's why it was named Flame. However, subsequent facts have also proved that, except for the first dean, the previous deans of the Flame Academy have no familiar demons as powerful as the Flame Behemoths. So this situation has caused something very serious. That is, the Flame Academy has become less and less famous over the years, and it has been eating the old money accumulated in the past. This should be one of the worst-case scenarios for any college that relies on fame to recruit students. Because the college attracts excellent students, it needs enough fame. And those students with outstanding talent are naturally more willing to go to those well-known colleges for further education. And graduating from the college with excellent grades, while winning a good future, can also promote the college. Then there was a natural phenomenon. The strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. A college with a great reputation will become more and more famous. And the colleges with low reputation are basically waiting to die. However, in the overall downturn of the general environment, the Flame Academy has nothing to think about. So I can only hope on the annual familiar summoning ceremony. And this demon summoning ceremony is one of the most solemn ceremonies in this world that believes in the god of summoning. Among the ceremonies of the same level, the most famous is probably the sacrificial ceremony of the god of summoning. But not listed here. The familiar summoning ceremony is the only ceremony in this world that can be used to confirm the identity of a summoner. Since it is a world that believes in the god of summoning, there is no need to say more about how revered the status of the summoner is. However, to what extent the status can be respected, that is also relative. After all, in this world, the most basic condition for those great nobles to inherit their identities is to have at least one summoner in the family. And the higher the status of the nobles, the more powerful the summoner and the master possessed by the summoner. So the honor of the summoner, in fact, is more for the civilians. Because as long as a noble bears a title, there must be a powerful summoner in his family. If not, or due to an accident, unfortunately passed away, then the title of the noble will be directly deprived. So it can be seen how important the identity of the summoner is. Then, the importance and solemnity of this familiar summoning ceremony need not be repeated. And there are not many places that are qualified to start the summoning ceremony of the familiar. One is that the academies with sufficient qualifications and passing the review will start a summoning ceremony every year. The other is the temple built by the kingdom itself. Similarly, a familiar summoning ceremony is started once a year. However, in terms of time, it will be staggered with the major colleges. This is also to ensure that those who missed the summoning ceremony opened by major colleges can obtain the status of the summoner in time. And today, it happened to be the day when the major colleges started the summoning ceremony of the familiar. As one of the most famous academies in the Yanlong Kingdom, the Flame Academy naturally has this qualification. Angel, hurry up, aren't you ready yet? The summoning ceremony of the familiar will begin soon. At the door of a student dormitory, a girl with long brown curly hair shouted into the dormitory. Come here, Nora, calm down, don't be so nervous. The girl called Angel quickly ran out of the dormitory. Even as he ran, he was still tying the buttons of a small cloak draped over his shoulders. How can we not be nervous? This is a solemn ceremony that determines whether we can become a noble summoner. Nora said with a look of longing. The most basic prerequisite for those who can participate in the summoning ceremony of the familiar is to become a magician. However, in this world, the use of magic power by simple magicians is limited to those superficial magics. This is due to world rules and circumstances. Because in this world, the circulation of magic elements is extremely difficult. So let alone those large-scale magics, even the slightly more complex magics consume extremely terrifying magic power. The only exception is summoning magic. It is precisely because of this that what those magicians yearn for the most is to become a summoner. Because the flow of magic power will not be reflected in those summoned beasts, it will only limit ordinary magicians. Therefore, the combat power of summoned beasts is generally very powerful. Otherwise, the combat power of a magician is really inferior to those warriors who practice physical skills and exercise their physique. The only way to become a summoner is to summon your own familiar and successfully sign a familiar contract in the familiar summoning ceremony. Only after signing the familiar contract, the magic in the magician's body will undergo a qualitative change, thus transforming into a summoner. In addition, the strength of the familiar is high or low, and the attributes are also different. The potential of a summoner is linked to the strength of his own familiar. And the attributes of the summoner are naturally linked to the attributes of your own familiars. More importantly, once the attributes are determined, the summoner can only summon summoned beasts with the same attributes as his own. And what decides all of this is this familiar summoning ceremony. Therefore, for every magician, the summoning ceremony of the familiar is an extremely solemn ceremony. I know this is a very solemn ceremony, but no matter how nervous you are, you can't change the ending, right? Those familiars don't get stronger just because you're nervous. Angel spread her hands and said aloud. In fact, this is also to ease the tension in my heart. After all, life and death are about to be decided. How can I not be nervous? But Angel doesn't want to show it. Before a magician becomes a summoner, everything is empty talk. Even in this world, the cultivation methods for Do Qi are very poor and lacking. However, the powerful combat power obtained by exercising the body is not comparable to those obtained by magicians. Although I said so, but I can't even think about it. I really wish I could summon a particularly powerful familiar. Nora said expectantly. Then dragged Angel together and ran quickly to the scene of the summoning ceremony of the familiar. The location is on the huge training ground of the Flame Academy. At this moment, the students of the Flame Academy are already standing. The familiar summoning ceremony is held once a year, and every student in the academy who has passed the magic test can come and participate. However, what kind of familiar can be summoned is completely random. This has little to do with the strength of the magician. The only thing that is relevant is that the more magical power a magician possesses, the higher the possibility of summoning a powerful familiar. That's why, before participating in the familiar summoning ceremony, one must first pass the magic test. Because the amount of mana possessed is the basis for summoning a familiar. If it does not reach a certain amount, it is impossible to arouse the resonance of the familiar. Not to mention summoning a familiar. Therefore, before the successful signing of the familiar contract, the many students present did not have any sense of superiority at all. At most, it is to show off his family background. For example, the summoner in his own family has such a powerful demon. This proves how noble his bloodline is. You must know that the title of the nobles is directly proportional to the combat power of the familiars possessed by the summoners in the clan. This is also the best way to ensure that there will be absolutely no turbulence between the various titles. Position is determined by strength. Therefore, the current lord of the Yanlong kingdom. The familiar possessed must be the strongest demon in the Yanlong kingdom, or one of them. Students of the Flame Academy, I am very happy that the annual summoning ceremony of the familiar has started. Back then, the founder of the Flame Academy, the first dean, signed a contract with a flaming behemoth during this demon summoning ceremony, gained tyrannical power, and founded the Flame Academy. The opening ceremony of each college is actually similar. It is impossible to ramble about some of the past events of the college and review the great achievements of the previous deans. Because of such a solemn ceremony, it must be the dean of this college who came to give the opening speech. Therefore, praising past deans is actually praising oneself. Then, motivate the students again. After all, if one of these students can really summon the legendary tyrannical demon and sign a contract, then the entire academy can benefit from it. In particular, the reputation of the academy can definitely skyrocket. But this possibility is too small. After so many years of Flame Academy, I really haven't met a few times. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat here. Now, the summoning ceremony of the familiar has officially started. All students, please come forward in an orderly manner. After the dean of the Flame Academy finished speaking, he stood aside. And the person who actually presides over the summoning ceremony of the familiar is the teacher of each class. You must know that in the entire Flame Academy, there are not a few students who come to participate in the summoning ceremony of the familiar. If you try to summon the familiars one by one, it may not be finished even after dark. So usually in a class as a unit, in this spacious training ground, start trying to summon a familiar. The auxiliary magic circle was drawn from the beginning. Students trying to summon, as long as they stand in the auxiliary magic circle and start to condense their magic power, they can vaguely perceive the familiars that they can contact. Then, it is the continuous output of magic power to strengthen this connection. Until the familiar and the magician resonate and are willing to be summoned, they will appear from the auxiliary magic circle and be summoned into this world. Then there is the signing of the familiar contract. Generally speaking, as long as a familiar is willing to be summoned, there is no problem in signing a contract. Because if you don't want to sign a contract, normally, you won't be able to summon it at all. It's about to start, Angel, it's about to start at last. I know it's about to start, can you stop being so excited, I'm almost out of breath. Angel and Nora are in the same class, and the queues on the training ground are also adjacent to each other. So after watching the official start of the summoning ceremony of the familiar, Nora immediately hugged Angel excitedly. For a while, Angel, whose entire face was buried in the softness, only felt that her breathing became extremely difficult. Then, Angel, who finally broke free, took a few deep breaths and glanced at his chest again, and immediately became extremely lost. How can it be so far away? Familiar summoning success. Salamander, attribute fire, medium potential, contract signing completed. Just when Angel looked lost, the teacher's strong and powerful voice suddenly came from the front. This year's familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy, the first student to become a summoner, has appeared. It's great, I finally became a summoner. The one who summoned the salamander was a male student, who was looking at his familiar with excitement at the moment. The potential is medium, which is average. The flame attribute is also an old tradition of the Flame Academy. Because after the students become summoners, they will automatically transfer to the summoner class of the Flame Academy to learn about summoned beasts. After all, after so long of exploration and development, there are countless types of summoned beasts of various attributes. However, most of them are useless summoned beasts. Really powerful, or summoned beasts with special effects are only a small part of them. And the knowledge about summoned beasts is about these things. As a summoner, it is impossible not to understand the useful, summoned beasts under the type of your own attributes. You must know that a familiar is the foundation of a summoner. Under normal circumstances, the familiar will not be used to fight. Because in essence, the summoner's familiar is the medium through which the summoner casts magic. Without this medium, the summoner is nothing but a waste. The combat power is not even as good as that of a magician. So the ones that are really used to fight are those summoned beasts. Fire attribute, medium potential. I really don't know what kind of familiar I can summon. After Nora heard the teacher's call, a look of longing began to appear in her eyes again. The classification of the familiar's potential is actually just a general concept. It can only be roughly determined what the final combat power of the familiar will be, but the actual combat power will only be known after the battle. But the more important part of this potential classification is to distinguish the speed of growth. So the higher the potential, the better, of course. This general classification is roughly divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and excellent. But above excellence, there are actually several levels. But those are all legendary levels, so under normal circumstances, they won't see it. Just like the first dean who founded this Flame Academy, the flame behemoth he possesses has a potential level that is just an excellence. However, the potential of this excellent level, growing to the end, can make the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom give 3 points. Its arrogance can be imagined. And this first academy to become a summoner is like a fuse. The familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy is still going on, and those familiars with different species and attributes are constantly being summoned. There are high and low potentials, and there are many low potential ones. There are only 2 with high potential so far. As for the familiar whose potential is rated as excellent, I'm sorry, the entire Flame Academy has not seen it for nearly 15 years. You must know that if there is a fascist with outstanding potential, then this summoner, even the royal family of the Yanlong Kingdom, will throw an olive branch. Next, Nora. The instructor standing next to the auxiliary magic circle shouted. It's finally my time. Nora took a deep breath. Don't be nervous, Nora, you can do it. Angel was excited for Nora. Well, I know, I can definitely do it. Nora nodded, then walked firmly towards the auxiliary magic circle. First, he said hello to his mentor, and then he stretched out his hand rather cautiously and began to condense his magic power. Slow down the speed of condensing magic power, and slowly perceive the connection between yourself and the demon. The instructor standing by the side reminded aloud. When summoning a familiar, the magic is not condensed as fast as possible. The more important point is that when condensing magic power, the perception of the familiar is used to find the most suitable familiar. Yes. Nora nodded stiffly, then continued to release magic. Slowly, there were some fluctuations in the space in the auxiliary magic circle, and vaguely, there seemed to be flames flying down in the air. Then, in the next second, a sharp claw broke through the space. Whoa! A sharp howl suddenly appeared on the training ground. It attracted everyone's attention. Before that, all the summoned familiars were quiet, following their masters. But now that such a big movement has suddenly appeared, it is strange that it is not noticeable. However, just after everyone's eyes turned. Above the auxiliary magic circle, the space slowly shattered, and a pair of fleshy wings came out first. Immediately afterwards, the body of the familiar was also squeezed out, and the iconic head was quickly revealed. The mentor standing beside Nora suddenly widened his eyes after seeing this scene. This is Fire, Flame Yalong, attributes, Fire, potential, rated as Excellent. Low level. A somewhat stuttering voice came out of the instructor's mouth. When the level of potential reaches excellence, it can actually be divided into 3 more detailed: excellence low level, excellent middle level, and excellent high level. However, there is no doubt that as long as there is the prefix of excellence. So no matter it is low level, middle level, or high level, it is far beyond the masters with high potential. Even if it is just a low level of excellence, it is also excellent. So the instructor's exclamation suddenly made all the students present sound envious, jealous, incredible, and unbelievable. Excellent level familiar, this is fake. I heard that in the 15 years of the Flame Academy, there has been no student summoning an excellent level familiar. I can't even dream of a familiar with high potential, but she actually summoned a familiar with excellent potential. I'm so envious. Familiar with excellent level potential, if this grows up, I am afraid that there will be another duke in the Yanlong Kingdom. The students on the training ground were talking. But without exception, the eyes looking at Nora have become a little different. Envy, jealousy, and hatred are completely visible to the naked eye. The status of the nobles is inseparable from the power of the familiars possessed by the summoners in the family. If it is divided by the title, then the superior level familiar, as long as it does not die in the middle, then this summoner can at least get the status of a marquis. The bigger possibility is the duke. This is definitely an extremely high status. You know, the only people who can stand above the duke are the prince and the king. Lord, there is only one. And the number of princes is naturally limited. Therefore, the high status and power of the duke are naturally self-evident. It is normal to be envied by other students. Because students who can come to the Flame Academy for further study, generally speaking, their family will be more or less aristocratic. Although there are also civilian children, but the number is really small. No way, if there are problems with life, how can there be time to study summoning magic? Therefore, the students who came to the academy and worked hard to become a summoner might not just want to win a piece of honor for their family and improve their status. It's just that the wish is good, but there are very few people who can do it. By the way, here, also mention the title of the title. From high to bottom, they are Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Knight. The Knight here naturally refers not to a rank, but to the lowest honorary title that can be granted. There is no real power, just an honorary title. What's more, in fact, in this world, whether it is to practice fighting chi or practice magic, there is no distinction between ranks. It's just that people who have fighting spirit are generally called warriors. A person with magical powers is called a magician. The only independent system among them is the summoner. Therefore, a powerful summoner possesses an absolutely respected identity and status. So, how lucky it is to summon an excellent level familiar, naturally needless to say. Even Angel, who was one behind Nora, couldn't help twitching with the expression on his face. Excellent low-level familiar. Nora is really going to soar into the sky now. Could it be true that tension can improve the level of a familiar? As Nora's good sister, Angel certainly knows what Nora's family is like. The highest title is just a viscount. Among the many nobles, this is only a lower middle position. However, when Nora suddenly came out, not only Nora himself, but also Nora's family would follow. However, the premise is that Nora and her familiar can grow up. After all, the potential of the superior level represents only the upper limit of the familiar's growth, not the current combat power of the familiar. Of course, this does not mean that every familiar needs to grow. In fact, in the records of the Flame Academy, there are really some familiars who are at their peak when they are summoned, completely omitting the process of growth. It is directly the upper limit of combat power. However, this situation is indeed quite rare, so it cannot be used as an example. However, even ignoring this extremely rare case, an excellent level familiar is in existence that Angel needs to look up to. Because Angel's family, the highest title, is only a Viscount. But what is better than Nora's family is that Angel's family was cut down from the Count. Therefore, in terms of background, it is stronger than Nora's family. However, looking at it now, I am afraid that such a small advantage will soon be filled, and then far exceeded. However, the most exciting person is the Flame Science standing on the sidelines of the training ground. Dean of the hospital Fader. His face was flushed red at the moment, which was completely caused by excitement. After so many years, a student finally appeared in the Flame Academy and summoned an excellent level familiar. God is pitiful, the Flame Academy can finally restore its former glory. Fader's tone at the moment became a little trembling. The students of the Flame Academy have summoned the news of the superior level familiars in the summoning ceremony of the familiars. As long as they are publicized, they will definitely attract a huge number of students. In this way, the Flame Academy can definitely be revived. Only Nora, who was standing in the auxiliary magic circle, was still a little confused at the moment. Flame Yalong. After being summoned, a familiar will form a unique bond with the summoner. If the subsequent familiar contract is successfully signed, then this connection will be strengthened to the extent of mutual perception. And if the signing of the familiar contract fails, then this connection will be broken. And the summoner will also be attacked by this connection and suffer heavy losses. So Nora is now looking at the Flame Yalong floating in the sky and flapping its fleshy wings, and is really at a loss. The Flame Dragon, according to records, has the blood of a giant dragon, and is good at fire magic. Excellent low is only the lowest rating. With the increase of the bloodline of the dragon in the body of the Flame Yalong, it is the limit of the Flame Yalong until it can burst out Thetragon's might. A flame dragon of this level can be rated as an excellent intermediate. It's just that before the outbreak of Long Wei, it will be viewed with the lowest rating. Therefore, the level of the instructor, who was already stunned, was actually not wrong. However, whether it is an excellent low level or excellent middle level, that's not something Nora can handle. Little girl, did you call me here? On the training ground, under everyone's attention, the Flame Yalong in the sky suddenly made a sound. Mouth to speak. This is something that can only be done by a familiar with a superior level off power. The potential of the superior level and the power of the superior level are two completely different things. Hide dash. The students of the Flame Academy took a deep breath and stepped back involuntarily. A familiar that has not yet signed a contract with a familiar, and also has a superior level of power, that is a volcano that may erupt at any time. Among the students present, no one has the ability to stop it. Even those instructors who presided over the summoning ceremony of the familiar were all retreating subconsciously at this time. There are only a few people who are not afraid of death. Yes, it's me. I called you here. Nora was awakened by the words of the Flame Yalong, and immediately stammered and answered. Running is definitely not possible. In this training ground, anyone else can run, but Nora, who summoned the Flame Yalong, is impossible to run. No matter whether the familiar contract is successful or not, there must be air assault. It's really weird, why is such a weak little girl able to summon me? Flame Yalong swept over Nora with contemptuous eyes, and then swept across the training ground. Hostility, but no. The character of the dragon is more arrogant than violent. Therefore, the Flame Yalong, who has the blood of a giant dragon, also inherited this arrogant character, and naturally disdains to shoot at such a weak object. Familiar summoning ceremony. So it is. Because the familiar contract is a two-way street, while Nora knows it, the flame worm will also know about it. So after realizing the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, the flame Yalong suddenly frowned. Such a weak summoner also wants to sign a familiar contract with me? What a dream. What? Although Nora was still very frightened, she still heard the words of the flame Yalong clearly. Refused to sign the familiar contract. What this means, any magician who is about to become a summoner, is very clear. Once the summoned familiar refuses, the magician will be deprived of the qualification to become a summoner. This rule is not set by anyone. It is the laws of the world. So Nora's face at this time has become pale. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant is probably nothing more than that. To be rejected by an excellent level familiar is equivalent to changing from a powerful summoner that everyone envies to a complete joke. Why don't you sign a familiar contract with me? Isn't that an equality contract? Staying here won't affect you. Nora gritted her teeth and shouted at the flame Yalong. I want to make the last effort. I hope the flame Yalong can change his mind. Equality contract? Little girl, if you could study the familiar contract more, you wouldn't say such things. Flame Yalong glanced at Nora and said coldly. Because to be precise, the familiar contract is a semi-equal contract. It is true that the deed master cannot force the demon to do something, and the demon also cannot restrain the deed master. These are the contents of the equality contract. However, there is only one content, which is not within the scope of the equality contract. That is the death of the deed master, and the demon will die together. When the demon dies, the deed owner will only be seriously injured and will be permanently deprived of his summoner status. That's it, it's very unfair for the long-lived flame Yalong. Because Nora, no matter what, can't live as long as the flame dragon. This is also the main reason why flame Yalong refuses to sign the familiar contract. But this. Nora still wanted to argue. But after thinking about it for a long time, I don't know what to say. Nothing but. Flame Yalong's gaze swept over the familiars who had signed the contract with the familiars on the training ground, and said coldly, I'm not the same as those guys, don't think about convincing me. A familiar with low potential either has a lifespan similar to that of the summoner, or has a low IQ. So there is no consideration of rejection at all. But at the level of the flame Yalong, it is impossible to do such a loss-making business. At this time, many students and mentors in the Flame Academy also understood. Flame Yalong didn't intend to cause trouble, just refused the contract with the demon. So the courage has also grown up. After a long time, it turned out to be just bluffing. I really thought she could really turn over, but it turned out to be just an empty joy. That's right, there's no such thing as an easy-to-obtain familiar at the superior level. Now that's fine, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to become a summoner. Let's continue to look at the others. Among the students of the Flame Academy, there are many people who know Nora. Naturally, there is no shortage of people who know what happened to Nora's family. In the aristocratic circle, whether it is big or small, it is not small. If Nora can successfully sign the familiar contract with the Flame Yalong, it will be a sure thing to turn from the Viscount to the Marquis, or even the Duke. It can definitely create an uproar in the aristocratic circle. So there must be many people who will be jealous. However, what happened now? Those who were envious and jealous before immediately turned into ridicule and ridicule. Because no one wants to see it, it is obviously just a person of the same level as himself. Suddenly, he stepped on his head. Nora, it's okay, no matter what you become, we are the best sisters. At this time only Angel stepped forward, supported the crumbling Nora, and comforted softly. Wait a minute, Your Excellency Flame Yalong, do you really stop thinking about it? But at this moment, Fader, who had been silent, spoke up. As the dean of the Flame Academy, Fader is of course also a summoner. Although he possesses familiar demons, his strength is not as good as that of the first dean. But dealing with the Flame Yalong in front of him is not a problem. It's just that if the fight really starts, the entire Flame Academy may have to be rebuilt, so Fader doesn't want to do it until he has to. However, if the Flame Yalong is really let go like this, then not only Nora will become a laughingstock, but even the Flame Academy will also become a laughingstock. Being ridiculed by other academies is not what Fader wants to see. That's why Fader spoke up and wanted to help Nora fight again. Consider? Flame Yalong looked at Fade. Okay, if the rest of you can summon another familiar that is no weaker than, and are willing to sign a contract, then I will agree to sign a contract with that little girl. Flame Yalong, who can detect Fader's strength and is no weaker than himself, will naturally give face. It's just that the conditions put forward are almost impossible tasks. How difficult is it to summon a superior level familiar? You know, among the students of the Flame Academy, in the past 15 years, only the Flame Yalong has been summoned as an excellent level familiar. And it's just a low level of excellence. This, well, I promise you. When Fader heard this, his face became embarrassed. But he also knew that this might be the bottom line of the Flame Yalong, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. A little bit of hope is better than total despair. Then I'll wait and see. Flame Yalong sneered, and then his wings fluttered, hovering in the sky. The meaning is obvious. The ritual of summoning the familiar continues without any interference. Fader could only sigh, and then said, the ceremony continues. After the initial panic, many students have calmed down. Although I still occasionally look at the sky with fear, but overall, the impact is not big. Those mentors also returned to their original positions and presided over the summoning ceremony of the familiar. Everyone heard the agreement between Flame Yalong and Fade. But no one took it seriously. You know, that is an excellent level familiar, how can it appear so easily? Therefore, the eyes of these people looking at Nora gradually became enraged. How envious before, how much ridicule now. Falling into trouble, but these guys' expertise. Don't worry, Nora, it'll be all right. I will always be with you, you must cheer up. Angel was still comforting Nora. In fact, the reason why Nora wanted a powerful familiar so much was to revitalize the family. But now, everything is in vain. To say it is not sad, it is definitely a lie. I'm fine, Angel, don't worry about me, you should hurry up, it's your turn soon. Nora sat on the ground, holding back her tears, and said to Angel. In any case, the summoning ceremony of the familiar cannot be delayed. Even if you want to cry, you have to wait until you go back to the dormitory before you can cry. Coincidentally, at this time, the instructor also called out Angel's name. Okay, I'll be right back, just wait for me. Angel nodded, and then quickly walked into the auxiliary magic circle. You can start now, Angel. After the instructor confirmed it, he said aloud. Angel nodded slightly, and then began to condense magic. However, the magic power has just begun to condense, and Angel's brows are wrinkled. The expression on his face also became a little strange. Angel, what's wrong with you? The instructor, who noticed the change in Angel's expression, couldn't help asking. No, nothing. Angel shook her head, her brows still furrowed, but she didn't say what happened. Because if you say it, it may not be believed. Originally, according to the experience of the seniors, it should be slowly condensing the magic power, and only after a certain limit can the connection with the familiar be sensed. But when it came to Angel, the magic power had just begun to condense, and it had not yet formed. A strange connection poured into Angel's mind. What's going on? Is my familiar just a guy with low potential? Thinking of this, Angel's brows furrowed even tighter. Because when summoning a familiar, there is an inaccurate statement. That is, the more mana consumed, the greater the possibility of summoning potential familiars. Vice versa. Then, you can imagine the level of potential of a familiar who has almost none for magic power. Thinking of this, Angel's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. No way. However, the familiar who had contact with Angel did not let Angel continue to think wildly. Above the auxiliary magic circle, spatial fluctuations quickly appeared. Then, under the gaze of Angel and the mentor, beside her, a figure shattered the space and appeared in the auxiliary magic circle. People, humanoid demons? Angel looked at the man. Shadow, eyes widened. The instructor on the side also had a puzzled expression on his face. Because the familiar demon in front of him does not seem to exist in those records. A whole new kind of familiar? However, there is one thing to say, the humanoid demon is actually not popular. The reason is that those humanoid demons that have been recorded are not only extremely rare, but every one of them is notoriously weak. Compared with the familiars of other species, it is too far behind. Potential rating, even if it is low, must be the worst one. It's over. What's wrong? It's a humanoid demon, and it's all over now. Angel murmured to himself with a look of despair. The dream of revitalizing the family is always just a dream. Nora even summoned a flame dragon. Even if he didn't sign a contract, it was still a real master of excellence. But what about myself? Angel took another look at the humanoid familiar in front of her, and tears almost came out. Forget it, it's okay to be a laughingstock with Nora, good sisters have Tobin trouble. Angel could only comfort herself like this. Excuse me, may I ask, what's the matter with this demon contract? However, just when Angel was sad and crying alone, the humanoid familiar in front of him suddenly asked a question. If there were someone who was familiar with this face, he would definitely be able to call out the name of this humanoid familiar. That is Chi Lu. The familiar contract. You don't even know what the familiar contract is? Angel was attracted by the voice of the question, but what followed was even greater despair. Unlike ordinary familiars, humanoid familiars can speak regardless of their strength and potential. Therefore, it cannot be used to judge the strength. However, Angel had judged it from this guy's question. How can a guy who doesn't even know what a familiar contract is? If you don't believe it, just look at the flame dragon in the sky. Not only did he know what the familiar contract was, but he also clearly studied the terms and found out what was not good for him. This is the real superior level familiar. I know what the familiar contract is, but I'm not very clear about the terms in it, so I'm still looking at it. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a moment. As Gila spoke, he began to look at his surroundings again. Is this the new world? It looks a little different from what I imagined. And, what is this familiar contract that suddenly appeared in his mind? System, come out and explain, what's going on with this familiar contract? In case of trouble, ask the system. This excellent quality, Chi Lo played quite well. System, host, don't worry, this system is reading the information of this world, don't be impatient. System, by the way, because there was a little problem when crossing the world barrier this time, if you want to stay in this world, host, you must sign the familiar contract. System, by the way, in order to prevent the host from worrying, this system will say another word, signing a magician contract will not cause any adverse effects on the host. Since it won't affect it, that's fine. Sheila didn't ask any more questions. Because the system has clearly stated that it is still reading world information, it means that there is still nothing to ask. So it is better to solve the current problem first, and then ask other questions. Cough, looking at it like this, I want to sign this demon contract with you, right? Qi Lu, who had made a decision, naturally would not hesitate. Instead, he looked at the girl in front of him and said straight to the point. The sudden question, on the contrary, surprised Angel and took a step back subconsciously. However, Angel quickly reacted, and he couldn't help but nodded somewhat disinterestedly. Yes, you need to sign a familiar contract with me. However, when she said this sentence, Angel did not have any excitement. Although after possessing a familiar, he can indeed become a summoner. But also as a summoner, it is also divided into 3, 6, and 9. The more powerful the summoner is, the higher the realm can be achieved, and the more esteemed the status that can be obtained. Therefore, a weak humanoid familiar cannot make Angel happy. It can only be said that talking is better than nothing. Even the weakest summoner would be better than this. Although it can't bring a little improvement to the family, as long as you work hard, it is still no problem to get the title of a knight. After all, being born in a noble family does not mean that you are a noble yourself. Because according to the rules of the Yanlong Kingdom, before he has obtained an honorary title, as long as he is an adult, his status will be classified as a commoner. It's just that people born in aristocratic families, even if their status belongs to commoners, their status will appear a little more detached. But in the face of those nobles with higher titles, they must salute as a commoner. And it won't be ignored. Only after obtaining the title of knight can he be regarded as entering the threshold of nobility. Then the higher the title, the more detached the status. Otherwise, how could the Yanlong Kingdom have so many territories allocated to these nobles? You must know that, apart from the knighthood, starting from the lowest baron, it is a real title. And aristocratic status, starting from the baron, can build their own manor. Discounts can be sealed into a territory that belongs to them. The earl began to have the power to bestow the title of knighthood. The marquis was given the power to form his own private army in the fief. Of course, the size of the private army is strictly regulated, and its main function is to protect the fiefs of the nobles. And the status that the marquis can bestow has also been promoted to baron. Duke, in addition to all the above powers, the status that can be bestowed has also been promoted to viscount. However, for the viscounts awarded by the duke, the fiefs need to be divided from the duke's own fiefs. Therefore, under normal circumstances, few dukes are willing to do this. Because that would be tantamount to weakening one's own strength. As for the prince, that is truly under one person and above 10,000 people. In addition to his own tyrannical power, he must have enough background and qualifications to be able to become a prince. Angel is naturally impossible to expect this position. In fact, before coming to the Fire Academy for further studies, Angel thought that after becoming a summoner, he didn't expect too much. As long as the glory of the family can be restored, it is enough to return from the viscount to the earl. Because starting from the earl, the nobles who have the status of the earl can bestow the title of the commoner knight. For an aristocratic family, this is definitely a qualitative change. Although a knight is just a title, it does not have any real power. But this is the threshold for becoming a noble. Commoners, under normal circumstances, cannot be awarded knighthoods. You must first obtain the title of knight in order to continue to rise to the title. So from here, you can see the importance of an earl. However, Angel at this moment has long fallen into the abyss of despair, but she is not in the mood to make those fantasies anymore. However, this did not affect Qi Lu at all. In fact, Qi Lu had no idea why the girl in front of her had such an ugly face. Is it because you are sick that you are not feeling well? But in any case, these problems will be solved after waiting. The problem now is to sign the familiar contract. If that's the case, let's start. So Qi Lu didn't care too much about Angel's mood, but called out the familiar contract. As long as both parties agree to the contract, and focus on imprinting the soul imprint. Even if the signing is successful. President Fade, you are finally here. Angel summoned a humanoid familiar, and we can't recognize its attributes. You have a lot of knowledge, do you know if you know it? At this moment, Fader, who was shouted by the doubtful tutor, also came over. And was brought to the front of Qi Lu by the instructor. The humanoid demons have been very rare since ancient times, and there are not many records left, so there are very few materials for reference. Furthermore, the main reason why those humanoid familiars are recorded is because of their rarity, not their strength. Actually, all the humanoid familiars that have been recorded are very low in terms of combat power. In more cases, they are resourceful familiars. Fader said while looking at the humanoid familiar in front of him. Of course, these words were not for Qi Lu, but for Angel. A clever wizard. I know, Dean. Angel lowered her eyebrows with a look of frustration. This kind of thing is almost common sense for people who want to become a summoner. How could Angel not know? But this is the case. What can be done? Once a familiar is summoned, it cannot be changed. To give up the familiar is to give up the qualification to become a summoner. So no matter how bad the summoned familiar is, Angel will not give up. But the problem of depressed mood can't be solved for a while, and it can only rely on time to slowly heal the trauma. It's good if you know, then I won't say more. Fader is not going to comfort Angel. After all, the familiar summoning ceremony started by the Flame Academy has been repeated so many times. I don't know how many students to summon bad demons. If everyone wants token for them, they will be too busy. So Fader came here this time, and the real purpose is to explore the attributes of the humanoid familiar. Because after becoming a summoner, what kind of summoned beasts can be summoned, and the attributes of the familiar are closely related. As for the attributes of humanoid familiars, there are not many types. Most of them are holy light attributes, undead attributes, hell attributes, or forest attributes, but from the current point of view, the aura emanating from this humanoid demon. Almost nothing. Fader looked away from the humanoid familiar and sighed. The breath is almost non-existent, which means that the combat power is also almost non-existent. In the same way, it also means that there is no way to judge what kind of faculties it is from the breath. I knew it was like this. It's okay, Dean, I'm mentally prepared. Angel took a deep breath and tried to adjust her emotions. That's fine. In this situation, you can only check the specific attributes after you have signed the familiar contract. Fader nodded and said aloud. The familiar contract is a semi-equal contract, except for the last non-equal clause, the rest are normal terms. Therefore, after signing the familiar contract, the information of the contract owner and the familiar will appear in the other party's mind. This is also a very important way to collect information on familiars. Having said that, Fader took another look at the humanoid familiar in front of him. Qi Lu was also looking at Fader. Naturally, they all listened to the conversation between the two in front of them, so an interesting smile appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Almost no breath? To be honest, Qi Lu felt a little funny when he heard this sentence. One thing to say, Qi Lu can see clearly what level Fader's strength is. According to the realm of this world, Qi Lu is still unclear. But according to the realm of cultivation that Qi Lu knew, it was probably the level of a heroic mid-level. At this level of cultivation, if you want to see through Qi Li's strength, isn't that a dream? If you can really feel the flow of Qi Li's breath, that's a strange thing. However, Qi Lu, who had just arrived, did not expose it. One is that Qi Lu is not such a high-profile person. The other is because Qi Lu still doesn't understand the situation in this world, so it's better to keep a low profile. Well, then let's start signing the familiar contract. Angel nodded to Fader, then turned to Qi Lu and said. It is good. Qi Lu nodded slightly. As long as both parties agree to the familiar contract, the process of signing it is quite simple. So soon, more information about Angel appeared in Qi Li's mind. And some common sense about summoners. It gave Qi Lu a preliminary understanding of the world. The world of the summoner. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more interested. On the other side, Fade was frowning, looking at Angel and asking, "How is it? What attribute does your familiar have?" However, Angel was dazed and distressed. Strange, why didn't I get the information about my familiar? Angel's brows furrowed. The familiar contract has already been signed, why hasn't the information of the familiar been delivered yet? Is it because the information of this humanoid facilitator is blank? No message? This time, even Fader showed a suspicious look. This kind of situation, looking at those familiar demons that have been recorded, has never happened. So at this time, Fader didn't know what to do. Otherwise, according to the judgment in the records, let's first calculate the low-level potential. After thinking to the end, Fader made a decision. After all, the summoning ceremony of the familiar cannot be interrupted, and the humanoid familiar is rare, so there is nothing to learn from. Therefore, for the time being, the record shall prevail. Then, when the summoning ceremony of the familiar is over, we will discuss this matter. Announce it. After speaking, Fader glanced at the tutor beside him. No matter what kind of attribute or potential the summoned familiar is, it needs to be announced. In such a place, hiding and tucking will only make people laugh at it. I see, Dean. The mentor nodded, and then shouted loudly, "Successful summoning of the familiar." The humanoid demon, the attributes are unknown, and the potential is low. The contract of the demon is completed. This announcement was so outstanding among the many announcements floating above the training ground. Immediately, most of the students' eyes were attracted. A humanoid familiar? This is probably even rarer than an excellent level familiar. It's really rare to see. I really didn't expect that we were fortunate enough to meet today. It's an excellent level familiar again, and it's a humanoid familiar. This time, the summoning ceremony of the familiar, is it some kind of luck? Don't talk about it, it's too late to cry when you meet this kind of thing. That's right, if I summon a humanoid familiar, I want to hang myself at this time. The envy and jealousy that he showed when he saw the flame Yalong before was completely opposite. This time, many of the students were full of laughs and laughter, and all of them couldn't help laughing out loud. No way, the humanoid familiar is notoriously weak. Although the humanoid familiar is known as a resourceful familiar. But everyone knows that it is nothing more than comforting words. The purpose of becoming a summoner is to gain great power. If it is purely for ingenuity, why do you have to look for ingenious familiars? Could it be that in the huge Yanlong kingdom, there are still a few smart people who can't be found? Therefore, most of the students couldn't help but laughed out loud. In any case, with this humanoid familiar to come to the bottom, no matter how you are, it can't be worse. Let's go. Angel gritted her teeth and said, not knowing what kind of expression she should use, to face Qi Lu. For those ridicule, I have no mood to refute it. Familiars are different from normal summoned beasts. After the summoned beasts are summoned, the summoner needs to continuously pay magic power to maintain their existence. If the magic power is interrupted, the summoned beast will disappear. But the familiar cannot use magic power to maintain. As long as the familiar contract is still in place, the familiar can stay in this world forever. Of course, the summoner can also put the familiar into the familiar space. But under normal circumstances, the summoner will not do this. When there is more space for the familiar, it is just to summon the familiar to his side without consuming mana. Therefore, in most cases, the summoner cannot see the trace of the familiar. After all, some familiars are of a size that is really not suitable for carrying around. But as long as they fight, the summoner can summon the familiar as soon as possible. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Chi followed behind Angel and suddenly said something. Of course it's not good. It's not your problem. Angel may even hide her emotions in front of outsiders. But in front of his own demons, he doesn't pay much attention to it. My question? Chi was stunned for 3 seconds by this answer. How to do it well, it becomes my problem? You are in a bad mood, what does it have to do with me? Chi was full of confusion. You don't understand it, so don't ask, I'll be fine in a while. Angel shook his head and said with a sigh. Even if you are angry, you can't throw it on the demon. Really, then I won't ask. Chi heard the words, shrugged, and closed his mouth rationally. At this time, the main thing is to figure out what kind of world this world is. Other questions will be discussed later. System, host, the information is almost collected, and it will be passed on to you now. But at this moment, in Chi mind, the voice of the system suddenly popped out, and then, a large amount of information poured into his mind. Especially regarding the summoner system. And potential ratings. According to Chi's understanding, the grading of potential is low, medium, high, and excellent. Correspondingly, they are the hero level, the professional level, the master level, and the hero level. It's just that this potential refers to what realm the familiar can eventually grow to, not the real realm. Of course, Summoner's real realm classification also uses these titles. But the same problem is there. That is the strength of the summoner, which is actually quite dependent on the strength of the demon. Therefore, even for summoners of the same realm, the real strength gap is sometimes quite huge. Therefore, Chi also speculated the reason for Angel's frustration from this information. Does she think I'm a weak chicken? Chi thought of this, and suddenly felt a sense of crying and laughing. The world that believes in the god of summoning. Dochi and magic have all been abandoned. The rest is all about summoners. Could it be that in the ancient times, all the summoner classes who disappeared from the East Wasteland came here? Fortunately, Chi also knew that this kind of thing was impossible, so he just joked about it. Then, I know who the gods in this world believe in. Chi is about to start planning how to collect the power of faith from this. Let's call it the world of summoning. Summon, summon. Chi thought silently in his heart. And Angel also brought Chi to Nora's side. Nora, now we are really good sisters, the two laughingstocks of the City of Flames. As Angel spoke, she also sat down on the ground and leaned on Nora's body. Nora looked up at Chi and then at Angel, her eyes were blank. Tears almost didn't flow out. Angel, what did we do wrong and why did this happen? Nora's tone dropped to the lowest point. If it weren't for the fact that they were still on the training ground, maybe the two of them would start hugging each other and crying. Wait a second, what happened? What's the matter, can you tell me? After Chi received the information from the system and digested it well, he noticed the two people under his feet. You? Angel raised her head, glanced at Chi and sighed inexplicably. What's the use of telling you? Can you be stronger than that flame Yalong? As she spoke, Angel pointed to the sky, and the flame Yalong was hovering above. Huh? That guy offended you? I don't think it's hostile, right? Chi didn't even lift his head, he just replied aloud. The flame dragon in the sky had already noticed it when Chi first came taught his world. However, Chi also found that the flame Yalong seemed to be just hovering in the sky, without the slightest hostility and murderous intent, so Chi learned it. Who knows if that guy will be the guardian beast of this Flame Academy. By the way, the name of the Flame Academy was learned by Chi from Angel's information. After summarizing the information provided by the system, Chi already had a preliminary understanding of the summoning world. I also know that in this world, those who practice fighting Chi are extremely worrying about their fighting power. To have the strength of the professional class, it is a genius out of 10,000, a famous master. And ordinary magicians, let alone. Because the flow of magic power is extremely difficult, it is necessary to use a familiar as a medium to release magic stably. That's why the status of the summoner is so respected. After all, a summoner in the summoning world is equivalent to a summoner plus a magician. Then, the importance of familiars is beyond doubt. Therefore, Qilu has nothing to say about his identity after he came to the summoning world. At least it makes sense, doesn't it? There is really no hostility, because that flame Yalong should have been Nora's familiar. Seeing Qili's serious appearance, Angel didn't hide it, and directly told what happened before. It's not a secret anyway. Maybe after today, it will become a laughingstock in the aristocratic circle. And the thing that Angel summoned the humanoid familiar, it is estimated that it will also spread along with it. At that time Angel and Nora may really become two major jokes in the City of Flames. By the way, after signing the familiar contract, I didn't get your information. Can you tell me your name now? At the end, Angel asked one more question. Although this is indeed a strange thing, in this case, Angel did not want to go into this issue. Of course, my name is Qilu. After listening to the story, Qilu also reported his name. Although Angel's strength, Qilu did not look down on him. But in any case, as long as Qilu is still in the summoning world, then Angelus is deed master. So it is necessary to have a good relationship a little bit. Qila, okay, I see, can you leave us alone now? Angel repeated Qili's name again, and then had a sad expression on his face. With Nora, it's really a standard brother and sister. No, it's a sister and a sister. It's so hard. And compared to Angel, Nora's situation may be more difficult. After all, according to the current situation, Angel has become a summoner anyway, even if the familiar is weaker, but with a little effort, how can Hedget the title of a knight? And Nora can't. For a person who cannot become a summoner and cannot practice Do Chi, it's really hard to get the title of knight. You must know that the reason why knights are called honorary titles is that they can only be named knights after they have obtained enough merits. The most important part of the achievements is the military achievements. But where is this thing so easy to obtain? If you don't have a strong enough combat power to stand by, let alone gain military exploits, it will be a good thing if you don't become someone else's combat exploits. So Nora understands that if nothing else happens, she will be burdened with the status of a civilian all her life. Then he spent the rest of his life in his family's fief. Can you stop being too busy to be sad? Isn't this problem easy to solve? Qilu couldn't help but speak when he looked at the lost souls of the two of them. Regarding the question of the title, Qilu learned a little from Angel's information, but not much. But this little information was enough for Qilu to understand Angel and Nora's feelings. For aristocrats, titles not only represent status, it represents honor and faith. Every title, in addition to the powerful summoner as the foundation, is continuously accumulated by the ancestors with various achievements. And Angel and the others, as juniors, naturally wanted to protect this honor. Unfortunately, the strength does not allow it. So it is normal to feel sad. It's a good solution? What are you kidding? Do you know how powerful that flame Yalong is? Save your energy. This is not what you should do. I don't blame you. Angel suddenly raised his head and said excitedly to Qilu. But when it came to the back, Angel's tone gradually lowered, just shook his head silently. Are you worried about me? Qilu listened to Angel's tone change, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Emotional agitation is a normal response. However, the meaning of concern contained in his tone was a behavior guided by subconscious mind. Interesting little girl, it seems that this journey should be very interesting. Qilu didn't care about Angel's tone, he was just thinking about Angel's attitude. and the results obtained are naturally gratifying. It's better to be with a summoner who knows how to care about his familiar than a summoner who sees his familiar as a tool. From this point of view, Qi Li's luck is quite good. So Qi Li didn't mind helping Angela, and her good sister. Okay, don't keep crying and grimacing. I said it's a small problem, that's a small problem, just watch it carefully. Qi Li clapped his hands, and tried to attract the attention of Angel and Nora. It is precisely because of this plan that Qi Li's voice and clapping are not too small. After attracting the attention of Angel and Nora, many students on the training ground also looked over. It's natural to join in the fun. And the big talk that Qi Li said naturally became the object of ridicule. What did that guy just say? He wants to shoot the flame Yalong? Being a humanoid familiar, to actually want to take action against an excellent level familiar, that's really courageous. It's useless to have courage without strength. It's not about being slapped to death by the flame Yalong. It's just that I have pity on Angel. Like Nora, I will soon lose the qualification to become a summoner. Let's just leave the two of them alone, we'll just wait and watch the show. Impossible. In the eyes of the students of the Flame Academy, an excellent level familiar is absolutely unattainable. At present, in the entire Flame Academy, only the familiar possessed by Dean Fader is of the outstanding level. As for the others, at most it is a high class. So now a humanoid familiar dares to speak wildly, and it is strange that he isn't ridiculed. There is no shortage of self-righteous people everywhere. Qi Li glanced at the group of students lightly, thinking silently in his heart. With his state of mind, of course, it is impossible to care about these guys. How could the lion be so furious because of a dog bark, not to mention that in front of Qi Li, with the strength of these students, it may not even be a dog bark. On the contrary, these chattering and mocking voices attracted Fader's attention. Then, under the watchful eyes of these people, Qi Li raised his head and looked at the flame Yalong hovering in the sky. The wingspan is only a few tens of meters, and it really isn't a pure dragon. This was Qi Li's first idea. A real giant dragon will have a wingspan of hundreds of meters after the cultivation realm reaches the hero level, without exception. When those powerful dragons hovered in the air, they were all giants that covered the sky and the sun. However, this flame Yalong may indeed be called huge in size. But there is still a long way to go from the realm of the behemoth. This is enough to see that the dragon blood in the flame Yalong is not pure. If that's the case, then let me come down from the sky. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li raised his right hand, then suddenly clenched his fist and waved it downward. The whole process is very smooth, like grabbing an invisible rope and pulling it down. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came down from the sky. Following Qi Li's movements, the flame Yalong that was hovering in the sky suddenly fell down from the sky as if it had suddenly lost all of its strength. Boom! The huge body of the flame Yalong slammed into the open space of the Flame Academy. A huge pit appeared under the flame Yalong's body, and countless cracks also spread rapidly from the edge of the pit. The terrifying movement, like a giant hammer, slammed into everyone's heart. It was so shocking that the entire training ground was completely silent. Everyone's movements froze, as if they were frozen, looking at the flame Yalong that hit the ground, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Can't believe my eyes either. What the hell happened? Why did the flame Yalong fall from the sky? This is an excellent level familiar. Could it be? Could it be made by that humanoid familiar? Impossible, how is this possible? If it's true, then what we said before, isn't it? Astonishment, shock, doubt, confusion, disbelief, and even fear. Various emotions spread among the students. Even those instructors who have seen the big scene have incredible expressions on their faces at the moment, and they can't believe what they see. This scene simply subverted their previous common sense. Excellent level familiars, they are unattainable existences, how can it be said that they will fall? But the fact is right in front of you, even if you can't believe it, you have to face it. You, what have you done to me? Why am I unable to move now? The flame Yalong, who was suppressed on the ground and could not move at all, roared angrily when he saw Qi Lu, who was gradually approaching. Power suppression, just a little trick. Qi Lu walked to the flame Yalong and said slowly. The excellence level, in conversion, is just the hero level. Especially this flame Yalong, after careful calculation, it is only the cultivation realm of the heroic elementary level. In front of Qi Lu, there is really no arrogant capital, just an object that can be suppressed with a flip of a hand. It's just that when he was shooting just now, Qi Lu suddenly noticed a trace-off abnormality. That's why I didn't burst out my aura, so that the trainees and mentors in the training ground were full of doubts. After all, no one can be sure now that the flame Yalong fell, and it was Qi Lu who did it. I just heard about the agreement you said before, so I came here to tell you what it means to keep your word. I hope you don't break your promise, you can honestly sign the familiar contract. Qi Lu spoke slowly. Although the tone was flat, the flame Yalong also heard it, and there was an irrefutable determination. Why? You should have read the terms in the familiar contract. The familiar is going to die with the contract master. Do you know? However, even if it was completely suppressed, the flame Yalong still wanted to struggle again. For a familiar with a long lifespan, it is really unfair that the deed master dies, and the familiar should be buried together. Of course I know, but I don't care. Qi Lu shrugged, then stared at the beast pupil of the flame Yalong, and said word by word, so, if you break your promise here, then I promise, you won't even survive today. Damn. The flame Yalong gritted his teeth and let out a low growl from his throat. But in the face of such a terrifying opponent, flame Yalong also understands that this sentence is definitely not a joke. If he hadn't signed the familiar contract, he might not be able to survive today. So it's a good choice to die immediately, or wait for decades to die. Okay, I'll sign it. Speaking, the flame Yalong called out the demon contract from his mind, then condensed his spirit and branded his soul. The problem is solved, you see, how easy it is. Qi Lu clapped his hands and said to Angel. It's that simple? It's done, it worked? Nora. Angel stared at the scene in front of him that seemed like a dream, and turned to look at Nora. Whether the familiar contract is successfully signed can only be determined by the contract owner and the familiar. Indeed, successful, the flame Yalong is now my familiar. Nora is also full of disbelief. After confirming it several times in my mind, it was confirmed that it was true, and then I came back to my senses and answered Angel's question in an incredible tone. From heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven again. This feeling of ups and downs is still a little too exciting for a girl like Nora who is not familiar with the world. No way, so. Having said that, Angel looked at Qi Lu, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He is stronger than the flame Yalong. Then what level of familiar is this, an excellent high level? Or, a higher level? Surprise. After experiencing the shock, the only emotion Angel could feel at the moment was surprise. The strength of the familiar represents the strength of the summoner. Such a tyrannical familiar can definitely make himself rise to the sky and make his family soar into the sky. Qi Lu, what level are you now? Angel took a deep breath and managed to calm down the excitement in her heart, and then immediately ran to Qi Lu and asked excitedly. Qi Lu looked at the girl in front of her, her delicate face turned crimson because of excitement. The tip of the nose also oozes out a little bit of sweat because of the excitement, and a pair of beautiful eyes are shining like a star. The meaning that a tyrannical familiar can represent is really too great. From the abyss of despair to the paradise of hope, it is strange not to be excited. Honestly, I don't know. Qila smiled and answered truthfully. After all, Qila only had a preliminary understanding of the power system of the summoning world. So what is the title above the excellence level? Qila really doesn't know. Really, that's okay, I just need to know that you are strong, even stronger than an excellent level familiar. Angel doesn't care about levels either. After all, potential is only an indicator, and only real combat power can be aerial manifestation of strength. It must be stronger than an excellent level familiar. Angel, that's great, I thought we were all going to be a laughingstock. Nora also became energetic at this time. After a shocking event, it will not take too long to recover. The difference is just the attitude after returning to God. For example, Angel and Nora's beaming expressions were in stark contrast to the morning faces of the students of the Flame Academy on the training ground. Envy, extreme, poured out. But hate this feeling, but not at all. Because when the strength gap reaches an unmatched level, hatred is meaningless. A level that can never be pursued will bring only envy. Or to please. Those students who had ridiculed Angel and Nora were also involuntarily backing away at the moment, wishing they could hide on the spot. For fear of being settled after the fall. Only Fide, the dean of the Flame Academy, stared at Qilu with flickering eyes. Could this be the legendary familiar? Dean Fade, what is the legendary familiar? When Angel heard the words, she immediately asked, curiously. Knowing your own familiar is something that every summoner will do. And this task, generally speaking, will be automatically completed when the familiar contract is signed. Because one of the terms of the demon contract is the exchange of information between the two parties. However, the appearance of Qilu is too mysterious, so Angel is completely ignorant of Qilu, and has not obtained any information. The only name I know is that I asked myself. So after hearing Fader's words, Angel immediately walked over. The legendary familiars naturally refer to familiars above the excellent level. According to the records, above the excellence level, there is another title, that is, the Monarch. Fader said solemnly. Familiar at the Monarch level is rare for hundreds of years. Looking at the entire history, there are only a handful of Monarch-level familiars recorded, only a handful. So you don't know, and it's normal. Having said that, Fader took another deep look at Qilu, as if confirming something. After a long time, he turned around and said to the instructor who recorded the result of the summoning ceremony of the familiar, modify the record, the familiar summoned by Angel has unknown attributes, potential, excellent high level. A Monarch-level familiar is a big deal, and Fader doesn't care about jumping to conclusions. Therefore, it can only be recorded as an excellent high level in the end. However, even if it is an excellent high level, it is an extremely rare level, and it can also make a large number of summoners cry with envy. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire Yanlong Kingdom, there are no more than the number of summoners with outstanding high-level familiars. Its preciousness can be imagined. Those students who looked down on Angel and Nora in the past now want to slap themselves even more. This is an excellent high-level familiar. If nothing else, Angel's becoming a duke is almost a certainty. As long as you continue to accumulate merits, the process of promoting the title is absolutely unimpeded. This kind of classmates who must be top nobles in the future, do not know how to win over and please. If it is passed back to their own family, maybe even their legs will be broken. It's a pity that there is no such thing as regret medicine in the Qila store. Then it is even more impossible for these people to have it. Therefore, after a period of confusion, the summoning ceremony of the familiar was still carried out in an orderly manner. It's just that the eyes of everyone looking at Angel and Nora are completely different. The problem at hand is finally resolved. System, now let's talk about the familiar contract in detail. Qilu followed Angel's side and asked in his mind while looking at the surrounding environment. Qi Lu also read the specific terms of the familiar contract. So some questions must be asked. System, if there is any problem with the host, you can say it directly. This system must know everything. That's fine. Qi Lu nodded, and then asked, then, the first point, what happened when Theed Master died and the demon was buried with him? This is also the most tense clause for Qi Lu. Did Angel accidentally die on the spot after losing her precious life? That's too scary. Can this also be called without the slightest adverse effect? They have already started to die. System, host, please rest assured, the actual effect of this clause has been modified by this system. Changed, when the deed owner dies, the host will only be expelled from this world. That's it, then I'm relieved. Qi Lu heard the words and breathed a sigh of relief. But really speaking, being expelled from this world and dying on the spot seem to have the same results. That is to disappear forever in this world. It's just that the former has no effect on Qi Lu. Then next, is the second question, what happened to the abnormality I felt during the battle? I can feel that my strength seems to be suppressed by something, and I can't as at all. Qi Li's second question was the strangeness he felt before. If it wasn't for this unusual feeling, how could the scene of pulling the flame Yelong down earlier would have been so loud? With Qi Li's cultivation realm, directly using coercion, he can smash the flame Yelong down. And it can also shock everyone who lives there. It's a pity that after the power is suppressed, you can only do it yourself. So the scene that appeared was neither gorgeous nor shocking, but rather silly. System, host, your feeling is not wrong, your power is indeed suppressed, and what suppresses you is the magic contract. What did you say? Qi Li's eyes widened with surprise. System, to be exact, the object that limits your power to the host should be our deed owner. System, the familiar contract will balance the power of the master and the familiar, so the power that you can exert as a host, at present, after the calculation of this system, it should be half of the normal situation. Having said that, the system transmitted another piece of data to Qi Li's mind. The content is the power calculation method in the magician contract. According to the terms, the power that the familiar can exert should be the power of the deed master plus the power of the familiar, divided by 2. And what the deed owner can exert is all the power possessed by the deed owner. This is because the strength of the demon is generally stronger than that of the master, and if the power gap between the master and the master is too large, it will easily be counterattacked by the power of the master. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of the lives of both parties to the contract, the terms appear. Well, according to the system. Compared to Qi Li's power, Angel's power seems to be infinitely close to 0. This directly suppresses half of my power? Seeing this, Qi Li couldn't help but ask himself a question, and couldn't help showing a wry smile. Who would have thought that his deed master could be so weak? Originally, Qi Li thought that the will of the world was staring at him, so he seemed so restrained. As a result, he was pitted by his own people. Forget it, half of the strength is enough for the time being. I'll find a way to help Angel improve his strength later. At this point, Qi Li has nothing to do. There is always a solution to a problem. When something really happens, think about it. The third question is something I'm quite curious about. What exactly is the system, my attributes? Qi Li asked very seriously. Speaking of attributes, this is what Qi Li thought of after learning about the summoner's fighting style. The attribute of the familiar determines which type of beast the summoner can summon. The combat power level of the summoned beast depends on the power level of the summoner. To put it bluntly, as strong as the familiar, the summoner can become as strong, this is the upper limit. And how strong the summoner is at present, how strong the summoned beast can be, this is the actual combat power. Therefore, it is impossible for a powerful summoner to rely solely on the familiar to fight without improving his own strength. That's very stupid. Normally, as long as a summoner with a little common sense will try his best to raise his power level to the same level as the familiar. Only in this way can the full power of the summoner be brought into play. However, Qi Lu had no hope for Angel's power level. After all, the upper limit of potential is one thing, and the actual improvement is another. So, the question of attributes is very important. Because there are some summoned beasts with attributes, the combat power is inherently strong, that is, it can crush the summoned beasts of the same level. As for summoned beasts with some attributes, their combat power is surprisingly weak. Therefore, it is a lifetime thing to suffer a loss in terms of attributes. However, when Qi Lu asked this question, the system's voice seemed to become a little embarrassed. System, host, to tell you the truth, you do not have any attributes. What did you just say? Qi Lu raised his brows and suddenly found that things were not simple. However, this situation was unexpected. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Because Qi Lu is not a real familiar in essence, he is just a person who happened to cut off Hu. To be more precise, it should be that when Qi Lu crossed the gate of the barrier, there was a little accident. I don't know why, but I sensed Angel's condensed magic power, and then I was brought into this world by the familiar contract. So it's normal that you can't detect any attributes. Without attributes, does that mean that summoned beasts of any attribute can be summoned? When Qi Lu thought of this, he guessed aloud. Since he accidentally got the identity of a familiar, it must show some value. If the summoner can't summon the summoned beast, then call a summoner with a hammer. Does it really make Qi Lu stay by Angel's side every day? System, on the contrary. System, without attributes, it means that there is no way to summon any summoned beast, because the host itself is not an orthodox familiar, so it cannot provide this function. So according to what you said, it is still my problem in the final analysis? Qi Lu was shocked by the system's answer. Isn't the whole process of crossing the barrier gate controlled by your Damerby system? How did it suddenly become my own problem? System, host, this system feels that this is not the time to discuss this kind of lack of nutrition. System, let's discuss, what method should be used to collect the power off faith. It was probably that the question that Qi Lu was thinking about had been discovered, so the system decisively changed the subject. I think it's better if you don't change the subject. The problem of summoning beasts must be. It has to be resolved first, or I may not be able to go anywhere. Qi Lu did not eat the system, but said it rationally. Because according to the terms of the familiar contract, if something happens to Angel, then Qi Lu will be expelled from this world, and collecting the power of faith will become empty talk. So in principle, Angel's personal safety must be guaranteed. Then comes the problem. A summoner who cannot summon summoned beasts can imagine how poor the combat effectiveness is. Therefore, even as a precaution, Qi Lu did not dare to put Angel too far away to avoid accidents. But with Angel all the time, there will be great obstacles to Qi Lu's actions. So the problem goes back to where it started. Summon monster. As the most fundamental combat power of a summoner, if it cannot be summoned, it can completely weaken the summoner's combat power to the lowest point. Perhaps this is also the reason why Angel's combat power assessed by the sorcerer contract is infinitely close to zero. System, what the host said seems to make some sense. The system, which was rendered speechless by Qi Lu's explanation, was silent for a long time. Then, host, do you think there is any way to solve this problem? This system will definitely try its best to cooperate with the host. Decisively soft. Brainstorming is not the strength of the system. After all, what is the best way to come up with a Irby system that has a Ursan IQ all the year round? Besides, the root cause of the problem this time is because the system made a mistake in controlling the barrier gate, so that Qi Lu's current identity is a bit embarrassing. So even if the system is usually stubborn, it is a little guilty now. Huh. This Irby system will actually take the initiative to say that it will try its best to cooperate with me? Then, there is still room for manipulation. When Qilu heard this, he was surprised at the same time, but also suddenly overjoyed. However, his face remained calm. Since you said so, then I'll work harder. There must be a way. Since you are willing to believe me, I will definitely try my best to find a way to solve this matter. Qiyu cleared his throat and said a few scenes first. Then the conversation changed and he asked, solemnly, but before that, I have Ito ask a question. That is the will of heaven and earth in this world, does it still exist? A will of heaven and earth, with an instinct to defend against invaders, is actually quite a troublesome existence. Although Qi Li's own strength will not cause too much restriction, but it will make Qi Li's process of collecting the power of faith extremely difficult. This is not what Qi Li wants to see. System, according to the detection of this system, the will of this world is condensing and forming, but it has not derived any instinct, so it will not have any impact on the host for the time being. It is condensing and forming. Qi Li repeated these 6 words, and then his eyes narrowed unconsciously. This is a good opportunity. This situation made Qi Lu involuntarily think of the treasures in the forging world. That is the will of heaven and earth born from his own hands. Learning from this matter, if you can cultivate a will of heaven and earth in the summoning world, then the road to collect the power of faith will not be smooth sailing. However, for such a large-scale event, Qi Lu didn't know it in his heart. So it's just a thought. How to implement it depends entirely on fate. However, compared with the situation where the will of the world of forging has completely disappeared, the will of the world of summoning is condensing and forming, which means that the fate of the world of summoning is also recovering. In this way, it is also more conducive to Qi Oxfam to expand his fists and feet. Okay, since that's the case, then I have a number in my heart. System, I think you should have prepared some purchase channels dedicated to his world. Qi Li said in a firm tone, but then the conversation changed. But now, you can modify the dedicated purchase channel for me. Since you have come to the world of believing in the god of summoning, it is natural to prepare products that conform to their values. And this kind of product, doesn't it already exist in the store? That is pet card. Being mentioned by Qi Lu, the system was stunned. System, host, what you said really makes sense, but the mechanical core of the pet card swapping machine is not superfluous. Here comes the most crucial question. If you want to sell pet cards, the pet card swap machine is undoubtedly the core thing. Even if Qi Li loads the function of extracting pet cards into the membership card, it cannot shake the status of the pet card extracting machine. Because this is the only channel that can exchange pet cards. But for Qi Lu, it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. After hearing what the system said, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing and said, that's why I said, you don't know how to be flexible. You do need a pet card swap machine to redeem pet cards, but what if you didn't sell pet cards? System, what do you mean? Qi Li's remarks made the system dizzy. You are the one who sells pet cards, and you are the one who says not to sell pet cards. What on earth do you want? Irby system has low IQ. I said so, why don't you understand? The solution is very simple, that is to redesign a product based on the pet card, and then give it a random name, just call it a summoning scroll. The effect is like a magic scroll, except that it stores summoning magic. Qi Li's face was full of hatred. Anyway, it's all summoning magic, letting the summoner release it himself, and using the summoning scroll to release it, isn't it the same? And the summoning scroll is obviously more convenient. There is no need to condense magic power or chanting, just open the summoning scroll and summon the summoned beast. More importantly, if you want to summon what kind of summoned beast, just buy whatever style of summoning scroll, and completely solve the problem of familiar attributes. Convenient and fast, saving time and effort. System, this makes sense. System, Master, how did you come up with this method? It's amazing. Not only does it save several dedicated purchase channels, but as expected, it can quickly collect the power of faith. As soon as the summoning scroll came out, there was no doubt about the popularity of this product. Because of the summoning scroll, there is no magic power to use, as long as the seal is torn off. So this is undoubtedly breaking the monopoly of summoners, giving everyone the opportunity to summon beasts. The impact of this on the status of those nobles must be huge. But it is precisely because of this that it must be able to prompt those nobles to snap up a large number of summon scrolls in order to maintain their identity and status. After all, in terms of financial resources, the commoners are still unable to compare with the nobles. And Qi Lu can also gain a lot of faith in the process of selling the summon scroll. It can be said to be easy and enjoyable. You don't have to worship me too much. I'm just a little bit smarter than you. Qi Lu listened to the compliments that the system inadvertently said, and it was really comfortable. Immediately stretched out his thumb and index finger, making a billion-point action. Then it's time to discuss the details. However, it is said that the two parties are negotiating together, but in fact, it is Qi Lu who is talking, the system is recording, and then waiting to be implemented. The summoning scrolls are all made for me to be disposable, and consumption must be guaranteed to promote consumption. This is Qi Li's first request. If the summoning scroll is made into a type of reusable pet card, it will really be a pit. If nothing else, the issue of income doesn't matter. As far as the power of belief is concerned, it must be reduced by at least several times, or even a dozen times, which is completely worth the loss. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to do such a thing that harms himself and others, no matter what. If it is a win-win situation, it can also be considered. There must be more types of summoning scrolls, and the attributes must be complete, but in terms of combat power, it can be appropriately weakened. After all, we still have to give the summoner a little face. Since it has completely crushed the summoner in terms of quantity, it can still be relaxed in terms of quality. This is Qi Li's second request. Since this is a commodity for those non-summoner buyers, the standard is naturally lower. Otherwise, how can those non-summoner buyers be able to buy summon scrolls frantically under the pressure of summoners? Qi Li's purpose is not to suppress the summoner. In the final analysis, it is still to sell the summoning scroll, so as to collect the power of faith. Therefore, maintaining the status of summoner's detachment is conducive to the sale of summoning scrolls. After all, there is a saying. When there is pressure, there is motivation. Only when a summoner with a detached status is pressed on it can it arouse the motivation of many customers to buy summoning scrolls. Then, when you find that the summoning scroll you bought is only a little short of being able to catch up with the summoner, it will be even more crazy. As everyone knows, these summon scrolls. Summoners can buy it too. And the number will definitely not be small. Because Qi Lu knew very well that the summoned beast that a summoner could summon had the same attributes as the familiar possessed by him. That is to say, the advantages and disadvantages of a summoner will be very obvious. For example, a fire-type summoner can perfectly restrain a wood-type summoner. However, it will be restrained by the water-type summoner. Moreover, this restraint chain is still a problem that cannot be solved. Just like rock, paper, scissors, it is an interlocking cycle, restraining and being restrained from each other, forming a complete circular chain. So most of the time, the summoner will not fight alone. Because of the fear of meeting an opponent who restrains himself. Therefore, most summoners will choose a team member with different attributes from their own to prevent this from happening. However, after the summoning scroll appears, this restraint relationship can be buried. When you encounter an enemy who restrains you in terms of attributes, you can just use the summon scroll to fight. Anyway, the summoning scroll will not restrict anyone from using it. As long as the financial resources are strong, even if the summoned beasts summoned by the summoning scroll are slightly weaker in combat, they can still use the number to kill the enemy. So Qi Lu doesn't have to worry at all, the summoning scroll will impact the status of the summoner. On the contrary, because of this conflict, the sales of summoned scrolls will be greatly increased. Then the last point, I'll talk about it when I think about it. The system, you should design some new summoned beasts first, and remember that summoned beasts of each attribute must have them. Qi Lu thought about it and found that he had nothing to say for the time being, so he stopped the discussion this time. As for what comes to mind, I'll talk about it later. The more important thing now is to find a way to open the sales of the summon scroll. After all, no matter how powerful this thing is, it can't appear for no reason, it has to find a reason. It seems that I still have to think of something on Angel. In the forging world, Bu Yuyan is an agent. Then in the summoning world, it is not impossible for Angel to be an agent. Since there is such a fate, it is good to help people to the end. On Qi Li's side, when the conversation with the system ended, the familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy also began to give its final exit speech. Such a solemn ceremony is naturally not allowed to leave early. Under the leadership of the instructor, all the students stood on the training ground and looked at Dean Fide, who was giving a speech in front. I'm very happy that this year's familiar summoning ceremony has ended successfully. Here, I would like to highlight two students, the Angel student and the Nora student. In the summoning ceremony of this familiar, they have successfully summoned an excellent level of familiars, which is the pride of our Flame Academy. Fader, who was standing at the front desk of the training ground, said aloud. This kind of good thing must be publicized in order to make the Flame Academy famous and attract more students. Presumably at this year's familiar summoning ceremony, the news of two excellent level familiar appearing in the Flame Academy should soon spread throughout the entire Flame City. Moreover, during the summoning ceremony of the familiar, all the news of the registered summoners must be passed back to the royal family of the Yanlong Kingdom. So thinking about it like this, it shouldn't be long before the names of Angel and Nora will enter the sight of the current lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. At that time, the Flame Academy will truly become famous. Listening to Fide's speech, all the students of the Flame Academy looked at two figures in the front with envy and jealousy. There are even some students with remorse in their eyes. I regret that I didn't have a good relationship with the two at the beginning, but now I miss the friendship between the two top nobles in vain. Angel and Nora, who had been adjusted and stood at the front, were already holding their heads high at this moment, looking forward with pride and joy on their faces. This is honor. There is not a nobleman who does not like honor, or else he would not have fought for power and profit so much. Only Qi Lu, who was standing beside Angel, seemed to lack interest. No way, this kind of petty play, there is really no way to make it. Qi Lu was interested. As for Nora's familiar, that Flame Yalong, because it was a little bigger, it was inconvenient to stay on the training ground, so Nora took it back into the familiar space. By the way, this seems to have been requested by Flame Yalong. Because in the eyes of that guy, signing a contract with such a weak girl and becoming a familiar seems to be a very humiliating thing. Qi Lu couldn't understand the self-esteem from the Dragon Clan. But this has nothing to do with Qi Lu. After all, Qi Lu will not have such a mentality of unknown origin. A familiar is just an identity. In fact, a familiar possessed by a powerful summoner is much more noble than that of ordinary nobles. Under normal circumstances, the summoner will not interfere with the actions of his familiar. It's just that the familiar can't get the title. Because all the merits obtained by the familiar will be counted on the summoner's head. But this has no effect on Qi Lu. Noble title? Unnecessary. Qi Lu just wanted to sell the summoning scroll properly. As for other things, he didn't think too much about it for the time being. After the exit speech was finished, Fader left the training ground first. Because of the records of the familiar summoning ceremony held by the Flame Academy, Fader still needs to file in the past. This is what every college must do. In order to ensure that every new summoner can be recorded by Yanlong Kingdom for easy query. One is to facilitate the registration of merits, which can be used as the basis and proof for the summoner to upgrade the title, or to find the seedlings with good qualifications. The other is to maintain the stability of the Yanlong Kingdom. The summoner's combat power is far beyond that of ordinary people. If it isn't controlled, it will easily cause turmoil. So registration is a must. It's finally over, Qi Lu, you should be bored. Before the pride on Angel's face disappeared, she turned her head and asked Qi Lu. Fine. Qi Lu replied indifferently. The problem of boredom no longer existed when Qi Lu started to keep the store. Just standing on the training ground for a few hours is much more comfortable than sitting in a shop all day long. That's good, then let's go back to the dormitory first. By the way, Nora, has your new dormitory been allocated? Angel said, and looked at Nora again. The students of the Flame Academy, before they became summoners, lived in a two-person dormitory. After becoming a summoner, they will be assigned to a new dormitory and become one room per person. Because summoners all have familiars, in order to prevent others from being disturbed by the familiars, a single room has become a must-have standard. Well, it's been allocated, right next to you. Nora took out the dormitory number she just got, then glanced at Angel's dormitory number, and immediately said in surprise. Really, right next door to me, that's great. Angel also seemed quite happy. After all, if nothing else happens, Angel and Nora should be partners in battle in the future. It's pretty good for two little sisters to live next door. As one of the most famous academies in the Yanlong Kingdom, the Flame Academy, even if it was only once strong, the configuration of the student dormitory would not be too bad. What's more, most of the students who can come to the Flame Academy to study are from aristocratic families. Not bad at all. So when Angel pushed open the door of the single-person dormitory, Qi Lu was still a little surprised. In a bedroom much larger than the living room, there was a princess bed in the middle. On one side is a sofa and coffee table for meeting guests. On the other side are gorgeous wardrobes and bright windows. The end opposite the end of the bed is a dresser that looks very high-end and elegant. But what kind of wood was used, Qi Lu couldn't name it. Because the plant system here seems to be somewhat different from the plant system that Qi Lu knew. But just know that it looks expensive. Then there is a small door at the corner, which connects to the separate bathroom. I have to say that this configuration is really the dormitory configuration of the Noble College, and it has everything. Although the convenience is not comparable to the bedroom that Qi Lu arranged in the store, the luxury is completely beyond the past. This dormitory looks pretty good, and the sofa is quite soft. After Qi Lu followed Angel into the dormitory, the first thing to do was to notice the softness of the sofa. There is only one bed, even if it is out of a gentleman's demeanor, Qi Lu will not grab it. What's more, when guarding the store, Qi Lu also slept on the sofa. Hey, Qi Lu, are you going to sleep on the sofa? Seeing that Qi Lu entered the door, Angel sat on the sofa and asked, curiously. Otherwise? Do you want to sleep on the sofa? Qi Lu moved his shoulders and returned casually. Of course not. How can it be comfortable to sleep on the sofa? There is no. No, you should sleep on the sofa. Angel wanted to say, isn't there a bed in the room? But looking back, his face immediately became extremely red, and then he quickly waved his hand and said eagerly. Angel still understands the reason why men and women cannot be kissed. Familiar is even worse. It's good if you know, then I'll go to bed first, don't call me if you have nothing to do, I will wake up naturally if something happens. Qi Lu didn't think about that direction at first, so he didn't care about Angel's reaction at the moment. On the contrary, after crossing the barrier gate, so many things happened, Andy was still standing on the training ground for a long time, which made Qi feel a little tired. And most importantly, the world's nightlife is really lacking. So Qi could only sleep. But before going to bed, Qi also glanced at Angel, and found that she was sitting cross-legged on the quilt, her eyes closed and her face calm, as if she was meditating. The way to increase magic power is quite traditional. Seeing this scene, Qi immediately became interested. To be honest, Qi has only heard of meditation, but has never done it. Because Qi doesn't need to use such an inefficient way to improve magic power or temper magic power. But for the majority of magicians, this is indeed the most effective way to improve magic power. At least it's the cheapest way. It's a pity that Qi can't see it, and it's just pure interest. After all, this is the summoning scroll. After the product was proposed by Qi, Angel's personal safety could already be guaranteed. And the subsequent development, that is, act by chance. Therefore, the question of Angel's strength, in Qi's view, is a situation where he can improve if he can improve, and take his time if he can't. So after watching it for a few minutes, Qi lost interest. By the way, one thing is confirmed, and that is that meditation is really a very boring process. I really don't know how those magicians persevered. The next day, Qi sat up from the sofa. Then he turned his head and saw Angel huddled under the quilt, apparently still asleep. Isn't meditation just sitting or going all night? Are the rumors I've heard before false? Qi touched his chin, looking a little puzzled. Since the store has been open for so long, there are at least tens of thousands of magicians who have talked to Qi. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Qi can confidently say that he is no weaker than any magician. So at this moment there is doubt, and there is no problem. Wait, is this because of the imperfect magic system in this world? Qi thought for a while, and vaguely guessed the reason. Summoners and magicians, although from the same power system, both use magic power. But the way of fighting is completely different. Magicians rely on their own strength to release various magics to fight. However, summoners rely on summoned beasts to fight, and the magic they know is mostly buff magic that assists summoned beasts in battle. Therefore, in this world that believes in the god of summoning, it is normal to abandon the magician's fighting method. And this is more vividly reflected in the Douqi system. Because summoners don't use Douqi, in the summoning world, the combat effectiveness of Douqi practitioners is really worrying. It's not like no one is going to learn. After all, there are only a few people who can become summoners. Therefore, cultivating Douqi has become a means of enhancing combat effectiveness that is closer to civilians. However, due to a large lack of knowledge about the Douqi system, this situation has been brought about. So Qi couldn't help but want to shout. Knowledge is really power. Partial branch. This is definitely a very serious partial branch. Qi continued to rub his chin, drawing a conclusion in his heart. It's just that this kind of bias caused by belief is really not something that Qi can correct. What's more, those precious cultivation knowledge have been missing for so long, and it is basically impossible to make up for it at this time. It's like in the world of science and technology, talking about the knowledge of immortality will only be laughed at as crazy. It is not easy to change the civilization that has developed. Unless the world changes and beliefs change. However, it is a pity that Qi can't do this, and he doesn't want to change the world. Summarizing this conclusion, it is just to collect the power of faith more conveniently. Because of this bias, it can ensure that the sales of summoning scrolls are more stable, and they can more quickly win over those who cannot become summoners and contribute their faith. Dong dong dong. Angel, Angel. Get up, it's class time, let's have breakfast together. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside the dormitory, along with Nora's voice. Attend class. Angel suddenly woke up from her sleep, and in the next second, she jumped directly to the ground. There aren't many courses in Flame Academy, but every section counts. Especially for students like Angel and the others who have just become summoners, there is still a lot to understand and learn. So every class missed is a huge loss. Of course, for those students who are condescending and do not want to make progress, truancy is commonplace. But obviously, Angel is not such a person. It's just that returning to the cage is indeed an abyss, and the quilt in the morning seems to have a seal. So sleep a little more, it's really common. Quickly wash up and go to class. Hey, Chi Lu. Have you been up for a long time? Why didn't you call me? Angel, who was wearing cute pajamas, ran around in the dormitory, and finally set her eyes on Chi Lu. I didn't know you were going to class. Chi Lu spread out his hands, expressing his refusal to carry the pot. However, Angel in silk pajamas still looks quite cute, and her delicate and beautiful face is still beautiful even without makeup. Only the body is not so seductive. Then forget it this time, you have to remember to wake me up in the future. Time is running out, and Angel is no longer struggling with such small issues. After taking a casual shower, and then directly in front of Chi Lu, he started to change his clothes. Chi Li's face froze in shock, and he quickly lowered his head, looking at his nose and heart. Look no further. Why does this little girl have no concept of men and women at all? Or, she didn't see the familiar as a human at all? Nora, good morning, which classroom is this class in? Angel didn't notice Chi Li's expression at all. After changing her clothes and arranging her image a little, she opened the dormitory door. Nobles have high requirements for their own image. Mainly pay attention to a clean and tidy. After all, the issue of appearance is destined from birth, so we can only start with dressing up. This time in the Summoner Theory classroom, but Angel, aren't we going to have breakfast? After Nora answered Angel's question, she asked again. There's no time, let's wait until the class is over before eating. Angel didn't want to miss half a class just because he had breakfast. The Flame Academy will judge the merits of the students' grades according to the situation of the class. Angel is not willing to graduate from the Flame Academy under the name of an inferior student. That's right, then I'll call Gluck out and let him take us there. Nora suggested. Gluck is the name of the flame dragon. When he was on the training ground yesterday, for various reasons, Flame Yalong didn't say his name. That's why Nora knew the name of the flame dragon in the familiar contract. Don't bother, when are you going to class? Chi Lu listened to Angel and Nora's discussion, and suddenly said something. Probably in 10 minutes. Nora thought for a moment before saying it out loud. What? Only 10 minutes? Even if you don't eat breakfast, you can't make it. Angel hadn't checked the time before, and now she was shocked when she heard Nora mention it. Although being late is not a big problem, it is not beautiful to say it out. Most of the students of the Flame Academy came from aristocratic families. The concept of punctuality is still very important. 10 minutes for breakfast is almost enough. Bread and milk should be fine. Chi Lu felt nothing special. Since there is still time, you should still have breakfast, otherwise it will be bad for your stomach. But... Okay, Angel, you can't catch up anyway, why don't you go after breakfast? Nora said with a smile. Anyway, they are already late, and the result of going early and going late is the same, so it might be better to be late for a while. Just don't miss school. Then, well, let's go to the cafeteria. Angel opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she finally gave in. The cafeteria is not far from the dormitory building. As long as you go downstairs, it takes at most half a minute to reach the door off the cafeteria. The breakfast style inside is, to be honest, not much. Most are various types of breads, or clear soups, followed by some dairy products. But the taste is alright. After all, it is also an academy with a large number of children of nobles, so when it comes to food and clothing, it will definitely not be neglected. There's only half a minute left, are you finished? Qi Lu put the bread in his hand into his mouth, and then wiped some crumbs from the corner of his mouth at will. Finished. Eat, it's over. Angel and Nora said in unison. However, in Qi Li's opinion, Angel, who put down the cup and started wiping the oil stains on his lips, should have finished eating. As for Nora, I still have half a croissant in hand. Since it's all over, let's go to the classroom, get ready, don't be too surprised. Qi Lu felt that Nora probably didn't care about such a little image issue. So he waved his hand directly and opened a small door of space. The ability to break the empty boots will not be reduced by half, because of the difference in the world. The huge Flame Academy is almost under Qi Li's perception, so it can be said that it is an easy task to find out a summoner theory classroom. Let's go. Qi Li got up and walked into the door of space with Angel and Nora. Summoner theory classroom. This is a fairly wide indoor open space, surrounded by new summoners from the Flame Academy, and the instructor responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge is also standing in front. According to the roster, the number of students is being counted. Because the first class of the summoner is all about general knowledge and will not involve attribute issues for the time being. Therefore, the main purpose of this class is to count the students, and to familiarize the many students with the instructors. Look at those new summoners in the Flame Academy. After all, in the aristocratic circle, connections are a very important part. As long as you come into this circle, you can't be alone. In any case, you always have to communicate. The classroom of the college is one of the most convenient places to communicate. Therefore, the atmosphere of the entire summoner theory classroom is still quite active. Angel, is anyone here? Not coming? Nora, is anyone here? Didn't come? The instructor, who was counting the number of people, frowned slightly. With the names Angel and Nora, this mentor is still very impressive. At this year's familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy, there were 2 summoners who had summoned superior level familiars in one breath. But what the instructor did not expect was that the students who were late for the first class were actually these 2 people. Relying on my luck a little bit better, I got an excellent level familiar. Do you think you don't need to study? In history, there are not a few geniuses who fall in the middle. The instructor who is taking the name is obviously quite critical of these pretentious students. It's just because the Flame Academy wants to use Angel and Nora to spread their fame this year, so it's not easy to say it clearly. Forget it, let's start the class directly. Anyway, the first class is just to count the number of people. If you are absent, you will be absent. After naming the names, the instructor shook his head, and his evaluation of Angel and Nora also dropped a notch. A person who does not understand humility and the importance of acquiring knowledge cannot achieve much, no matter how high his aptitude and luck are. Cough, fellow students. Originally the instructor who was preparing for the class, he just cleared his throat and prepared to attract the students' attention. Halfway through, it stopped abruptly. Because at this time, a space fluctuation suddenly appeared in the central area of the Summoner's Theory classroom. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the void. Pieces of space debris kept falling apart, and finally a small space gate was formed, which was firmly located in the Summoner Theory classroom. What is this? Is it some new magic? Or something else? It looks like a kind of space magic. No, isn't space magic a legendary thing? Will it really appear? All the new summoner students are carefully looking at this door of space at this moment. Summoners are in the same vein as magicians anyway. Although the magician's fighting style has been abandoned, it does not mean that these summoners do not know the type of magic. It just won't work. Just like every powerful magician, their knowledge is quite profound but complicated. Whether it is magic that they can master or not, they will go to see it. But knowing it doesn't mean you will use it. Understanding, sometimes not for learning, but also for targeting. The so-called know yourself and the enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. So space magic, although the release method is lost, but the name is not lost. Empty, space magic? Will there still be people who understand space magic in this world? The instructor standing in front was also stunned. Instructors of theoretical knowledge know the most complicated things, and are naturally no strangers to space magic. After all, the rules of this world limit the flow of magic power of magicians. But it did not limit the flow of the summoner's magic power. Therefore, as I mentioned before, the summoner in the summoning world, in essence, is an ordinary summoner superimposed on a magician. It's a pity that the magician's fighting style has been abandoned, so a lot of other magics of other departments are also missing. In most cases, only one name is known. But how to release this magic, I don't know at all. The reason why this happens, in the final analysis, is that a person's energy is limited. On the basis of the summoner, it is too difficult to learn the knowledge of the magician. There are not many people who really have this kind of energy and such talent. Over time, it became what it is now. Therefore, the appearance of the gate of space cannot tolerate this instructor not being surprised. It's even shocking. You must know that among those magics that have been lost, if they are divided into categories, general magics and elemental magics are the best types to master. And space magic is definitely one of the most difficult types to master. As for the more difficult than space magic, it is probably those forbidden spells that destroy the world. However, the real difficulty of forbidden magic is that the magic power consumed is quite huge, not that it is difficult to release. Therefore, in terms of the difficulty of releasing, I am afraid that space magic is still above the forbidden magic. Huh? This is the Summoner Theory classroom? At a time when all the students and mentors were speculating, the shock was unbearable. A voice suddenly came from the door of space. Immediately following, the figures of Angel and Nora walked out of the gate off space, with a trace of consternation on their faces. And next to him was Chi Lu, who closed the door of space. Why did we suddenly come to the Summoner Theory classroom? I remember we were still in the cafeteria before. Nora hadn't finished the croissant yet. Now seeing the students around, they are all staring at themselves and Angel, and a blush immediately floated on their faces. Then he put the croissant into his mouth in 2 bites, his cheeks bulging all of a sudden. Like a hamster that protects its food. This is an excellent level familiar summoned by the students of Angel. Did he release that space magic just now? The instructor standing in front glanced at Chi Lu, who was light and windy, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. But at the same time I was relieved. It is true that there is a lot of knowledge about the magic system in the summoning world. As a result, most of the magic only knows the name, but does not know how to release it. However, for these familiars, there is no such thing. Because the ability of the demon does not come from the summoning world, it is never uncertain until it is displayed. No matter what martial arts or magic these familiars can use, it is possible. No surprise at all. But having said that, surprise is one thing, shock is another. Excellent high-level familiar, the strength is really terrible. Thinking of this, the instructor suddenly felt that he might have made a blunder before. There are indeed many geniuses who have fallen because of their arrogance. But if you can have a familiar with such terrifying strength, it is indeed the capital of pride. If you can be invincible by luck, why bother? So angry. Envy and jealousy surged into my heart at the same time, causing the mentor to grit his teeth. Compared with people, people can really anger people. A mentor who can be assigned by the Flame Academy to teach the students the basic theory about summoners is naturally a summoner. It is a pity that the familiar of this theoretical mentor is only a familiar with medium potential. Otherwise, it will not only be able to teach a theory. And more angry than this theory instructor, I am afraid that it is the other students in this summoner theory classroom. After all, for a tutor, no matter how lucky Angel is or how high his aptitudious, he is still a student. When Angel became famous in the future, this theoretical tutor would still be able to brag when drinking with others, saying that he had also taught Angel. Even if it's just some irrelevant theoretical knowledge. But what does it matter? No one will go to research, those who don't want to believe are just laughing at it, and those who are willing to believe are naturally envious. But for the students in the same school year as Angel, the meaning is different. Since they are in a competitive relationship, the faster Angel grows and the higher they stand, the greater the pressure on them. Therefore, the teacher can let go of the jealousy in his heart, but the students are not necessarily so. It's just that jealousy is jealousy, and it is still impossible to attack Angel on the bright side. Aristocratic circles have their own set of rules of conduct. Unless it is a mortal enemy, otherwise, in any case, the apparent harmony must be maintained. Otherwise, it would be a joke for others to see. Okay, everyone, don't look at it. The theoretical tutor clapped his hands and woke the students up from the shock. Since everyone is here, let's start the class. This is also the first class you will take after you become a summoner. In this class, I will tell you what a summoner is and the history of a summoner. Since it is about the theoretical knowledge of summoners, it is naturally very general. It mainly tells about the battle method of the summoner, the cooperation between the summoned beasts, and the cooperation between the summoner's partners. It also involves the knowledge of magicians. For example, all kinds of magic, and the relationship between summoners and magicians. By the way, I also mentioned the door of space opened by Qi Lu. However, in the mouth of the theoretical tutor, the door of space is called profound space magic, and using this as a clue, it is linked to the knowledge of the combat power of the demon. Speaking of which, the familiar is also the biggest trump card of the summoner. When the summoner's mana is exhausted, the familiar becomes the greatest combat power. It's just that under normal circumstances, the summoner will not let the demons fight, but will choose to use the summoned beasts to fight. Because no matter how strong the enchanter is, once it loses, it is irreversible. And if the summoned beast is gone, it will be gone, the big deal is to summon it again. Therefore, in the process of explaining, the theoretical instructor also symbolically summons several summoned beasts to demonstrate the use of summoning magic for the students. A little boring. Qi Lu originally planned to come over to learn about the types of summoned beasts, so as to find some materials for the summoning scroll. Who knows that the first class is about these nonsense things? For Qi Lu, the history and calling of the summoner. The way the summoner fights is not important at all. Anyway, as long as the summon scroll can be sold. On the contrary, Angel and Nora listened with great interest. No way, after all, the realm is different. Concerns are also different. Okay, the class about theory is here. If you talk more, you probably won't understand. Time flies, and the theoretical tutor talks a lot. There is only one class every day in the Flame Academy, so there is no such thing as a get-out-of-class bell. When the instructor finishes speaking, then when the get-out-of-class ends. There are still many things that a summoner needs to know, and it is not something that can be covered in 1 or 2 lessons. You need to slowly understand the things you want in the future. Remember to go to the combat class tomorrow, where you can learn how a summoner should fight. Then let's go to get out of class now. Theoreticians don't want to waste time either. Because theoretical knowledge itself is only a guide. Just to let these new summoners have a rough understanding of their own power. As for how to use this power, it is not up to the theoretical tutor to teach. Because the strength of theoretical tutors is limited, the level of teaching actual combat is generally not very good. In order to prevent misunderstanding children, theoretical tutors are rarely involved in actual combat. The so-called practical class is actually just a point-to-point discussion. Fighting is the best way to become familiar with your own power. Especially for these new summoners, how can they be familiar with summoning magic without summoning several summoned beasts? Practice makes perfect. So after the theory class, Angel and Nora did not idle, but ran to the training ground to practice summoning magic. That's one of the things taught in today's summoner theory class. Summoning magic is not that profound magic for summoners. It's just that when looking for summoned beasts, you need a little skill in order to summon the most suitable summoned beast. This is why every new summoner needs to learn about summoned beasts. The main reason is to study and understand the purpose of these summoned beasts. When needed, summon the most suitable summoned beast. However, for new summoners, there are not many types of summoned beasts that can be summoned. Because summoning magic has a characteristic. Summoners will be quite laborious when summoning summoned beasts that have not been summoned. But after summoning this kind of summoned beast once, it will leave a mark in the summoning magic, and when it is summoned again, it will be very easy. Of course, the magic power that needs to be consumed will not decrease. It just omits the search process. First, condense magic power, look for summoned beasts with the same attributes as yourself, and then increase the output of magic power to bring the summoned beasts to you. Nora recalled what she heard in class. It just sounds pretty simple. But when it comes to doing it, it's not as simple as you think. It is not difficult to gather magic power. The real difficulty is finding summoned beasts with the same attributes as his own. There are thousands of types of summoned beasts that can be summoned by summoners, but only a small part of them are useful. But at the beginning, when a new summoner is looking for a summoned beast with the same attributes as himself, it is all a random summon. This is also a process that every summoner will go through. Constant random summons. After summoning a useful summoned beast, it left a mark on its summoning magic. So that the next time you need it, you don't have to spend time looking for it. So really speaking, the summoning magic of each summoner will actually be different. Because the imprints left on them are different. Condensing magic power, looking for summoned beasts. Angel also began his difficult journey to find summoned beasts. The magic power condensed in Angel's palm, and then began to outline the lines of the summoning magic. Sheila stood aside, wanting to see if Angel could summon a summoned beast. Flame grass, useless. Little fire mouse, this, doesn't seem to have any combat power. TSK, another useless summoned beast. No, this one doesn't work either. Why do some useless summoned beasts keep coming? Just when Angel was seriously looking for the summoned beast, on Nora's side, some strange things kept popping up. There are quite a lot of fire-type summoned beasts. And it is talking about summoning beasts, but when it is really summoned, what appears is not just beasts. Fire-type plants, or some odd-shaped things, may appear. And these things are generally classified as useless summoned beasts. However, even if it is a useless summoned beast, it is still summoning something. But when I got to Angel, after such a long period of time, there was no response at all. This situation made Angel frown. What's the matter? Why can't I feel the existence of the summoned beast at all? The summoning magic I released should be correct, but why can't the summoned beast be summoned? Angel looked at her hands and began to sink into deep self-doubt. Qi Lu, who was sitting beside him, was silent, not knowing what to say. The system is really accurate. If it says that there is no way to summon it, it really can't summon anything. Of course Qi Lu knew the truth of the matter. But it is impossible to say. Because Qi Lu understood that it was better for Angel to doubt herself than to doubt herself. After all, the way a summoner fights is not just a summoned beast. Magic can also be used by summoners. Angel, what's wrong with you? So Qi Lu, who had been sitting next to him and followed this scene, asked knowingly. Qila, I can't seem to summon a summoned beast. No, it should be said that I can't feel the existence of a summoned beast at all. Am I not suitable to be a summoner? After Angel's deep self-doubt, a look of grief began to appear on her face involuntarily. According to this world, the general concept. The combat power of a summoner is reflected in all kinds of summoned beasts. But when a summoner cannot summon a summoned beast, the value of the summoner disappears. No, how could it be? Seeing the sadness on Angel's face, Qi Lu quickly comforted her. Because Angel couldn't perceive the matter of summoning the beast, in the final analysis, it was Qi Li's reason. Therefore, Qi Lu should find a way to make up for it. Angel, do you think that summoners can only fight with summoned beasts? So after a brief comfort, Qi Lu immediately changed the subject. It is better to solve this problem from the other side than to continue entangled in this sad point. In essence, there is not much difference between a summoner and a magician. It's just that one specializes in summoning magic, while the other specializes in combat magic. However, this does not mean that summoners cannot learn combat magic. In fact, due to the rules of the summoning world, in this world, there is no particularly significant difference between the power of a summoner and a magician. This is much better than other worlds. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that since Angel couldn't use the summoning magic, it will be better to learn some combat magic for self-defense. Summoners don't need to summon beasts to fight, so what else can they use to fight? After Angel heard Qi Li's words, the expression on her face suddenly froze. Whether it is in the academy or in the word of mouth of the summoner, one thing has been proved. That is the combat power of the summoner, which mainly comes from the summoned beast. So Qi Li's question seemed a bit silly. Angel, you must understand a truth. Summoned beasts are only external forces. If you want to become truly powerful, you must rely on your own strength. Qi Lu didn't answer Angel's question, but began to lure her in a good manner. Although from the perspective of world rules and beliefs, in the summoning world, summoners must be the mainstream combat power. But for Angel, it was all fake. Call it lucky or unfortunate. Anyway, after Angel signed Qi Lu as a familiar, she was doomed to be unable to become a summoner. A summoned beast is an external force? Angel's face was still a little confused. Obviously, this argument is the first time Angel has heard of it. Of course, compared to letting the summoned beasts fight, but hiding behind him, it's obviously easier to kill the quartet by himself. Qi Lu said very seriously. And this is the view of the vast majority of the strong. Similarly, this is also the main reason why those summoners will be wiped out in the East Wasteland in ancient times. Summoners are truly unique when it comes to combat, if they include summoned beasts. After all, the combat power of some summoned beasts is indeed very powerful. However, the most critical problem is that the summoner's own combat power is quite weak compared to other classes. Only in the summoning world, the fighting spirit system and the magic power system were all suppressed to the lowest point. It cannot effectively strike the summoner itself. That's why it gave the summoner the best living environment, and thus developed and multiplied to such a situation. Although Qi Lu doesn't want to overthrow the status quo, at least let Angel have enough self-protection ability. Because there is one thing to say. If the status quo is overturned, how can summoned scrolls be sold? Qi Lu is not a pioneer in the summoning world. What do you have to do to lead those trends, as long as you can protect the people around you? Quietly collect the power of faith, isn't it fragrant? But when Angel heard this, she felt that her worldview was about to be shaken. Sosh subconsciously wanted to refute. Don't say so much, you can't summon summoned beasts now. The easiest solution is that as long as you are stronger than all summoned beasts, you don't need summoned beasts. Qi Lu continued to instill in Angel the correct fighting concept. If the combat power is strong to a certain extent, it doesn't matter whether it is a summoner or not. Strength is the most important thing. To become a summoner, isn't it for tyrannical power? So, as long as you can get power, it's fine. You have to do useless work for the identity of a summoner. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? This. It seems to make sense, but I just feel that something is wrong. Angel frowned, looking at Qi Lu with a tangled face. It has to be said that the impact of suddenly reversing the worldview is indeed quite huge. So much so that Angel began to doubt herself again. There's nothing wrong with it. If you figure it out, I can teach you a very powerful magic right now. Qi Lu decided to make the final blow. But, well, I want to see what this magic is first. Angel was still confused, but he finally figured it out. That is, no matter what method is used, it is not enough to obtain powerful power. Of course, the name of this magic is called Crushing Blow. Qi Lu agreed without hesitation. The Smashing Blow is a general-purpose magic with no attributes, which can condense the magic power to deliver a heavy blow, causing huge destructive power. After Qi Li's improvement, it has become a powerful magic that breaks the face. So let alone in a world where the magic system of the summoning world is seriously lacking. Even in those worlds with orthodox magic inheritance, it belongs to extremely high-level magic, and no one else has to learn it. Smash Blow. Angel's magic talent is not bad. Under Qi Li's hands-on teaching, he quickly learned this magic and began to practice on this training ground. Boom! After a muffled sound, the solid ground was suddenly smashed with countless cracks. Like a spider web, it spreads in circles. The terrifying destructive power made Angel unable to hold out her hand and cover her mouth, for fear that she would cry out in surprise. Wow! Qi Lu, the power of this magic is so strong. Is this all the fighting magic you know? Angel looked at Qi Lu with joy. The training ground of the Flame Academy, as a place for many students to compete, naturally, there is no need to doubt the degree of sturdiness. Judging from the records of the college in previous years, it only needs to be repaired once a year. Because among the many students, there are very few people who can cause damage to the training ground. Even though summoned beasts rarely do it. After all, with the skills of these new summoners, they still can't summon such powerful summoned beasts. However, at this moment, Angel used the magic taught by Qi Lu, and with a single blow, he could smash the floor of the training ground. The great power is self-evident. That's right, this is the battle magic I want to teach you. Qi Lu nodded and said it naturally. Since you can't become a great summoner, try to become a powerful magician. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. There was no guilt in her heart for delaying Angel in the slightest. Angel, what's going on with this floor? The muffled sound just now attracted Nora, who was practicing not far away. Then at first glance, I saw the cracks on the ground. Have you summoned some powerful summoned beast? Let me see it now. Nora naturally guessed the process, and suddenly looked at Angel with burning eyes, and said excitedly. The fanaticism of summoners towards summoned beasts is definitely not worse than that of believers. No, Nora, no. On the road to becoming a summoner, I realized that a summoner has Alamet. After listening to Nora's words, Angel looked at Nora calmly and said with a solemn expression. What do you want to say? Seeing this, Nora was slightly taken aback. I want to say. Nora, I'm not a summoner anymore. Angel said it very seriously and seriously. Nora went from being stunned to being sluggish. As for Qi Lu, who was standing aside, there were definitely a lot of question marks on the top of his head. What the hell is going on with this strong sense of sight? Did I pass through or did she pass through? In Qi Li's heart, these words popped up involuntarily. When a question mark appears above my head, it doesn't mean I have a problem, but I think you have a problem. To be honest, Qilu felt that Angel was very problematic at the moment. How about it, Qilu, Nora, I actually wanted to say this for a long time. Angel raised her head. It's just that my father and mother have always wanted me to be a summoner, so I have been afraid to say it. But now, I can finally say this with confidence. The seriousness on Angel's face quickly turned into a cheerful smile. No matter how you say it, the current Angel is always just a half-year-old girl. In terms of actual age, it is still a little short of adulthood. Therefore, the expectations that the family placed on Angel were too heavy for Angel. Otherwise, Angel and Nora would not be so desperate at yesterday's summoning ceremony of the familiar. From heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven. Ups and downs, really exciting. So there is such a detached performance at this time, which is nothing more than the heart of a child. Although Qilu always felt that it was incredible. After subverting the worldview, it can actually cause such a big change. It seems that Angel has indeed suppressed it for too long. But the noble family is still understandable. Fighting for power and profit, with a sword in the mouth, and a knife in Asmile. If there is no absolute power, in the noble circle, one must live carefully. If this is not depressing, what else is depressing? Now I have the opportunity to be liberated, and of course I have to vent my emotions. Angel, what do you mean by what you just said? Is it because there is no powerful summoned beast? Nora, whose face was sluggish, finally regained her senses. Her first reaction was that she thought Angel was joking. After finally summoning the familiar and becoming a summoner, he said such words. Could it be that when you practiced summoning magic just now, you were hit too hard? Of course not. Angel quickly denied it. Even if it is true that the summoned beast cannot be summoned, Angel definitely does not want to admit it. Because of this, it's really embarrassing. A dignified summoner, he couldn't even summon a single summoned beast. If this was spread, it would definitely be laughed at by others. So after a short pause, Angel resolutely picked up Qi Li's words. I just think that driving the summoned beasts to fight, how can you personally take action and defeat the enemy so smoothly? As long as I am stronger than all summoned beasts, then I don't need summoned beasts. Angel said confidently. He even wanted to use this idea to brainwash Nora. There is no way, this kind of deviant thing, two people do it, it is always less stressful than when one person does it. Hey, what you said, seems to make sense. It was the first time Nora heard this statement, and her eyes lit up instantly. No, what she said doesn't make sense. You must not listen to partial beliefs. However, before Nora could ask a question, Qi slapped Nora on the shoulder and warned her very seriously. In the process of transforming from a summoner to a violent method, if there is no good teacher to lead the way, it is definitely a misunderstanding. But in the entire summoning world, Qi Lu is probably the only person who can do this job. So based on this situation, Qi Lu definitely doesn't want another guy who is interested in becoming a battle mage. You know, with Qi Li's laziness, it's hard enough just to teach Angel. After all, in the summoning world, there is knowledge about combat magic that needs to be learned from scratch. If this were to add a Nora, then Qi Lu doesn't have to do anything else. But Nora glanced at Angel. No, but you have to believe me. Qi Lu immediately straightened Nora's head, looked straight into her eyes, and said sincerely. Hey, Angel. What do you think? Angel, who was suddenly mentioned by Qi Lu, was stunned at first. But soon, Angel reacted and quickly responded, yes, Nora, it is very hard to learn this kind of combat magic. No way, Angel's transformation into Berserk was based on the fact that he could become a summoner. So it will be a last resort. But Nora is different. With an excellent level familiar, Nora's road to becoming a summoner is destined to be smooth sailing. At this time, if Nora's bright future is missed due to this kind of thing, then Angel will never allow herself to do so. A good girlfriend is to hope that the other party can have a better life. But I'm not afraid of hard work. Nora still seemed a little confused and didn't understand the situation. No, you still don't understand. What Angel means is that you don't have the qualifications in this area. Qilu said this in his mouth, but he sighed silently in his heart. The wicked have to do it themselves. Then, forget it. If you can't learn it, then don't learn it. Nora was not bothered either. This kind of character, I really don't know whether it is cute or carefree. By the way, although I can't learn it, you have learned it, Angel. Can you show me what magic it is? Still, Nora is concerned about cracks in the training ground floor. The magic that can smash such a solid floor into cracks must be very powerful. This is still fine. Angel at the moment, just when she desperately wants to show herself and prove herself, of course she won't hide it. So as soon as Nora made this request, Angel nodded in response. Then without saying a word, with one hand raised, the magic power instantly condensed and formed, followed by smashing onto the floor of the training ground. Boom! Suddenly there was a muffled sound. Originally it was just a crack in the shape of a spider web, but at this time it turned into a pit that wasn't too deep. 2 consecutive smashing blows hit the same place, and finally the floor of the training ground could not bear it. What a powerful destructive force! Nora said, half shocked and half relieved. It turned out that what Angel said before, "I will not be a summoner," was not an angry statement, but the result of careful consideration. In this case, Nora's worries can be put down. However, to say how happy it is not necessarily true. Because there is a saying that is good. When taking the exam, if my good friend fails, then I will feel sorry for him. However, if your best friend gets a perfect score, then you may feel even more sad. So Nora's mood at this time is that while she is happy for Angel, she is secretly competing with herself. While expecting his good girlfriend to become stronger, he is also preparing to work hard to make himself stronger. This was Nora's truest thought at the moment. Of course, didn't I say that, as long as it can be stronger than all summoned beasts, there is no need for summoned beasts. Angel half raised her head and said proudly. Qilu watched, frowning from the side. It has to be said that the powerful force is really addicting. No wonder so many people will do whatever it takes, even their lives, to pursue power. Yes, then I have to work hard. Nora made up her mind, clenched her fists, and said seriously. Even as an established fighting partner, Nora doesn't want to drag Angel's back, so she must practice more. Well, let's do our best together. Angel also nodded and responded aloud. Qilu was quite relieved to see this scene. To be honest, it is indeed a lucky thing to have a partner who inspires and supervises each other by my side. At least it can save Qilu a lot of things. After all, no matter what magic it is, in addition to the initial learning process, the most important thing is to use and practice constantly, so that practice makes perfect. There are no shortcuts to this process. Of course, if he could be like Qilu, he would have absolute control over his own power. Then the process of this exercise can be omitted. However, Qilu can have such a terrifying degree of power control, which was obtained after countless tempering. This point, even those geniuses are absolutely unavoidable. Because of high qualifications, the biggest effect is to make progress faster. It is by no means necessary to learn. So maintaining a humble and studious heart is very important. The time of indulging in cultivation will always pass faster than usual. Since Angel wants to transform from a summoner to a real magician, the most basic thing is to change from the way of meditation. Adhering to the use of meditation instead of sleep is one of the most effective means. So this morning, after being woken up by Nora countless times, it was the first time Angel went to the next door to wake up Nora. Ed dash. Angel, why did you wake up so early? Nora opened the dormitory door in surprise and looked at Angel, who was in high spirits. The plan of the day is in the morning. Angel unceremoniously said what she had learned from Chi Lu. Really, it's great that you can understand this, and finally you don't have Ito ask me to call you every day. Nora yawned, then turned and walked into the dorm. Without closing the door, I started to prepare to change clothes. He completely ignored Chi Lu, who was standing behind Angel. Do I have a low sense of existence, or am I not being seen as a human being? Chi Lu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly felt a little hurt. After all, the feeling of being ignored is really not very good. But one thing to say, Nora's figure is indeed better than Angel's. Sheila, what are you looking at? Don't look at it. Just when Sheila silently retracted his gaze, Angel seemed to have noticed something, and immediately opened his eyes and turned to look at Chi Lu. I did not see. Chi Lu turned his head to the side and said calmly. In this matter, Chi Lu asked himself, his self-control is still quite enough. Although it is the nature of everyone to appreciate beautiful things. But Chi Lu is very clear about the principle of seeing no evil. Yes? Angel looked at Chi Lu suspiciously, and then couldn't help but glanced at the dormitory. Nora, who happened to throw her pajamas on the sofa, saw Angel's gaze, and immediately waved to Angel with a smile. Suddenly, it caused a ton of damage to Angel. And Cher was so angry that he glanced down at his chest, then turned to stare at Chi Lu. You must have seen it. Angel said firmly. I really didn't see it. Chi Lu looked up at the sky, her tone was calm, and her eyes were calm. This sentence is really true. I really want to say that I glanced at it unexpectedly at first, mainly because Chi Lu did not expect that Nora would be as generous and free as Angel. So that Chi Lu has a feeling of being caught off guard. Angel, what are you doing? Fortunately, at this time, Nora also changed her clothes and came out to save the scene. Otherwise, I don't know how long Angel will stare. No, it's nothing, let's hurry up and go to the actual combat classroom. Angel hurriedly retracted her gaze and said nervously. The classrooms for practical classes and theoretical classes are not in the same place. Because the actual combat class requires students learn from each other, so the venue will be larger and more solid. Don't eat breakfast? Nora rubbed her stomach. Eat. Angel glanced at Chi Lu, and said with certainty. Practical classroom. The location is not far from the theoretical classroom, but the area is at least 3 times that of the theoretical classroom. The students who need to come to the class are almost all here at this moment. Before class, they all gathered together in 2s and 3s to discuss their experience in practicing summoning magic yesterday, and what powerful summoned beasts they summoned. If there is nothing to show off before becoming a summoner, at most it is to compete with one's own family background. So at this moment, there is a direction to brag. After all, before becoming a summoner and obtaining merit, as long as you are an adult, everyone is a commoner. All the glory comes from his ancestors. For most noble children, boasting about the achievements of their ancestors isn't something worth showing off. Because the status of aristocrats needs to be maintained by merit, in order to be eligible for this honor. Therefore, after becoming a summoner, strength has become the most worthy of showing off. With great strength, it is natural to be able to obtain merit. To win glory. And powerful summoned beasts are the most important part of the summoner's combat power. Naturally, it is also the most bragging thing. So in the actual combat classroom, you can hear a few envious compliments from time to time. That's definitely the envy of the heart. You must know that a university at the level of the Flame Academy is qualified to grant the title of knighthood to the graduates with excellent grades. This is a huge attraction for the vast majority of students. After all, the qualification to be given the title of knight must be at least the status of an earl, before one can have it. In the entire Yanlong kingdom, the number of counts is not much. Of course not too much. But in any case, the earl, in the title, cannot be regarded as such a low position. For a noble with the status of an earl, at least there are at least 10 high-level summoners in the family in order to maintain it. And this is the lowest ranked count. Therefore, referring to the number of high-level summoners, you can know the number of counts, but at most there are only a few hundred people. Of course, it's not that the number of high-level summoners is small. It was because, rather than relying on the earl, the high-level summoner didn't go to the higher-level marquis and dukes. Marquis, there must be at least one fully grown superior-level summoner in the family. And the duke, the family needs more than 3 excellent level summoners to maintain it. So, leaving the big tree alone, why do you have to go to the earl's family? Is it really better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail? Just kidding. In the aristocratic circle, where power is respected, being able to enjoy the shade under a big tree is a great skill. Therefore, the number of counts is really not much. On the contrary, it is of this count who is one level lower than the earl, because he is not qualified to be awarded the title of knighthood, the requirement to maintain it is not too high. So that the number will be much higher. Not to mention, there are thousands, maybe more. Otherwise, why would Angel want to restore the status of the family from Viscount to Earl? This is where the main difference lies. Even in the entire Flame Academy, students from the Earl family are very rare. After all, in the entire Yanlong Kingdom, there are not only one Academy of Flame Academy, but even a large academy named after the Flame Academy, there are several. With such a score, how many students can come from the Earl family? Therefore, the knighthood that outstanding graduates have won is very precious. We seem to be the last to arrive again. In the door of space that suddenly appeared, Angel and Nora walked out while chatting. The students in the actual combat classroom have already seen it. Angel, Nora. Well, everyone is here, then, let's start today's actual combat course. The instructor who taught the actual combat obviously heard the theoretical instructor talk about it. So I wasn't particularly surprised. After confirming that all the students were present, he put away the roster in his hand, clapped his hands, and attracted the attention of all the students. The voices in the actual combat classroom soon disappeared. Okay, through yesterday's theory class, everyone must have figured out how summoners fight. Then today, let's actually fight and try how to fight, and I will help you to correct the mistakes in the battle. The actual combat instructor said loudly. In the first actual combat course, the main task is to find out the combat effectiveness of the students. And figure out the combat preferences of the students. And record some students' use of summoned beasts, cooperation, and lack of function utilization. Then correct them one by one. So, for the students I read the name next, I'll take a step forward and have a simple discussion. Click here to let me know the results of your training yesterday. The nonsense of practical tutors is indeed much less than that of theoretical tutors. Basically, it's straight to the point, straight to the point. Since it is an actual combat course, any problems will be reflected in the battle. So just hit it directly. I'm so nervous. I didn't expect to fight at the beginning. I'm not ready yet. Nora looked at the two students who had summoned beasts and were ready to start fighting in the actual combat classroom, and couldn't help but panic. Don't be nervous, you are a summoner with an excellent level of familiar, how could they be your opponents? Angel immediately comforted Nora. And on Angel's face, there is a look of eagerness to try. The Fury method is to have infinite fighting spirit. In this regard, Qi Lu is very satisfied. However, Angel and Nora's student numbers are ranked relatively low, so it should take some time for the two of them to fight. Before that, Qi Lu could also watch the battles of other students. Then let the system draw a little inspiration from it to better design the summon scroll. However, after watching several battles, Qile suddenly felt that he might be thinking a bit simple. Because these students are all new summoners, their combat skills and tactical arrangements are simply a mess. Seeing Qile's brain buzzing. And the use of summoned beasts is also a mess. Qile has not seen a few really useful, summoned beasts. The system, I think. You should not take these inspirations, so as not to affect the quality of the summoning scroll. So after watching a few more battles, Qile said helplessly to the system. System, host, this system has never paid attention to these things, and the design of the summoning scroll. This system does not need these things to provide inspiration. Really, that's fine. Qile rubbed his temples. I was also thinking in my heart that the summoning scroll had to be arranged earlier. Next, Seg and Nora. Following the voice of the actual combat instructor, Nora stood up abruptly. Here, it's my turn. Come on. Angel clenched a small fist, cheering for Nora. Well, I'll definitely win. Nora nodded, then walked out firmly and came to the battle area, in the midleaf the actual combat classroom. Standing on the opposite side, fighting against Nora, was a boy who looked a little weak. Hello, student Nora. At the summoning ceremony of the familiar, I saw that you have summoned an excellent level of familiar. It is a great honor to be able to fight with you today. Seg bowed slightly to Nora, saluted, and then said very gentlemanly. There is nothing wrong with the etiquette between nobles. Hello, classmate Seg. I will fight with you later, and I will do my best to show my respect for you. Nora took a deep breath and bowed back. Okay, now the two students start to summon their own summoned beasts. The actual combat instructor begins announcing the process to prepare the students for battle. Of course, in a real battle, there would be no chance for the summoner to prepare the summoned beast in advance. It was a race against time. A slight mistake can be irreversible. But now it's the first lesson of the actual combat course, so naturally you didn't need to be so nervous. But then again, before experiencing the baptism of fire and blood, this group of students from aristocratic families probably didn't know what is called tension and what is called fighting. The flowers in the greenhouse can never imagine how cruel nature is. Summon, iron-toothed rat. Summon, burning vines. Seg and Nora condensed the summoning magic at the same time, and summoned the most proud summoned beast when they practiced yesterday. Seg's facilitator is a steel-armed ape with high potential, and its attributee is gold, so the summoned beast is naturally a metallic summoned beast. The iron-toothed rat is a typical metallic summoned beast, with agile movements and amazing gnawing ability. The burning vine is a fire-type summoned beast, belonging to a special plant-based summoned beast, good at entanglement and restriction. These two summoned beasts are considered among their respective attributes, among the low-level summoned beasts, the ones with relatively strong combat power. Teacher, I'm ready. Seg looked at the iron-toothed rat who was almost half-human tall in front of him, and said aloud. The shape of the iron-toothed rat is not much different from that of a normal rat, but it is much larger, and the fur on its body is also shining with ametallic luster. And there are two more metal front teeth, like small shovels. At a glance, you can see that the attack type is very strong, and it is very difficult to mess with. Teacher, I'm ready too. Nora also followed toward the actual combat instructor. Burning vines, from the outside, look like a large pile of fiery red common vines, brightly colored and eye-catching. But don't underestimate this bunch of seemingly powerless vines. As a rare plant-type summoned beast, the burning vine also inherited the disadvantage of not being able to move frequently. However, in the range that the burning vines can reach, summoned beasts of the same level are rarely able to find an opponent. One attack and one defense, it's a very typical duel. The actual combat instructor recorded it in the book in his hand, then nodded, and said, Okay, let's start the battle. The voice just fell. Seg raised his hand and waved, "Iron-toothed rat, come on." Squeak dash. The iron-toothed rat made a harsh cry in response, and then rushed towards the burning vine like a sharp arrow from the string. The battle between summoners, in theory, will not directly attack the summoner himself. Because in the real battle, the summoner will leave a certain amount of magic power, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. And there are familiar demons guarding him. Therefore, this kind of sneak attack is very difficult to work, but it will also put the summoned beast at a disadvantage. And once this rule is broken, assassinations become commonplace. So many summoners must be sleeping and eating, and everyone is in danger. Therefore, summoners who dare to break the rules will inevitably become the public enemy of all other summoners. Of course, this rule is also limited to summoners. For warriors, it would be foolish not to directly attack the summoner himself in battle. Burn the vine, stop it. Nora followed suit. It's not that Nora's reaction is slow, it's mainly because the iron-toothed rat is on the offensive side, while the burning vine is on the defensive side. Naturally, the iron-toothed rat will take the lead in attacking before it can start to defend. As soon as these words came out, the burning vines immediately began to move, and a large number of vines began to wave, beating at the iron-toothed rat. The action was so fast that the air was filled with fiery red afterimages. However, the half-human tall iron-toothed rat is surprisingly agile. Shutting back and forth between the burning vines, pausing from time to time, waving the front teeth like a small shovel, easily biting off a vine, and then continuing to dodge the attack of the burning vine. Low-level plant-type summoned beasts do not have much self-healing ability. The bitten vines, like dead branches, fell on the ground of the actual combat classroom. As the iron-toothed rat continued to shuttle and gnaw, the branches of the burning vines waving in the air became less and less. It looked like it was impossible to resist. Seeing the development of the battle, Seg couldn't help showing a smile on his face. "Student Nora, this battle is conceded." The movements are still gentle, but the smugness on his face is clearly visible. Seg thought to himself, even if he loses in the familiar comparison, what does it matter? The battle between summoners is not only determined by the strength of the familiar. The students who were watching the battle around also saw the situation of this battle at this time, and couldn't help sighing. Even if you have an excellent level familiar, you may not be proficient in combat. Student Nora's performance is so bad, I don't know if Angel will be better. How can it be better? The two of them stay together all day long. It is estimated that it is half a caddy. It's such a waste of luck. Each. A student's envy and jealousy towards Nora and Angel turned into resentment at this moment and vented it out. People of the same generation who are more qualified and lucky than themselves have performed so poorly. If you don't make fun of it, how can you be worthy of yourself? Tisk, these guys only dare to talk about others behind their backs. Go ahead if you have the ability. Angel, who was also watching the battle, felt quite unhappy when she heard this. It was the same in the familiar summoning ceremony before. There is no ability at all, but there is a lot of cynicism. But Angel also knew in his heart that this was the commonality of most nobles. When you are in power, they rush up to flatter you faster than anyone else, and they can't wait to please even their face. However, when you are losing power, they will fall into stone faster than when they are flattering you. They can't wait to trample you to death. So after coming to the Flame Academy for so long, Angel has only Nora as a friend. This is not only because the identity and family background of the two are not far from each other. More importantly, it is because Nora has a simple personality and won't do it on the surface and do it behind the scenes. Don't worry, Angel, don't worry about their clumsy eyes. Did your eyesight also decline? Sheila looked at Angel's unhappy look, but said something lukewarm. Huh? You mean? Hearing this, Angel looked back at Chi Lu. I mean, you don't have to think too much, you just need to take a good look at it now. You still have a lot to learn about how to fight. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, but did not announce the answer, but let Angel continue to read. Although the battles between these students, in Qi Li's view, may not be as good as children's fights. But that was only for Qi Lu. After all, the realm between Qi Lu and these students is too different. Even if Qi Lu closes his eyes, he can guess how many flaws there will be in their battle just by guessing. But for Angel, there is still a lot to learn, and she needs to figure it out on her own. Because of combat experience, it is impossible to fully grasp it by relying on Qi Lu to teach. Any teaching on paper can't compare to what you can learn in actual combat. And when Qi Lu finished saying this, Nora also spoke. Do you think I lost? Nora looked at Seg, a little surprised. What? Don't you think that you still have room for a turnaround? Seg heard the sound, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gentlemanship is nothing but aristocratic etiquette. Born in an aristocratic family and never experienced ups and downs, in this case, it is normal to be complacent. Student Nora, in this battle, you can only summon one summoned beast, have you forgotten it? After a short pause, Seg seemed to have thought of something, and then continued to speak. This sentence sounds like a reminder, but it's actually a mockery. In Seg's view, if Nora wants to turn the tables, there is no other way but to summon the second summoned beast. Of course I didn't forget it, but haven't you found out that the Iron-Toothed Rat has now stepped into the field of burning vines? Nora did not refute Seg's words, but pointed to the battlefield in the actual combat classroom. The branches of the burning vine were bitten all over the ground by the Iron-Toothed Rat. It's like rolling out a red carpet. And the remaining branches of the burning vine are also doing their last struggle. What do you want me to see? How did you lose this battle? Seg glanced at the battlefield with some doubts, but couldn't see anything at all. And, as long as the Iron-Toothed Rat snaps off the last few branches of the burning vine, Seg will be declared victorious. Hey! Don't you know that the dead branches of burning vines can be burned once? Nora, who has kindly reminded her once, has an even stronger look of surprise in her face. Combustion? Wait, no way. Iron-Toothed Rat, come back. Seg's face changed suddenly when he heard the words. However, by the time Seg's words were shouted out, it was already too late. The Iron-Toothed Rat, who was attacking the last few branches of the burning vine, was surrounded by the sky-high flames before he even had time to make a move. The battle is over, Nora student wins. The actual combat instructor also announced the results of the battle in due course. The dead branches of the burning vines, the flames that burst out, are definitely not something that an Iron-Toothed Rat can resist. So when he saw the dead branches full of burning vines, and Seg didn't command the Iron-Toothed Rat to clean up these dead branches, the actual combat instructor actually saw the result of the battle. The battle of one attack and one defense is indeed a typical example. But it is precisely because of this that the selection of summoned beasts will test the experience of the summoner even more. Hateful. Seg's face turned pale when he sensed the disappearance of his summoned beast aura. However, in the end, he could only curse bitterly in his heart, and then bowed unsaluted to show respect for the winner. And the students who were watching the battle looked at each other in dismay at this moment. He and the others just finished taunting Nora when they turned around and slapped their faces. And this time, it wasn't just luck and aptitude that he lost. Even the knowledge about summoned beasts lost along with it. Among so many students present, no one even knew that the dead branches off burning vines could burst out the last flame attack. Shame. Luck and aptitude are innate, and there is really no way to change them. But there is knowledge about summoning beasts, which can be learned the day after tomorrow. As long as they are diligent and eager to learn and persevere, anyone can learn to be rich. But at this point, they also lost. You must know that among the students present, there are many summoners with fire attributes. However, no one knew the properties of burning vines. Through this battle, all the students must have understood the importance of selecting summoned beasts. If you want to use the most suitable summoned beasts to fight, and use the appropriate fighting methods, this will not only test your combat experience, but also consider your knowledge reserves. Take the battle just now. If the iron-toothed rat cleans up the dead branches off the burning vine in time, how can it lose? When the actual instructor said this, he glanced at Seg unintentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, the last sentence was meant for Seg. The summoned beast of the plant system, although the types are relatively rare, there are not a few with special functions. However, among the new summoners, very few people can understand this truth. Because in the eyes of these summoners who have no systematic understanding of summoned beasts, how could the combat power of plant-type summoned beasts be higher than that of normal summoned beasts? So Nora summoned the burning vines today, which is actually a gamble. It's just a bet that Seg doesn't understand the properties of burning vines. However, judging from Nora's reaction in the battle, it should be more likely that he will hit the ground. Okay, let's not discuss it anymore. If you really understand this truth, then you should go to the library more and look at the illustrated book of Summoned Beasts. Study is also a kind of actual combat, so don't feel that the outcome of the sparring is not important. If you want to improve, you must have a desire to win, and then do your best to improve yourself, understand? At the end of the day, the actual instructor did not forget to inspire all the students present. It is necessary to learn the actual combat, as well as the theory. Only by combining the two can you improve your strength better and faster. Clear? The students immediately shouted in unison. You must know that everyone who holds the position of mentor in the Flame Academy will have at least one knight's title. That is the proof of merit. Therefore, even if these students are from noble families, under normal circumstances, they will not contradict their tutors. You just understand. Then it's the next group, Angel students, Kamibo students. Get out, get ready. The actual combat instructor nodded, and then called out the next group of students according to the student roster. It's finally my time. Angel walked out neatly. When passing by Nora, he gave her a reassuring look. Hello, classmate Angel. I really didn't expect you to be able to summon an excellent level familiar. It's really gratifying. The handsome Kamibo nodded to Angel and said with a smile on his face. It's just that in Angel's eyes, these smiles are very hypocritical. Kamibo is one of the few students in the Flame Academy who was born in a family of counts, and has also had contacts with Angel's family. It's just that after Angel's family fell, these two contacts were cut off immediately. After all, in the aristocratic circle, the Earl and the Viscount are the hurdle. A big hurdle for the qualifications to be awarded the title of knighthood. It can be said that every Earl family has a huge network of contacts. So usually, only other people come to flatter them, and they don't need to try to flatter others. The most is to make friends with nobles of the same level. Because if the Earl wants to continue to improve his title, he has a rigid requirement for strength. A superior level summoner is an essential condition. However, the number of summoners of this level is very rare, so it goes without saying. The huge Flame Academy has only had 2 students who are qualified to become outstanding summoners in the past 15 years. Yes, it is eligible to be. Because a superior level familiar and a superior level summoner are 2 different concepts. And what the Marquis family requires is a summoner with an excellent level. However, even if there are idle superior level summoners, why don't they go Toth Marquis family? Come a few more, fight for a few more achievements, maybe you can even rush Toth Duke. Therefore, there is an insurmountable hurdle between the Earl and the Viscount. But at the same time, the Earl is also a rather awkward position. Although the network is huge. However, once they fall to the position of Viscount, then these connections may become someone else's. On the contrary, the fall from Marquis to Earl has not been so miserable. Because whether it is a Marquis or an Earl, it is eligible to bestow the title off a knight. The difference is that a certain number of private troops can bear a credit in the fief of the Marquis. As for the highest title that a Marquis can bestow on a baron, that is only for knights. Because civilians cannot directly obtain titles. So, based on this relationship, Angel was very unwilling to see Kamaibo. However, the issue of chasing the flames has always been one of the noble's temperaments. So I don't want to see you again. Angel will not deliberately target Kamaibo, but will take the initiative to ignore Kamaibo in her usual communication. I just didn't expect it to be so coincidental this time. Just happened to meet Kamaibo in the battle. It's not a good thing, I'm just a little bit luckier. Angel responded to Kamaibo's smirk in a mild manner. You know, after Angel's family declined, Kamaibo's reaction was to directly exclude Angel from his social circle. Although the superficial skills are well done, the coldness in the bones cannot be concealed. Because counts and viscounts are different. There is no need for Kamaibo to waste his energy for the sake of the eldest lady of a declining family. But now, there is probably hope to see Angel's family re-emerging. So I started to prepare to befriend Angel again. Don't say that, Angel, we played games together when we were kids, have you forgotten? The smile on Kamaibo's face remained unchanged, and he continued. Yeah, that's really a not-so-good memory, I'm really glad I've forgotten it. Angel said unceremoniously. Since the previous communication has been cut off, let's draw a clear line. There is no need to hesitate here. Yes, is it, Angel? After being refuted twice in a row, the smile on Kamaibo's face could hardly hold back. On the contrary, Chi Lu, who was watching the battle, was quite interested. Okay, don't say anything that doesn't matter, Student Angel, Student Kamaibo, call your summoned beast. Practical tutors can't control the gossip between these families. Therefore, the conversation between the two was directly interrupted and the process of announcing the battle began. Yes, teacher. Kamaibo took a deep breath, and there was a hint of een in Angel's eyes. However, the etiquette of the nobility always occupies the majority, so it isn't shown. Summon, stone armor beast. With the summoning magic condensed by Kamaibo, a stone-armored beast nearly 2 meters high walked out of the summoning magic. From the outside, the stone-armored beast is strong, and the whole body is covered with sturdy stone armor, which is full of oppression. Then it is easy to know that the strength and defense of the stone-armored beast are definitely not weak. In fact, the stone-armored beast is also one of the low-level Earth-type summoned beasts, one of the most powerful summoned beasts. If a new summoner can summon the stone-armored beast, it is definitely the result of luck and strength. Moreover, Earth-type summoned beasts have very few natural enemies. There is hardly any particularly apparent restraint relationship. Teacher, I'm ready. Kamaibo nodded at the actual instructor first, then looked at Angel, and said, Now, it's your turn, classmate Angel. I'll call first and let you take advantage. In the summoner's battle, the one who summoned the summoned beast first would indeed suffer. Especially in this kind of competition where only one summoned beast can be summoned, this loss is even more obvious. Because unless it is an obvious restraint relationship. Otherwise, the one who summoned the summoned beast first was telling the opponent how to deal with himself. And Kamaibo is also in this way, to show his own confidence. The implication is, even if you target me, it is useless, you can't win me anyway. Therefore, Kamaibo's approach was immediately praised by the students who were watching the game. It really is a gentleman. Is this the etiquette of a great noble? Kamaibo-kun is as expected from a family of counts. Now it's up to classmate Angel, and I don't know if she will keep a hand like classmate Nora. So what if you keep one hand? Kamaibo summoned it, but it is a stone-armored beast, and Angel will definitely not win. That's right, don't you know how powerful the stone-armored beast is? Regardless of what these students said, most of them were complimenting Wikmabwa, or most of them felt that the stone-armored beasts were powerful. But one thing is true. That is the combat power of the stone-armored beasts. Among the low-level summoned beasts, it is indeed very powerful. The level of its combat power can at least reach the middle level. That is the professional class in Qi Li's eyes. This kind of combat power is definitely one of the best in front of this group of new summoners. That's why Kamibo was given so much confidence. Although Kamibo didn't know what the attributes of the familiar angel possessed. But it doesn't matter. Because the attribute types that can restrain the earth attribute are still quite rare, Kamibo does not think that angel is just those rare attributes. So it is better to put on a generous appearance to win a wave of people's shirts. At that time, whether you win or lose, you will be in charge. Winning, that is, in the case of a loss, can defeat the opponent who has an excellent level of familiar, undoubtedly stepping on Angel's reputation. Losing, that is also a gentleman. After all, Kamibo summoned the summoned beast first, so Angel took advantage of it. So there is no disadvantage. And facts have also proved that Kamibo's strategy is quite successful. At least for now, the students watching the battle are all supporting Kamibo, not optimistic about Angel. What's wrong? Classmate Angel. Is it because you saw that I summoned the stone-armored beast, so you don't have the confidence to fight? However, after waiting for a while, without seeing Angel summoning his own summoned beast, Kamibo couldn't help asking. It sounded like he was concerned, but it was actually very proud. If Angel can admit to being cowardly without a fight, then Kamibo's reputation will only become higher. And Kamibo's words also caused the surrounding students to talk a lot. Yeah, why hasn't Angela-san summoned her summoned beast? Are you really afraid? It doesn't seem to be a problem if you're afraid. It's a stone-armored beast, do you have the confidence to defeat it? No, of course not. That's fine. I didn't expect that classmate Angel was not as good as classmate Nora. The students watching the battle couldn't help shaking their heads and booing. The face that was beaten by Nora before, can't wait to get it back now. Even the actual combat instructor showed a slightly puzzled expression, frowned slightly, looked at Angel, and reminded, Student Angel, you can start summoning your summoned beast. Being cowardly, before fighting, is the most despised behavior. In particular, it's still a point-to-point discussion, and it's not a real battle at all. If he was still so timid, it would be a real joke. Teacher, I know it's time to start summoning. But I don't think there is any need to summon beasts to fight Kamibo, so I haven't summoned them all the time. Angel glanced at Kamibo, and then said aloud to the actual combat instructor. Although the sound is not very loud, it is enough for everyone in the actual combat classroom to hear. What is the purpose of Kamibo so generously summoning the summoned beast first? Angel can see it clearly. After all, it was a conspiracy, and Kamibo did not intend to hide it. It is clear that he wants to step on Angel's fame, to build momentum for himself. Even if Angel won, it would be a bargain for Kamibo, and it would be considered an unbeatable victory. So, how could Angel make Kamibo get his wish? In the midst of this kind of playful competition, do you still want to play this kind of trick that doesn't hurt? Since you have summoned the summoned beast first, then I will simply be a bit more straightforward and not need to summon the beast directly. Now, let's see who's taking advantage. Don't need to summon beasts? Student Angel, although it won't endanger life, it's definitely not a child's play. It's not good for you to be so arrogant. The actual combat instructor was stunned for a moment, and then quickly persuaded. What are the real intentions of Kamibo and Angel's actions? Those students who are not familiar with the world can't see it, can't the actual instructors still see it? But it's just a one-off move. But in this way, Angel will suffer a big loss in this actual battle. A summoner doesn't have to summon beasts for a duel, so what can it be used for? Magic? Don't be kidding, just relying on the magic mastered by the summoner, how could it be the opponent of those summoned beasts? Therefore, in the opinion of the actual combat instructor, the best result off this battle is that Angel is defeated. However, Kamaiba was invincible, and he couldn't use Angel's fame to build momentum for himself. The typical damage to the enemy is 1000, and the self-damage is 800. The students present listened to Angel's words, and their faces also showed expressions of shock and disgust. You don't need to summon a beast to fight a stone-armored beast? This is too arrogant. I thought I could summon an excellent and high-level familiar, what kind of character would it be, but I turned out to be so conceited. I'm arrogant, don't you need to summon a beast? I'm waiting for you to be beaten by Kamaiba. Grandma. This kind of person, no matter how high the qualifications, no matter how lucky, will not have any great achievements. Originally, Angel's mood was not optimistic, but it was even higher at this moment. What arrogance, conceit, grandstanding, a little achievement, can't see who haze. A bunch of messy names, all of which are placed on Angel's head. Even Kamaiba's face became a little gloomy. Looking at Angel, he said without a smile, Student Angel, you don't need to be angry about this kind of thing. Although this is just a competition, I also hope that you can do your best. Unnecessary. Angel interrupted Kamaiba unceremoniously, and said coldly, that's all right now, mentor, please announce the start of the battle. This, alas. Since you insist on doing this, then I have nothing to say. Seeing that the actual combat instructor could not persuade Angel, he did not say anything more. The actual combat course simulates a real battle, but it is not so dangerous. Therefore, there is no hard and fast rule. Both sides of the actual combat must summon beasts to fight. It's just that the performance in the actual combat course will be recorded in the graduation grade, so over the years, no student has ever started fighting with bare hands. But if a certain student insists on doing this, it actually conforms to the rules. Then, the battle begins. After the actual combat instructor finished speaking, he took 2 steps back, so as not to interfere with the next battle. Student Angel, since you look down on me so much, then I'm welcome. Kamaiba said with a gloomy face and a cold tone. In this battle, Angel did not summon her summoned beast, so no matter whether wins or loses, he Kamaiba will suffer in terms of reputation. And the previous conspiracy has also been cracked clean. It was completely defeated by the first army. So it's strange that Kamaiba doesn't get angry. But don't worry, I will end this battle as soon as possible so that you will suffer less. After speaking, Kamaiba raised his hand and waved. Stone armor beast, give it to me. Boom. The sturdy stone-armored beast does not make any noise, but responds to the summoner's command with actions. Taking huge steps, he charged towards Angel. Humph, arrogant enough to face the stone-armored beast with bare hands, that's not a surefire way to lose. One of the students watching the battle couldn't help but snorted coldly. I lose, but I can still watch it. For example, I bet that classmate Angel can stick to 3 moves. 3 moves? I think 1 move is enough. Then let me guess, for 10 seconds. 10 seconds is too short, I think 15 seconds at least. The other students also started joking. Looking at Angel, who was expressionless and motionless, all began to guess when she was defeated. No student thought Angel could win. After all, the stone-armored beast is not as partial as the burning vines summoned by Nora before. This is a very famous summoned beast. In terms of combat power, it can't completely beat the iron-toothed rat and the burning vine before. These nasty guys will talk sarcastic words next to them. Angel will definitely win. Nora glared at the surrounding students angrily, then leaned towards Chila's side. Use practical actions to show that you are not willing to join forces. Chila glanced down at Angel, then silently stood aside. helped her block the other students around her. Student Kamibo, if you think that what I said before, you don't need to summon beasts, is an angry word, then you are very wrong. Because what I say is the truth from the heart. That is, to defeat you, you don't need to use summon beasts at all. Angel looked at the stone-armored beast that was getting closer, and said slowly, word by word. Then when the sound of the last word fell, he raised his right hand. Smash blow. The magic power instantly condensed into a heavy hammer, which slammed into the stone-armored beast. Boom. Then, with a loud bang, the tall and sturdy stone-armored beast shattered like smashed glass. In an instant, the gravel flew, and the stone chips filled the sky. This loud noise echoed throughout the actual combat classroom, and the sky was filled with stone chips like smoke and dust. The astonishing scene made all the students stunned. Even the actual combat instructor did not react, and still looked at the battlefield in front of him with a dull expression. Stone, the breath of the stone-armored beast has disappeared. How is this possible? The stone-armored beast was actually defeated, or was defeated by a summoner who didn't even summon a summoned beast. Kamibo's trembling voice came from among the stone chips in the sky. Fright, fear, shock, stunned, unbelievable. All kinds of emotions were mixed together, making Kamibo's voice become intermittent. As soon as these words came out, many students who were still sluggish were awakened. Looking at the incredible scene in front of them, everyone felt like a thorn stuck in their throats, unable to speak. And what he said not long ago, at this time, it was like an invisible slap in the face, slapped on his face fiercely. Really defeated the stone-armored beast with bare hands. I'm not dreaming, what just happened? Is the battle over? Am I dazzled? I heard a boom just now, how did the battle end? It's only been a few seconds, anyone? I don't know. I didn't see how long it took. All I know is that classmate Angel seems to have solved the stone-armored beast with one move. One move? Until a certain student said this sentence, the surrounding students couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then looked at Angel off the field in astonishment. His eyes were full of shock. They were still discussing before, saying whether Angel could survive a movie in the hands of the stone-armored beast. The result is now good, and it is directly reversed. The stone-armored beast was not even qualified to hold a single move in Angel's hands, so it was beaten into stone chips and gravel all over the ground. What a terrible power this is. Cough cough. It is now announced that in the end of the battle, Angel students won. The actual combat instructor, who finally came to his senses, couldn't believe his eyes either. But still very factually announced the name of the winner. As expected of a summoner with an excellent high-level familiar, even if he doesn't summon beasts to fight, he can still show such a powerful combat power. Student Angel, there must be another famous teacher beside you to guide you. After announcing the results, the practical instructor couldn't help but ask Angel a question. Because the picture in front of me is really shocking. Angel's performance completely subverted the normal fighting style of the summoner. And such a terrifying combat power, in the view of the actual combat instructor, it is impossible for Angel to figure it out by himself. After all, a student, a new summoner, no matter how talented he is, it still requires a process of learning and accumulation, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. But now, less than 2 days have passed since Angel became a summoner. In such a short period of time, Angel could figure out such a powerful fighting method by himself. So what do they need these practical instructors to do? Famous teacher? Does a demon count? Angel didn't expect the actual combat instructor to ask this question. She was stunned for a moment, and then asked subconsciously. Familiar? Hearing Angel's answer, the practical instructor and all the students' eyes immediately focused on Chi Lu. As among the Flame Academy, for 15 years, it has been the only familiar with an excellent high-level class. And it's a humanoid demon. Qi Li's fame is no less than Angel's. So at this moment, Angel's rhetorical question immediately diverted everyone's attention. However, his gaze shifted. But the question he wanted to ask was stuck in his throat, and he didn't ask. After all, the dignified and excellent high-level familiar demons are not the group of people who can ask them at will. Say something bad. If they accidentally make Qi Lu angry, they will all be out of luck. And no aristocrat is qualified to ask Qi Lu to ask questions, because the strength is not enough. And no one will trouble Angel. Because the familiar contract is a semi-equal contract, Angel has no way to restrain Qi Li's actions. So they can only blame themselves for nothing. The potential level is tentatively set as the excellent high level. This level of familiars does have enough ability to teach you. The actual combat instructor took a deep look at Qi Lu, and then had to sigh. A humanoid demon, as long as the strength is sufficient, is indeed a very suitable mentor for the master of the contract. After all, the familiars of other species, even if they are powerful, their fighting methods are not suitable for summoners to learn. The humanoid demon is different. In particular, through the current information, the actual combat instructor also learned that Angel's familiar should be a magic familiar. Then there is absolutely no problem in teaching Angel as a summoner. Although before this, there has never been such a precedent. But the reason why there has been no such precedent is because the strength of To's humanoid familiars in the past was too poor. But the one in front of him now is so powerful that it is simply breathtaking. Even the most profound space magic is available at your fingertips. Could there still be a problem with some of the other little magics of the sect master? Sheila, did you teach Angel's magic? Nora looked at Qi Lu in surprise. Others didn't have the guts to ask Qi Lu this question, but Nora wouldn't have any concerns. Yes. Qi Lu simply answered Nora's question. But this word made the students around who had been waiting for the answer involuntarily show extreme jealousy on their faces. An excellent and high-level familiar can even be a part-time mentor. It's just a dream thing. You must know that in the entire Flame Academy, there is no mentor who can have excellent level strength. The only person with outstanding power is Dean Fader. But now, Angel has summoned an excellent humanoid familiar, who is fully capable of serving as a mentor. But it will only open a small stove for Angel alone. What is this concept? The aptitude is not as high as others, the luck is not as good as others, and now even the resources are lost. Under such all-round crushing, he and others still delusionally want to catch up with the footsteps of classmate Angel? Dreaming too. The familiar, it's the familiar again. It's just luck. I just summoned an excellent level familiar, and I don't care about me like that. Angel. Do you still want to turn over? Wait, you will never get your wish. When Kamibo saw this scene, jealousy and anger surged to his forehead, making his eyes turn red. But Kamibo also understood that if he went to trouble Angel at this time, he would have cerebral palsy. So no matter how angry you are, you have to suppress it. Then bow down and salute the victor as a sign of respect. Anyway, there will still be more opportunities for black hands in the future. If an Earl family wants to plot against a Viscount family, there are many ways. There is no need to lose face at this time. Okay, now invite the two students to return to the sidelines and continue the battle of the next group of students. After the actual combat instructor confirmed Angel's question, he didn't ask any more. Instead, move on to a practical course. Just after the get out of class is over, this matter will be reported to Fader as quickly as possible. Then it's up to Dean Fader to decide what to do. Sheila, I won. How about it? I'm amazing. As soon as Angel came off the stage, she ran to Qi Lu and began to ask for praise. Completely ignoring the envy and jealous eyes around him. It's okay, it's doing well, but don't be complacent, you need to make persistent efforts. Sheila smiled and said quietly. The improvement of combat skills is endless. No matter how perfect you were in the previous battle, don't carry this complacency and conceit to the next battle. Because that will only bring you failure. I know, I will work harder in the future. Angel nodded earnestly, her eyes flashing with excitement. The fighting method of the berserk method is more enjoyable than that of the summoner. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to crush your opponent with your own hands than to command a summoned beast to fight? Although this kind of pleasant feeling varies from person to person, there is no doubt that Angel is the one who enjoys it very much. You just need to understand. You should familiarize yourself with this magic for a while, and I will teach you new magic in a few days. Qi Lu nodded, and then, casually warned. Practicing magic is Angel's own business, and Qi Lu will not watch it all the time. But looking at Angel's excitement, this enthusiasm should last for a while longer. Chila, can I learn magic from you too? Nora, who was standing aside, couldn't help but ask. Let's practice summoning magic first. My magic, you may not be able to learn it. Qi Lu turned his head and glanced at Nora, then refused, directly. A summoner, who can learn summoning magic, but doesn't learn it, is not doing his job properly. Angela couldn't do it. Don't think that Qi Lu really wants to teach Angel how to use combat magic. It's not because he was forced to help him, so he made a temporary compensation. Lest Angel be plotted by the enemy, causing Qi Lu to follow the unlucky. Although being expelled from the summoning world will not cause any harm to Qi Lu itself. But the collection of the power of faith will have a huge impact. 2 months of time were wasted for no reason, and the power of faith in a world was wasted for no reason. This kind of thing, Qi Lu, is absolutely not allowed to happen. Shameful waste. It's the same again, I can't learn it. Since I can't learn it, then forget it. Nora got the same answer for the second time, so she seemed calm. After all, Nora's character is not the same as Angel's. Angel may enjoy the thrill of defeating her enemies with her own hands, but Nora prefers to hide behind and be a cheerleader. Of course, it would be nice to have more self-protection power. Because no one will refuse to be strong. The atmosphere off the field gradually became quiet with Qi Li's silence. And the battle on the field of the actual combat classroom has also returned to the right track. Although the battle that followed was not as shocking as the battle between Angel and Kamibo, it was still worth watching. After all, in the previous battle, only Angel was the only one who really shocked these students. As for the other students, there may be a few outstanding ones. But most of them are half a pound. Since the level is about the same, don't laugh at anyone else, just help find the shortcomings. So the battle after that became a bit dull. With Angel in the front, the next student, no matter how hard they work, can't surpass Angel. Morale naturally dropped. However, although the process was a bit bumpy, the first practical course was finally over. The actual instructor also recorded the basic information of each student in detail and kept it as a reference for future classes. The first practical course is here. After you go back, you should also reflect on it carefully. Where are your shortcomings, and how to correct them? After putting away the book in his hand, the actual combat instructor followed with a straight face, and then glanced around the students present. Then he continued, if you can't even reflect on your own shortcomings, then I can tell you with certainty that you have no room for improvement. Having said that, the actual combat instructor paused again, and then added a sentence with a little emotion. Of course, with the exception of Angel students. When the students in the actual combat classroom heard this sentence, they suddenly showed a tangled expression like constipation. Although they all knew that Angel had a tyrannical familiar to give her Asmal stove. But don't stress it out. I'm jealous. Jealous. So angry. The students standing around Angel and Qi Lu stared at them with red eyes, their faces twisted but unable to say it clearly. Jealousy twists my face. Jealousy separates my plasmaphyte. President Fader, that's what happened. After the class, the practical instructor also came to the dean's office for the first time and reported Angel's matter to Fade. Can you teach the master of magic? This is the first time I've heard of it. But theoretically, this is not impossible. It is entirely possible for the demons to have magic that we don't know, but they hardly have the idea of instructing the deed master. Furthermore, I'm afraid there aren't many spells that summoners can learn from familiars. Fader touched the beard on his chin and muttered to himself slowly. Being able to sit in the position of the Dean of the Flame Academy, Fader's knowledge will naturally not be bad, and his understanding of the demon is also top-notch. Although the familiar taught the deed master, it had never happened before. But with Fader's knowledge, it is easy to infer that this kind of thing is entirely possible. However, among the previous familiars, the humanoid familiars were extremely rare, and the familiars of other species, even if they knew magic, might not be able to learn it. It's like those magical beasts. In many cases, the magic possessed by the familiar is also the accompanying magic that they are born with. It's useless even if you want to teach. So to encounter a situation like Angel's current situation, it is really a good luck that is rare in 1,000 years. I know about this matter. I will record it first, and I don't need to report it for the time being. Also, go and inform the other tutors. You don't need to call her name in Angel's course, just count her usual grades as full marks. Although I don't want to say it, but your abilities should not be as great as that of the humanoid demon. After thinking for a while, Fader tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said slowly. No matter what, the strength level of Angel's students' familiars is there, and the high level of excellence is only an estimated level. Because Chi Li's real realm is not something that Fader can see through. Therefore, in front of such a powerful demon, the instructors of the Flame Academy have such a level of teaching, which is really not enough. It might as well be convenient for Angel. I understand, Dean Fader, I will let you know. The actual combat instructor nodded and agreed. Although Fader's words were very direct, the actual combat instructor also knew that that was the reality that had to be faced. An excellent and high-level familiar is really much stronger than them. Then you can go first. Remember, focus on the situation of Angel students, that is the hope of our Flame Academy's rise. Fader waved his hand, and after a few words, he issued an expulsion order. Yes. The practical courses and theoretical courses in the Flame Academy are carried out alternately. However, unlike the practical course, the theoretical course does not require every student to be present. As long as you can pass the final theoretical assessment, then whether it is in the classroom. It is possible to study by yourself, or to study by yourself in the college library. So Angel skipped class of course. Angel really doesn't care much about summoners' theories and the like. A violent method, if you have to learn the things of a summoner, isn't it uncomfortable for yourself? Just a few days before the theoretical assessment, stay up late to catch up on work, take time to review, and pass the theoretical assessment. It really doesn't matter, it doesn't really matter. Because the Flame Academy pays more attention to actual combat results, and also feels that actual combat results can represent a student's true combat effectiveness. After all, there are too many guys who are full of knowledge and can talk about military affairs on paper. But when these guys really go to the battlefield, one by one will basically become a coward. They are very powerful, and it is not bad to be able to play 5 points. Therefore, when there is time to learn theoretical knowledge, Angel feels that it is better to practice magic more. So Qilu also relaxed. System, host, the first batch of summon scrolls have been designed, do you need to take a look? Just as Qilu was sitting on the steps next to the training ground, watching Angel practice magic, the system's voice suddenly rang. Good news for Qilu. It's great to have it designed so quickly. The information should be in the backstage of the store manager. Qilu was overjoyed, and then immediately turned his attention to the backstage of the store manager. The information on the new batch of summoning scrolls is indeed there. According to Qi Li's suggestion, the first thing to make is the summoning scroll directly converted from the pet card.